Chapter 1 Another Journey Through Time. Stop it, in half an hour it will be noon. Humph, consider yourself fortunate, you worthless trash. The speaker delivered a kick to the curlied up figure of an boy in the ground. The boy lay motionless. Let's go. Three figures just a lit departed, carrying gated scavenger's bag, leaving the boy behind. Blood oozed from the boy's body, staining his ragged linen clothes. Brother! A small figure stumbled out from the thicket in the distance, scrambling and hand-sending story the curlied up boy. With frail hands resembling chicken feet, shishunai the boy incessantly. The once curling boy opened his eyes in confusion. Strange memories flooded his mind. Radiation, mutated flora and fauna, safe cities, those with abilities, scavengers, scarce eatable radiation resistant plants, and the precious Yetterillo radiation plants emits to see off deadly high radiation flora. What on earth is happening? Brother! Thickle beside him jolt to the boy back to reality. Little sister. Straining Tupenheises, the Skorkings and Lightforce had him to shut them and smurry. Had Travers said to Megain, way citrole so difficult over born with the Bolaf Mengpo soup? First, he crossed from Earth to realm of cultivation, endowed with fiv elemental roots, initial bellyeving himself to Obthichos none. Yet, hindi do same reserve in Tindan Peak, toiling diligently throughout his life, only Toriach the fifth level of refinement upon his demise. Up and waking again, he found himself in a post-apocalyptic world, and the numbed one Linalanger believed he was a Nizertov protagonist. He had surrendered to the circumstance Shuishidan Latolia down. The memory is in his mind urged him to return quickly, or both he and his sister would perish in the imminent radiation at noon. He struggled to prop himself up. But the searing pain coursing through made him collapse on more. The original owner had perished from earlier assault, paving the way for his arrival. This fact starkly illustrateth the direct condition of this body. Had it not been for Wanlin's formidable spirit, forcing this body to function, it would have come long ago. What should he dunno? Seeing her brother lying helplessly, little Wang Yi's tears begin to fall like her raindrops. As if struck by a thought, Wang Yi hurriedly scrambled to her feet. Wang Lin watched a heateny figure dashed away into the distance. The child was already 4 years old, yet appeared older than 3, pitiful I frail. Once, they were raricide and sophis beauty arego, they're citiful to what dog beasts, leaving on life the 2 siblings to survive, fleeing with other stoicity and becoming scavengers. Wang Lin was in light on a years old indeed, the original owner's name was also Wang Lin. At an 8-year-old Bikarin for a 4-year-old girl in such a world speaks volumes of the hardships they had endured over the past year. Wang Yi returned, clutching something, and hurriedly approached Wang Lin. Cautious Laglin sing around, she produced a sizable bud from the scavenger bag, near Lethesizio Furpulm. Brother, please eat. Wang Lin's wee flyer turned the bud to the bug. He steadied himself. Let's go back first. This place was far from safe for scavengers like them who were accepted within the Safi zone. Fortunately, noon was nearing, and most residents of Tisafizan were rushing hardly in Yonuus visibly tigi of Tisafizan where they stood. Wang Lin wiped the blood from his sunt of his tattered clothes, taking Wang Yi Yimmel hand and cautiously making their way toward Tisafizan's outskirts. Beside them loomed towering plants, transformed mutation. Not far ahead stood a green barrier, demarcating the boundary between Tisafizoni and the outside world. As scavengers lacking resident status, they couldn't reside outside Safizone. Building their own homes within Tisafizonu was forbidden, as it would encroach upon the wilderness around hinder the residents' gathering space. Once beyond the green barrier, the scorking sensation on their skin intensified. These was primarily due to Toriusans first, noon was drawing near, and second, the green barrier's protection against radiation had diminished. Fortunately, their dwelling was not far from air. In the distance, they could faintly see some elevations, haphazard lyrising from the scorking ground. Wang Lin and Wang Yi Yisham was situated at of this cluster. As they passed the lotionties, several persofaya scrutinized the siblings. Most goes a sling a red on their scavenger bag. However, upon a Tyson jit's deflated state, many quickly averted their eyes. Upon reaching the rightmost Shantian closing the door behind them, they finally felt free from pryingize. Wang Ling collapsed weakly onto the ground. With the door shut, the dimness within Theshanti deepened, the light filtering through the gaps in the roof, illuminating the swirling mode soft dust within the beams. Each acantisted far apart, and as noon approached, radiation levels became unbearable for ordinary plenum wudereto venturi outside tos pianothers, unless they were seeking death. Wang Ling Lansadathi terminal in Hishan 2359, just a minute of noon at 2400. Hecker fully pulled Wang Yaya close, allowing her to align his embrace, refraining from immediate retrieving anything from the scavenger bag. In this world, the day consists of 48 hours, with 2400 marking noon time of most intense radiation until 3000 when the soon begins its descent, and radiation weakens enough for people to venture out. From 3600 to 4200 is dusk, a time suitable for gathering. Yet, within 10 minutes after 4200, darkness falls rapidly, and mutated beasts become exceedingly active. Ifana remains outside Safizan without a place to shelter, very unlikely to see the sunrise again. As the terminal clock ticked to 2401, Wang Lin finally pushed himself up. Hesses at the scavenger bag beside him. The scavenger bag was crafted from perpetuisted scavengers themselves, askil near livrion possessed. Wang Lin extract tethi bud ha held in hishant. These was the verithing the original onerata spirit le clung to. Scanin jit with histerminal, a linoff text appeared on the screen ding, melonhead, low radiation plant, edible, recommended for harvesting. Low radiation plants were a highly valuable, rumored to awaken latent ability as if consumed in abundance. However, the original owner did not harvest for himself or his sister, but in preparation for the winter approach in 3 months. He needed money in it to sustain both him and his sister through the harsh winter. This perilous venture into the world soft was a gamble for good fortune, and to his surprise, he had indeed discovered a dull radiation melon bud. Alpha fever leaf off melon plant was predominantly high radiation, he had not expected the tono fits buds would be a low radiation plant. This also explained with os the individual smear lazy as a scavenger bag and dites meager supply of mid radiation leaves without suspecting he had can. The closer on a the protective perimeter of Tisafizone, the scarcer radiation plants became practically non-existent. For a corresponding realm chart, please refer to Theothers notes. A 48-hour full-day illustration will be provided in the Theothers notes of Chapter 2. Readers may take a look. Chapter 2 once again, 5 elemental roots. Brother, Yayu wants to sleep, come the soft, tender voice. Falling asleep would mean not feeling hungry. Wangi Yugazed longing layeth a fooden Wang Linchand. She was very hungry, yet she remained obedient, aware thought thighs wasel the food they had left, Asher brother had said they would really on Thisto surviveth the winter. Returning to his senses, Wang Lin looked at the chilled before him, hairdry and yellow, covered in grime, and dishiar touched with compassion. Had glance a day thebut in hishand. After all, Hahadans Benakal Tavator Holivatathiyagov 120 with Theskil she had acquired, could not provide for himself and a little girl? Let's eat first, then sleep. Wang Lin broke the boudin to 2 pieces, handing Gonatalatali. Eat up. Yaya Sizias remained fixed in Wang Lin. Only after seeing her brother take a bite did she be gentinably in her portion. She took small bites, her face light with joy, her little feet clad in rigid strozendals dancing with glee. Wang Lin tasteth a flavor in his mouth bitter, astringent, and an odd taste. If were no eating himself, merely observing Yi's expression would lead him to believe she was of a divine delicacy. However, the next moment, a familiar sensation surged in his abdomen. Wang Lingklo said a siesta feel it. Suddenly, he appeared desires in disbelief. Spiritual energy? These wild grass contain spiritual energy. Wang Lin did not dare to hesitate and immediately began to circulate the cultivation technique Hadreviously practiced. He was soon aware whether this body possessed spiritual roots or the ability to cultivate. Yet, he had to jutate tree what if? When Wang Lin opened his again, he found that Wang Yu had already drifted off it asleep. Sensing the faint spiritual energy within his body, the good news was have possessed spiritual roots for cultivation. The bad news was had 5 elemental roots. His lips twitched at the thought of 5 elemental roots, recalling Elder Lizarafo and pained expression. He fanaged with word Shalinzi, why must you be 5 element root, even if I worry for element root, I could still levity out of the foundation establishment stage. The 5 element root is notoriously regarded as a worthless spiritual root in theremof cultivation. It is not a matter that can bear solved more libby accumulating resources. Reflecting on the days when Amanut could bestretched intoten Juan Lin felt the flicker of opetha that revius united within him extinguished completely. In the brief span of a century, it would be wise to ever life fullest. On a brighter note, the ability to cultivate meant that he could lead a comfortable life alongside his sister. Ashes and set the tumultuous spiritual energy in the air, Ike was in lay upon embarking on his cultivation journey. That Juan Lin realized how exceptionally rich the spiritual energy was, even more so than the secret triumphs of his previous life. Yet, these energy ways alarmingly volatile. Such ferocious spiritual energy, if present in the cultivation world of his past life, would drawn to reek bearable for ordinary individuals, and events and cultivators would risk succumbing to madness if they lingered too long. A look of understanding flickered in Juan Lin's as was this occulted radiation not merely manifestation of this violent spiritual energy, previously had believed it to be nuclear radiation. Nevertheless, one must admit the remarkable adaptability of human beings to ordinary folk had seemingly acclimatized to living amidst such turbulent spiritu. If radiation indeed representeth a spiritual energy as perceived it, could the varying degrees of high, medium, and low radiation signify the intensity of this energy? Given that the originalist possessed little knowledge regarding spiritual energy, and Juan Lin himself had not encountered much of this world yet, many matters would require re-verification in due course. With 12 hours remaining until the 30 point mark, the air was too tumultuous for direct absorption of spiritual energy, and lacking a thirplance, he decided that the brief slumber would suffice for now. At 29:50, a serious off-beeping sound emanated from Juan Lin's terminal. At the sound, both Juan Lin and Duan Yi awakened from their slumber. These was the alarm set by the original body. Unable to resist the setafeus to sled hair, Juan Lin reached out to help Farun Tanglight. Alas, these was not a matter that could bear solved solo by patience. In history of times, this was Juan Lin's first experiences in elder brother and his inaugural venture into child rearing. He decided talatite before na and would attend to her hereafter a wash. He, no fully awake from her days, began to fiake to with water. This makeshift dwelling weighs essentially a rudimentary pit, approximately 10 square meters, excavated into the ground and covered with wooden branches and grass to serve as a roof. In the corner stood a large barrel, brimming with water. As long as one was diligent, waterways abundant, fourth safety zone had constructed a pipeline extending to his Cavenger's gathering site, allowing for easy access. Water flowing from the pip was of medium radiation and safe for consumption, which explained why scavengers so steadily outside safety zone. However, despite the presence of spiritual energy in the radiation water, it remained too volatile for direct absorption. Wang Lin's gaze flickeradashi contemplated with inhabitants of the safety zone would engage in such practices. It was no tout of pity for its individuals. Rather, the vast area that a safety zone needed to defend necessitated the presence of TISA scavengers as a buffer against bestialities, enabling timely warnings and significant reducing losses, thus providing ample response time. Of course, it also facilitated the mercenary groups in gathering labor. As the clock struck 30, the scavenger shantytown erupted into a live libusel, with scattered voices resonating gaze individuals merged from their dwellings, bags in hand, hurrying out. Their direction diverged from the toft he safety zone. The wilderness within the safety zone was not a place for them to tread. Wang Lin secured this bucket in his backpack before lifting his sister, Hawas clutching the water kettle, into the basket. Finally, he hoisted the basket onto his back and departed from the makeshift dwelling. They merged into the throng of scavengers, who paid little heed to the brother-sister pair, most hurrying past them with urgency. Upon exiting Fantytown, they glimpsed several vehicles parked outside. These vehicles bear resemblance to the large dump trucks of fire. The Wild Wolf mercenary group seeks 25 scavengers' various 5 silver coins, Gathered resources Willy Elda 10 share. The Seed Mercenary Group seeks 30 Scavengers Ferry as 6 silver coins. Gathered resources Willy Elda 20 share. Mena rushed towards the vehicles while some hesitated. Wang Lin paid Namin Tothosi individuals or their proclamations. He continued onward with his sister, joining Gathram of similar individuals. Those Ohakud become mercenary group members were endowed with abilities, each having awakened to at least the first year of power. To ordinary folk, these were formidable beings, often referred to as gen warriors. Wang Lin had only a scant understanding of the knowledge regarding the ability users from his memory a Sheknu Thutsumi awakened naturally wily thirst, which were not accessible to the average person. Aside from these fragmented memories, he possessed no further insights. As he ventured further, a thunderous sound erupted nearby, stirring up a cloud of dust. Massive vehicles passed them, transporting scavengers who had paid their fare to company the mercenary group on their resource gathering missions. The farther they traveled, the fewer people they encountered. The landscape was dominated by towering, mutated flora. Chapter 3, Scavenging. Wang Lin gazed at the plant before him, a purslane, if memory serves, whose leaves had previously been no larger than a fingernail, yet now one leaf was as large as a football. Wang Yi, seated in the basket on his back, was meticulously scanning the leaves of the purslane with her wristwatch, one hand gripping the edge of the basket. Beep, purslane, high radiation plant, inedible, harvesting not recommended, since little he could not yet read. The device was set to automatically vocalize the results after scanning. Wang Lin repeated the same actions, but his results appeared as text rather than voice. After scanning several leaves, he paused, realizing that the efficiency was woefully inadequate. Each purslane bore hundreds of leaves, necessitating hundreds of scans, a dismal prospect. Observing that no one was around, he unhesitatingly extended his spiritual awareness. His perception spanned a diameter of 10 meters. Although small, it was vastly superior to the terminal's capabilities. His potent spirit allowed him this range, otherwise a typical cultivator at his level would only manage introspection. He sensed the leaves he had previously scanned with the terminal. The spiritual energy within was dense yet wildly turbulent. Only marginally better than that in the surrounding air. Throughout his entire perceptive field, he detected no other species. It was no surprise, considering their proximity to the scavenger gathering zone, which had likely been inspected countless times. While mutated plants grew at an accelerated rate compared to their predecessors, they were not immune to the relentless scrutiny of scavengers, who would scan each newly sprouted leaf. Without further delay, he quickly pressed forward. Currently, he had yet to reach the first layer of chi refinement and could not maintain his spiritual awareness for long. He would tire after 5 minutes and require a half-hour's rest to continue. Maximizing his limited time was crucial for broader exploration. Brother, you're running too fast, you can't scan. This area has been checked by others multiple times. Let us venture further afield to conduct our scans. You stay seated in the basket, do not stand. Wang Lin's shoulders bore calluses from the basket's incessant friction, yet after carrying his sister for so long, he felt no discomfort. The further they advanced, the more lush the vegetation became. Wang Lin observed numerous signs of previous harvesting. The freshly sprouted tender leaves likely contained radiation levels within the edible range, yet had been collected by earlier scavengers. The evidence was clear, there was a team of scavengers ahead of them. Contemplating this, Wang Lin retracted his awareness and changed direction, opting for an untraveled path. After half an hour, he found himself in an area devoid of any signs of prior harvesting. He expanded his spiritual perception once more. Soon, he detected a distinct anomaly, yet he hurried toward it, producing his terminal to scan the unusual leaves he had sensed. Beep, gray vegetables, medium radiation plant, edible, harvesting recommended. Swiftly, he plucked the sizable leaf, which weighed nearly 2 pounds. Upon closer inspection, he confirmed that the spiritual energy within was far more tranquil than that of high radiation plants. However, the energy remained volatile, posing a risk of injuring his meridians if not handled cautiously. Wang Lin handed the leaf back to his little sister Yi, who eagerly accepted it. Okay, brother, stay in the basket and help me keep track of the food we find. Alright, Wang Lin dared not let Yi down. They had strayed far from the safety zone, where mutated insects and beasts lurked. Soon, he discovered a second gray vegetable leaf, this one containing 5 edible leaves, all medium radiation plants. Exhausted, Wang Lin reluctantly shared a leaf with Yi. He felt the tumultuous spiritual energy coursing through him. If he could absorb just a bit more, he could set up a rudimentary 5 elements harmonization array, enabling him to convert the wild energy into a more stable form for cultivation. With the first layer of chi refinement under his belt, he could utilize his alchemical knowledge to thoroughly refine the volatile energy within the plants. After another half hour, he harvested a tender plantain leaf. A sizable specimen weighing 10 pounds, roughly the size of a pillow. Despite his spiritual awareness, aside from the previously consumed gray vegetable leaf, he had only located 4 gray vegetable leaves and 1 plantain leaf, all of which were medium radiation plants. He had yet to see a low radiation plant, which explained why so many people tirelessly searched for food daily. Time had reached 39 minutes past the hour. With 3 hours remaining until dusk, he needed to head back. Consulting the terminal for direction, Wang Lin turned and retraced his steps. As he neared the scavenger gathering zone, the likelihood of finding edible plants diminished further. On his way back, he stumbled upon several medium radiation plant leaves, and his pockets were now bulging. He cleverly concealed the opening with dried grass and used a stick to hold it in place. Just as hope began to wane, he suddenly halted, swiftly moving toward a patch of dense foliage ahead. There, he discovered a cluster of robust plants, each stem supporting 3 heart-shaped leaves, some adorned with pink blossoms. Clover. Wang Lin retrieved his terminal for a scan. Deep red-flowered oxalis, high radiation plant, inedible, harvesting not recommended. Wang Lin set down his burdens and looked questioningly at his sister. After surveying his surroundings, he picked up a stick to begin digging into the soil. The underground stems revealed a white hue, but soon he unearthed a spherical bulbous tuber, its outer layers membranous and brown. He scanned the exposed tuber. Deep red-flowered oxalis, high radiation plant, inedible, harvesting not recommended. The vocal announcement drew the attention of passers-by, causing some to hesitate before moving on, while others lingered. Wang Lin smirked, ignoring them as he continued to excavate, intent on extracting the entire tuber. Brother, why are you digging this up if we can't eat it? I'm planning to take the tuber home and plant it by the door for shade. The leaves can also provide cover for the house. Oh, I see. As Wang Lin dug, he kept an eye on the time. When the clock struck 41 minutes and 55 seconds, he began to lift the bulbous tuber from the ground. With a rustling sound, the entire plant was uprooted, its stems collapsing and momentarily obscuring the onlooker's view. Wang Lin swiftly detached a root, resembling a white radish and about the thickness of his forearm, and tucked it into his waistband. Under the ample fabric of his clothing, it was nearly impossible to discern that he was concealing anything. Chapter 4. The first layer of chi refinement. Wang Lin had no desire to create such a commotion, but circumstances dictated otherwise. They were merely a 20-minute walk from the gathering zone, and this was the time scavengers typically returned. Evading them was not an option. The wilderness grew perilous at night, and he dared not take risks. Delaying until the next day might mean that the plant's radiation levels would increase with continued growth. He could not afford to miss this opportunity. After all, he had searched all day, even with spiritual perception, without encountering any low radiation plants. Let us first return to drop off our findings, then we can come back for this, he proposed. Okay. Wang Lin, balancing the burden on his shoulders while carrying his sister, hurried back. The onlookers had yet to process the scene when he vanished in a flash. After their departure, many approached to inspect the enormous plant Wang Lin had unearthed. Though he had done his utmost to erase any evidence of the radish-like root's existence, attempting to make it resemble the severed root system, some still discerned the signs. The first to approach stealthily plucked a thumb-sized root fragment, a remnant of the red-flowered oxalis. Regardless, all eyes fell upon their timepieces, faces darkening as they began to flee. Dusk approaches. Wang Lin sprinted back to his shelter just 2 minutes before darkness fell. Panting heavily, the effort had drained his already limited spiritual energy. He had returned just in time. However, upon sensing commotion outside, his expression darkened. He swiftly moved to the farthest corner from the door and handed her the radish tucked into his waistband. Grabbing a nearby stone, he positioned himself in the center of the room just as the door swung open. A man rushed inside, slamming the door behind him. With the impending darkness, the interior was shrouded in shadow. As the stranger closed the door, Wang Lin hurled the stone. The intruder raised his arm in defense, but the stone's speed was too great, striking him squarely on the forehead. With a thud, he tumbled down the stairs at the entrance. Seizing the moment, Wang Lin grabbed his stick and approached, delivering a strike that rendered the man unconscious. Silence enveloped the room. Having trained in physical conditioning due to his 5-element root in a past life, Wang Lin possessed the prowess of a martial artist. Dealing with petty thieves was no challenge. He contemplated ending the intruder's life, but catching a glimpse of Yi's gaze, inhaled deeply. Instead, he swiftly bound the man with rope. They still needed to reside here. Leaving a corpse would be unwise, especially with a child present. After being tightly bound, the children were cast aside into a corner. It was only natural for two small children to attract the covetous gaze of others. The night had enveloped everything, and outside, an eerie silence reigned. At this moment, no one dared to make a sound, otherwise calamity would befall them all. Of the man who had dared to intrude did so under the mistaken belief that he could easily overpower Wang Lin. This 10-year-old child of Wang Lin slowly approached, embracing his sister and gently patting her in a comforting manner. Wang Yi extended her hand, offering the half-eaten white radish to her brother, after waiting for a while without any disturbance. Wang Lin felt a significant weight lift from his heart. At the very least, they were safe for the night. However, once dawn broke, the outcome would be unpredictable. The night stretched from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. granting them nearly 12 hours, a substantial amount of time. Nibbled on a leaf for dinner, glancing at her brother, who remained motionless, occasionally taking bites of the white radish. In the same gathering area closest to the safety zone, a man inside a house retrieved his terminal, scanning a root fragment no larger than his fingertip. Beep. Red flower sorrel, low radiation plant, edible, recommended for harvesting. Indeed, it was a low radiation plant. His eyes glinted with greed upon recalling the size of the traces left behind. An hour later, Wang Lin observed his little sister, who had fallen asleep with her small paws clutching the half-eaten leaf. He stood up, gently removing the leaf from her grasp to allow her to lie comfortably. He sensed her peaceful slumber, then took another bite of the red flower sorrel root, continuing to absorb and refine its essence. Wang Lin could distinctly feel the spiritual energy repairing his body, which had been damaged from prolonged exposure to chaotic spiritual energy. Fortunately, due to the previous turmoil, his body had grown more resilient and powerful through this unique form of tempering. However, those who did not receive this restoration would find their bodies utterly collapsing once they reached a certain threshold. Wang Lin was incredulous as he peered inward, realizing that the strength of his repaired body was comparable to the physique he had cultivated over a century in his past life. Having fully refined the red flower sorrel root, he was now on the brink of entering the first layer of chi cultivation. 3 continuous hours of practice left him oblivious to the tearing pain that had plagued him in his previous life during extended sessions. He felt capable of continuing his training, yet, with no more red flower sorrel roots or low radiation plants available, he sensed the spiritual energy within him, supported by a potent consciousness, which was entirely sufficient for him to set up the 5 elements harmonizing array. He focused his will on controlling the energy within, meticulously sketching a complex design on the ground that measured approximately 3 square meters. A bead of sweat appeared on Wang Lin's forehead as the pattern connected, emitting a faint glow before vanishing. However, this light was visible only to him, as the shelter's roof obstructed its escape. Inside the makeshift dwelling, one person lay unconscious, and Little Yi was asleep. Only Wang Lin remained awake. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he was entirely unaware of how dark his hands had become. The touch left him with a comical appearance, yet his focus remained on the effects of the array. The 5 anchor points of the formation gathered 5 distinct types of spiritual energy, untangling the chaotic energies and allowing them to spiral into a small vortex. Ultimately, the energy that entered the array became docile and harmonious. A success. Wang Lin could not comprehend why these energies had manifested in such a frenzied state. However, such musings were irrelevant now that he needed to seize the moment to practice. There were still 8.5 hours left before dawn, and a reckoning awaited him. A cold smile crept across Wang Lin's lips. More importantly, without the array's foundation, this temporary formation, reliant solely on his own spiritual power, would eventually collapse as his energy waned over time. Thus, there was a pressing need to act swiftly. Despite the array's transience, it was impossible for anyone lacking a 5-element spiritual root to set it up without a foundation. Sitting cross-legged at the center of the array, he cast aside distractions and focused intently on his practice. The depleting spiritual energy was rapidly replenished, and after an hour, Wang Lin successfully opened his dantian, signifying his entry into the first layer of chi cultivation. Chapter 5, Sugar Beans. Yet he showed no signs of halting, continuing his training. The entire period of chi cultivation involved completely filling the dantian, just like in his past life, as a cultivator with 5 spiritual roots. He possessed an extraordinarily large dantian. It was akin to a swimming pool for a normal cultivator, while a 5-root cultivator's dantian resembled a vast lake. Both had the same sized faucet pouring in water. But the 5-root cultivator's faucet never ceased flowing, and even after exhausting their lifespan, it would only be filled to 30%. In his previous life, Wang Lin had done everything possible to widen the faucet, managing to fill it to 50%. Seeing his dantian now comparable in size to that of his past life, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. If his rate of replenishment was now similar to his final cultivation speed, perhaps there was a chance to establish a foundation in this life. Wang Lin sensed a prying gaze and immediately locked onto the man he had bound. His consciousness pierced like a needle into the man's mind, causing him to convulse a few times before falling unconscious. When this man awakened, he would be reduced to a fool. Wang Lin's cold gaze fell upon him, thinking, "Death would be too merciful for you, you scoundrel, attempting to prey on two children." At that moment, the five elements harmonizing array Wang Lin had set up shattered, and the previously calm spiritual energies within were once again engulfed by the chaotic energies outside. Glancing at the time on his terminal, it read 5:30 a.m. There were still 30 minutes until dawn. Wang Lin looked at the sleeping child on the bed, a smile creeping onto his face. Sensing his newfound cultivation in the first layer of qi, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. There was still ample time. Wang Lin retrieved a dandelion leaf, marked by moderate radiation. Flames ignited in his hand as he began to scorch it, causing the leaf to curl as impurities were reduced to ash, ultimately leaving behind a yellowish liquid. As time passed, Wang Lin formed 18 small pills, akin to medicinal capsules. He popped one into his mouth, absorbing the pure, gentle spiritual energy with a mildly sweet taste, something he would likely enjoy. After consuming 8, he replenished half the spiritual energy he had expended. Refining this moderately radioactive plant was not particularly cost-effective. Producing 18 pills meant he needed 16 to fully restore his energy, yielding a mere 2 pills of profit, yet something was better than nothing. Wang Lin continued his work, and the 2 large bags in front of him visibly shrank. After this flurry of activity, the time reached 5:50 a.m., and the alarm on his terminal rang once more. At the sound, Wang Yi stirred awake and immediately spotted the flames in Wang Lin's hand. "Brother, have you become a supernatural being?" Wang Lin shook his head. "Brother is a cultivator, not a supernatural being." "Here, eat these." He presented a box of sugar beans to Wang Yi. The flames illuminated the room brightly. "What is this, brother?" "Sugar beans." Wang Yi's eyes sparkled as she picked one up and placed it in her mouth. "Wow, it's sweet, brother. Do you like it?" I like it." Wang Lin couldn't help but smile at her delight. He quickly finished the refining process and approached the bedside, placing 2 beans into the box and popping the rest into his mouth. "Brother, he is hungry," she said. Wang Lin hesitated. While the medicinal pills were delicious, they were not filling. He could concoct hunger-suppressing pills, but lacked the materials. On the ground lay a gray vegetable leaf he had yet to refine. Ultimately, both Wang Lin and Wang Yi had no choice but to gnaw on the gray vegetable leaves. After savoring the sweet pills, transitioning to the bitter and astringent gray leaves was a stark contrast. And the taste was dreadful. Yi's brow furrowed as she puffed her cheeks. "Puzzled, brother, why does this taste so bad?" Wang Lin wore a bitter expression. Indeed, without comparison one would not realize the extent of the suffering. He watched as the little one, with her pouted face, stubbornly refrained from spitting out the food. For the first time in 3 lifetimes, Wang Lin regretted not knowing how to cook. In his first life, he relied on takeout. In his second, he depended on hunger-suppressing pills. And now, in his third, he was reduced to gnawing on wild grass. Why did it feel like he was regressing? The 2 quickly finished their gray vegetable leaves, rinsed their mouths with water, and after consuming a sweet pill, felt significantly relieved. Wang Lin was indeed an adept alchemist. His skills were so refined that he could extract essence from leaves, leading him to believe that if he were to cook, he would produce nothing but medicinal pills. However, he was accustomed to this way of life. Holding Yi close, Wang Lin sank into deep thought about how to solve their food predicament. They couldn't solely rely on raw wild grass. After all, looking at little Yi, he felt an overwhelming sense of compassion. His spiritual energy flowed into her body, guiding and nurturing her as she absorbed the energy from the pills. Yet, Wang Lin's brow furrowed as he realized he could not detect the presence of spiritual roots within Yi. With a heavy heart, he focused intently on examining her spiritual roots. Ultimately, he felt a profound sense of despair. There were none. His sister lacked spiritual roots. At that moment, a series of rude knocks echoed from outside the door. The impolite manner only heightened Wang Lin's agitation. Yi, too, was startled by the noise. Her little mouth tightly pursed as she clutched Wang Lin's clothing even tighter. Sensing her distress, Wang Lin gently patted her back, reassuring her, "Don't be afraid, Yi, your brother is very strong now." Xiao Yi pondered for a moment, her tightly pursed lips relaxing as she said, "Brother, burn them." Wang Lin furrowed his brow slightly, gazing into Xiao Yi's clear eyes before responding earnestly. "Rest assured, Yi, from this day forth, no one shall harm you, and no one will be able to inflict pain upon me either." Upon hearing the latter part of his statement, Xiao Yi loosened her grip on Wang Lin's clothing. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. while he did not wish for his younger sister to become a naive and innocent child, he also wanted to shield her from the harsh realities that were inappropriate for her tender age. He was determined to allow her to grow up joyfully. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through Xiaoyi's little body, and in the next moment, she nestled against Wang Lin's slender shoulder. Falling into a deep slumber, just then, the door was suddenly kicked open with a loud crash. Falling to the ground, bathed in the faint light of day, a tall figure appeared in the doorway. Wang Lin used his spiritual power to seal off Xiaoyi's hearing, preventing her from being disturbed by the commotion. His voice was as cold as ice. "You seek death." The intruder was initially startled, but upon recognizing Wang Lin, the frail, underage boy, they sneered. "You dare threaten me, you little brat? You're asking for trouble." Wang Lin had no intention of engaging in prolonged conflict, especially since he was holding his sister in his arms, making it difficult to fight. Instead, he transformed his spiritual awareness into a sharp spike that pierced the intruder's mind. In an instant, the man collapsed backward, convulsing violently. The onlookers were bewildered. At that moment, Wang Lin had already carried his sister out. Chapter 6. Li Shue's ragged clothing was stained with numerous blotches of dirt. Her small face resembled that of a calico cat, topped with a disheveled tangle of hair. Even the most destitute scavenger would appear more dignified. "Capture him," the leader of the group commanded. Immediately. Two adult men advanced toward Wang Lin's die. The icy words that escaped Wang Lin's lips were entirely unexpected from a wild child like him. However, what was shocking was that they indeed fell one by one to the ground. The eerie death sent the remaining onlookers fleeing in terror. It was somewhat regrettable that his spiritual awareness was still relatively weak, preventing him from launching simultaneous attacks. Those at a greater distance simply escaped his range. Wang Lin's gaze fixed upon one of the fleeing figures, and he sprinted after them, unnoticed by anyone. His foot kicked a small stone, which struck the fleeing man's knee, causing him to stumble and fall. As he attempted to rise, Wang Lin's foot, clad in tattered straw sandals, landed firmly on his back, pressing down with force. "Can you escape now?" A spike of spiritual awareness pierced through, and the man perished without uttering a word. Wang Lin retrieved a small pouch from the man's pocket, opening it to reveal a piece of red clover root. This was a fragment that had not been fully harvested the day before. He placed the thumb-sized root into Xiaoyi's mouth. This delicacy was sweet and quite enjoyable. The sleeping child smacked her lips, as if dreaming of something delightful. Just then, a whistle echoed in the distance, unnoticed by anyone. A vehicle, blending almost seamlessly with its surroundings, sat quietly nearby, while a young woman with a ponytail observed with keen interest. Wang Lin halted, glancing at her, feeling a surge of alarm. He had been oblivious to her presence all this time. With a heightened sense of caution, he noted her casual stance, yet he was already prepared to flee at a moment's notice. He recalled the formidable mutated beasts encountered during the previous beast tide. Unless he reached the mid-stage of chi refinement, his only option would be to escape. "Little brother, there's no need to be nervous. I mean you no harm," the woman said as she gracefully leaped to the ground and approached Wang Lin. Li Shui had not anticipated her good fortune, having been unable to reach the safe zone in time. She had camped out for the night and stumbled upon a treasure, one with awakened psychic abilities. What a rare find, especially one without an owner. How could she possibly lure this great treasure away? "Don't come any closer." Wang Lin instinctively sensed the heavy malevolence emanating from her, a presence likely born from the slaughter of thousands of beings, yet it bore no resentment. The source of her aura was evidently not of her own kin, suggesting it must originate from a beast. "All right." Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, Li Shui did not advance further but maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Shui, the leader of the Jotian Mercenary Corps. How about it? Are you interested in joining?" She then glanced at the little girl in Wang Lin's arms. "You see, you clearly need someone to look after you, especially while taking care of a younger sister. Your current living conditions seem rather dire." As she spoke, she produced a small mirror and held it up to Wang Lin. Although they were separated by several meters, the reflection was difficult to discern. Yet, Wang Lin felt his heart sink. Who was that wretched figure, even worse than a beggar? "If you join the Jotian Mercenary Corps, such troubles will no longer plague you. You should know that mercenary groups typically do not allow family members to join. But for you, I will make an exception." Seeing that the little girl seemed unfazed, Li Shui turned away and added, "Wait, there's also this." She presented a portion of food and tossed it in front of Wang Lin, who caught it with his spiritual awareness. The aroma wafted into his nostrils, and the enticing scent roused Xiaoyi from her slumber. Sensing her movement, Wang Lin quickly turned her away to prevent her from seeing the pile of corpses behind them. Consequently, Yi gazed hungrily at the food, drooling unconsciously. Witnessing this, Li Shui raised an eyebrow, sensing an opportunity. Brother, what is this? Wang Lin, being a seasoned alchemist, could discern that the food posed no threat. Let Yi eat the food the sister provided. As he watched Yi reach out eagerly, his heart ached, tinged with helplessness. Yi utilized a spoon to savor the meal. Alright, Yi is very obedient. She vaguely remembers having used a spoon before. Li Shui did not rush Wang Lin. Eventually, he inquired, what restrictions are there to joining you? What must I contribute? Internally, Li Shui panicked. The Zhoutian mercenary corps was a concept she had just conjured to entice him. She had not considered the specifics yet. But she maintained a calm facade. Essentially, you will need to accompany me on missions. Don't overthink it. I see your potential. Until you grow stronger, your role will mostly involve assisting. At present, you cannot offer me much. Well then, can you give me an answer? Li Shui felt her patience waning. She was growing increasingly frustrated, wishing to simply seize him if he continued to hesitate. Observing her demeanor, Wang Lin understood that her patience was wearing thin. Given his current strength, it would be challenging to safely escort Yi away. Alright, I will join. Let us get through this ordeal first. A smile spread across Li Shui's face. Welcome aboard. I'll take you both to a nearby safe zone to rest. Wang Lin cradled Xiaoyi in the bed of a pickup truck. Indeed, Wang Lin and his sister reeked. Li Shui refused to allow them into the passenger seat. In truth, even Wang Lin found their odor unbearable. Aside from the usual filth, there were remnants of grime expelled through his training. Were it not for Li Shui's presence, Wang Lin would have already employed a cleansing technique on himself. However, that was now impossible. She believed him to be a psychic ability user, and spiritual awareness could hardly cleanse physical impurities. His understanding of abilities was minimal, and the knowledge retained from his previous life amounted to little. After an hour of driving through the protective barrier, they still had yet to see the city within the safe zone. Another 3 hours passed before Wang Lin finally spotted buildings of the gray drab houses resembled the small independent courtyards from his memories, forming what was known as the outer city surrounding each safe zone. Each safe zone consists of an outer city and an inner city. The vehicle navigated through the clusters of small courtyards. After approximately 4 hours, they reached the inner city area. Here, the buildings resembled those of a small county seat from the past, predominantly 6 to 7 stories in height. The straight roads were bustling with vehicles, creating an intense sense of dislocation for Wang Lin. Chapter 7. Escape. The vehicle soon arrived in front of a tall building in the vast, empty square. Various vehicles of differing sizes were parked, including the large trucks Wang Lin had seen earlier. The passers-by were visibly armed. A truck drifted smoothly into a parking space. Get out, little ghost, Li Shui's voice rang out. Wang Lin was speechless. She had just called him little brother, and now it was little ghost. He easily jumped down from the truck while holding his sister. No one around seemed to disdain Wang Lin's current state. Instead, they cast curious glances before diverting their attention. A moment later, a room card flew toward him. Wang Lin used his spiritual awareness to catch it, handing it to Xiaoyi, who reached out with her small hand to grasp it. This is your room card. Go inside and ask the attendant to take you to your room and freshen up. I need to handle some matters first. I'll have the attendant bring your clothes to your room. Okay, Wang Lin watched as Li Shui hurriedly departed. She was clearly anxious. The Zhoutian mercenary corps had yet to be registered. She needs to register with the mercenary group. Wang Lin gazed at the room card in his hand, which bore a number, 70121. This must be the room number. He slowly approached the towering building, his consciousness subtly unfurling, capturing the myriad sounds of conversation around him. That woman seems to be Li Shui? What do you mean seems? It is indeed her. She has actually come to our city 109. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he continued onward. Upon entering the building, a server promptly approached him, despite the unpleasant odor emanating from Wang Lin. The server remained respectfully eager to assist. Sir, how may I serve you? Please take me to the room. The server had already spotted the room number on the card held by Wang Yi. Noticing the 7, his gaze involuntarily narrowed, and he became even more deferential. Very well, this way please. In such a crowded place, Wang Yi appeared visibly uncomfortable, burying her head into Wang Lin's shoulder without looking up. Wang Lin gently patted his sister's back to soothe her. They traversed the entire building, moving towards the rear, and only now did Wang Lin realize that the room was not actually located within the main structure. Beyond the building lay a cluster of smaller buildings arranged in a circle reminiscent of the Western-style houses from a bygone era. Observing Wang Lin's scrutinizing gaze, the server explained, Sir, this is our first lodging area. Without pausing, he pressed onward. Li Shui, who was in line to complete her check-in, felt a sense of reassurance as she watched the 2 overlapping red dots on her holographic device move in the same direction. This area is for recreational activities, the competitive zone is just below. Further ahead, a small hill came into view, where faint silhouettes of houses could be discerned. Your room is situated up there. Before long, they arrived at a villa. Prominently displayed on the sign in front was the number 70121. Several cabinet-like structures stood at the entrance, likely intended for the storage of takeout items. You can enter by swiping your card. As Wang Lin swiped the card, a massive iron gate swung open, evidently allowing vehicles to enter directly. Should you require anything, please contact the front desk through your holographic device. Understood. Wang Lin stepped into the spacious courtyard. Behind it stood a two-story building, eerily empty of any occupants. Upon entering the room and locating the bathroom, he and his sister performed a cleansing ritual, shedding layers of dark grime from their bodies. Wang Lin conjured a flame to incinerate the remnants to nothingness. Now appearing immaculate, Wang Lin looked at his sister, who, despite having consumed numerous medicinal pills, still appeared quite frail, with her ribs faintly visible. His heart ached at the sight. After donning a bathrobe, he helped his sister bathe. Throughout the process, Wang Yi remained quiet, the unfamiliar environment instilling a sense of unease, compelling her to instinctively cling to her brother. Once he finished washing her, he wrapped the little one in a towel and took a quick shower himself. Clad in an ill-fitting bathrobe, he carried his sister out of the bathroom. They settled on the sofa in the living room, nibbling on an assortment of unknown fruits laid out on the coffee table. A satisfied smile graced Yi's face as she offered a piece to her brother. Brother, this is delicious. It is indeed. Yi, take your time. Wang Lin reached out to gently pat Yi's head. He did not possess the holographic device mentioned by the server. Instead, he held a terminal provided free of charge to scavengers and civilians in the safe zone. This was only granted once, and if damaged, one would need to purchase a new one. Its functions were basic: scanning plants, tracking time, and determining direction. In his mind, he recalled that aside from those with special abilities who could obtain a holographic device for free, others needed substantial funds to acquire one. Both devices were biologically bound to their owners, making them impossible for anyone else to seize. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. The delivery person had arrived with the clothing. After receiving the garments, Wang Lin spoke. Please bring me 2 meals. Certainly. May I inquire what you would like to eat? Anything will suffice. How long will it take? Sir, the fastest delivery will take half an hour. Alright, just leave it outside when you arrive. Understood, sir. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, confirming that the items were indeed being temporarily stored. Closing the door, he dressed his sister in her clothes and shoes before quickly changing himself. He grabbed a piece of cloth and bundled up the fruits and snacks from the table, securing them on his back. Glancing at the time displayed on his terminal, Wang Lin noted it was 6:32 p.m. He then placed his terminal and his sister's on the table. He handed him 2 candies, saying, "Here." She offered him an entire bottle filled with medicinal pills. Wang Lin extracted 2 and placed them in his terminal before returning the bottle to her. Observing the time on the terminal, Wang Lin noted it was now 6:32 p.m. He extended his hand, and Yi instinctively reached for him. He lifted her into his arms, ascended to the second-floor bedroom, closed the door, and entered the bathroom. After sealing the door, he performed a simple spell, causing both their figures to vanish from sight. This was merely a basic illusion, capable of deceiving the eyes of mere mortals and cultivators alike. But it would not mislead those with heightened consciousness. Holding Yi, he jumped out of the bathroom window. "Wow, we're flying," she exclaimed, her laughter ringing out in the empty air, creating an eerie contrast, harnessing his spiritual energy. Wang Lin lightly tapped the ground, effortlessly leaping over the surrounding wall. He did not linger, hurrying away. If Li Shui were merely an obscure figure, he would not mind following her. However, it was clear that she was a formidable individual, a well-known lone powerhouse, which implied that accompanying her would bring numerous complications. If he were alone, he would not have any qualms, but he had his sister to consider. Given his current abilities, he was ill-suited to engage with troubles of her magnitude. Having lived to his age, he had little enthusiasm for the violence and chaos of the past. Leaving 2 pills behind would suffice as compensation. It would leave them even. After departing, Wang Lin swiftly employed a light-footed technique. Making his way towards the outer city, where there was a place for the collection of low-radiation food, Wang Lin possessed a fair understanding of the inner and outer cities, particularly the latter, as each city's outer area bore similarities. Additionally, scavengers often ventured into the outer city to sell low-radiation plants. Chapter 8, Holographic Device. This planet is called Blue Star, and it is now the year 1428 of the mutation era. It has been 1,428 years since the onset of the mutations. Humanity has evolved from widespread mortality to establishing stable cities, known as safe zones. The names of these safe zones are designated based on the chronological emergence of their protective shields. Starting from 1 and continuing to the present number, which Wang Lin is unaware of, the original safe zone he belonged to was Safe Zone 111, but it has since been overrun by a beast tide. The numbers of destroyed safe zones are sealed, and unless someone reclaims a lost territory and establishes a new safe zone there, the sealed numbers will remain dormant. Wang Lin is uncertain how many numbers exist or how many are still active. Of course, this information holds little relevance for ordinary individuals. Common residents and scavengers alike are primarily focused on the pursuit of sustenance for survival. Those who possess such knowledge are either influential figures or individuals with special abilities. Capable of utilizing holographic devices to comprehend the current state of affairs, Wang Lin's path diverges from the one he took upon arrival. The entire safe zone is interspersed with numerous passageways. Not limited to a single route, there are various gathering points for scavengers. Without a means of precise location, locating two individuals is nearly impossible. Upon exiting the inner city, Wang Lin revealed himself beneath the shade of a tree. Having sprinted away from the bustling streets. At this point, he had already consumed most of the medicinal pills initially intended for E. The time now read 9:04 p.m. After completing her formalities, Li Shui arrived at the entrance of Villa 70,121 in her vehicle, her heart sinking at the sight of the warming box filled with meals. Driving into the courtyard, she leaped from the driver's seat and rushed inside. Little brat, the villa was eerily silent, and on the dining table lay two wristbands, perfectly aligning with the position displayed on her own wrist. Grabbing a wristband, she exclaimed, "They've really run away." The prototype pill, previously nestled within the wristband, rolled away, only to be caught by Li Shui's other hand. Upon grasping it, she could distinctly feel the unique power contained within the pill. Searching the villa inside and out, she found no trace of anyone. Gazing at the pill in her hand, she recalled seeing a little girl holding a similar bottle, initially mistaking it for a candy pill, only to discover it was an energy pill. "So this is your way of settling things, is it?" Li Shui scoffed. "Do you think things can be settled so easily?" she vowed. "Just wait, little brat. Let us see how far you can run." Without hesitation, she ordered someone to retrieve the surveillance footage. However, aside from the footage showing their entry into the villa, there was no record of them exiting. Each camera had not been tampered with. "Heartless little brat. I never expected my first attempt to recruit someone would end with them escaping." With a cold smirk, she stated, "Do you think I can't track you down? I have retained your genetic information, and unless you and your sister refrain from using your terminals forever, I will be able to locate you." While Li Shui seethed with frustration, Wang Lin had already taken his sister to an acquisition station nearby. Observing the price list on the bulletin board, he noted that low-radiation edible plants were being purchased at a rate of 5 to 100 silver coins per 10 grams. Low-radiation inedible plants are purchased at a rate of 1 to 10 silver coins per 100 grams. The application process for terminal services is free of charge. Additionally, free services for newly awakened ability users to obtain a light brain are provided. Terminals and light brains are available for sale. Wang Lin discreetly placed his sister in a corner against the wall. "Stay here and wait for me. Don't move. I will be back shortly." Wang Lin's consciousness was focused on his sister. Noting that the distance to her was 8 meters, allowing him to keep a vigilant watch over her well-being, he observed his own fair complexion and the fine clothing adorning his body. The attendant was exceedingly cordial. "May I assist you with any services today? I would like to acquire a light brain." Upon hearing the word acquire, the attendant's eyes sparkled with interest. "Have you awakened your abilities?" In truth, there was little choice in the matter. The blue planet lacked physical currency, with the affluent relying on light brains, while scavengers depended on terminals. Without these devices, one would essentially be relegated to a primitive existence on Blue Planet. Wang Lin at present lacked the strength to live as a savage. Naturally, as he spoke, a plume of flame emerged from his hand. The attendant swiftly produced a series of metallic spheres, ranging in size from a grain of rice to larger forms. Each sphere corresponded to a different level of ability users, the smallest representing a newly awakened individual, and the next being a level 1 ability user. Infuse your ability into the spheres, and they will light up sequentially. Wang Lin acknowledged his understanding and extended his hand to inject the flame. Remarkably, the spheres did not melt under the intense heat. Instead, they absorbed the flames. The first, second, and third spheres illuminated in succession. The fire technique Wang Lin employed demonstrated the strength of a level 2 ability user. "Have you truly just awakened? You possess the power of a level 2 ability user." Wang Lin smirked. "I haven't undergone an official test nor claimed a free light brain before." The attendant, contemplating this, felt somewhat deflated. Perhaps he had encountered some young master who had slipped away from a prestigious family. If she believed he was merely a newly awakened commoner, the fact that he was already at level 2 was evidently implausible. The IT seemed hopeless. The screen displayed the results. It was time for the initial data entry. At that moment, a light brain automatically ejected from the adjacent machine. Regaining her composure, she said, "Here is your light brain, please wear it on your wrist. It will automatically bind to your biological genes. If removed for more than 48 hours, it will self-destruct. Is there anything else I can assist you with?" Wang Lin accepted the light brain and requested, "Could you exchange this for silver coins?" He produced 3 fruits from his satchel, the nature of which he was unaware. "Certainly, please hold on." Wang Lin had by now affixed the light brain to his wrist. A translucent screen visible only to him materialized within his consciousness. At beep, the light brain is detecting biological genes. Beep, biological gene acquisition successful. Matching database. Beep, database match successful. A basic information correction is underway. Name, Wang Lin. Gender, male. Date of birth, April 2, year 1418 of the mutation era. Age, 9. Place of birth, civilian hospital, outer city. Safety zone 111. Safety zone 111 has been destroyed. Ability, fire element, recorded on March 6, year 1428. Level 2. Latest test date, March 6, year 1428. Comprehensive talent assessment, excellent. Full body examination has not been conducted. Current data assessment may exhibit significant discrepancies. Current location, Zone 109. In accordance with the Minor Protection Convention, Wang Lin's information has been concealed. Only guardians in childcare facilities may view it. The location tracking feature has been forcibly disabled. Detecting that Wang Lin's guardian has passed away, and noting that the childcare facility of Wang Lin's birthplace has been destroyed, Wang Lin is advised to promptly seek entry into the nearest childcare facility. Wang Lin's fruits were exchanged for 1,000 silver coins. While cradling his sister and exploring his light brain, several high-level ability users who survived in Safety Zone 111 received a notification. Chapter 9. The source of the violent spiritual energy. Beep. Although Safety Zone 111 has been ravaged by beast tides, its spirit shall endure, and soon it will be rebuilt by your hands. Keep striving, inheritors. The high-level ability users who read this message instantly grasped its implications. Among the surviving children of Safety Zone 111, someone had awakened an ability, and only children with immense potential could elicit such a broadcast. Why were they referred to as children? Because the announcement stated the spirit endures, which implies that those who can be called spirit must be under 12 years of age and possess an ability level of 2. Otherwise, a notification that could trigger such an announcement would indicate inheritors, meaning ability users who had reached level 6 or higher through testing. The announcement was somewhat similar, but spirit would transform into inheritors. The reason for this type of announcement was to inspire hope among the powerful who had lost their safety zones, encouraging them to strive towards rebuilding their homeland. It was also a reminder to those strong individuals of their origins in Safety Zone 111. However, none of this bore much significance for Wang Lin. The light brain gave him a sense akin to that of a first-generation mobile phone, filled with an array of information from around the globe. Beep, would you like to enable full-body detection? Without hesitation, Wang Lin clicked no. He searched for Li Shui, and swiftly relevant information regarding her appeared. Recognizing her familiar visage, he confirmed, indeed, it is her, after perusing some of her achievements. Wang Lin shook his head. Clearly, my foresight in fleeing was wise. She is indeed a considerable trouble. Li Shui was born in the civilian district of Zone 83. Her father perished at the hands of mutated beasts when she was 3. And her mother met the same fate at 7. That same year, she awakened her abilities. With no guardian, she was admitted to a childcare facility for education. At 11, she broke through to become a level 2 ability user, becoming the beacon of hope for Zone 83. Although she had not yet reached 12, her abilities had already surpassed level 2, qualifying her to study at the Ability User Academy. During her studies, she had reportedly rejected numerous attempts from various factions to recruit her and had not formed her own team, demonstrating her independent spirit. However, her propensity for defending the weak had led her to offend various mercenary groups. Fortunately, her power was formidable. According to the latest update from a year ago, she had achieved level 5 status. Generally, no one could contend with her. It was fortunate that she was a lone wolf. If she had been traveling with her sister, any enmity she incurred would likely fall upon them both. One must choose the softest fruit to squeeze. Li Shui, ever on the move, hardly possessed the energy to keep constant vigilance over her own safety and that of her sister. Thieves may thrive for 1,000 days, but the vigilant guard is not everlasting. Wang Lin, holding his sister, sat beneath a large tree. He had played tirelessly and had now succumbed to slumber in his embrace. The hour had reached midnight, and not a soul was visible in sight. Everyone had retreated indoors, as ability users rarely roamed the civilian districts. The weather was sweltering, and Yi's delicate face was flushed. Beads of sweat dampened her hairline. Wang Lin utilized his spiritual energy to cool her down. He furrowed his brow. Even someone of his cultivation level could feel the oppressive heat from outside. This was decidedly abnormal. Under normal circumstances, he should be impervious to such temperatures. Radiation was merely a manifestation of rampant spiritual energy and should not cause such effects. Extending his consciousness, he sought to discern the cause. But to his surprise, his probing sensation encountered a searing heat. Retracting his consciousness, he pondered, what could this be? It felt strangely familiar. As he gently patted Yi's back, he strained to recall, for if it felt familiar, it must have been something he had previously encountered. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. No way, if he were not currently holding Yi, he would have leapt up in shock. The only entities capable of inciting a violent surge of spiritual energy in the realm of cultivation were few and far between. The most common cause would be a ferocious battle between powerful beings, resulting in a chaotic upheaval of spiritual energy. Such disturbances could settle naturally after a millennium or so, once the combatants departed. However, this principle did not apply to Blue Planet. The second cause could be the merging of two worlds, which would eventually stabilize the spiritual energy once the merging concluded, although Blue Planet was expanding. The information displayed on the light brain suggested that no beings from other realms had yet emerged. All current mutations were mere alterations of Blue Planet's own flora and fauna. This would be akin to the growth of an ordinary planet or a small world. Thus, the third possibility involved the emergence of foreign objects that disrupt the balance of spiritual energy. Such foreign entities could be numerous, including substantial amounts of negative energy, ghostly energy, or blood malice, all of which could disturb the spiritual equilibrium, leading to a violent upheaval of spiritual energy. Beyond these foreign entities, one could also consider the presence of a certain type of innate spiritual energy that surpassed the ordinary. Yes, a specific type. If 5 types of innate spiritual energy were to manifest simultaneously, it would not only prevent an upheaval but would also maintain a stable flow of spiritual energy, unless, of course, a single type of innate spiritual energy disrupted the ordinary cycle, leading to such a violent outbreak. Wang Lin recalled that Elder Li had once spent a fortune to acquire 8 strands of innate fire spiritual energy to nourish the spirit fire he cultivated. It was said that every century, he would procure several strands to sustain his spirit fire. That was the sensation. As Elder Li's apprentice, Wang Lin had been fortunate enough to encounter such a phenomenon. Out of curiosity, he had once probed it with his consciousness, only to have his awareness scorched. It was an eerily familiar feeling. Wang Lin gazed outside, realizing that the source of this disturbance was indeed the innate fire spiritual energy. How much of it could possibly exist to wreak such havoc upon the world? Under normal circumstances, the heavens and earth would possess the foundational 5 elements of spiritual energy, due to the intricate interplay of the 5 elements. Even if an individual continuously absorbs a particular type of elemental energy, the 5 energies in the world will remain in a dynamic state of balance, perpetually thriving. It is only possible for them to simultaneously deplete, never to vanish entirely. In their circulation, they also transform into unique forms of energy, such as ice, thunder, and wind, alongside an abundance of non-attribute energy. Wang Lin possesses significant authority on this matter, as his spiritual power can be converted into any attribute of energy through his 5-element spiritual roots. Feeling the innate fire energy of the universe, Wang Lin's heart burned with fervor. As an alchemist, who wouldn't yearn for their own distinctive flame? Elder Li once mentioned that as long as there is an abundance of innate fire energy, even one's own spiritual fire could be cultivated to exist like heavenly fire. Oh old man, if you knew how plentiful the innate fire energy was here, would you not be driven to envy? Ha brother, a somewhat dazed voice came from Yi. Wang Lin quickly patted her back. Yi smacked her lips and drifted back to sleep. Chapter 10, Buying a House. The days ahead should not be so dull. However, this energy was quite overwhelming. Wang Lin hastily dug a hole in the ground, cradling Yi within, and waited for noon to pass, though he initially intended to reveal his fire-related abilities for the convenience of alchemy. He also wished to obscure his traces, as the fire attribute had no connection to the mental abilities that Li Shui perceived. Yet, the question remained, should he choose to live outside the safe zone or within it? Gazing at Yi in his arms, Wang Lin resolved to remain within the safe zone. Houses in the civilian district ranged from several hundred to over 10,000 silver coins, which he could barely afford. However, he could not buy in this area, just like before. Although there was no alarm clock this time, Yi woke up at 29:50 50. The siblings sat in the cave, munching on fruit. At 30:00. Wang Lin set off with his sister. He sensed the now diminished innate fire energy around him, likely influenced by the sun. Eager to leave the area, Wang Lin focused on the map displayed on his light brain. Swiftly heading towards Zone 21. The outer city of the 109 safe zone was divided into 24 sections resembling a clock's time zones. Since a day here lasted 48 hours, the hour hand makes a complete rotation every 24 hours. Wang Lin recalled that the place where he and his sister initially resided was on the outskirts of Zone 13. Now, they were in Zone 19. By crossing into Zone 20, they could reach Zone 21 to settle down. In each safe zone, apart from the 4 zones 24, 6, 12, and 18 guarded by powerful ability users in the 4 cardinal directions, the remaining zones lacked such strong protectors. Wang Lin wasted no time and headed directly to the Transaction Commission Station in Zone 21. In fact, if he had chosen to remain in Zone 19, it was less than a kilometer to the 19 Transaction Commission Station. Both the Transaction Commission Station and civilian hospitals were located together, making it the most bustling area in the civilian district. Departing at 30:00, it took Wang Lin until 37:00 to arrive at the 21 Transaction Commission Station. After this journey, his once pristine clothing had become quite soiled, rendering any need for disguise unnecessary. The Transaction Commission Center was still somewhat crowded. As dusk descended, the scorching atmosphere calmed, and only those needing to harvest remained outside. Wang Lin approached a clerk. I wish to purchase a house. Within 1,000 silver coins, the clerk appraised Wang Lin with a glance. Yet another fortunate scavenger. The only option under 1,000 is one at 990 silver coins. Could you take us to see it? Even if you were buying one for several thousand silver coins, no one would escort you. All listings are posted in the Zone 21 Transaction Commission Station's housing category. You can view them yourself and let me know if you wish to purchase. He had used this tactic countless times, knowing that such civilians or scavengers likely lacked a light brain. They were at his mercy, as the terminal could not display that content. Don't say I didn't assist you. The location is right there. He pointed to a red dot on a nearby projection, making little EE shrink closer to Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he gently patted EE's back. Swiftly he accessed the housing listings in the Zone 21 Transaction Commission Station. A list materialized in his mind, revealing over 200 properties for sale. He quickly filtered for listings under 1,000 silver coins. Soon narrowing it down to 10 options, Wang Lin examined each one, including the one the clerk had mentioned, prominently marked at a price of 500 silver coins. This was the cheapest among the listings, but it was also in a state of disrepair, effectively described as a dilapidated ruin. The price of 500 silver coins corresponded solely to the land itself, while one could directly purchase the land and construct a house. Given his current physique, building a house was ill-advised. Are you buying or not? If you can't afford it, don't linger here. Wang Lin spared him not even a glance, dismissing that property and leaving 9 options remaining. Ultimately, his gaze settled on a house enclosed by a 2-meter-high courtyard wall. This property was somewhat secluded, situated near the wilderness bordering the safe zone, which was likely why the previous owner had erected such a tall wall. Priced at 900 silver coins, it would require an additional 30 silver coins for processing and service fees. The yard was quite spacious, and while the house appeared slightly worn, it was still habitable. I wish to buy this one. Let us proceed with the paperwork. Simultaneously, he clicked to purchase on the page. Would you like to pay 930 silver coins? Note, this includes 20 silver coins for processing fees and 10 silver coins for service fees. At that moment, the clerk's light brain received a notification. Ding. Please promptly complete the property purchase process. Go ahead. Wang Lin glanced at the clerk. Do you have a light brain? He could hardly believe that this disheveled individual possessed one. Wang Lin frowned. Don't frighten my sister. If she is scared, that's her own cowardice. Wang Lin expressionlessly clicked to file a complaint, simultaneously uploading the earlier video. Ding. Your complaint has been received. Ding. Your complaint regarding poor service has been upheld. A refund of 10 silver coins for the service fee will be issued, and we sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. Concurrently, the clerk's terminal received a warning. Ding. Warning. Customer's complaint regarding your poor service has been upheld. Your monthly service fee will be deducted. Should there be further complaints, you will face termination. At that moment, another clerk nearby received a notification on her light brain and quickly approached. She had witnessed the situation unfold. Hello, are you Mr. Wang Lin? Yes, please provide your property purchase code, and I will assist you with the paperwork. Alright, thank you. Wang Lin directed his light brain to project the purchase code. Upon scanning the code, Hua's expression shifted. she briefly caught sight of a name glowing in gold. Only ability users had their names displayed in such a manner, distinguishing them from ordinary individuals. Her demeanor grew more respectful. Soon a notification appeared on Wang Lin's light brain confirming the signing of the purchase contract. Ding, a new property has been added to your name. Here are the keys, please keep them safe, thank you. Wang Lin felt the envious glares directed at him from behind, yet he remained unfazed, taking EE and leaving without a care. As long as the clerk's mind wasn't in a daze, he wouldn't have to worry about trouble. He Hua also noticed Zhang Lei's resentful gaze. Zhang Lei's father was a mercenary, a level 1 ability user, and because of this connection, the profits from selling houses were largely siphoned away by him. Her eyes flickered, but she said nothing, turning her attention back to her work. Wang Lin, however, was keenly aware of the subtle movements around him, yet he remained indifferent. Chapter 11, Zhou Ming. Let's head to our new home. New home? Yes, our new home. What is a new home? Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback, gazing at his curious sister. It South, the place where I will live together with EE from now on. Ah, I see, that I like our new home. You haven't even seen it yet, and you already like it. As long as my brother is there, I will like it. Haha. By Wang Lin's pace, they reached the house he had purchased at 40:12. He took out the key and unlocked the courtyard gate. This house had not been on the market for long, and it should have been tidied up by the previous owner. However, it appeared somewhat disheveled inside. Using another key, he opened the door to the house, only to find it completely empty. The furniture that had appeared in the introductory video was nearly all gone. The outer door lock remained intact, yet the interior was bare, clearly indicating someone had moved out. The former owner would not have dared to do such a thing, as they wouldn't want to offend the transaction commission station. Typically, the transaction commission station checks and records the acquisition of properties before selling them, so it could only have been the staff within the station who had done this, judging by the traces. It was evident that the move had occurred some time ago. Considering the situation, it was clear that selling those items would have generated another source of income. Even the smallest mosquito was still meat. Such audacity! For now, he would have to make do with this place. As night was fast approaching, however, he could still file a complaint. Ding. Your complaint has been received. Ding. Please use your light brain to scan for evidence. Ding. A change was detected prior to your purchase. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. The rotating hub made a sharp, piercing sound as it scraped against the gravel on the ground. Stop, implored the limping middle-aged man, his heart aching for the vehicle to halt. My friend, we did not mean to offend. Truth be told, the limping man was quite exasperated. Here he was, an ability wielder seeking to purchase property, yet he failed to present himself as one. Did Zhang Lei dare to treat you with disrespect? How could such subsequent events have transpired? Truly, it was infuriating. You blocked my doorstep, and a mere we did not mean to offend suffices. Wang Lin crushed Zhang Lei's leg bone underfoot, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. Gazing up at the individual who barely reached his chest, he was left wondering whether his opponent was truly an adult or a mere child. The limping man spoke. This time I must admit my fault. I offer 5,000 silver coins as compensation. How does that sound? Wang Lin regarded him. Only 5,000. The man's expression darkened, yet recognizing the willingness to negotiate, he continued, not a small sum, and consider it a gesture of friendship. This area is my territory. Moreover, this is a safe zone. I am an ability wielder, and I possess a light brain. Should we engage in a scuffle, the safe zone guards will not overlook our transgressions. Wang Lin was indeed ignorant of the rules governing the safe zone. Having previously engaged in a brief altercation, his anger had diminished significantly, and he felt little desire to fight. Let's change the subject. The limping man had not anticipated Wang Lin's swift shift in conversation, yet he did not mind. 5,000 it is. My name is Zhao Pan. Little brother, feel free to seek me out if you need anything in the future. I can assist you with certain matters. Wang Lin understood that this man was likely the local authority. Disliking trouble himself, he had no intention of causing discord or contesting territory. As long as no one bothers me, I am quite easy to deal with. Well said. Have a few people help my little brother clear the entrance. Very well, sir. Little brother, you must understand that this incident was instigated by him. He may not yet be aware that his father will not be returning this time. I will ensure that this matter is resolved for you. Good. After delivering a kick to his opponent, Wang Lin infused a surge of spiritual energy into the man's body. In a day or two, once the energy reached his mind, he would be as good as dead. Wang Lin had no intention of leaving such a person alive to trouble him. Nevertheless, he needed to take the time to familiarize himself with the rules of the safe zone. Chapter 13, Gifted before long. A large vehicle arrived and hoisted Zhao Pan's car. Time was pressing. Little brother, do come find me whenever you have the chance, understood, just as he closed the courtyard door after seeing Zhao Pan off. He heard commotion approaching once more. Soon a knocking echoed. Wang Lin opened the door. Greetings, Lord Wang Lin. I am the station master of the 21st Trading Commission. I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience caused by my management oversight. Here are brand new furnishings. May I impose upon you to use them for one night? I shall provide even better ones afterwards. Alright. Zhou Meili silently followed behind, listening to her father's flattery while busily assisting. The house had already been cleared of dust. Following the complaint, Wang Lin had employed a purification spell to clean the premises, allowing for the immediate placement of furniture. Observing the two individuals moving items, Wang Yi clung to Wang Lin, asking, "What are they doing, brother?" "They are helping us set up our furniture." Oh, spotting the assembled bed, she queried, "What is that? A bed? Can I sleep on it?" Of course, the array of items ranged from large beds and cabinets to small cups and spatulas. And surprisingly, there were even some provisions. Seeing the food, Yi began to drool. "Brother, what are those low food? Can I eat if I'm hungry?" Certainly. Zhou Ming watched as this little adult handed a piece of shepherd's purse to the child. Deep in thought, did this little adult not know how to cook? Observing the care with which he treated his sister, an opportunity presented itself. "Sir, this shepherd's purse will taste better when cooked." "Sir, the sky is getting late. How about I have my daughter prepare dinner for you and your sister to try?" Wang Lin turned to Zhou Ming, who continued to boast, "My daughter's cooking is exquisite. You will not be disappointed." "Alright, that would be appreciated, not a bother at all." Meili quickly set the table. Zhou Meili's face darkened. How could her father push her out to cook for others? She mentally berated him from head to toe while swiftly preparing the meal. The ingredients and seasonings were brought along, and there was even some firewood in the kitchen, making for a quick cooking process. One dish after another was presented at the table, Wang Lin holding his sister. Invited the two to join him. "You should sit down and eat with us." No, we, Zhou Ming began, but Zhou Meili had already pulled out a chair and sat down. "Don't be polite, eat together, after all. All these dishes were prepared by you." Wang Lin did not mind sharing the meal. In the end, they all sat down together to dine. Wang Lin fed his sister some food. To be honest, Zhou Meili's cooking was not particularly delicious. It merely masked the bitterness of the wild vegetables through proper preparation. However, she had managed the cooking time well, ensuring that the vegetables were not overly soft nor too tough. Indeed, on Blue Star, most cooking methods had reverted to boiling, roasting, or steaming. As for frying or stir-frying, common folks could hardly obtain oil, be it vegetable or animal. It was not a lack of creativity but rather a case of the talented being unable to cook without ingredients. Thus, many cooking styles had vanished. Wang Lin consulted his light brain for related information. From snippets of data, it was apparent that such cooking methods had existed before the era of mutation but had gradually disappeared over the past millennium. Seeing the complete image of shepherd's purse in his mind, he suddenly recalled he had seen this before while scrolling through short videos. Realization dawned upon Wang Lin. What they were eating was indeed an exaggerated version of shepherd's purse. The name was the same. He often came across videos claiming that dumplings made with shepherd's purse were delicious. Back then, he found it quite tempting, but alas, shepherd's purse was a wild vegetable, and takeout was not an option. After dinner, the sky had darkened, making the return journey somewhat perilous. Zhou Ming had originally planned to drive the vehicle outside to sleep for the night, but Wang Lin suggested they park it in the courtyard and sleep there instead. Albeit in the vehicle, after soothing his sister to sleep, Wang Lin exited the room and set up a 5 elements tranquility array on the ground to commence his nightly cultivation. A peaceful night ensued. And as dawn broke, steam filled the kitchen as Zhou Meili finished preparing breakfast. After their meal, Zhou Ming and Zhou Meili departed, while Wang Lin set off with his sister, their purpose clear, to seek food. As their household was nearly devoid of provisions, consisting solely of vegetarian fare, which was not conducive to his sister's growth, Wang Lin aimed to procure some meat. Naturally, he would also gather a few plant-based items to bring back. The quality of the produce mattered little in terms of low radiation. Wang Lin had come to understand the root cause of the rampant spiritual energy by taking some ingredients back to nurture and refine. He could stabilize their spiritual power. In fact, upon reflection, high radiation plants appeared to be the optimal choice, as they contained richer spiritual energy. Wang Lin's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the high radiation plants before him. What a treasure! First, he would hunt, and then he would carefully select the vegetables to pick on the way back. Given the high resilience of these plants to spiritual energy, if he were to cultivate some in a balanced environment, Wouldn't the spiritual energy they contained increase exponentially? Wang Lin's eyes gleamed. Although he had never cultivated these wild herbs, he had spent the first 30 years of his previous life in a cultivation sect growing spiritual herbs, eventually gaining renown as a spiritual farmer, which led him to meet elderly and subsequently embark on the path of alchemy. While he had always strived for cultivation, he genuinely had an interest in farming and alchemy. Or else he would not have reached such a level. As Wang Lin ventured beyond the safe zone's wilderness, he encountered not a single beast. It was astonishing how thoroughly everything had been cleared. Indeed, with Wang Lin's divine sense probing the surroundings, not even a single insect could be found. This was truly bizarre. Wang Lin consulted his light brain once more, observing the protective barrier before him. He soon discerned the reason. The safe zone's protective shield was powered by energy crystals from high-tier mutated beasts. Beasts of level 2 or below instinctively avoided the area, while those above level 2 approached but never entered. Should a scavenger discover them, mercenary groups would swiftly eliminate them. If they entered the safe zone and were spotted by residents, the guards would immediately move to eradicate them, unless a high-level beast initiated a beast tide. One would not encounter any living level 2 or below beasts within the safe zone, even in areas frequented by scavengers. Wang Lin was left speechless. It truly was challenging to find a morsel of meat. Chapter 14, Mutated Mountain Stream Salamander. This also presented a very real problem. The safe base was severely lacking in meat. Wang Lin did not intend to venture far this time, especially since he was accompanied by his sister, and traveling too far would only complicate their return. However, there was no choice but to spend the afternoon outside, as he could not return home. Crossing the safe zone's barrier, he proceeded forward. His light brain displayed the map. These maps have been meticulously charted by extraordinary beings utilizing their light brains to record the terrain. The maps within a 30-kilometer radius of the safe zone are thoroughly detailed, while areas beyond this range remain shrouded in darkness, indicating that no one has ventured to document them. Although there exists a modest silver coin reward for mapping, very few extraordinary beings are inclined to undertake this task for such trivial compensation. As the peril associated with unknown territories is exceedingly high, the meager rewards fail to entice them. The maps that have been recorded are often the result of incidental encounters, akin to capturing a rabbit while gathering hay. Wang Lin has chosen a water source, a meandering stream. Naturally, locations with water are more likely to attract extraordinary beasts. In contrast to the towering flora surrounding it, Wang Lin observes the stream, scarcely a meter wide, which seems utterly incongruous. To refer to it as a brook would be an overstatement. It is more aptly described as a drainage ditch. Of this region beyond the 21st zone lacks significant water sources. The nearest substantial water flow exists between the 6th and 13th zones surrounding the 109 safe zone. Brother, I want to walk by myself. Little Ee, who had been cradled by Wang Lin, now wishes to be set down. Alright, Wang Lin replies, gently placing her down. His consciousness is now stable, enveloping a diameter of 100 meters, enabling him to detect any potential dangers promptly. Moreover, unlike in the past, when he could only maintain this state for a few minutes due to his inability to surpass the first level of qi refining, he can now sustain it indefinitely without any apparent consumption. Typically, a qi refining practitioner can extend their consciousness to merely 10 meters, while in his previous life, he could reach 50. He is astonished to find his current range has doubled. Ee gazes at the tender wild vegetables before her. Brother, she speaks with a hint of grievance. Wang Lin looks down, asking, what is it? I can't scan, Yi exclaims. Wang Lin instantly understands. She refers to the terminal. Without it, she cannot assess the wild vegetables. When we return, I'll buy you a light brain, alright? Okay, she concedes, her mood brightening as she quickly becomes captivated by the little drainage ditch. Water seems to possess a unique allure for children. Wang Lin watches affectionately as his little sister carefully steps around the puddles by the ditch before eagerly jumping into play. Observing her glee, Wang Lin refrains from hastily seeking out meat and instead accompanies her as they stroll along the stream. In the inner city of 109, within the 70121 villa, Li Shui enjoyed a restful night. Awakening at dawn, after a meal, she accessed her light brain to check the location information of the little ghost. Both the light brain and the terminal are bound to individual genetic information, with the light brain having higher authority than the terminal, allowing for the retrieval of nearby terminal information at any time. Li Shui had previously copied the biological genetic information of Wang Lin and his sister from his terminal. Once they rebind their terminals, she will be able to locate them. Her only concern is that if they obtain a light brain, she will no longer have the authority to track their whereabouts. Skillfully, Li Shui inputs Wang Lin's genetic information. A moment later, her brow furrows. Ding, no relevant biological genes detected. Such a notification leaves only two possibilities: either the biological gene representative is deceased, or the related information has entered a non-queryable block. Li Shui quickly inputs Wang Yi's genetic information for verification. Ding, relevant information is under restriction. Upon seeing this, Li Shui comprehends that Wang Lin is undoubtedly alive and has been certified as a flame-bearer. Incorporated into the mainframe's information protection program, the information of flame-bearers is entirely erased, and the information of their close relatives is also restricted. Of course, the restricted information does not pertain solely to the close relatives of flame-bearers. It primarily concerns members of the security team. Li Shui is so certain that Wang Lin is a flame-bearer because she has witnessed his abilities firsthand. He awakened his extraordinary powers at a young age, making him a level 2 extraordinary being under 12. No wonder she cannot locate him. He must have entered the nurturing center. Nevertheless, she never considered the possibility that he had left the inner city. Outside the safe zone, Wang Lin continues onward with his sister. At this moment, his consciousness detects something. However, he does not act immediately and instead walks alongside his sister. Just 10 meters ahead lies a massive boulder. Wang Lin quickens his pace to reach it. It is at this moment that a water arrow shoots forth from beneath the stone. Wang Lin skillfully evades using his light body technique. With a series of cracking sounds, the water arrow strikes a nearby tree, leaving a hole the size of a bowl. Wang Lin's consciousness swiftly targets the source, but unexpectedly, it slides off to the side. At that moment, the creature disappears from his perception. It seems to possess immunity to his mental attacks and can also obscure his consciousness probes. Wang Lin swiftly turns back, scooping up little Yi. Although he cannot sense the creature's presence, the rippling water in the stream clearly indicates its location. With a single hand, he performs a water manipulation technique, encasing the creature that had just slipped out from beneath the boulder in a sphere of water. Drawing it from the stream with a splat, it lands on the adjacent ground. The water seeps into the earth, revealing the creature that had previously eluded his sight, yet his consciousness still cannot penetrate its presence. As the creature attempts to flee, Wang Lin seizes the opportunity, employing his golden blade technique to swiftly end its life. Only then does he take a moment to scrutinize the being before him. It is approximately 1 meter long with a deep brown back resembling a strange type of salamander. Wang Lin scans it with his light brain. Ding, mutant mountain stream salamander, ancient, a mutant amphibian of the small salamander family. Level 1. Commonly awakened skills: water arrow, water bubble, invisibility, mental defense, mental interference, illusion, soul devour, etc. Growth limit, level 6. Behavior: amphibious beast, solitary, carnivorous. Note: the mutant mountain stream salamander excels at concealment, possessing the ability to shield against mental probes and attacks. Following this, further detailed descriptions follow. Wang Lin gazes at the creature before him, realizing that it has the potential to grow to level 6, making it a highly promising mutant organism. The encounter sends a chill down his spine. He had initially thought nothing could evade his consciousness probes, yet reality has delivered a harsh lesson. Fortunately, the mountain stream salamander had not yet activated its mental shielding ability, allowing him to discover its presence. Otherwise, he shudders to think what might have occurred if Yi had wandered past the boulder and been struck by its water arrow. Chapter 15. The freedom to learn and grow this time. They were fortunate to escape unscathed. However, Wang Lin cannot guarantee that he will be so lucky next time. He possesses no knowledge of the mutated creatures on Blue Star, yet here he is, taking his sister out to hunt them. He feels the tension in his little sister's body and gently pats her to reassure her. It's alright, everything is fine. Let's head home. He places the mountain stream salamander into a scavenging bag. Using his spiritual power to dry Yi's clothes before turning back in the direction they came from, the light brain provides comprehensive information about the mountain stream salamander, including descriptions of its weaknesses, methods for luring and hunting, and detailed handling instructions. The most valuable aspects are the creature's mucus and its skin. Wang Lin contemplates this information thoughtfully. Such detailed descriptions raise the question of whether Blue Star has a complete system for studying these creatures. It appears that extraordinary beings must first learn before venturing out. Through his inquiries on the light brain, Wang Lin quickly uncovers related information. Extraordinary beings under the age of 12, like himself, are enrolled in a nurturing center to acquire knowledge, including literacy, mathematics, and fundamental information about extraordinary beasts and plants. Those over 12, or those who reach level 2 before 12, can enter an extraordinary school for further studies, focusing on the utilization of their powers and tactical command. Particularly in combat against extraordinary beasts, mentors guide them through practical training in the field. However, this training is accompanied by risks, and the duration of study spans 6 years. If one enters school at 12, they graduate at 18, provided they pass their examinations and receive a diploma, allowing them to join the security team's recruitment as squad leaders. Those who do not pass do not receive a diploma and often become mercenaries or ordinary security team members. As for ordinary people who are not extraordinary beings, there are no educational institutions for them. However, the light brain offers self-learning programs for basic knowledge acquisition. Naturally, those without a light brain have no opportunity for systematic learning. The original body learned to read because the terminal would report the names of plants after scanning them. With time, they naturally became familiar with the characters. This is how most commoners learn. Ding! Please proceed promptly to the nearest 109 City Nurturing Center for enrollment. The prompt sounds once more at attending school is out of the question. Wang Lin dismisses the notification again. However, the persistent reminders are quite bothersome. And after searching for a while, he finally locates the option to disable this notification. Ding. Do you confirm the cancellation of the enrollment prompt? Proceed to free learning and growth. Yes. Ding. Wang Lin, due to the detection of your extraordinary ability reaching level 2 and your established capacity for independent survival, the mandatory enrollment directive will be disabled. Ding. Do you confirm the transition to free learning and growth? If you choose free learning and growth, all curriculum will require self-directed online study. Wang Lin sees this as a favorable opportunity, as he is eager to learn more about these subjects. Yes. Ding. Notification. It has been detected that you are a torchbearer. According to the regulations for torchbearers, you have chosen the path of self-directed learning and growth. To ensure the effective development of your talents, an online cultural course assessment will be conducted annually, and passing is mandatory. You are required to visit the Ability Center each year to undergo an ability level assessment. By the age of 12, you must achieve a level 3 ability, and by the age of 15, a level 4 ability. Upon exceeding level 4, you will be eligible to obtain a diploma from the Academy of Abilities. Note: should you fail to meet any assessment criteria, your nearest ability school will be notified, and your mentor will personally escort you to the school for study. Wang Lin gazed at this notification in silence. Fully aware of the implications to it was evidently a compulsory notice, and he was not to be underestimated despite his limited knowledge of the ability levels in this world. A level 3 by age 12. And a level 4 by age 15, these standards were set at the highest echelon. Clearly the creators of these regulations intended to convey to gifted yet rebellious youths like Wang Lin that while they were granted the opportunity for self-directed learning, failure to meet these standards would necessitate compliance with traditional schooling. Unless Wang Lin abandoned the use of his holographic brain, he would inevitably fall short of the requirements, resulting in forced enrollment. However, without the holographic brain, many tasks would become unfeasible. Even the simplest transactions would be impossible. Switching to a terminal would not suffice, as he would still be tracked. Meanwhile, within the confines of Safety Zone 109, a youthful man traversing the Academy of Abilities received a message in his mind. Ding. Esteemed creator of Zone 109, greetings from Wenjia, the instructor at the Ability School of Zone 109. You are assigned a torchbearer student who has opted for self-directed learning and growth, and you are to guide them. Student name, hidden. Per the Minor Protection Convention, the name has been concealed and location tracking has been forcibly disabled. Age, 9 years 11 months, and 3 days. Ability attribute, fire, currently only manifested, but ability level, 2. Gene awakening level, unknown. Aperture development, unknown. Physical strength level, unknown. Mental power level, unknown. Basic learning status, general cultural course progress, 0, not yet commenced. Basic plant studies progress, 0, not yet commenced. Basic beast studies progress, 0, not yet commenced. Basic ability cultivation progress, 0, not yet commenced. Please arrange relevant online courses based on their learning progress. When Zhu was taken aback, contemplating the notion of students choosing self-directed learning and growth. It seemed there was indeed such a mechanism, which appeared to compel unruly children to willingly attend school. The triggering condition was quite peculiar, requiring a level 2 ability for those under the age of 12. Typically, when a child awakens their abilities before reaching level 1, they are notified by a nurturing institution to enroll in school. Within the safety zone, any awakening of abilities would prompt the protective barrier to relay the information to the relevant nurturing institutions or ability schools. The nurturing institutions or schools would promptly pinpoint the awakening location. Even individuals without terminals or holographic brains would be detected by the safety barrier, which would immediately alert the guard team and arrange for a mentor to retrieve them. As for the current student having already awakened to a level 2 ability, when you dial the holographic number, hello, have there been any missed awakenings in Zone 109 over the past decade? No, none. Alright. He ended the call. The situation of his student was likely that they had awakened their abilities outside the safety zone, scavengers. Indeed, the 111th zone had suffered a beast tide a year prior, causing many to flee to the outskirts of Zone 109. Becoming scavengers. In the next moment, he vanished, reappearing in an office. Old Sheen, have you received any announcements from the entire 111th zone recently? Chapter 16, 5 days on 2 days off. Old Sheen, sprawled on a chair, suddenly sat up, a look of suspicion crossing his face. How do you know? When Zhe remained unperturbed and projected the holographic message from his mind into the air. I inquired about our zone. There have been no missed cases. Old Sheen grabbed Wenji's hand, his gaze burning as he scrutinized the projected information in the air. The student's entire course progress was at 0, indicating that they could not have awakened before the destruction of the 111th zone's protective barrier, but rather afterward. The time elapsed since the destruction was merely 10 months and 19 days. Even if they had awakened at the moment of destruction, it would mean they achieved level 2 within 11 months at most. At this point, when Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement, this talent could rival some of the documented abilities among the awakened. As for the possibility of the child being from the 111th Nurturing Institution, who had strayed into Zone 109, that seemed implausible. Before the battle, all children in the Nurturing Institution had been relocated. Old Sheen waved his hand, dismissing the notion entirely of the destination of the relocation was Zone 109. As the director of the 111th Nurturing Institution, Old Sheen had taken the initiative to relocate children before the beast tide. And he had a clear recollection of each child. There was no way he would overlook anyone. Moreover, all children from the 111th Nurturing Institution had been fully accepted into Zone 109. The number of individuals capable of awakening abilities was exceedingly rare among humanity, truly a 1 in a million occurrence. With the collapse of the 111th safety zone, unless it were to be re-established someday, the children who had sought refuge would forever belong to Zone 109. Establishing a new safety zone was no simple feat. The construction of a protective barrier alone required an energy crystal from a level 6 Beast King. Furthermore, this crystal was a consumable. On average, one crystal could sustain the protective barrier for about 10 years before depletion, necessitating a new level 6 Beast King's energy crystal to maintain the barrier. Of course, if one could hunt a level 7 beast and obtain its energy crystal, it could sustain the protective barrier for at least a century. The protective barrier of Zone 109 was constructed from the energy shield of a level 7 Beast King, with a usage longevity of 48 years. For a considerable time, there would be no concern over the disappearance of the protective barrier. This conversation largely confirmed the fact that Wang Lin hailed from the 111th safety zone. The coincidence of multiple torchbearers emerging was indeed improbable, for each zone's announcements were visible only to the inheritors of that zone. This was why when Zhe sought Old Sheen's confirmation, why are you his mentor and not me? When Zhe, hearing this hint of jealousy, smirked. It's quite simple, according to the mainframe's matching regulations. I am currently the strongest individual in the entire Academy of Abilities in Zone 109. Rest assured, Old Sheen, I shall diligently train my student. In my lifetime, I hope to join my student in slaying an 8th level beast. I thank you. Meanwhile, Wang Lin was on his way home, collecting numerous high radiation plants and gathering several high radiation seeds. Unfortunately, the mature plants were far too large to transport, and in this world, there were no storage bags. He simply could not excavate them. It was a pity he was unaware of how to forge such storage bags. In the realm of cultivation, one could merely purchase them with a few spirit stones. His studies were entirely focused on paving the way for his cultivation. From planting spiritual flora to concocting elixirs and enhancing his physical prowess through training, for a century, he had devoted himself to these pursuits. As for offensive spells or various combat artifacts and talismans, he had not ventured into those areas, as there was rarely a need for combat within the sect, unless it was during a sect's annihilation. However, at that time, as a low-level chi refining cultivator, he would be of no use in any battle spells. Your self-directed learning and growth will commence tomorrow. Please select your daily study time. Wang Lin paused for a moment, contemplating. Tomorrow morning, he planned to take EE to purchase a holographic brain. In the evening, he would engage in cultivation. During the day, aside from his own tasks and the presence of little EE, he would only have time to study from 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. As that would coincide with little EE's nap. Confirm study hours as 12 a.m. to 1 a.m., study duration of 6 hours. Reminder, the chosen time falls within your rest period. Daily study hours should be 12 hours. Your selection is for 6 hours, leading to a compression of courses. Confirmed ding, study hours successfully set for 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Reminder, at exactly 12 a.m., the holographic brain will automatically activate course studies. During this time, the brain will forcibly lock the courses until completion. Wang Lin dismissed the notification and continued homeward with his bounty. Meanwhile, at the Academy of Abilities, a notification appeared. Ding, your student has selected the study hours of 12 a.m. to 1 a.m. Please arrange the learning process accordingly to ensure teaching progress. Wen Zhe raised an eyebrow at this notification. Studying during sleep hours, completing daily learning progress in just 6 hours, quite audacious. Could it be that the student possessed a remarkably high level of mental strength? At the Academy of Abilities, the foundational knowledge required during the first year mandated a 100 completion of the curriculum within the year to be considered as having completed the learning. Due to the diverse age groups of individuals entering the School of Extraordinary Abilities, each person has their own matters to attend to. The daily study duration spans 12 hours from 6 in the morning to midnight. There are a total of 18 hours, including the 6 hours until noon. Consequently, classes typically commence at 30 o'clock and conclude at 18 o'clock. The weekly schedule consists of 5 days of classes followed by 2 days of rest. Divided into semesters, one for the first half of the year and one for the latter, excluding rest days and the basis holidays. Each semester typically lasts around 100 days. The total number of days in an academic year ranges from 190 to 210. The required learning progress by the end of the first semester is 50%, while the expectation for the second semester is 100%. It is noteworthy that the majority of those entering the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities are ordinary individuals who have not acquired any foundational knowledge. Aside from those who, from a young age, awakened their abilities in orphanages and learned some basic concepts, many have spent a year acquiring this foundational knowledge before venturing into the workforce. Those who arrive in the wild, ignorant of everything, are merely delivering supplies to magical beasts. Even if they were to take on other roles, if a battle were to occur, they could potentially hinder their comrades. Of course, those who cannot pass the assessments cannot be assigned to any positions. Chapter 17, The 5 Elements Harmonization Array. Wang Lin opted for a reduced study duration, thus compressing the 12-hour curriculum into 6 hours. This posed a challenge for the instructors as well. After some contemplation, Wen Zhe decided to submit a request to the mainframe. Given the unique circumstances of students choosing their study hours, I require an additional assessment after each day's instruction to ensure comprehensive absorption and understanding of the knowledge imparted. Beep, your request has been denied. Beep, considering the potential of the individual, the mainframe permits one assessment after the completion of the first day's instruction, one after the first month's instruction, one midterm assessment, and one final assessment. Please make the necessary arrangements. Should any assessment be failed, the mainframe will adjust the class schedule accordingly. Upon receiving this information, it became clear that daily assessments were not feasible. At this moment, Wang Lin had already returned home. To prevent the smell from the mountain stream salamander, he froze it into an ice block, intending to process it once it thawed. First, he needed to set up an array, followed by clearing land. The enclosed courtyard was spacious enough. Cultivating a small patch of farmland to experiment with his ideas would suffice. Once the experiment proved successful, he could encircle a vast area outside with an array, allowing for large-scale cultivation. However, the foremost task was to complete the array, one that would offer protection for the small courtyard and harmonize the spiritual energy. Establishing a large stable 5 elements harmonization array could not be accomplished using only his own spiritual energy. It required a medium. For magical artifacts, they were out of the question for now, and the future was uncertain. The mountain stream salamander possesses both water and psychic attributes. Its energy core, the beast core, could serve as a water attribute medium. Stones would suffice for the earth attribute, plants for the wood attribute, and as for the metal attribute, he had received some metallic items from Zhou Ming and his daughter yesterday, which could be melted down for use. Regarding the fire attribute, given the abundant fire energy in the environment, he could draw forth a strand of spiritual fire and nurture it within an array, ensuring its sustained existence. Not only would this enhance his spiritual fire, but it would also allow him to refine pills and sustain the 5 elements harmonization array. Truly an excellent idea. You brother, what are you doing? Brother is clearing some land to plant crops, so we won't have to venture out to forage for food anymore. Yi wants to help too. Observing the twinkle in little Yi's eyes, he replied, alright then, little Yi can help by pulling weeds. Watching little Yi diligently start pulling weeds, Wang Lin smiled knowingly. The courtyard contained 4 rooms. He chose the one closest to the back wall as his alchemy room. After completing the array for maintaining spiritual fire, Wang Lin released his spiritual fire into the array. Satisfied with its normal operation, he nodded approvingly and withdrew his spiritual fire. The temperature of the spiritual fire was exceedingly high. Without the 5 elements harmonization array, the mere presence of the spiritual fire, without his control, would render the entire room uncomfortably hot. He needed to ensure all preparations were in place before injecting the spiritual fire. Next, he melted down the collection tools. Zhou Ming had sent iron shovels and hose into an iron ingot, positioning it in a designated spot. He then ventured outside to uproot a plant that had previously been a shrub but was now a small tree. Planting it in a specific area outside the courtyard, he also moved a massive stone to the courtyard's exterior, adjusting its position several times. Finally, he extracted the beast core from the mountain stream salamander. Inscribing the array patterns with his spiritual energy. As he connected the final fire attribute medium, Wang Lin infused it with his spiritual fire. The 5 elements harmonization array began to operate. Aside from the spiritual fire, all other mediums vanished from sight. The first array was successfully established. Next came the second array. What kind of array should be employed for protection? Consulting the light brain, he reasoned that since the safe zone possessed a large protective shield designed to drive off wild beasts, there must be some protective means in this world as well. His goal was to conceal himself as much as possible, making his established array appear similar to the existing shield. Wang Lin quickly discovered the information he sought. Numerous shield types were listed, including illusionary, defensive, and offensive varieties. Upon reviewing the descriptions, he found their effects quite comparable to those of arrays. He selected the shield layout introduction. It is the most significant achievement of scientific and extraordinary ability integration during the era of anomalies. Establishing the existence of human safe zones. A plethora of strange formulas and calculations followed, constructing energy models, nonsense that he could not comprehend. Wang Lin decided to abandon this line of inquiry, vowing to revisit it when the opportunity arose. For now, he felt reassured. With the shield's presence, his array could easily pass unnoticed, given that the surroundings were rife with chaotic spiritual energy. The 5 elements harmonization array functioned like a spiritual gathering array, continuously drawing in the surrounding energy. This unexpected boon eliminated the need for Wang Lin to set up a gathering array. Moreover, the accumulated spiritual energy within was more than sufficient to sustain the defensive array. Reflecting on the potential inhabitants of this area, he concluded that strong individuals were unlikely to be present, leaving only ordinary people or low-level extraordinary beings. Thus, establishing a defensive array capable of preventing others from entering would suffice. With the courtyard walls in place, there was no need for an illusionary array to obscure visibility. Simplicity was key. Soon, the defensive array was completed. Others could only enter through the main entrance, requiring the homeowner's permission. After accomplishing these tasks, Wang Lin turned his attention to the mountain stream salamander. A gash had formed in its abdomen, the result of Wang Lin extracting the beast core. He remained unhurried, using his spiritual energy to scrape the mucus from the beast's hide into a vial. This substance was worth more than the hide itself. Following it, he began to skin the creature, starting from the incision on its abdomen and the one he had made on its head. It was at this moment that someone arrived outside. The unmistakable roar of an engine echoed. Wang Lin, having left the door open, caught sight of the visitors immediately, Dou Ming and his daughter, although the door was ajar. They still knocked before entering. Wang Lin glanced up to see Zhou Ming, his face beaming with a smile. Please come in. It is often said that one does not strike a smiling face, and Wang Lin had no qualms about engaging further with them. Zhou Ming's gaze narrowed as he observed what Wang Lin was handling. He quickly spoke up. Sir, I was quite rushed yesterday, and today I've specially selected some furniture for you. I wish to exchange it. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. The furniture from yesterday is perfectly fine. There's no need for further trouble. However, if you could provide me with another set of those hose and such, that would be appreciated. Of course. Would you be able to help process these materials? Wang Lin inquired, holding up the skin he had just removed. Zhou Ming hesitated. Are you referring to selling these extraordinary beast materials? Yes, indeed. It would be my pleasure to assist you with that. I assure you, I will provide you with a satisfactory price. Chapter 18. Artificial Intelligence. Wang Lin nodded. When can you handle this? Tonight, once I return. The money will be deposited into your account. Very well. I would appreciate it if your daughter could prepare a meal for us. I will compensate her. Zhou Mei hesitated before speaking. Sir, I have never handled extraordinary beast meat before. That's all right. Just do your best. Of course. When mealtime arrived, Wang Lin soon understood Zhou Ming's intentions for his visit. Primarily, Zhou Ming was concerned that Wang Lin might think he had brought his daughter along merely to mooch a meal. He had mentioned delivering better furniture the following day, but upon discovering Wang Lin had taken his sister out, he decided to wait for Wang Lin's return, planning to come by that afternoon. As Wang Lin savored the tender slices of meat and vegetable soup, he could not help but commend Zhou Meili's mastery of cooking. Even with just salt, she managed to create exquisite dishes. The roasted meat was perfectly crisp on the outside and succulent on the inside, showcasing the ingredients' natural flavors to perfection. A table laden with delectable dishes was set before them, although there was no rice. "This was already the finest meal in this world, sir. It is getting late. We should take our leave. Have a meal before you go. There is plenty." At this moment, little Yi had already been won over by the delicious food. Her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zhou Meili's sister. "You are amazing. The dishes you make are so delicious." Seeing that Wang Lin and his sister genuinely wanted them to stay, Zhou Ming decided to remain with his daughter. However, when it came to serving themselves, neither of them reached for the meat. "Sister, this is really delicious. Why aren't you eating?" "Uncle, this is truly delightful." Wang Lin looked up, saying, "There is still plenty. Do give it a try." Zhou Ming deftly wielded his chopsticks to serve his daughter a piece of medium-sized food, while he opted for a smaller portion for himself. As they finished their meal and prepared to take their leave, Zhou Ming hesitated before speaking. "My lord, there is a parcel of land for sale 3 kilometers to the west, and I wonder if I might be able to purchase it," to which the response was, "If it is for sale, then you may simply buy it without consulting me." As Zhou Ming chuckled, "Well then, I shall proceed to acquire it." Wang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. "My lord, would you prefer that I transfer the funds to your Quantum ID tonight? Or shall I come by tomorrow to scan and pay?" He added, "Regardless, I will need to come over to renovate the house after purchasing the land. Let us exchange Quantum IDs then." Wang Lin understood that the other party wished to add him on the Quantum network, and he did not object. After all, Zhou Ming was the head of the transaction agency, and it would be convenient for future dealings. Very well, the two exchanged their Quantum IDs. Zhou Ming then remarked, "Having enjoyed such a splendid meal today, I find myself lacking in offerings. I shall bring you some breakfast tomorrow." "Thank you, that would be appreciated," Wang Lin replied graciously. Wang Lin handed a piece of meat that Zhou Meili had cut into portions, wrapped in leaves, to Zhou Meili as she emerged from washing the dishes. "This is your reward for cooking." My lord, this is too generous," she protested. Wang Lin waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, just take it and refrain from unnecessary chatter." Zhou Meili, feeling flustered, accepted the meat tossed her way, and Zhou Ming, seeing this, made no further objections. "You ought to thank my lord." "Thank you, my lord," they both said in unison as the Zhou family departed. Wang Lin did not need to freeze the meat, as Zhou Ming's family had brought along a refrigerator, powered by a solar energy system due to the lack of electrical wiring in the area. Zhou Meili placed the extra portions of meat into the refrigerator, and the piece Wang Lin had given them had also come from it. Shortly after the Zhou family left, the night enveloped the surroundings in darkness. Wang Yi yawned and fell asleep. After covering his sister with a blanket, Wang Lin stepped outside to the yard and began his meditation for the day. The following morning, Wang Lin commenced a martial arts practice session with his sister. Though she lacked a spiritual root, this did not impede her from practicing martial arts and training her physique. In his early days, Wang Lin had also entertained the thought of entering the path of cultivation through martial arts. At that time, he had just joined a sect and was not yet qualified to engage with other cultivation techniques or spells. However, the extraordinary martial arts of the mundane world lay gathering dust in the library. Unfortunately, Wang Lin eventually dispelled the notion that he was special, realizing that he could not pursue the path of martial arts like others. Nevertheless, he had indeed mastered those martial arts and could competently teach them to his sister. At 4 years old, she appeared to be only 3, petite and slender. Practicing martial arts could help her grow taller, provided her diet was adequate. Wang Lin contemplated that now that they had settled, he ought to prepare some medicinal baths for his sister to strengthen her bones and muscles. He had almost forgotten that he himself was just shy of 10 years old, also thin and frail. Wang Lin meticulously corrected his sister's movements, who, although unsure of the reasons behind them, persevered because her brother had instructed her to do so. Watching her little legs tremble, Wang Lin felt a pang of sympathy. "Hang in there for just 10 more seconds." During this time, Zhou Ming and his daughter arrived, bringing along some prepared food, including the meat Wang Lin had given them the previous day. Wang Lin invited them to rest nearby. Curious, Zhou Ming and his daughter waited for Wang Lin and his sister to finish their training. Wang Lin nodded at them before carrying his slightly fatigued sister inside, with a cleansing spell. He tidied up both himself and Yi. Regrettably, Wang Lin had only learned to tie his hair into a simple ponytail in his past life and could only manage a basic bun for girls. Thus, he fashioned a small bun atop his head. He thought that he should take the opportunity to learn more hairstyles in the future. After finishing breakfast, Zhou Ming and his family prepared to take their leave. Wang Lin planned to head out as well. My lord, are you going out? Yes, I am visiting the procurement station to buy my sister a quantum device. Allow me to have Mei Li drive you there. She knows people at the procurement station. Wang Lin accepted graciously. Thank you. I in the car. Zhou Ming inquired, my lord, do you have a specific type of quantum device in mind? Would you prefer one with artificial intelligence or without? The devices with AI tend to be more expensive. Wang Lin, still unfamiliar with these concepts, asked, artificial intelligence? Yes, some quantum devices come equipped with artificial intelligence. The one you are currently using is a basic version without AI. Typically, mercenaries on expeditions prefer devices with AI assistance. For instance, when encountering important plants or minerals, it provides alerts, and during combat, it displays information about the beasts in front of you along with their basic weaknesses. Essentially, it acts as a helpful assistant, organizing and analyzing all the information you need and presenting it swiftly. Less than an hour later, they arrived at the procurement station. Chapter 19, Quota Uncle Sun. Ah, Zhou girl, you have arrived, my lord, please come inside. They traversed the hall and ascended the stairs to the second floor, a space designated for dignitaries. Zhou girl, your father informed me that a gentleman would be coming to purchase a quantum device. But he did not specify the details of your requirements. Here are all the types of quantum devices we have at the procurement station. My lord, I am Sun Bin, the station master. Please, take a look and see which one you prefer. Wang Lin nodded slightly and asked, does this one come with artificial intelligence? He pointed to a pink quantum device, small and exquisitely designed, clearly intended for a young girl. My lord, you have a discerning eye. This device is specially designed for children and indeed includes artificial intelligence. The materials used for the wristband are exceptionally soft, making it perfect for a child's delicate skin. It fits the wrist perfectly and is not only gentle but also incredibly lightweight. Weighing just 50 grams, alas, there are not many adults in Area 21 with little girls, so this wristband has remained unsold at the procurement station. If you wish to buy it, the original price is 22,000 silver coins, but I can offer it to you for 18,000 silver coins, a lucky number for a prosperous journey. Sun Bin gazed earnestly at Wang Lin as he handed over the quantum device. Wang Lin accepted it and presented it to Do you like it? Her eyes sparkled with delight. I like it. Wang Lin nodded. Very well, we'll take this one. Haha, my lord, I assure you will not regret this purchase. This quantum device is a limited edition, one of the few allocated to our district, and if you check, you will find that in the inner city, it would sell for no less than 30,000 coins. Unfortunately, not many are willing to spend such money here. If it weren't for your visit, this device would have remained unsold indefinitely. Master Sun, you are too modest, Wang Lin replied. Sun Bin was naturally affable and articulate. By the time the paperwork was completed, he had laughing joyfully. He also kindly set up the artificial intelligence program to assist with her studies and daily life, which pleased Wang Lin greatly. With Sun Bin's enthusiastic recommendations, Wang Lin also purchased a number of toys for Sun Bin was delighted, as this transaction resolved some long-standing inventory issues for the procurement station. Originally, the station did not engage in selling goods. But Sun Bin had expanded into this area. However, he occasionally struggled to accurately assess the market. What sold well in the inner city did not necessarily have the same appeal in Area 21. Where ordinary citizens lacked the financial means to lavish on their children, though many items could enhance the likelihood of awakening extraordinary abilities, only a few were willing to spend on them. Hoping for a chance to change their fate, nevertheless, Sun Bin was genuinely happy to have cleared out a significant portion of his stock. Observing Wang Lin's evident affection for his sister, Sun Bin was struck by a thought as he watched several employees chasing after who was running around the hall. Sun Bin approached Wang Lin. My lord, yes, what are your plans regarding your sister's potential awakening of extraordinary abilities? Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Awakening extraordinary abilities? He had little understanding of the power hierarchy in this world. He vaguely knew that extraordinary beings possess not only great strength but also longer lifespans. However, he was unclear about the specific longevity associated with each level, since his sister lacked a spiritual root. She would have to pursue other paths, and whether the path of extraordinary abilities was a wise choice required further exploration. Wang Lin replied, she is still young and needs to focus on nurturing her health for now. Indeed, my lord. If in the future you require assistance, I have channels that can help procure high-grade gene elixirs for awakening. Wang Lin was aware of the high-grade gene awakening potions and was taken aback. Observing that Sun Bin appeared to be an ordinary person, he asked, "If you have the means to acquire them, why not procure one for yourself?" It was important to note that gene elixirs were categorized into 3 levels: low, medium, and high. The low-grade elixir had a 30 chance of awakening extraordinary abilities, while the medium grade had a 60 chance. The advanced genetic serum boasts a remarkable 99% probability of awakening extraordinary abilities upon consumption. To date, every individual who has ingested this serum has successfully awakened. The Safe Base Alliance has ascribed a 99% success rate to maintain a semblance of modesty, leaving a 1% margin for error. However, in the eyes of the populace, merely consuming it guarantees a complete awakening. Regrettably, the production of this serum is exceedingly low, and its exorbitant cost renders it unattainable for the average person. Alas, such resources are directly controlled by the official alliance. Although the officials charge a mere 10 million for the cost, many can muster the funds with some sacrifice, yet acquiring a quota necessitates 80 million silver coins. 80 million silver coins? Wang Lin exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, 80 million silver coins, and possessing the funds alone does not guarantee a quota. Without connections, it is futile to even contemplate it. Would the officials permit the circulation of quotas? Certainly not. The quotas I speak of are those sold by the descendants of individuals who have made significant contributions to humanity. They themselves successfully awaken through the consumption of lower-grade serums, thus creating vacancies for higher-grade serum quotas. Wang Lin struggled to comprehend. Do those individuals truly lack funds? They may not be in need themselves, but their descendants certainly are. The reason I have access to this channel is due to a chance encounter where I saved a young man. My position as the head of the acquisition station is also thanks to his assistance. He indicated that if I could provide him with 80 million, he would grant me a quota. Wang Lin found this somewhat surreal, astonished that the young man had such a background. It was unfortunate that he lacked the ability to discern fortunes. For otherwise, he could have assessed the young man's luck, which seemed to be remarkably favorable. Such fortunate encounters were rare. Upon their return home, it was just past 1 o'clock. They passed by the land purchased by Zhou Ming, where construction was already underway, with Zhou Ming observing the progress. At this rate, it would likely be completed in no more than 5 days. After escorting Wang Lin home, Zhou Meili returned to her own abode. Wang Lin and Wang Yi began tilling the soil. With a single application of the tilling technique, the plants were uprooted in disarray. He huffed and puffed as she started to remove the weeds. Although the primary labor still fell to Wang Lin, who meticulously prepared the land in neat rows, Wang Lin was now faced with a dilemma. This soil was not spiritual earth, and he had yet to encounter any spiritual stones or springs here. To transform the soil into spiritual earth, he would have to use plants rich in spiritual energy to ferment and gradually amend the soil structure. Chapter 20, Stone Village. The process of fermenting plants imbued with spiritual energy requires specific methods. Otherwise, as the vegetation withers, the spiritual energy will dissipate, rendering it impossible for the soil to absorb. Moreover, given the rampant spiritual energy in this area, further processing would be necessary to infuse it into the soil. This would involve harnessing the power of formation techniques. Noticing that there was little of interest to engage with at his brother's place, Yi began to interact with her holographic computer, conversing with its artificial intelligence. Wang Lin decided to dig a pit outside the courtyard to commence the fermentation process using formations. The noise from Zhou Ming's construction work attracted the attention of the nearby residents. Traditionally, the local inhabitants lived in scattered villages, with dozens or even hundreds of households spaced several hundred meters apart. The nearest village to Wang Lin's chosen location was called Stone Village, located approximately 5 kilometers away. With Zhou Ming building houses in between, this prompted villagers to realize that new occupants had moved into the previously vacant houses. Zhao Pan, who had been lured here by Zhang Lei, was not from the nearby village but resided in the town. Furthermore, the small village of Stone, situated near the border of the two zones, had no one who could associate with Zhao Pan. The locals remained oblivious to the events that had transpired, being close to Zone 22. This area served as a transition point. The neighboring village in Zone 22 was larger and quite domineering. Initially, the two sides coexisted peacefully. However, several years ago, skirmishes erupted over low radiation plants, resulting in a crushing defeat for Stone Village. This led to increased arrogance from the opposing side, who began to assault anyone from Stone Village encountered near the border. Consequently, the residents of Stone Village ceased gathering resources from that vicinity. To be precise, Wang Lin's family also belonged to Stone Village. However, this village lacked any form of administration. Everyone was merely banding together for warmth. Presently, only the elderly, infirm, and women ventured out to observe the commotion. As the younger generation had long since gone out to forage.as for why such a technologically advanced blue star still relied on foraging for sustenance, it was entirely due to the fact that most cultivated or naturally grown plants were high radiation varieties. After toiling for an entire year, one would find themselves with nothing edible aside from the Alliance's ongoing research into large-scale cultivation of low-radiation plants. The majority of the population relied on foraging for survival. An elder approached, observing Wang Lin digging outside the courtyard. "Oh, young lad, has your family purchased this courtyard?" Wang Lin looked up at the elder and nodded. "Yes, we just moved in a couple of days ago." "Why didn't you buy a place in the village? This is rather remote." Wang Lin smiled and replied, "It was more affordable." "Oh, how much did you pay for this house?" 500 silver coins. Wang Lin reported the cost after deducting the amount refunded to him. 500, that is indeed a bargain. This price is quite reasonable. Originally, the previous owners had spent 500 on the land and an additional 100 on constructing the house, leaving everything behind for the new owners. Did they leave any belongings behind? No, all their possessions were taken away. Wang Lin shook his head. "Well, that is still acceptable." The elder nodded in agreement. The elder sat beside Wang Lin, engaged in casual conversation while he continued to dig. "How many people are in your family?" "It's just my sister and me." "You and your sister? How old are you, kid?" "I'm 10. It's quite a challenge, isn't it? Why don't you go out and gather some food?" "We have enough for now. Don't be complacent just because you have enough for the time being. In 3 months, winter will come. It's not just firewood you need to prepare, you should stock up on food as well." "Don't wait until it's too late." "Yes, sir, I will make the preparations. Also, you won't be taxed on your household this year since you just settled in, but you must prepare for the household tax next year." "How will you manage with just you and your sister?" Wang Lin paused slightly, recalling memories of the household tax. Every household was required to pay this tax based on their number of members. The larger families collected the necessary amounts from each individual, and every other day someone would come to collect it. The reason for the frequency was that most people paid in food, as the leaves and fruits could not be stored for long. Once collected, they needed immediate processing either by rapid drying or refrigeration. A portion would also flow into the market to supply the inner city. There were no set requirements for how much one had to pay each time, as long as the total was sufficient during the summer. If one failed to meet the quota, they would be expelled from the safe zone, becoming scavengers, and would no longer be able to purchase property within that safe zone. Such occurrences were rare, as every safe zone ensured adequate wilderness space, as long as one was diligent. Meeting the tax obligations was feasible. Moreover, safe zones generally posed little risk of sudden attacks from aberrant beasts. Thus, individuals preferred paying the household tax rather than becoming tax-exempt scavengers in the wilderness. Of course, children under the age of 12 were exempt from taxes. Additionally, the parents, siblings, and spouses of those with extraordinary abilities were also exempt from this tax. Thus, it seemed that Wang Lin and his sister would not have to worry about the household tax for the time being. The elder suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh, I almost forgot. You're only 10 and not yet 12. So you and your sister won't have to pay tax." Wang Lin nodded in acknowledgement. "What are you digging for, young lad?" Wang Lin smiled. "A compost pit. Oh, a compost pit. That could be quite unsightly if it accumulates. It is quite a chore to carry it out and dispose of it." Wang Lin merely smiled at the elder, continuing with his work. After a lengthy conversation, the elder eventually took his leave. Before lunchtime, Wang Lin had successfully completed his spiritual compost pit. During lunch, Zhou Meili prepared 2 servings of food for Wang Lin and his sister. After a morning of play, Yi was tired and began to doze off after eating. Wang Lin washed her hands and feet before lying down to rest himself. A notification appeared in his mind. "Ding, your study session will commence at midnight in 10 minutes. During this time, the holographic computer will be locked, disabling all other functions. Ding, it has been detected that you have not collected your electronic textbooks. Automatic retrieval has begun." Ding, electronic textbooks successfully retrieved. Wang Lin was quite curious and directly opened a folder. Inside were 5 books, including standard subjects such as language and mathematics, along with one on plant fundamentals, another on the basics of aberrant beasts, and a comprehensive guide to extraordinary ability cultivation. All these books were marked as the first volume, clearly indicating that there would be subsequent volumes. Chapter 21, Life Teaching. Wang Lin opened the first language textbook, uncertain if its contents differed from what he had previously learned. He began to browse the table of contents. The preceding sections predominantly focus on character recognition, presenting content that diverges from the traditional texts of your, instead offering a series of fundamental, commonplace introductions. These encompass the historical establishment of the current safe zones, An overview of the present circumstances of the Blue Planet, as well as the societal structure within these safe zones and their geographical distribution. The material is exceptionally concise yet comprehensive, emphasizing practicality. The intermediate segment primarily revolves around the regulations governing the safe zones, wilderness rules, and a myriad of laws and statutes. The concluding section delineates the achievements of humanity and the ongoing technological endeavors. Wang Lin casually skimmed through the content, and the book within his consciousness dissipated, replaced by the image of a classroom. At the podium stood a gentle-looking man. Wang Lin glanced at the time. It was already noon. 24 o'clock. Greetings, students. I am the instructor matched to you by the central brain. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I shall be your teacher. Wang Lin was somewhat astonished. He had assumed that his so-called learning would merely consist of pre-recorded videos. However, this appeared to be a live instructor. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, "Live instruction?" In response, the light brain on Wenji's side automatically displayed the text of Wang Lin's utterance. "What you say is indeed accurate. However, due to the protective measures of the central brain, I am unable to perceive your condition, so any questions must be raised by you. If you do not inquire, I will assume you are informed." "Understood, instructor." "Have you not encountered any of the courses before?" "Not at all." Wenji then transitioned into teaching mode. "The place we inhabit is known as the Blue Planet, a life-bearing sphere amidst countless others that formed the universe. A millennium ago, on an ordinary day, the Blue Planet began to expand. The previously stable geological structure was compromised, ushering in a cataclysmic era marked by floods, earthquakes, typhoons, and volcanic eruptions. Various natural disasters ensued. Once the chaos finally subsided, humanity discovered that both flora and fauna had undergone tremendous transformations, which we now recognize as the prototypes of the extraordinary beasts and plants we encounter today. Wang Lin posed a question: why are the mutated animals referred to as extraordinary beasts while the plants retain the name plants? Wenji replied, "For plants, they have merely increased in size, their inherent characteristics remain unchanged. The size alteration results from radiation exposure. However, animals differ significantly." Images materialized within Wang Lin's perception. He beheld two images before him. One depicted a rabbit prior to its mutation, while the other illustrated the rabbit post-mutation. The latter bore no trace of its characteristic long ears, instead sprouting a pair of wings akin to those of a bat, while its forelegs had evolved into diminutive claws. Has this creature truly transformed into such a form? As you can see, this is a preserved video record of a rabbit mutation from a millennium ago. In the next moment, a video emerged, clearly set within a laboratory. A rabbit was confined in a cage upon an experimental table, seemingly poised for some form of animal experimentation. The viewers soon witnessed the rabbit's transformation. Each species exhibited numerous divergent mutations, leading to the eventual renaming of animals as extraordinary beasts, with each mutated variant receiving a distinct name. But I previously observed a mountain stream salamander, whose appearance had merely enlarged without any other alterations. Wang Lin noted, among all extraordinary beasts, some have remained unchanged in form compared to a millennium ago. Except for their size, according to the scant literature we have preserved, these creatures were referred to as living fossils in ancient times, having existed in that form for over 100 million years. The mountain stream salamander you mentioned falls into this category, as does the giant salamander, also known as the baby fish, which has similarly experienced little change aside from growth. Extraordinary beasts of this nature possess immense potential, typically starting at level 5. Should we encounter such creatures in the wild, we would exert our utmost efforts to eradicate them. If you were to scan with the light brain, the entries for these types of extraordinary beasts in the illustrated guide would be marked with ancient. Of course, the emergence of these extraordinary beasts coincided with the rise of human superhumans, a crucial factor in our ancestors' survival during those tumultuous times. Subsequently, the day the Blue Planet began to expand was designated as the beginning of the era of mutation. An uninterrupted lecture deepened Wang Lin's understanding of the current state of the Blue Planet. The only aspect he found somewhat perplexing was the nature of superhumans. How exactly do superhumans come into being? According to the text, this phenomenon results from gene unlocking. Nevertheless, Wang Lin remained beset by numerous questions. Cultivators are fundamentally rooted in spiritual roots, yet what constitutes a superhuman, as he himself was not a superhuman and lacked any in his vicinity? The concept remained abstract to him. However, the existence of superhumans was critical for his sister's future path, necessitating clarity on the subject. Through the explanations, Wang Lin gleaned insight into why plants had not undergone mutation. The underlying reason lay in the chaotic and turbulent spiritual energy, which could not bestow sentience upon plants. Any hint of it would be obliterated. Thus, plants had not transformed into carnivorous monstrosities. Wan Lin comprehended the disappearance of the vegetables, fruits, and grains cultivated by humanity in the past. Prior to the disasters, the seeds that circulated were inherently one-generation seeds, leading to a decline upon subsequent planting. While not all seeds followed this pattern, a rather disheartening truth emerged. During the chaotic era, humanity was too preoccupied with survival to adequately tend to those crops. The absence of human intervention allowed resilient weeds, possessing far greater vitality than cultivated plants, to seize nutrients and greatly encroach upon the living space of artificially nurtured flora. Those fortunate enough to survive faced threats from the mutated animals and insects of the time, even if they endured. Radiation posed its own peril. High radiation plants could be lethal. Nature operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. Those unable to adapt gradually fade away. By the time humanity finally established a safe zone, centuries had elapsed. With a foothold secured and lives safeguarded, only then did people begin to consider their culinary desires and the flavors of their sustenance. However, by that time, the vegetables and fruits of yesteryear had long since vanished from the annals of history. Alas, superior taste often translates to greater attraction for insects, making them prime targets. Chapter 22, Land Lease Agreement. Of course, as time has passed, some powerful safe zones have successfully cultivated new plants with delightful flavors, conducting extensive planting operations. Although the yield remains limited compared to foraging in the wild, they are unconcerned about the initial labor costs. Beep, today's lesson has concluded, and we are about to commence the evaluation test. Note, the purpose of today's evaluation test is to assess whether students have adapted to the course level. Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback but felt no urgency. This foundational knowledge merely required rote memorization, and as a cultivator with an exceptional memory, he found it entirely manageable. Beep, evaluation test score, 100. Beep, test passed, please continue to strive for excellence. Wang Lin paid little heed to the examination and began to contact Zhou Ming. My lord, do you have any matters to discuss? Could you assist me in acquiring seeds of the plants currently being cultivated? The more diverse the varieties, the better. Certainly. Are you planning to plant them? My lord, I can assist you in handling the relevant land lease procedures. My lord, I will send you some pertinent considerations to review. Thank you. Wang Lin had not anticipated the existence of formal land leasing procedures. For most individuals, leasing land seems a thankless endeavor. However, for Wang Lin, he eagerly anticipated the emergence of high-radiation plants. With a contemplative gaze, Wang Lin felt that, given his current rate of cultivation, it would take approximately 50 years to reach the 9th level of qi refinement. 12 hours of continuous cultivation represented the limit of his current capabilities. To accelerate his cultivation speed, he needed to enhance both his physical strength and the robustness of his meridians. A vexing dilemma arose. This was not the realm of cultivation, and plants displayed significant differences. How to concoct genuine elixirs or body-refining potions required experimentation on his part. He was uncertain of the current state of pharmaceutical development on the Blue Planet. Within the hour, an agreement arrived on Wang Lin's light brain. Land lease agreement for Zone 109 Time Zone 21. Wang Lin perused the document briefly, noting that the primary focus was on the cost of leasing land, which amounted to 100 silver coins per acre per year, with a minimum lease term of 10 years. However, beyond the leasing fees, an annual tax of 100 pounds of medium radiation food per acre was also required. Moreover, due to the occupation of land adjacent to the villagers' living space, provisions needed to be made to address their work and living concerns. This encompassed more than mere sustenance, it included their household taxes. Ensuring they could meet their obligations, each individual was responsible for an annual household tax of 500 pounds, translating to approximately 1.5 pounds daily. However, given that 6 months of each year constituted the cold season, during summer each person was required to contribute around 3 pounds daily. At first glance, the quantity of 500 gene per person may seem trivial. However, when calculated for an entire village encompassing dozens or even hundreds of households, taking Shurtsuan as an example, which consists of 65 families and a population of 195 individuals, the annual tax burden amounts to a staggering 97,500 gene. This figure represents merely the tax owed, excluding the food required for their own sustenance. Consequently, the leased land typically exceeds 500 mu. Otherwise, not only is profit elusive, but one would invariably incur losses annually. Furthermore, the taxes must be paid in food. As they cannot be offset with silver coins after a cursory examination, Wang Lin inscribed a lease of 100 mu on the designated plot, selecting a stretch of wasteland in front of his house. The system promptly generated a map, delineating a rectangular area based on the boundaries of District 21, encapsulating 100 mu of land. Wang Lin furrowed his brow, acutely aware of the long-standing grievances between the neighboring villages. It was indeed a troublesome predicament. Nonetheless, this allocation was a result of the system's automatic designation, leaving no room for alteration. Its purpose was to minimize land wastage. If a plot were drawn in the very center of Shurtsuan, no one would venture through this private property to approach the border for gathering resources. Just as Wang Lin was about to finalize the submission, the proposed rental price left him momentarily dazed. 100,000 in rent. Was this payment required in a lump sum? Wang Lin frowned, for he possessed only 10,000 in rental fees, under the impression that payment would be made annually. Instead, he discovered that the entire amount had to be settled upfront. Rubbing his temples, he ultimately revised the lease from 100 mu to 10 mu, consequently shrinking the rectangular plot on the map. Very well, this will have to suffice for now. Zhou Ming was taken aback upon observing the area Wang Lin intended to lease. Bewildered by the prospect of sustaining the entire Shurtsuan with merely 10 mu of land, his mind raced with thoughts. The villagers remained oblivious to the situation, ever since Wang Lin commenced the lease. The tax collection vehicle that had previously arrived every few days ceased to make an appearance. Henceforth, tax payments would require Wang Lin to personally deliver them to the tax station. There were no stipulated collection intervals. Only a yearly total. At worst, he could collect from the villagers and deliver the taxes every few days. Worried, Zhou Ming arrived at Wang Lin's doorstep. Sir, you arrived just in time. Could you assist in finding some individuals from Shurtsuan to cultivate the wasteland? Inform them of my land lease agreement. I need all the plants cleared from the 10 mu, roots included, and sorted by type for me. Rest assured, I will adhere to the regulations. Very well. Wang Lin had contemplated that relying solely on himself to gather various plants would be excessively slow. Enlisting the help of others was the logical course of action. Any edible young plants would be placed in the courtyard. The current 5 elements harmonizing array was no longer the inferior version set up with spiritual energy as before. Now, placed in the courtyard, high radiation plants could be transformed into medium radiation plants within 2 to 3 hours. Should medium radiation plants be introduced, they could be converted into low radiation plants in a similar time frame. However, low radiation plants could not be transformed into non-radiative ones, as their spiritual energy could not simply vanish. Nonetheless, the current configuration of the 5 elements harmonizing array could only reduce radiation levels by 1 tier. Unless one were to replace the foundational stones of the earth attribute and iron of the metal attribute with spiritually endowed beast cores of the respective attributes, thereby enhancing the essence of the array to directly convert high radiation plants into low radiation ones. Sir, should I gather a batch of medium radiation food first? Wang Lin waved his hand. You need not worry about food. I have already arranged for it, and someone will be delivering it shortly. Very well. I will inform the villagers at once. Zhou Ming nodded vigorously, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. By the way, should your identity be disclosed to the villagers? Wang Lin contemplated briefly. There is no need. Simply state that another gentleman has purchased the land, and your identity. Chapter 23, Master Wang. Just say that I am someone who specializes in farming, brought here by a gentleman to assist with cultivation. You may refer to me as Wang Lin. Oh, very well, but I cannot address you by your name directly. How about calling you young Master Wang? Wang Lin felt a wave of exasperation. How antiquated. What era is this, still using young master? Instead, call me Master Wang. Since I am here to assist with farming, it is fitting. Sir, do you truly know how to farm? Of course. Do you think I am here for mere amusement? Alright. Wang Lin had chosen Zhou Ming to act on his behalf because, in the villagers' eyes, the station master of the transaction commission was a figure of considerable significance. His words would carry greater weight, thus alleviating many potential complications. 2 hours later, a substantial pile of assorted plants was amassed in the wasteland before Wang Lin's courtyard. Master Wang, does this suffice? Wang Lin surveyed the diverse array of plant species stacked together and nodded. It will do. Thank you for your efforts. Of course, it is my duty to serve the gentleman. Nearby villagers from Shurtsuan watched Wang Lin with a mixture of apprehension and uncertainty. Wang Lin offered them a gentle smile. Zhou Ming quickly interjected. Everyone, this is Master Wang, whom the gentleman has specifically invited to assist with farming. In the future, most of your interactions will be with him, whatever he instructs you to do. You shall do, understood? Yes, we understand then, Master Wang. We shall continue with the land clearing. Yes, I will be relying on everyone. Not at all, Master Wang, you are too polite. With that, 7 or 8 individuals followed Zhou Ming, who continued to address the villagers of Shitsuan. You are truly fortunate, others would envy the connections you have. Work diligently and do not cause any trouble. Anyone who jeopardizes this opportunity will regret it. His words left the villagers obedient and compliant. Though he may seem young, Master Wang is an exceptional farmer. Although the distance was considerable, Wang Lin could still hear Zhou Ming's praise, which elicited a bemused smile. The majority of Shitsuan's residents were out foraging. Leaving only a handful of able-bodied laborers present, faced with the daunting pile before him, Wang Lin felt overwhelmed. How long would it take him to sort through this alone? Nevertheless, he needed to expedite the process. As he intended to use these plants to pay wages that evening, Wang Lin swiftly categorized the tender leaves, placing the non-toxic ones in the courtyard to await conversion to medium radiation status for distribution to the villagers that night. The toxic ones were set aside to dry for future use. Sister, what are you doing? I'm processing these plants. I'll help you. Alright, you can assist me by organizing under this big tree, okay? The sun outside was unbearably hot. And Wang Lin was determined not to let his sister become a blackened ball from sun exposure. Baskets and bags filled with sorted plants were neatly arranged against the courtyard wall. Villagers, including women and elderly from Shitsuan, began to gather around the small courtyard. An elderly man who had conversed with Wang Lin earlier approached. First child, Master Wang, I never imagined you possessed farming skills. Why didn't you mention this good fortune that has befallen our Shitsuan earlier? Wang Lin chuckled sheepishly. Well, the gentleman had yet to finalize his plans. I didn't dare speak prematurely. It was merely a matter of time before it became a reality. Master Wang, how should we proceed? Simply separate the different plants by their maturity and type, keeping stems, roots, and leaves sorted. With so many, how will you manage to sort them all? Master Wang, we have nothing but time and can help you. That would be wonderful. Thank you all, Master Wang. Does this arrangement meet your approval? Indeed, Master Wang. What are these for? Right, Master Wang. Why are these leaves yellowing? Those older leaves will be used for compost. The resulting fertilizer will enrich the soil, allowing crops to grow more robustly. Master Wang, how impressive that you know all this. Do you not realize? Master Wang specializes in farming, of course, and these are for medicinal purposes. Medicinal? Can these be used for medicine? Indeed, I know that if we smash this and apply it to a cut, it will staunch the bleeding. Master Wang, could you share the gentleman's plans for us, with 65 households in the village? How could everyone possibly find work? The villagers remained anxious. Wang Lin paused, noticing the glimmer of hope in their eyes. It was essential to acknowledge that despite residing in a safe zone, dangers still lurked in the outer areas. Failing to pay taxes could lead to expulsion. Insufficient food for winter could result in starvation, and many homes, often built by the villagers themselves, could collapse under heavy snowfall, claiming entire families. They also needed to prepare firewood for the entire winter. Surviving all this, they faced the impending floods that would arrive as the snow melted in the month preceding the summer. Their hardships were profound. Wang Lin sighed softly, contemplating why the housing prices soared in the central regions of each time zone, while those farther away from the center were markedly cheaper. In winter, snow clearing efforts were organized, but only in the central areas. The outskirts were left to fend for themselves. The heavy snowfall could easily bury homes. Wang Lin found it perplexing that in the presence of such abundant innate fire spiritual energy, snow could still fall. It was a wonder he had not perished from the heat. Only if all that innate fire spiritual energy had vanished could such snow occur. Essentially, all household taxes in Shitsuan will be borne entirely by the adults. Should there be a need for labor, you are obliged to come. However, selection will be made, and only those who are diligent and industrious will be required. Those who come shall receive remuneration. Considering everyone's circumstances, the current compensation will be settled in food. For instance, a robust laborer, after a day of toil, will earn 10 jin of food. 10 jin. The villagers' eyes gleamed with excitement. They currently scavenge daily, averaging about 7 to 8 jin of food collected per person per household. Of that, 1.5 jin must be reserved for household taxes. Approximately 3 jin is needed for personal sustenance, leaving 2.5 jin. Out of this, 1 to 2 jin must be set aside for winter provisions, while the remainder is dedicated to the young children at home. Of course, the elderly over 50 are exempt from household taxes. Yet, their foraging capabilities only suffice to ensure they have enough to eat while providing a little for their families. Observing these villagers, who appeared rather malnourished, one might lament the fact that a single day feels like it stretches into 48 hours. Normally, their daily food intake should be between 1.3 to 2.5 gene, and considering their constant physical exertion, subsisting on merely 3 gene of food, especially in the absence of meat, is truly a testament to their hunger. Chapter 24, Food Is That Truly the Case, Master Wang? Indeed, there is not much work to be done in the fields, nor is there much in the way of processing medicinal herbs. What we are currently engaged in is merely the preliminary tasks. However, this work only yields around 6 to 7 gene in compensation. Naturally, tasks requiring a certain level of skill command a higher price. Wang Lin did not create this work specifically for these villagers. Rather, it is genuinely necessary, as many plants require processing. Otherwise, a significant amount of spiritual energy would be lost if left to dry in the sun. Those requiring special treatment must be handled with care to preserve their spiritual energy and medicinal properties. This does not require any cultivation level. One merely needs to master the appropriate techniques. Depending on the characteristics of different plants, one can employ methods such as fire processing, water processing, or a combination of both. Along with other methods, which share certain similarities with pharmaceutical preparation. However, the preparation of spiritual medicines takes into greater account the use of these methods to enhance the outer layers of the medicines, making it easier to lock in spiritual energy and prevent or slow its leakage, while also altering their medicinal properties to some extent. Properly processed spiritual medicines can be stored for extended periods, eliminating the need to scavenge or concoct them in the future. A substantial portion of spiritual medicines becomes even more potent and gentle after preparation, but we don't know how to do that. No worries, I will teach you when the time comes. However, this requires individuals with ample patience and keen sensitivity. As the villagers conversed with Wang Lin, they busily sorted through the various items, and time seemed to pass swiftly. The sorted plants needed washing, but with no natural rivers nearby, they could only use tap water, which proved to be rather costly. Wang Lin contemplated the necessity of digging a water reservoir, not only a reservoir, but also a trench to connect the reservoir with his plot of land. This would resolve the issue of irrigation. Every evening, he could simply utilize the condensation technique to replenish the water consumed from the reservoir. As for the source of this water, they would naturally speculate. If not from the tap, perhaps it was due to the presence of a water-type ability user. Wang Lin quickly devised a plan. He needed to dig large pits for composting and could excavate a sizable pond in front of his property. Then, beside it, he could construct a workshop and invite the villagers from Shurtsuan to work there. He chuckled softly, observing a group of children playing joyfully beneath the shade of a tree, carefree and content. Watching his sister's joyful demeanor, he realized it was important for her to interact more with the other children. Time passed, and in an hour, darkness would fall. Please kindly inform the workers in the fields to return here to collect their wages, but today, they only worked half a day. Compensation will be prorated for half a day's work. Wang Lin replied with a smile, thank you, I will call them right away. Xiaohua, go summon your father and the others back. Alright, Grandpa. A little girl dashed off, disappearing in a flash. Wang Lin turned toward the small courtyard, while the other villagers remained behind, curiously observing, their hands still busy sorting. Those with family members assisting in the fields eagerly anticipated the amount their household would receive, while those whose families had not participated wondered how much the workers would bring back. Before long, Wang Lin had carried several burlap sacks to the courtyard, piling them against the wall and suppressing the wild grass beneath. He then retrieved a table and set a scale upon it. By this time, the workers had returned. The little girl had said nothing about the matter. She merely urged them to hurry back. These sturdy laborers were straightforward and wasted no time in returning. Each approached to collect their wages for the day's toil, which amounted to 10 gene of food. 10 gene, is it truly 10 gene? The crowd was astonished. However, since you only worked for half the day today, your compensation shall be 5 gene. Wang Lin surveyed the group. Do you have any objections? No, none, they chorused, waving their hands. You may select from the bags behind you. Once you've made your choice, come to me for weighing and recording. Upon confirmation, you may take your leave. The crowd did not rush forward to choose but hesitated. Wang Lin made no haste, patiently waiting. Eventually, a young man bowed to Wang Lin before selecting from the bags. The bags had been sorted, and upon seeing the contents, the villagers were taken aback. Although all the food was of medium radiation plants, their values varied. Among them, grains were undoubtedly the most precious. The grains referenced here were not the rice or millet Wang Lin had known before, but rather members of the grass family. Grasses thrive in nearly all terrestrial environments, with their seeds rich in starch. This abundance led to their collection, domestication, and breeding by ancient humans, evolving into the rice. Wheat, barley, oats, corn, sorghum, and millet of today, thousands of years of cultivation had not prepared them for the catastrophe that obliterated everything in mere centuries. Everything had returned to the starting point. Currently, the grains they referred to were the seeds of primitive varieties. While these grasses were ubiquitous, their seeds required a long growth period, sufficient time for them to become highly radioactive and inedible for humans. Many seeds were harvested before they could fully mature. While a smaller portion reached maturity before being collected and consumed, for ordinary people, mere survival was a struggle, making it impossible for them to plant these edible seeds and gamble on the uncertainties of a year hence. The majority of what remained were high radiation, inedible seeds. This has led to a gradual decline in the availability of edible seeds over millennia, making their search increasingly arduous. It cannot be said that people lacked foresight or consideration for future generations. They were simply fighting for survival, with no options left. Furthermore, in the present day, only a minuscule fraction of the population has access to complete education, and certainly, this does not include the villagers or the scavengers from the outside world. They remain oblivious to the hazards, unable to perceive the gradual changes that would take an eternity to manifest, changes that might only be recognized after 10 generations. Upon seeing the grass seeds, a man picked one up and inquired of Wang Lin, "May I choose this, sir?" "Of course," Wang Lin nodded. Chapter 25. Labor. The seeds were the size of a fist, shaped like droplets, with a brown shell adorned with fine, needle-like hairs running. A finger over them felt akin to brushing against stubble. The droplet's pointed end was sharp enough to pierce the skin. As others observed what the young man had selected, they too approached Wang Lin, bowing respectfully before choosing from the wall. The first young man to select stood before Wang Lin, holding 5 seeds. Placed them on the scale. "All right, Master Wang." Each seed weighed approximately 1 gene. And the young man had weighed them beforehand, cautious not to take too many. Thus, one of the seeds was slightly smaller, totaling 4.6 gene for the 5 seeds. 4.6 gene, still a bit short. Will this suffice? Yes, Wang Lin added a leaf of wild grass, bringing the total to exactly 5 gene. 5 gene, measure the radiation level. Oh, alright. Beep. Foxtail millet, medium radiation plant, edible, recommended for harvesting. Beep. Foxtail millet, medium radiation plant, edible, recommended for harvesting. Wang Lin quickly recorded the details on paper, including names and items distributed. Once confirmed, he signed off. "This is for the adults to verify that you all received your wages." Understood. In no time, the 8 individuals had completed their transactions. Wang Lin glanced towards the women and children in the distance. "It is getting late. Hurry over to collect your wages." Do we also receive?" "Of course, as I mentioned before. However, the work you did today only earns you 6 gene of food as wages. Since you only worked half a day today, your total is merely 3 gin. It must be said that the elderly man's hands are remarkably deft. Even the half-grown children are accustomed to work." Wang Lin raised his gaze and noticed the eagerly waiting children beneath the tree. Though these little ones had engaged in some labor, it was minimal, as you all should understand. Thus, it certainly cannot be 6 gene. Perhaps 2 gene a day, and today, I shall provide you with 1 gene. Wow, we have some too, the children exclaimed with great excitement. A faint smile graced Wang Lin's lips, and he felt a swell of happiness within. Once the tasks were completed, Wang Lin announced the conclusion of the day's work. However, the simple villagers of Shurtsuan did not disperse. Instead, they continued with their tasks, feeling a sense of obligation to the adults who provided the food so readily. Dinner was once again prepared by Zhou Meili. After the meal, Wang Lin handed a bottle of medicinal pills to the father and daughter. "Here you go." "What is this for, sir?" "Do not call me sir. These pills are beneficial for strengthening the body. Take them." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you." They expressed their gratitude. "I must trouble you to pass these to the tax station personnel. These 2 bags are your payment for today's assistance." "Master Wang, you need not be so polite. It is only right." Wang Lin shook his head. "Take them." "Thank you, Master Wang." Zhou Meili graciously accepted the 2 bags of items, one containing previously acquired barnyard grass seeds, and the other filled with foxtail millet seeds. Such provisions are indeed hard to come by. He watched as the pair departed with their burdens. Currently, he lacked for nothing in terms of food. Within a few days, he would be able to pay off the entire year's taxes. Of the 4 rooms he had, one was designated for his spiritual fire, another for sleeping, the third served as a hall, while the last would be tidied up to function as a storage space. Once organized, he noticed resting her small head on the side chair, nearly falling asleep. Wang Lin gently carried her back to her bed. He then commenced his daily practice. As night deepened and enveloping silence fell outside, there were no voices, nor the sounds of insects. When dawn began to break, the second day had arrived, while Wang Lin was still tidying up for The villagers of Shurtsuan were already gathered in the distant clearing, awaiting the opening of the gates. They remained quietly in place, anticipating the doors to swing open. When Zhou Ming arrived, he was met with a sea of dark figures. After a brief wave of acknowledgement, he proceeded to knock on the door. Upon opening it, Wang Lin was greeted by a throng of people, some squatting, others standing. As the door creaked open, they all stood up straight. "Ah, you've come so early, have you had breakfast?" The individuals who had cleared the land the previous day quickly responded, "Yes, we have eaten." Indeed, Wang Lin paused, reflecting that typically at this hour, he would already be outside. It was indeed 6 o'clock when first light appeared, and he recalled that this had been his routine every day. Wang Lin spoke, "I will be exercising in the morning. Henceforth, we shall commence work at 7 o'clock. We will break for lunch at 11:30. You must return home to eat, as I do not provide midday meals. We shall resume work at 12:30 and conclude at 4 o'clock, at which point you may collect your wages for the day." The crowd nodded in unison, understood. The yard was cluttered with yesterday's items, and Wang Lin glanced at the people patiently waiting outside. He took his sister to the open area at the entrance and began the day's exercises. Drawing curious glances from the children, the adults looked on with a mix of envy and longing, tinged with a deeper sense of inferiority. They could not fathom what was transpiring, yet it exuded an air of impressive capability. It wasn't until Wang Lin and Yi returned to the yard for their meal that he took out a wooden board and propped it against the wall, affixing sheets of white paper to it. He outlined the tasks required, the number of people needed, the specifications, and the remuneration. "Once you have reviewed it, please come forward to register for the tasks you wish to undertake." A throng of eager individuals surged forward. Wang Lin retreated to the small courtyard, setting up a table against the opposite wall. The front of the crowd began to read aloud: "Land clearing, remove weeds from the land," followed by turning the soil and clearing out large stones, small rocks, and ditches. A number of workers needed, 40. Compensation, 10 Gen of medium radiation food per person per day. Pond excavation, dig a water reservoir at the designated location, with a depth of 10 meters. Number of workers needed, 100. Compensation, 10 Gen of medium radiation food per person per day. Canal digging, create an irrigation channel connecting the pond and the cleared land, 2 meters wide and 1 meter deep. Number of workers needed, 35. Compensation, 10 Gen of medium radiation food per person per day. A fertilizer pit, dig a pit for composting at the field's edge and place the specified materials inside. Number of workers needed, 21. Compensation, 10 Gen of medium radiation food per person per day. A plant segmentation, segment the transported plants according to regulations. A number of workers needed, several. Compensation, 6 Gen of medium radiation food per person per day. There were precisely 196 able-bodied men in the village, making it a perfect fit for the labor-intensive tasks. Wang Lin reserved the plant segmentation for the women and children of Shurtsuan. To be frank, if any of you are found slacking off, replacements will be sought. I hope for everyone's diligence. Yes, we will certainly work earnestly. An elder chimed in, "This is a stable job. Anyone who dares to shirk their duties would truly be heartless and cut off their own livelihood." Chapter 26, The Pill of Abstinence. Wang Lin refrained from saying more, assisting each person with their registration before explaining the locations and procedures for each task. Work began to take on a more orderly nature. As the soil here bore no insects, not even earthworms, it was exceedingly compact, resembling the firmness of rammed earth in some areas, making excavation quite laborious. A significant amount of vegetation was cleared due to the absence of terminal scanning. The pace was remarkably swift. Wang Lin employed his spiritual awareness to examine the amassed plants, selecting those with medium to low radiation for preservation. As long as a plant bore seeds and had at least one leaf classified as low or medium radiation, its seeds were retained by Wang Lin. After a while, he abandoned the task for himself, entrusting it to the women and children, who, equipped with terminals, could complete the work, albeit with slightly more time required. The seeds they identified were intended for direct planting. Although high radiation plants were preferable for him, he needed to maintain a facade of reasonable explanation. Regularly producing medium radiation plants would inevitably attract attention. Thus he required a justifiable rationale. Achieving self-sufficiency would be ideal, as he wished to avoid placing himself and his sister in jeopardy. Wang Lin now intended to process the plants that had been separated the previous day. However, the method of processing still required his experimentation. Besides the plants moved indoors yesterday, many more were contained in bags outside, necessitating prompt attention lest they spoil under the sun. Wang Lin desired a pill furnace. Yet his account balance had dwindled to a mere 10 digits, insufficient for such a purchase. Without a proper alchemical furnace, he could only opt for a copper pot. With a copper pot, he would be able to refine these plants into liquid or paste forms for preservation. Attempting to refine pills by hand would prove exhausting and yield minimal results. Wang Lin gazed at a bag of plants, mentally flipping through the basic botany textbook in his mind for corresponding plant introductions. The intelligent light brain scanned and swiftly turned to the relevant sections in the textbook. As he examined the descriptions, apart from some fundamental information, detailed accounts followed: summer mushroom grass, complete composition, diterpenoid compounds, cyclic ether terpenes, plant cuticular steroids, glycosides, flavonoids, and trace elements, among others. An overwhelming array of terms Wang Lin could scarcely comprehend. He had to admit, he had once fancied himself a skilled alchemist, able to effortlessly grasp medicinal properties. Yet now he felt akin to an illiterate, his knowledge a stark contrast to this new realm of understanding. Clearly, mastering this contemporary system would not be an overnight endeavor. The path ahead was daunting. However, Wang Lin sensed that acquiring this knowledge would elevate his alchemical skills to new heights. While much remained unintelligible, he could discern some aspects: clearing heat and detoxifying, relieving phlegm and coughing, cooling blood and stopping bleeding. Presently, pharmacological research focused on antibacterial properties, antiviral effects, impacts on the immune system, and benefits for the respiratory system. It could even promote the healing of fire elemental injuries and reduce wound sizes. With these insights, Wang Lin commenced his experiments in the alchemical chamber. He separately chewed on the leaves, stems, flowers, and fruits, personally experiencing their medicinal properties: sweet and bitter, cold in nature, entering the lung and gallbladder meridians, clearing the liver, dispelling fire, enhancing vision, and reducing swellings. The fruit clusters exhibited optimal medicinal properties when brownish red in hue. Simply removing impurities and sun-drying sufficed, as all spiritual energy would be locked within the clusters, were it not for this timely harvest. The spiritual energy would gradually dissipate. Wang Lin meticulously recorded all findings in his light brain, planning to reorganize the medicinal properties into a compendium for future reference and modifications in alchemy. Once these details were confirmed, he illustrated the appearance of the fruit clusters that needed harvesting, affixing a sample to the outer wall. When others returned to collect these plants, they would need only gather the fruit clusters. Under the blazing sun, racks were set up to hold winnowing baskets, drying the fruit clusters of summer mushroom grass. These baskets were brought from the villagers' homes. These items are not in short supply for them, as they are essential for daily use. The food harvested regularly is dried for consumption during the winter months. In Wang Lin's area, there aren't many winnowing baskets, so they spontaneously brought their own. Currently, a cluster of summer mushrooms resembles a long, pumpkin-sized shape. However, since the purpose is to clear weeds rather than specifically harvest this item, the collection of suitable specimens is quite limited. After 6 hours, Wang Lin has classified all existing plant varieties by their medicinal properties. Unfortunately, he has not discovered any particularly potent plants. His gaze shifts to the grains. The ingredients for the fasting pill consist of the husks of spiritual rice combined with a small quantity of the rice itself. Although there is no spiritual rice here, the characteristics of these grains bear some resemblance. Wang Lin intends to experiment with this to see if he can concoct the fasting pill. He discovers from the light brain that a nutritional liquid is available for sale, offering effects similar to those of the fasting pill. Consuming one can sustain the body's needs for 3 days. This item is a necessity for mercenary groups and solitary ability users due to its compact size and ease of use, resulting in a substantial market demand. Most of the collected plants are sent to factories that produce these nutritional liquids. Wang Lin feels that if he can produce the fasting pill, the market should be even more lucrative than that for the nutritional liquid, as one fasting pill can sustain bodily needs for around 15 days, far surpassing the 3-day duration of the nutritional liquid. Additionally, due to the raw materials used, despite efforts to eliminate various unpleasant flavors, the taste is quite similar to eating raw wild vegetables. In contrast, the fasting pill has a delightful grain aroma, making it considerably more appealing than the nutritional liquid. Unfortunately, he currently lacks an alchemical furnace, so he can only manually craft the fasting pills. If he can produce a few to sell, he should be able to afford one for himself, allowing him to create more. Wang Lin quickly shells the seeds of the barnyard grass before setting aside the dehusked seeds of the dogtail grass for future use. An hour later, he gazes at the pill he has created. With 2 bowls containing 12 pills in total, the pills emit a faint grain fragrance, reminiscent of freshly cooked rice. Chapter 27. Silver coin card. He lifts a bowl. Watching the round pills roll within their hue a pale yellow, Wang Lin picks one up for a closer inspection. Scraping a bit off to taste, the flavor is indistinguishable from that of the fasting pill. After all, the fasting pill can be made from any grain husk imbued with spiritual energy. Confirmed by the familiar taste and sensation, Wang Lin looks at the remaining 22 pills and pours them into a single bowl. Now the question is how to sell them. He sends a message to Zhou Ming, who responds that he has no channels for selling them, except to submit them to his superiors, or Zhou Ming understands that Wang Lin does not wish to expose anything. Master Wang, the reason I can be called the head of the Trading Commission in Zone 21 is that there are few ability users here, and they seldom choose to conduct transactions at the Zone 21 Trading Commission. Thus, this position can be held by ordinary people. By default, only ability users can trade with one another. Zhou Ming ponders for a moment before continuing. Ability users often trade using anonymous cards, without going through light brain accounts. Not through light brain accounts, yes, because transactions through light brain accounts leave a trace, which can be unsuitable for certain individuals or matters, hence the emergence of anonymous silver coin cards. However, obtaining such cards is restricted to ability users who can directly exchange their silver coins at banks in the inner city. The exchange fee is 20%, and the funds on the card can be used in any light brain, but if the card is directly transferred to a light brain account, it must be done in one go. After which the card becomes void. Wang Lin nods, indicating his understanding. That truly seems rather exploitative. A 20% processing fee. How should I sell this? He contemplates. In terms of ability users, he only knows one. Zhao Pan, who could be considered a local power broker. The existence of anonymous silver coin cards presents a viable opportunity. Irresolute, Wang Lin informs his sister and sets out alone, following Zhao Pan's previously mentioned location. He swiftly arrives at his destination. With a flick of his wrist, he performs a spell, momentarily frowning as he transforms into an elderly figure. Assessing the consumption of spiritual energy, he determines it can sustain him for at least half an hour, sufficient time. He soon arrives at the entrance. Who are you? The guard, sensing the aura of the man before him, recognizes he is not an ordinary person and politely inquires, "Is Zhao Pan available?" "Yes, he is, please follow me." One person leads Wang Lin to the reception room while another hurriedly rushes inside to find Zhao Pan. Within moments, Zhao Pan arrives. "I am Zhao Pan, I am uncertain what brings you here." Esteemed elder, Wang Lin does not waste words. This is a fasting pill crafted by an old Taoist. Consuming one can allow a person to fast for about 15 days. He tosses the pill into Zhao Pan's hand. Does it have the same effect as the nutritional liquid? Zhao Pan inquires with curiosity. You can have someone taste it to find out. Alright. Zhao Pan retrieves a pill and hands it to someone nearby. Give it a try. Yes, boss, perfect timing. I haven't eaten yet and I'm famished. Watching the individual swallow, Zhao Pan exclaims, it seems the boss truly does provide a sense of satiety. Wang Lin turns to leave. Noting that the individual has hardly consumed it, I will return in 10 days. Wait, Zhao Pan calls out. Wang Lin does not look back. These 22 pills are my gift to you for testing. We can discuss further matters in 10 days. Agreed. Upon returning home, Wang Lin continues to organize the medicinal materials while instructing others to assist with dehusking the grains in the warehouse. In the future, daily wages will be paid in dehusked grains. Is this truly the case, Master Wang? Of course, these grains should ideally be dried before dehusking. Understood, although unhusked grains can be stored for a longer time. Dehusked ones yield greater weight during weighing. Moreover, for the villagers, it is impossible to save grains each year, let alone consider storing them for extended periods. Wang Lin estimates that the husks collected over 10 days should yield a considerable number of fasting pills. As long as there are sufficient husks, the production of fasting pills can be achieved without adding grains, resulting in the same outcome. This approach would also alleviate the villagers' food issues, making it a win-win situation. Naturally, fasting pills can also be directly crafted from spiritual rice, but that would be excessively wasteful. No one would engage in such a thankless task. At most, a small amount of spiritual rice might be added during the husk processing to enhance the pill yield. However, Wang Lin's alchemical skills allow him to create them without needing to add spiritual rice. He does not intend to consume the fasting pills himself, having done so extensively in his previous life. This time, he decides against it as he is still young and not suited for such pills. He must also share meals with her. Meanwhile, after Wang Lin leaves, the young subordinate immediately spits out the fasting pill, which remains intact. Boss, Li Shi speaks. First, let us check for poison, then, have someone test the effects of this medicine. Understood. This individual is a rare spatial ability user, although their spatial capacity is only 0.5 cubic meters. After years of struggling, they returned to follow Zhao Pan. There are plenty of scavengers outside who are starving. Testing candidates are in abundance. The individual conducts their work meticulously, confirming there is no poison before gathering a representative sample of people to test the medicine, including children, the elderly, and women, while utilizing their light brain to monitor their physical conditions every half hour. The test subjects tremble in fear, unaware of what they are being fed, and no explanations are offered. The repeated examination results cause Li Shi's eyes to gleam with excitement. After half a day, he hastily approaches Zhao Pan. "Boss, I have made a significant discovery." "What is it?" "From the current observations, the fasting pill indeed has effects akin to those of the nutritional liquid." "That is truly remarkable. Not only that, but I have also found that during the first 2 hours after consuming the fasting pill, a gentle energy is released that can repair damaged bodies. Albeit very subtly, this energy resembles that of low radiation plants, yet it is even milder and more harmless. Although the fasting pill is the most basic type of pill, all pills possess a distinct characteristic: they contain spiritual energy. This gentle spiritual energy, especially when refined into pill form, becomes even more soothing, inherently nurturing the body. Such mild spiritual energy is nearly non-existent across the entire blue star. Is that truly the case? Indeed, I would not jest about such matters. If consumed consistently over time, it could potentially replenish the energy within an ability user's meridians. Recalling the fasting pills administered to the test subjects, Li Shi feels a pang of regret. Chapter 28. The essence of ability user cultivation. Though it may only be beneficial to first-level ability users, for them, this could be considered an extraordinary fortune. Anything greater would be beyond the reach of insignificant individuals like them. "Boss, should we investigate the origins of that individual?" "Yes, understood, boss." Li Shi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "What's the matter?" "Boss, if we investigate this way and the other party has a significant background, won't we be in trouble?" Zhao Pan squinted and replied, "Those with connections won't engage with us so casually. Most of these individuals are merely lacking in influence. We should be cautious as their capabilities are not to be underestimated. We must avoid offending them." "Understood, boss." "However, this matter seems to involve something that ordinary people cannot easily acquire." It's possible that we just stumbled upon a stroke of luck and discovered something like this." "Then, boss, if we uncover the other party's details, should we proceed?" Li Shi narrowed his eyes. "We'll decide once we gather the information. Without absolute certainty, ensure you treat him well." "Yes, boss." After a busy morning, they finished lunch, and Wang Lin immediately commenced his studies for the day. Today, there was a particularly intriguing topic: the cultivation of supernatural beings. When Zhe began to explain, before reaching level 3, the essence of cultivating supernatural abilities lies in nourishment. One should consume more low-radiation plants, which contain energy that can be absorbed. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin raised an eyebrow. The so-called supernatural abilities are indeed fueled by the energy provided by spiritual essence. "What is the true essence of cultivating supernatural abilities?" he queried. Seeing this question, when Zhe raised an eyebrow, "Within every individual's genes lies tremendous power, and those who awaken this power are referred to as gene warriors. As I mentioned in yesterday's lesson, the awakening of supernatural abilities categorizes into 3 types: mental, physical, and natural. The extraordinary abilities that emerge stem from genetic factors. If you possess fire-based abilities, you belong to the natural category. The testing of supernatural levels outside merely reflects the attack potency of your abilities. This level manifests in 2 aspects: the level of genetic awakening and the energy reservoir within one's body. For instance, if your genetic awakening level is 1 and your energy reservoir is 2, your displayed strength will be 1. Conversely, if your genetic awakening level is 2 and your energy reservoir is 1, your displayed strength remains 1. Thus, the lower of the 2 determines your actual strength. The so-called geniuses among us are those with a very high genetic awakening level but a low energy reservoir. Such individuals only need to continuously enhance their energy capacity, and their strength will steadily rise. Now comes the crux: how to enhance energy capacity, which is central to the cultivation of supernatural abilities. If your mental strength is sufficiently robust, you will begin to perceive that after consuming those low-radiation plants, a surge of power is absorbed into your body, aside from being integrated into your flesh and bones. The remainder enters a peculiar realm, one that seems to straddle the line between the tangible and the intangible, yet undeniably exists within our bodies. Wang Lin pondered deeply. It seemed to him that this was akin to the dantian. It is referred to as the acupuncture points. Before reaching level 3, one must open 17 acupuncture points, and a level 3 supernatural being reaches its peak by opening 51 points throughout the body. Upon opening the 52nd point, these 52 points will resonate in a unique manner, thus transitioning into the realm of a level 4 supernatural being. These acupuncture points are aligned along the body's central axis. With only 1 point per location, Wang Lin listened expressionlessly, his mind recalling numerous ancient texts he had perused. Among them was a particularly absurd account, awakening the great treasury of the human body and unlocking the power of the bloodline. This text posited that the first living beings born in every world possessed divine abilities granted by the heavens, and these abilities would be passed down through their bloodlines in extreme conditions. This might awaken the bloodline to manifest divine powers. While these notions might seem far-fetched, the truly absurd aspect was that it prescribed a method of cultivation requiring the shattering of acquired meridians and transforming points into acupuncture points. For cultivators, a rupture in the meridians would sever their path to immortality. What left Wang Lin speechless was that the cultivation method for supernatural beings mirrored this ancient text. The first step is to open a single point. The second step involves opening dual points, which are symmetrical points on either side of the body. The third step entails opening peculiar points. The energy reservoir resides within these acupuncture points, wherein energy is absorbed and assimilated through the body's blood and vitality before being directed into the points. Initially, Wang Lin had considered attempting to cultivate both immortality and supernatural abilities, but reality proved harsh. The two paths of cultivation were incompatible. Cultivators require meridians, whereas supernatural beings must rupture their meridians to forge acupuncture points. Pursuing both paths is, quite frankly, impossible. As for determining which path is superior, Wang Lin lacked the capacity to judge. However, one thing was certain: if he abandoned the path of immortality in favor of supernatural abilities, the accumulation of over a century in his previous life would be rendered futile. The power of the bloodline is exceedingly domineering. Once one steps onto that path, the energy cultivated within can only be utilized for the manifestation of bloodline abilities, making it increasingly easier to traverse the path of laws in the later stages. However, the energy cultivated cannot be employed for various spells or alchemical techniques. Such pursuits must be relinquished. Wang Lin genuinely enjoyed alchemy. Having lived for so long, this hobby was irreplaceable. It was impossible for him to relinquish it. If he found himself in the same position as in his previous life, devoid of any hope for foundation building, he might have considered switching paths. Now, at least he could achieve a foundation building stage, so he certainly would not change his course. He possessed a complete cultivation method from chi refining to golden core, centered around the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Initially, he believed that the 5 elemental roots were certainly not inferior, a point he had argued with elderly Han Ti. Numerous cultivation techniques of various levels for the 5 elemental roots been passed down? This indicated that someone must have reached that level in the past, otherwise, how could such techniques have been created? Perhaps in ancient times, those with 5 elemental roots were the true geniuses, yet the reality was that the spiritual essence required for his advancement was excessively vast. It was not that the sect could not support him, but rather that the bearer of the 5 elemental roots could not sustain it within the limited lifespan of the chi refining stage. Even if he absorbed spiritual essence to the maximum capacity of his meridians, he would only reach the 3rd level of chi refining before his lifespan expired. To address this issue, Wang Lin had consulted countless texts, and body refinement emerged as a promising route. Body refinement could enhance the strength and resilience of both the body and meridians. Despite dedicating significant time to body refinement, elevating his strength on the limits of his meridians' capacity to absorb spiritual essence, he had only managed to reach the 5th level of body refinement. Chapter 29. 2 Paths of Cultivation. After learning about supernatural cultivation, Wang Lin found himself lacking any desire to pursue it. However, he still needed to remain informed, especially since his sister lacked spiritual roots and could pursue the path of bloodline cultivation, or rather, supernatural cultivation. Regarding the understanding of meridians and acupuncture points, Wang Lin humbly believed he comprehended them better than his mentor. At this moment, when Zhe began to discuss the second critical element of supernatural beings, the level of genetic awakening. In Wang Lin's mind, this translated to the degree of bloodline awakening. The level of genetic awakening is closely related to one's mental strength. Wang Lin interjected, "Aren't there gene enhancement serums?" "Yes, but the existing gene serums are only effective for the first 3 levels of supernatural beings. Subsequent breakthroughs are significantly tied to one's mental strength. Every supernatural being possesses their own mental strength, not just those of the mental category. However, compared to other categories, the mental category's mental strength is much stronger, making them the most likely candidates to become high-level powers. Their challenge lies in enhancing their physical strength, otherwise, they cannot support their mental strength. Wang Lin found himself intrigued by the peculiar abilities within the mental category, such as spirit speech, precognition, nightmare, fortune, and others. These abilities represent powerful laws within the bloodline, such as causality and destiny. However, the current methods for enhancing mental strength are not yielding significant results. Only specific plants have been found to boost mental strength. If you venture out in the future, pay close attention to those plants to prepare for what lies ahead. Wang Lin's gaze became somewhat distant. He already possessed methods for enhancing mental strength. His sister's path of cultivation should be smoother. There were also some medicinal pills for enhancing mental strength, though he wondered if he could find alternative materials to refine them. If his sister awakened in the mental category, that would be even better. For now, they could focus on body refinement without worrying about her physique lagging behind. The prospect of awakening mental abilities truly seemed promising. Wang Lin felt a surge of anticipation, but awakening supernatural abilities was akin to opening a blind box. Wen Zhe continued, as long as your mental strength is sufficient, it is highly likely to achieve a certain resonance with your genetic chain, thereby successfully elevating your genetic awakening level. Wang Lin asked. Resonating with one's bloodline, is there a method for this? There are some body refinement medicinal baths that can cause the bloodline to boil, enhancing physical constitution. Boiling bloodlines are easier to perceive than dormant ones. It might be worth a try. Throughout the class, Wang Lin occasionally posed questions to validate his thoughts. Time flew by quickly. As the class concluded, Wang Lin prepared to tackle his homework, only to find there was none today. At this moment, Yi had also awakened, prompting Wang Lin to shut down his holographic device and rise to have breakfast with his sister. Outside, the courtyard gradually buzzed with activity. Wang Lin observed Zhou Meili tidying up as she headed to wash the dishes. At present, he truly requires someone to become an extraordinary being, allowing him to observe closely how one awakens such powers. What exactly is this genetic potion? Regrettably, it can only be injected in a hospital and cannot be taken out. Otherwise, he could conduct thorough research on it. Wang Lin pondered that he could inquire with his mentor tomorrow whether an ordinary person could first open acupoints, given the extensive research on acupoints here. They should have conducted similar experiments. In the afternoon, Wang Lin continued his morning activities, organizing those plants and preparing the herbal compendium. Simultaneously, he began experimenting with some herbal combinations to prepare medicinal baths for himself and Xiaoyi. Wang Lin retrieved a dark, gnarled root, which, while not particularly large, was noticeably larger than the previous Yishou Wu. However, it did not exhibit the dramatic changes of other plants. This was, after all, a 300-year-old Yishou Wu. He swiftly commenced the preparation. Yishou Wu is bitter, sweet, and astringent in flavor, with a slightly warm nature. It is associated with the liver and kidney meridians. Its use, to replenish essence and blood. Subsequently, Wang Lin selected two types of resin. One was spicy, bitter, and warm, associated with the heart, liver, and spleen meridians. It invigorates blood circulation, alleviates pain, and promotes muscle regeneration. The other was also spicy and bitter but neutral in nature, linked to the same meridians, dispersing stasis and relieving pain while fostering muscle growth. Then, considering his options, Wang Lin chose prepared mulberry branches, cinnamon twigs, and safflower. He took equal portions of everything except safflower, for which he took 35 portions. Lacking an alchemical furnace, he could only first refine the various herbs into a liquid for fusion. Later, when needed, he could dissolve the herbal liquid in the large pot of the external bathhouse. After refining, Wang Lin extracted a small amount to assess its properties. The herbal effect was mild, promoting blood circulation, relaxing muscles, and unblocking meridians. Currently, the quantity of usable herbs at his disposal was still rather limited. His attempts to formulate a nourishing elixir had yielded unsatisfactory results. The recipes for herbal baths and the body refining techniques were indeed perfect. Unfortunately, he could not find the required herbs. However, they served as excellent references. He could only hope to find substitute herbs with similar properties. First, one must cultivate the flesh, then the tendons and bones, and finally the organs. As for blood, that would already be addressed during bone cultivation. If necessary, he could later attempt to refine his body using beast blood. Wang Lin's hands were in constant motion, refining herbs into liquids, mixing 1 or 2, 2 or 3, and 3 or 4 types, resulting in the emergence of pellets. He continuously experimented with the properties of these plants, adjusting their ratios. His aim was to concoct an elixir akin to the nourishing pill, one that would possess similar restorative effects. Both he and Xiaoyi were somewhat lacking in vitality. While he had a slight advantage due to his cultivation, Xiaoyi genuinely needed to replenish her strength to avoid jeopardizing her foundation. The effects of the individually refined plants were still somewhat lacking. Regrettably, the location he was in did not yield ginseng, otherwise, he could have attempted to use it. He considered whether he could purchase seeds to cultivate them himself. What he needed were merely low-year varieties. Moreover, according to the descriptions of extraordinary beings, wood-type practitioners could accelerate the growth of plants. However, the plants they induced were all high-radiation varieties and inedible, which posed no issue for him. With that thought, Wang Lin felt a stir in his heart. A wood-type practitioner was indeed needed here, yet there was no rush for that. Little Master Wang, a voice called from outside. Wang Lin halted his actions and stepped out. Upon seeing him, the waiting individuals greeted Little Master Wang. The pit for composting has been dug. What shall we do next? Alright, you all go help dig the pond. The next steps require my personal attention. Okay, next, he needed to arrange the formation, a task that only he could undertake. Little Master Wang, are you heading to the fields? Yes. Do you need assistance? Not for now, this simple formation could be arranged using ordinary stones. After placing the stones and activating the formation, he addressed the nearby individuals. After you return, have them bring the discarded plants that have already been cut and throw them into this pit. Understood. Little Master Wang. Wang Lin raised his head and observed the vast expanse of land cleared of plants, realizing he needed to expedite the preparation of the vegetation. Unfortunately, funds had not yet arrived. Once he finished here, he would return to continue concocting the desired pellets. Upon reaching the alchemy room, he noticed the refrigerator beside him. Opening it, he saw that the frozen mountain stream salamander meat was nearly finished. There was enough left for at most 2 more days. The warehouse contained plenty of wild vegetables and grains, but he was currently lacking in meat, with only a few types of plants available. The number of pellets he could concoct was limited, and he awaited more to arrive. Wang Lin decided to venture out, glancing at the playful Xiaoyi. Brother is going out for a bit. You can bring your friends to play in the yard, or brother, come with us. As she spoke, Wang Yi's lips began to pout. Don't worry, Xiaoyi, brother will return soon. You must keep an eye on the house. Don't go. Alright. After a while, once he and the other children were engaged in play, he quietly left with his backpack. He needed to move swiftly, ensuring his return before the others received their wages. Leaving the safety zone, Wang Lin plunged into the wilderness ahead. His consciousness extended continuously. Being too close to the safety zone, he found no other mutated creatures. Along the way, he avoided other scavengers, stopping only to collect unfamiliar plants. Placing them in his backpack, the absence of a storage bag made things quite inconvenient. As he pressed on, Wang Lin sensed a disturbance. It was not from his consciousness but rather a distant rumbling sound. Clearly indicative of a battle. After a moment's hesitation, he cautiously approached. Upon getting closer, he discerned the situation ahead. A group of 5 extraordinary beings was engaged in combat with a creature resembling a wild boar. Its body emanating a metallic sheen. Wang Lin commanded his neural interface to query the extraordinary beast catalog. Soon, an image of a beast appeared in his mind, covered entirely by hair resembling steel needles. Interlinked in a perfect rhombus pattern, forming a robust armored boar level. 2 commonly awakened skills: Venomous Tusks, Charge Drain, Trample, Growth Limit. Level 3 Habitat, Terrestrial Extraordinary Beast, Solitary Males. Females typically form groups of 3 to 5 with their young. Omnivorous. Note, its tusks possess a paralyzing neurotoxin. Once the opponent is struck by the venomous tusk's charge, the toxin will spread throughout their body, rendering them inedible. Moreover, the description indicated that this armor could absorb 30 to 50 of the impact from attacks. Observing the creature's tusks, which extended about 20 centimeters, Wang Lin was taken aback to discover they were indeed venomous. If it utilized its venomous charge, the toxin would permeate its entire being, rendering it inedible. He couldn't allow that to happen. The group of extraordinary beings appeared to be a mercenary team, their coordination quite impressive. The armored boar possessed level 2 strength, and according to the description, its power could be gauged by the length of its tusks. 9 centimeters indicated a level 0 beast. 10 to 19 centimeters a level 1, 20 to 29 centimeters a level 2, and 30 to 39 centimeters a level 3. The armored boar could only reach a maximum of level 3. They were handling it with ease. 4 individuals took turns attacking while a level 3 extraordinary being kept watch. Unfortunately, this prey already had an owner. Wang Lin quietly departed, seeking his own quarry. Half an hour after leaving, a series of urgent screams caught his attention. Within his consciousness range, he soon spotted 4 or 5 scavengers fleeing for their lives. Such occurrences were common when encountering extraordinary beasts. Wang Lin swiftly climbed a nearby towering vine plant as the scavengers darted beneath him. The sounds of roaring echoed from afar, through the gaps in the foliage. Wang Lin observed 3 large armored boars accompanied by over a dozen smaller ones. The name armored boar derived from their distinctive calls, as many extraordinary beasts were named based on their vocalizations. A vast area of vegetation had been destroyed. This devastation stemmed from the group of armored boars utilizing their trample skill. From a distance, Wang Lin observed white light emanating from their hooves. Each time they stomped the ground or plants, the white light burst forth, obliterating whatever lay beneath, be it stone or tree, turning it into dust. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. He had just assessed the strength of a level 2 armored boar. Now, before him stood 3 larger ones, one at level 1 and 2 at level 2, with the remaining dozen young boars still lacking fully developed tusks. The 3 large armored boars weighed around 300 to 400 pounds. While the smaller ones ranged from 20 to over 100 pounds, bringing them back would provide enough sustenance for a year and a half. Wang Lin stealthily approached, determined to eliminate them before they could unleash their venomous charge. Otherwise, all that meat would go to waste. His primary target was the 3 large wild boars. The smaller ones, having not yet awakened their skills, were of little concern. Wang Lin's consciousness transformed into 3 piercing darts. A significant expenditure of his mental energy, he quietly drew closer, swiftly entering his attack range. The armored boars remained completely unaware. Suddenly, the 3 large armored boars convulsed and collapsed. The young boars, startled by this unforeseen turn of events, raised their front hooves, glowing with white light. Wang Lin, witnessing this, launched a stone from his hand. With a series of clattering sounds, only 1 or 2 of the smaller boars fell, while most shook their heads and charged towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin had no time to ponder. He swiftly swung a hoe, striking the oncoming little armored pig on its forehead with a resounding clang. Narrowing his eyes, Wang Lin deftly sidestepped. In that instant, he distinctly observed a ripple of diamond-shaped quills recoil and vibrate from the point of impact, dissipating the force like waves, leaving the creature unscathed. Wang Lin, undeterred by the approaching adversary, unleashed his full might. Weaving intricate hand seals of flames erupted from thin air, and under the control of his fire manipulation technique, they transformed into fiery needles that penetrated the nostrils of the little armored pigs. In an instant, shrieks echoed as the creatures collapsed to the ground. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he took to the air. With a resounding crash, a little armored pig weighing over 100 pounds barreled into the spot he had just vacated. Crashing against a nearby tree, its tusks had turned from white to black. Wang Lin's countenance soured. This one was inedible. Without waiting for the creature to turn its head, he sent a ball of flames cascading over it, engulfing it entirely, leaving only a smoldering pile of ash. The remaining little armored pigs lay motionless, their larger counterparts having long ceased to make a sound. Observing the scene before him, Wang Lin approached one of the larger armored pigs and weighed it in his hands. It was heavier than he had anticipated, estimated at around 800 pounds. He hadn't expected such weight from a creature that appeared so modest in size. It must have been due to its quills. Chapter 31, Sale. Altogether, the haul amounted to over 5,000 pounds. Glancing around, Wang Lin gathered numerous vines from the side and proceeded to bleed the armored pigs. With their lifeless bodies, it was imperative to drain the blood promptly. Otherwise, by the time he returned, it would have congealed within the flesh, rendering it foul and unpalatable. Wang Lin hastily commenced the process. Regrettably, he lamented the waste of this blood. His spiritual energy was limited, and the spiritual fire remained at home, preventing him from refining it for transport. Thus, it was destined to be squandered. As he quickly drained the blood, the air became thick with the pungent scent of iron. Once finished, Wang Lin bound all the armored pigs together into a large bundle. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a freezing spell to encase them. Utilizing a lightness technique, the original weight of over 5,000 pounds was reduced to a mere 50. He hoisted the bundle and made a swift exit. To maintain such a potent lightness technique, he had to periodically consume the elixirs he had crafted to sustain his internal spiritual energy. Wang Lin dashed through the wilderness, carrying a considerable mass. At that moment, the 5 individuals who had previously slain the level 2 armored pig arrived at the scene of Wang Lin's carnage. Upon witnessing the extensive bloodshed, the level 3 ability user's face paled, and he urgently commanded his team to retreat. 2 members carried the armored pig in turns, eventually making their way to the dirt road outside, where they loaded it into their vehicle and drove off. For the next few days, it would be wise to avoid this area. The overwhelming stench of blood would undoubtedly attract formidable beasts. Wang Lin continued forward, having rested twice before finally spotting the protective barrier of the safe zone that he had nearly arrived. After a brief respite, he pressed on, skillfully circumventing the villagers of Stone Village. Temporarily stowing the armored pigs in an unfrequented area behind his house, he performed a cleansing spell, erasing all traces of water, blood, and grime from his person, restoring himself to a pristine state. Checking the time, He noted that there were merely 10 minutes left until he needed to distribute wages to everyone. Wang Lin approached the front, entering through the yard gate. Brother, did you have fun today? Yes, I had a great time. Little Yi nodded enthusiastically. Wang Lin began to move supplies outside, and the other little ones eagerly offered to assist. You all go inform the villagers that food is ready for collection. Okay. Once everything was in place, the nearby villagers gathered as before, collecting their wages based on their work and registering their names. Alright. Today's wages combined amounted to no more than 1/20th of what was gathered yesterday. After receiving their pay and signing for it, the villagers of Stone Village returned to their tasks. According to their accounts, there was still an hour until nightfall, and it would be shameful to leave without completing their work. Even those wishing to depart found themselves compelled to stay, unwilling to miss out on the opportunity to showcase their diligence, fearing they would be at a disadvantage in the future. Wang Lin did not hinder them. He allowed them to proceed as they wished. Zhou Ming and his daughter arrived punctually. Zhou Meili assisted in preparing the meal. Wang Lin requested Zhou Ming's help in transporting food from the warehouse to the tax collection station. Completing this task would nearly fulfill the tax obligations for the year. Meanwhile, he began to process the armored pigs he had acquired. When Zhou Ming found Wang Lin, he was greeted by the sight of the armored pigs hanging upside down. Wang Lin was in the midst of skinning one. Master Wang Lin turned around. You're just in time. Can you handle the quills and tusks of these armored pigs? Of course, Zhou Ming eagerly nodded. That's excellent. Assist me with this, and I won't shortchange you. You'll receive a 10% commission on the sale. Zhou Ming quickly waved his hands. No need. I'm just lending a hand, Wang Lin insisted. If you don't accept, I won't feel right about having you assist me. Understanding the rationale, Zhou Ming's expression turned serious as he replied, You're offering too much. Even the fee for the trading commission station is only 1%. Very well, I shall give you 2%. Zhou Ming hesitated before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, sir. I'll be glad to help. Wang Lin did not refuse. There were simply too many armored pigs for him to manage alone. By the way, sir, will you be keeping all this meat? Yes, then I shall arrange for a large freezer for you. The excess could be made into jerky. Thank you. Wang Lin nodded appreciatively. Also, could you procure a batch of grain for me? But you have so much already. While I possess a fair amount, none of it has been accounted for tax purposes, and there are many mouths to feed. Zhou Ming sighed. I can only manage around 100 pounds of grain each month. Well, better than nothing. Please help me obtain some. I will arrange for additional supplies to come in. Understood, sir. Wang Lin did not lack for food to eat, but he needed grain suitable for sowing. Roughly how much do you think this will be worth? Wang Lin gestured towards the armored pigs. Sir, the tusks and quills from your level 2 armored pigs can be sold for about 100,000 silver coins, while the level 1 armored pigs fetch around 10,000. As a thought struck him, Zhou Ming further explained, although your last mountain stream salamander was of level 1, its value far exceeded that of other level 1 beasts. It is a type of ancient beast. The armored pig, however, is a common beast, hence its lower worth. Wang Lin nodded in understanding. He also extracted the beast core from the level 2 armored pig, sensing the power within. If classified by attributes, it contained elements of natural, metal, and poison types, along with physical strength. After toying with it, he concluded that its attributes were too diverse to be suitable for forming a 5-element array. It would be cumbersome to use in alchemy. For Wang Lin, it held little value, falling into the category of something that was neither particularly useful nor easily discarded. How much could this fetch? Wang Lin inquired, holding the beast core towards Zhou Ming. This requires analysis of the energy content. A fully charged level 2 beast core typically sells for around 100,000 silver coins, losing 10,000 for every 10% decrease in energy. Wang Lin nodded, contemplating before handing it over. Please assist me with this as well. Certainly. The level 1 beast core he extracted contained only attributes of metal and physical strength, which could indeed be utilized for establishing a 5-element balance array. As for level 0 beasts, they did not possess beast cores. Half an hour later, a large freezer arrived, capable of holding 1,000 pounds of meat. It was positioned at the back of the main hall, making the space appear a bit cramped. As dusk approached, Wang Lin efficiently dealt with the remaining meat. He systematically dissected portions of meat and placed them into the freezer. Once it was full, he employed a freezing spell. As night fell, Wang Lin froze the remaining unprocessed meat and, yawning, carried the sleepy Yi back to his room. Once Yi was asleep, Wang Lin ventured outside the small courtyard, selecting some grains and wild vegetables from the accumulated plants and transferring them into the warehouse. Tomorrow, these could also be distributed as food. Having completed these tasks, Wang Lin commenced his daily cultivation. Chapter 32, Trade. Upon concluding his practice, a new day dawned. Given the previous day's arrangements, there was still work to be done, and the morning air was devoid of the usual clamor at the courtyard gate. The villagers of Stone Village busied themselves with their respective tasks. Wang Lin had yet to finish training with Yi when Zhou Ming and his daughter arrived, bringing with them a substantial supply of salt. "Good morning, Master Wang." "Good morning," Wang Lin acknowledged. Breakfast was once again provided by Zhou Ming's family. "Master Wang, I have never made jerky before," Zhou Mei confessed anxiously, fearing that with so much meat they might ruin it. "No problem, just give it a try. If you need extra hands, feel free to ask villagers from outside for help." "Alright, Master Wang." The level 2 armored pigs sold for 110,000 due to their intact quills. And the beast core, with no loss of energy, fetched 100,000. The 2 level 1 pigs sold for 20,000. Although Zhou Ming had previously sent Wang Lin a message regarding the sales, he took the time to reiterate the details personally. All combined, they had reached a neat total of 300,000 silver coins. Wang Lin nodded, at that moment checking the information on his holographic display. He noted the transaction details sent by Zhou Ming and the confirmation of the 300,000 deposit. Wang Lin transferred 6,000 silver coins to Zhou Ming, the agreed upon commission. By the way, I am contracting 200 acres of land. Understood, sir. However, the manpower in the vicinity of Darren Shusher village is still limited. If we acquire an additional 200 acres, we would then possess a total of 210 acres of land. Will this be sufficient manpower? Winter will arrive in 3 months, perhaps we should wait until next year. Wang Lin genuinely considers the implications for himself. Renting land at this juncture seems rather imprudent. Wang Lin gestured dismissively. The taxes for that area have already been settled, correct? Yes, the batch I delivered yesterday has been completely paid. If you were to rent an additional 200 acres, you would only need to pay the taxes for this new land. Very well, please ensure it is delivered tonight. Understood. If I were to employ those scavengers from outside, how would that work? Zhou Ming hesitated before speaking. Those scavengers have no fixed abode. It would be quite troublesome to locate them later on. Wang Lin understood that Zhou Ming's concern was not merely about the difficulty of finding scavengers for work, but rather the potential complications if problems arose and they absconded. For instance, the jerky in Wang Lin's courtyard could easily tempt those with ill intentions. If stolen, tracking them down would prove exceedingly difficult due to their transient nature. One should not dismiss Zhou Ming's apprehensions. A few stolen pieces of jerky could easily lead to a family securing a residence in the safe zone. The temptation is indeed substantial. It would be wiser to employ individuals from the safe zone. Residents of the safe zone have their own homes here, having tended to their belongings for a considerable time. After all, a broken home can still be worth a fortune. Those who are settled will not risk losing what they possess for the sake of a mere shoe. Working for you offers them a stable income. Even the prospect of 10 jin is enticing enough for them. Wang Lin is only responsible for the household tax of Shurtsuan. Others who come to work must pay their own taxes, which, even if they have to pay, is far more advantageous than foraging outdoors. Wang Lin shook his head. The wilderness surrounding the safe zone is not perilous, one simply needs to gather methodically, which would sustain them. If I were to recruit individuals here, it might lead to resource wastage. After all, if wild vegetables are not harvested in a timely manner, they will eventually become highly radioactive and inedible. Your reasoning is sound. Scavengers can indeed be employed, but certain rules must be followed. Wang Lin pondered. You mean a 3-day limit? Yes. Non-ability users and non-residents of the safe zone, upon entering the safe zone, will trigger an alarm if they exceed 3 days, prompting the security team to expel them. If you wish for them to work, the travel time would be excessively long and not cost-effective. Moreover, their physical strength cannot compare to that of the residents of the safe zone. Zhou Ming glanced at Wang Lin. To prevent such situations, another option would be to have them relinquish their terminals. Most scavengers rely on the free terminals provided by the safe zone for their survival. If they abandon their terminals, they would depend solely on you for sustenance. Wang Lin understood Zhou Ming's implication well. Without their terminals, the protective barrier of the safe zone would be unable to detect these scavengers. Devoid of terminals, scavengers would be incapable of sourcing food, as they cannot discern the radiation levels of the plants before them. Consuming a highly radioactive plant would lead to certain death. It could be said that as long as they are provided with food, they would be compelled to work for Wang Lin. With life and death resting entirely in his hands, Zhou Ming was uncertain whether Wang Lin had initially intended to use the scavengers for such purposes, but in this harsh world, having even a morsel of food to survive is already a significant boon. What methods do you have to help me gather people? Wang Lin's voice was calm yet firm. Zhou Ming shook his head. I cannot assist with that. However, if you want to recruit, you should do so directly from outside. Offering some incentives would prompt those individuals to bring you the people you need. Zhou Ming then recalled, there is an ability user named Zhao Pan in this area, who has connections outside. If you wish, I can reach out to him regarding this matter. What, are there people continuously bringing others in from outside? Zhou Ming paused before replying, I have only heard that someone influential in the inner city is seeking such assistance. After a moment's silence, Zhou Ming added with a wry smile, we, within the safe zone, live a village-based existence. If someone goes missing, the security team must take over the investigation, which can be quite troublesome. The influential individuals prefer to avoid complications, Wang Lin smirked. So, is this how the trade of human trafficking begins? Zhou Ming chuckled. Indeed, where there is profit, there will be those willing to engage. I do not know the specifics. Wang Lin closed his eyes and spoke. Alright, I understand, you help me gather some individuals. I want them as families. If I purchase them, I intend for them to work diligently. I do not want any family to be incomplete. Very well, to accompany you is a stroke of luck for them. Wang Lin watched Zhou Ming depart, certain memories stirred within him, closing his eyes. He recalled the aftermath of the 111 safe zone's collapse. During that tumultuous time, there were those who looked after the siblings and children of similar ages gathered together for warmth. Upon reaching District 109, many scavengers from that area adopted Wang Lin and the other children under various pretexts. The eldest among them, Wei Taotao, aged 16, had warned the others against venturing out. Chapter 33, You need people? However, not long after, she went out to gather and never returned, without their elder sister to unite them. The remaining children found survival increasingly difficult, ultimately dispersing one by one. Wang Lin, preoccupied with gathering food for his sister, had little to spare, and they were both left emaciated, eventually becoming invisible to the eyes of others. As Wang Lin busied himself with survival, he failed to notice the absence of his friends. His eyes closed, he concealed the simmering anger within him. When he opened his eyes again, they reflected an eerie calmness as he resumed processing the medicinal herbs. Approximately 3 hours later, Wang Lin's holographic communicator buzzed with an incoming call. Upon seeing it was Zhou Ming, he connected the call. What is it, Darren? Lord Zhao Pan requires your presence for a discussion. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Very well. Zhao Pan appeared somewhat surprised at Wang Lin's arrival. Ah, young brother, so you are the one seeking people. I was wondering who was in need of so many individuals in this outer city. May I inquire as to the purpose of your request? Why do you need to concern yourselves with such matters? Wang Lin's gaze darkened. Zhao Pan gestured for his entourage to discreetly withdraw. Ultimately, his attention settled on Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming looked towards Wang Lin, who stated, it is of no consequence. He is one of my own. Zhou Ming felt an unfamiliar sense of grounding upon hearing those words, as if drifting weeds had finally found soil to root in. Zhao Pan withdrew his gaze and chuckled. Very well, the situation is as follows. If it were merely 1 or 2 individuals, it would be manageable, but your request exceeds that. The security team is stationed adjacent to the outer city. Should a large number escape, it would become quite problematic. If matters were to delay the influential figures in the inner city, I would be unable to bear the consequences. Wang Lin, is this burden too great for you? Zhao Pan's expression turned stern. Who can withstand the rules of the safe zone? Wang Lin chose not to argue but instead stated, did I not lease over 200 acres of land? Bringing those individuals here is solely for the purpose of cultivation. Leasing land? You are leasing land? Yes, Zhou Ming interjected. Today, the gentleman finalized the contract for over 200 acres, quite the bold move. But don't you have villagers? If you're leasing land, renting land is feasible, but managing household taxes is an entirely different matter. With fewer than 200 capable laborers in Shertsuan, what can be accomplished? Why not simply purchase machinery? Wang Lin gazed at Zhao Pan, speechless. Zhao Pan quickly realized that while machinery is indeed plentiful, agricultural machinery requires distinct production and comes at a steep cost, starting in the hundreds of thousands. If it were for personal use, they would prefer to rely on human labor, thus avoiding maintenance expenses. Zhao Pan regarded Wang Lin with admiration. You are truly clever to employ those scavengers. There is indeed profit to be made. Enough, you don't need to elaborate, just tell me if you will sell them. If not, I will seek assistance from the adjacent district. No, I will buy them. Tell me what you have available. I require families, whole families. Make sure none are lost along the way, as I intend for them to work the land. If you lose a few along the way, don't bring any trouble to my doorstep. I want them to work diligently and without fear. Young brother understands. Absolutely, I will ensure it is handled properly. Are there any other matters? Wang Lin inquired impatiently. There are no further matters. Please return in 5 days. And I will personally assist you in selecting individuals. How long will the selection process take? A round trip should suffice for a day. A day, that's unacceptable. 5 days from now will be Thursday. And I have prior engagements. Let us shift it to Saturday or Sunday, then I'll push it back 2 days. How about Saturday? Very well, I shall take my leave now. All right, remember to come early on that day. Wang Lin stood up. Let us go. Zhou Ming hurriedly followed suit. Upon returning home, Wang Lin calculated that after renting the land, he had 294,000 remaining, which left him with 94,000. The average price per person was 1,000 silver coins, allowing him to purchase 94 individuals. Initially, Wang Lin had intended to continue his business with Zhao Pan regarding the fasting pills, but he now felt disinclined to pursue it further. Wang Lin found himself growing increasingly troubled. What a predicament! Although the fasting elixir holds promise, the market must adapt to new innovations. It lacks both fame and the endorsement of influential figures, making it challenging to gain the trust of potential buyers. Many may fear poisoning and refrain from purchasing the elixir. This was precisely why he initially considered becoming a supplier rather than engaging in retail. However, it seems that approach is no longer viable. Wang Lin furrowed his brow and pondered. Nutrient solution. He would dissolve the fasting elixir in water, masquerading it as a nutrient solution. Once customers accepted it, he could then sell the fasting elixir directly. After solidifying his plan, Wang Lin enlisted Zhou Ming's assistance to prepare glass vials. The nutrient solution bottles resembled those used for oral liquids, albeit without straws, as one simply removes the stopper. Besides the officially sold nutrient solutions, numerous smaller factions had concocted various off-brand versions. The official nutrient solution was priced at 200 silver coins per bottle, whereas off-brands ranged from 100 to 180 coins. Many mercenary groups opted for the cheaper alternatives. As the fasting elixir dissolved in water, Wang Lin could distinctly sense the already sparse spiritual energy gradually dissipating. 2 hours later, only a barely perceptible trace of energy remained. Sufficient to sustain the potion's efficacy. Wang Lin sampled a bit. It bore a faint grainy flavor, but its potency had significantly diminished. He estimated that consuming a vial would only sustain effects for 3 days, which was comparable to the nutrient solutions. After preparing approximately 100 vials of the fasting elixir nutrient solution, Wang Lin intended to venture out after his midday class to approach mercenary groups and test the waters. Additionally, he planned to hunt some exotic beasts and have Zhou Ming assist in selling the spoils to earn some money. After enjoying lunch, he took a nap while Wang Lin delved into his studies. In his leisure time, he had already reviewed the textbook content, but he was more curious about certain questions. What would happen if an individual without genetic awakening attempted to directly open their acupoints? When Zhou observed the floating subtitles, directly opening acupoints, without genetic awakening, one's spiritual power cannot perceive internally, rendering it nearly impossible to open acupoints. However, exceptions do exist. If one's spiritual power is sufficiently robust and their physical constitution can endure it. With the assistance of a powerful individual, successful opening of acupoints may lead to the passive activation of genetic awakening through resonance with spiritual power. Wang Lin inquired, is there a guaranteed awakening? Indeed, a 100% awakening. Wang Lin felt perplexed. Then why isn't this method being promoted? Wen Zhi remained speechless. Currently, we have yet to discover any proactive methods for cultivating spiritual power. We can only enhance it passively or rely on those rare special plants. How can we promote it? The knowledge of this required significant investment, having cultivated 20 individuals only to make the discovery. The cost of nurturing these 20 exceeded that of producing 100 vials of high-grade genetic awakening elixirs. Unless we devise a method for spiritual cultivation, it remains unattainable. Chapter 34. The Bone Beast. Wang Lin fell into deep contemplation. Diligently completing a class, afterward, he rose and shared a meal with little Yi. Over the past few days, she had become well acquainted with the village children, darting off to play. Meanwhile, Wang Lin found himself contemplating the cultivation of supernatural abilities. The so-called spiritual power of supernatural beings is akin to the divine sense of cultivators. Wang Lin possessed methods for cultivating divine sense, yet those methods pertain to the post-awakening stage in cultivation. Ordinary individuals without any cultivation only possess a soul, which, upon cultivation, transforms into a divine soul, swiftly gaining strength and producing divine sense. The critical first step is how to generate divine sense. He had perused countless tales of wonder from the cultivation world. Among them was an account of a mortal who entered the state of unity with heaven and earth, achieving divine sense without any cultivation. The state of unity with heaven and earth is a rare occurrence. Nearly impossible to achieve through human effort. As for elixirs that nurture the soul, Wang Lin could concoct them, but he lacked the necessary materials. He could also capture ghosts to refine them into pure soul liquid. But given the dense innate fire spiritual energy here, souls dissipate immediately after death, making ghostly capture impossible. It would be impossible for him to sever his own divine soul to nourish others unless it were his sister who could not awaken. What to do then? Suddenly a brilliant idea struck Wang Lin. A vivid visualization appeared in his memory, a peculiar tree. This extraordinary visualization was a result of his curiosity, having exchanged it for elixirs with other disciples. Originally, this image was used to assess the aptitude of disciples during apprenticeship. It proved useful for ordinary individuals and those who had just begun their cultivation journey. Once one enters the chi refining stage and can project divine sense outward, it becomes ineffective. Although primarily intended for assessing disciples' understanding, its passive effect is to help disciples generate divine sense, enhancing their perception of the spiritual energy in the world and initiating their cultivation. Generally, those who achieve comprehension within half an hour are deemed to possess good aptitude. Beyond that, their aptitude is considered average. After distinguishing this, the image would be retracted, but this does not preclude continued visualization. Prolonged visualization will inevitably lead to the emergence of divine sense. It is said that even better visualization images exist, but Wang Lin had not managed to acquire them. He procured a wooden plank and imprinted the visualization from his mind onto it using his divine sense. This step consumed 60% of his divine sense before he succeeded. To those with divine sense, the wooden plank appeared as a tree. To those without, it was merely a blank plank. Wang Lin could feel his divine sense slowly dissipating from the plank. It would remain intact for 3 days, after which the divine sense would completely vanish. Along with the visualization, Wang Lin messaged Zhou Ming and his daughter, and they soon arrived. Master Wang, you called for us? Wang Lin gazed at them. Do you wish to awaken supernatural abilities? Zhou Ming was taken aback, while Zhou Meili nodded. Zhou Ming, recovering from his surprise, trembled slightly but also nodded. His understanding told him that apart from the genetic awakening liquid, no other methods existed for awakening supernatural abilities. Awakening supernatural abilities, genetic awakening, I shall refer to it as bloodline awakening. Wang Lin began to explain. Thus, to awaken, aside from natural awakening, we can cultivate divine sense, strengthening our physical bodies, and then utilize spiritual power to assist in opening the first acupoint within our bodies. Once these two are accomplished, the resonance between divine sense and acupoints will enable bloodline awakening. The two listened intently as Wang Lin elaborated on every detail. Before you commence your divine sense cultivation, you still have options. Once you begin, you must understand that such matters are absolutely confidential. If other factions become aware, the consequences could be dire. Rest assured, Master. If we awaken, it will be a natural occurrence. There is no need for excessive discussion. Wang Lin nodded. Very well. He gestured to the wooden plank before them. Next, you shall sit here and focus on this plank. If you feel fatigued, take a moment to rest before continuing to observe until you can discern what is depicted. Yes, Master, I must step out for a while. Is there anything we can assist with, Master? No need. By the way, when it's time for wages, please help distribute them. You can count on us. After seeing Wang Lin depart, he left with a basket of fasting elixir nutrient solutions. He still needed to venture out to sell the nutrient solutions. Wang Lin felt somewhat anxious. Having delayed for so long, he was uncertain if any mercenary groups remained outside. The mercenary encampment was not located within the scavenger gathering area. They only came when in need of labor. Wang Lin hurriedly made his way to the nearest gathering site. Aside from some lowly shanties, he saw no vehicles. Reluctantly, he shouldered his burdens and pressed onward, intending first to hunt exotic beasts to see if he could encounter a mercenary group. If not, he would have to return before nightfall and wait for a returning mercenary group. Wang Lin headed toward the area where he had previously discovered exotic beasts. Mercenary groups typically ventured far, sometimes for weeks or even months. He had no idea if he would encounter any. Just as he reached midway, Wang Lin sensed movement ahead. A surge of excitement coursed through him. His luck seemed favorable. He quickened his pace to investigate. As he drew closer, he beheld a group of over 10 individuals surrounding an exotic beast. Wang Lin's optical brain scanned the scene, revealing a creature as pale as bone. Resembling a mantis. It possessed 2 front claws akin to bone blades and a crescent-shaped body made of bone, supported by 4 slender bone legs, capable of agile movement on straight tree trunks. Ding, Bone Beast level. For awakening skills, Bone Blade, Combat, Bone Charge, Bone Transformation, Rebirth, Bone Consumption and Growth Limit, Level 6 Habitat, Amphibious, Social, Bone Eating. Note, the Bone Transformation skill is a passive ability that triggers within a certain proximity. causing the bones of nearby biological entities to soften, rendering them immobile. Wang Lin observed the creature across from him. It was social by nature. This beast could not fly due to its lack of wings. Yet it exhibited remarkable agility. The surrounding individuals dared not approach it, and Wang Lin noticed two others lying on the battlefield, appearing as limp as mud. It was evident that this bone beast had awakened the ability to transform bones. The demeanor of the surrounding individuals suggested they were not concerned about other bone beasts approaching, thus, it was likely that the entire group of bone beasts had been eradicated. As for the absence of corpses, they had likely been consumed by this bone beast, indicating that it had also awakened the ability to consume bones. The standoff between the two sides had reached a tense stalemate. Bone, bone. The piercing cries pierced the eardrums as the bone beast lunged forward, causing the members of the mercenary team in front to retreat. Chapter 35. Promotion. A series of remote attacks from those endowed with extraordinary abilities surged toward it, rendering any further ambush impossible. As it maneuvered left and right, it found itself ensnared within a tightening circle of encirclement. The ability user tasked with guarding the two injured suddenly cast a glance in Wang Lin's direction. "Who is there?" Wang Lin was momentarily taken aback. Having been discovered, the individuals surrounding the bone beast also diverted a fraction of their attention toward him. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Wang Lin descended from the tree trunk. "I apologize, I came over to investigate." Upon noticing some commotion, the bone beast, upon spotting the suddenly appeared Wang Lin, charged toward him without hesitation. Do not let it consume you. The bone beast had already expended considerable energy. It was incapable of devouring the mercenary team, for they were far too coordinated. Wang Lin, however, presented an ideal target. "Run, kid." Wang Lin watched as the bone beast barreled toward him. He conjured a fireball spell, launching two fireballs aimed directly at its two front limbs. The fireballs, devoid of any energy fluctuations, were dismissed with disdain by the bone beast, which did not even attempt to evade Wang Lin's attack. As the fireball struck the joints of its skeletal feet from a distance of 10 meters, a thunderous explosion ensued, obliterating the joint. In the wake of the detonation, the bone beast, lacking support from its front limbs, was propelled forward. In that moment, Wang Lin felt a peculiar force invade him. Without hesitation, he retreated swiftly, channeling his energy as it coursed through his meridians, resisting the corrosive power. However, the effectiveness was far from satisfactory. Wang Lin formed a hand seal, summoning a green light that glimmered at his fingertips. Casting a rejuvenation spell upon himself, the corrosive force rapidly dissipated until it vanished entirely. Wang Lin was somewhat astonished. Was that the power of bone transformation? It could penetrate flesh and target the bones directly, without any adverse effects on the flesh itself. Truly remarkable. Witnessing this scene, the mercenary team members acted without needing any commands, launching their attacks in unison. Seizing the opportunity, the immobile bone beast was quickly dismantled, meeting its demise. Although others may not have seen the bone beast's downfall, the ability user who had been tending to the injured had been closely observing Wang Lin's every move. The green light emanating from Wang Lin's hands, was he a healer? After the bone beast was dealt with, as Wang Lin pondered how to approach the others, two individuals approached him. "Are you a fire element and healing ability user?" Wang Lin understood that someone had witnessed him casting rejuvenation on himself. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, could you assist us with some healing? We have two individuals afflicted by the bone beast's transformation." "Of course, I am Zhang Dawei, the leader of the Wild Wolf mercenary team." "Hello, I am Wang Lin. Do you require nutritional liquid? I came out to sell some and see if I could hunt some extraordinary beasts." Wang Lin revealed bundles of nutritional liquid bottles from his backpack. Grain flavored, each for just 100 silver coins, sufficient to stave off hunger for 3 days. However, those engaged in battle may experience accelerated energy consumption, thus shortening the duration. "You can try one for free." Wang Lin handed a bottle to Zhang Dawei. As someone nearby attempted to speak, Zhang Dawei interrupted. "Alright, I'll give it a try. I happen to be hungry." Zhang Dawei was quite clear-headed. These were his mercenaries after all. In this scenario, he did not believe Wang Lin would dare to harm him. He uncorked the bottle and took a swig. The flavor was surprisingly pleasant, far superior to other nutritional liquids. Feeling it coursing through him without any adverse reactions, he sensed the liquid gradually replenishing his energy. It would sustain him for 3 days easily. His eyes brightened. At 100 silver coins per bottle, this quality and taste were indeed a bargain. "How is it? Not bad, right?" "Yes, quite good. Our nutritional liquid is guaranteed to be of high quality." Wang Lin smiled. "Alright, I'll personally buy 10 bottles. Wang Lin retrieved a bundle and handed it over. "You have a light brain, right? I will transfer the payment to you." "Sure." Upon seeing the light brain revealed on Wang Lin's wrist, everyone felt a sense of relief. To ensure that humans did not harm one another in the wild, the Safety Base Joint Association had programmed a fundamental safety logic into the light brain system. If the owner of a light brain died within a 100-meter radius, it would trigger a self-destruct mechanism to send a signal to the main brain. Should any murder occur, a bounty would be placed on the perpetrator throughout the entire safety zone. Zhang Daowei transferred 100 silver coins to Wang Lin. Wang Lin glanced at it and handed over another bottle, saying, "As I mentioned earlier, the one for you to try is on the house." Zhang Daowei did not decline. Their interaction grew increasingly amicable. Wang Lin approached the injured individuals. "Can you heal them?" Wang Lin nodded. "I should be able to." He formed hand seals, and a green light manifested, penetrating the bodies of the two individuals. The toxins invading their bones were swiftly eradicated. Once the toxins were cleared, the remaining green light began to mend their injuries. Before long, the two individuals regained consciousness. Wang Lin withdrew his hands. My abilities are limited, but I have cleared the toxins. With the resilience of ability users, they should fully recover within a few days. Thank you. Wang Lin's complexion had paled somewhat. He took out a few pills and swallowed them to replenish his expended energy. Nearby, someone had already brought over 2 portions of the previously dismantled bone beast materials. Zhang Daowei handed them to Wang Lin, saying, "This is the material from the bone beast we just hunted. We finished dividing it just now. This portion is yours. Additionally, this is considered their treatment fee." Although Zhang Daowei was somewhat reluctant, he resolutely handed it over. Wang Lin accepted it and inquired, "Would it be better if you simply paid me in silver coins?" "You can sell this together." Zhang Daowei smiled. "That works too." This particular bone beast had absorbed the entirety of its kin, which was why it had temporarily advanced to level 4. Its materials were somewhat inferior compared to a standard level 4 bone beast. With the entire beast priced around 1 million. The value of one portion was roughly 60,000 silver coins, 2 portions totaling nearly 130,000. "I'll give you 130,000. Alright, thank you." After another transaction, Wang Lin found himself with over 200,000 silver coins. At this moment, his pale complexion began to recover. "What kind of pills did you take earlier, young brother?" "You mean this?" Wang Lin produced a small vial and dispensed 2 pills. "Yes, these are pills I concocted using low radiation plants. Their effects are akin to consuming low radiation plants, replenishing the energy expended by your abilities, though they do not provide satiety. Indeed, these pills had effects comparable to energy recovery pills. The materials required for crafting energy recovery pills were simply energetic plants. This is truly a remarkable item. I wonder if you were selling it." Chapter 36, Bargaining for levels 1 to 3. One could only rely on consuming low radiation plants to absorb their energy. However, the issue was that even though low radiation plants could satiate hunger, the human stomach was limited in capacity. Once full, one had to wait for gradual consumption. These pills, which did not fill one up, meant that as long as there were enough pills, one could consume them continuously. Of course, the prerequisite was having ample funds. This would expedite the process of accumulating power. "I can sell them, but how much are you offering?" Wang Lin handed a pill to the other party. "Try it first." Zhang Daowei accepted it and placed it in his mouth. It dissolved immediately, releasing a faint herbal aroma. The energy spread throughout his body, being absorbed into his acupoints. This lasted for about 10 minutes. The others curiously gathered around, engaging in conversation with Wang Lin, many purchasing nutritional liquids from him. Zhang Daowei opened his eyes, and Wang Lin inquired, "How was it?" All eyes turned to Zhang Daowei. He nodded. "The effect is quite good. One pill is equivalent to 500 grams of low radiation plants. The price of consumable low radiation plants ranged from 10 to 100 silver coins per 10 grams. With the purchase price at collection stations and a 10 markup when sold. Moreover, acquiring them in bulk was challenging. While these pills could utilize any type of low radiation plant, the energy contained within each type varied, which significantly influenced their price. Additionally, the flavor of the plant itself was also a determining factor. The 500 grams of plants that Zhang Daowei mentioned would cost at least 20 silver coins per 10 grams. Calculating this, the production cost of these pills ranged from 1,000 to 5,000 silver coins, not accounting for labor costs. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Daowei suggested 3,000 silver coins each. "Would that work?" Wang Lin displayed a reluctant expression. 3,000 silver coins might be too low. Zhang Daowei hesitated. He recognized the price was somewhat low. Although it was possible to refine from cheaper low radiation plants, many low-level ability users were not well off. They prioritized cost-effectiveness over expensive plants, making cheaper options more marketable. Wang Lin stated, "At the very least, it must be 4,000 silver coins." Of Brother Wang, despite being the leader of a mercenary team, my life is still just scraping by. Can you lower it to 3,500 silver coins? Wang Lin remained silent. How about 3,800 silver coins each? Thank you, brother. In the future, feel free to gather low radiation plants for me to help refine. To speak candidly. The more potent the energy contained within, the greater the number of elixirs I can concoct. Low radiation plants are either newly sprouted, having not yet been influenced by their surrounding environment, or lacking in robust vitality. The spiritual essence within them cannot possibly be rich. To cultivate a strong spiritual aura, a longer growth period is essential. For instance, fully ripened grains possess a high concentration of spiritual energy. Additionally, perennial root tubers and fruits exhibit similar qualities. Wang Lin need not resort to low radiation plants for his elixirs. He can directly utilize high radiation fluoride. It can be said that he is skillfully taking advantage of the situation. His remarks are merely a ploy to solicit assistance in gathering various plants, which would serve as seeds. Upon hearing this, Zhang Daoi's eyes lit up. Indeed, many low radiation plants contain rich energy that they consume, yet their bodies cannot fully absorb it, resulting in a significant waste of energy. If we could refine it into elixirs, it would be quite beneficial. Their mercenary group spends their days on the move, as the low radiation plants they collect cannot be preserved for long once harvested. If they cannot use them, they must sell them to avoid spoilage. However, when the need arises, they must pay an exorbitant price to repurchase them, truly a lamentable loss. I wonder, how long can your elixirs be preserved? A year is certainly feasible. What are the conditions for your assistance in refining them? I take 1 out of every 5 produced, Wang Lin replied after a moment of contemplation. The reason for such a condition is to eliminate the tender low radiation plants, as those containing 500 grams of spiritual energy yield only a single elixir, which would leave them feeling at a loss. Only by using seeds or perennial low radiation plants, which contain rich spiritual energy, can 500 grams yield 2 or more elixirs, thus providing significant profit for them. As Zhang Dawei, of course, understood the intricacies involved. Excellent, it is settled then. However, I am curious, where shall we find you in the future? Wang Lin did not hesitate to disclose his residence. I reside in Shizhuan, in the 21st time zone. Why do you live in the small time zone? For tranquility. That is true, our base is in the 24th time zone. In the future, if you have valuable items, you can come directly to the 24th time zone to find us. Simply inquire with the Wild Wolf Mercenary Group, and you shall locate us. Understood. Almost all mercenary groups maintain bases in the outer city areas, concentrated in the 6th, 12th, 18th, and 24th time zones. These are referred to as the major time zones. Are you a freelance apothecary? Wang Lin felt a stir within him, as it was the first time he had encountered the term apothecary. He couldn't help but smile shyly at Zhang Dawei, feeling a sense of curiosity. He activated his light brain to search for information. Ding, apothecary, a specialized profession that studies the components of plants and exotic beasts to concoct potions with unique effects. Wang Lin, upon reading the description, realized that most who become apothecaries are healers or non-aggressive psychics who shift their focus to this field, making it one of the few professions accessible to ordinary individuals. After completing the first stage of foundational knowledge, which constitutes the first year of study, they would then pursue in-depth learning in various directions. Apothecary is one such specialization. Other fields include firearms mechanics, cold weapon smithing, energy weapon manufacturing, energy shield crafting, strategic command, military advisor, among many others. However, each secure zone typically offers only a few specialized study options. If a chosen profession is unavailable in a particular safe zone, one must seek out another safe zone with relevant vocational training. This is why the duration of study at an extraordinary school is 6 years, aside from the first year of foundational learning. The remaining 5 years are dedicated to advanced specialization. Naturally, there are no tuition fees during these 6 years, as all education is provided on a voluntary basis. Additionally, some research-oriented studies allow for continued mentorship under a tutor after passing the graduation examination, albeit at a cost. Chapter 37, Visualization Diagram. Aside from those fortunate enough to have family support, ordinary students often begin to work while studying. Various research institutions extend olive branches, sponsoring their continued education, but require them to commit to working at the institution for 30 or 40 years after completing their studies. The term freelancer refers to those who operate independently without aligning with any faction. Perusing this information took but a moment. Wang Lin shyly remarked, I intend to go solo. That's splendid. Our Zone 109 lacks apothecaries. Zhang Dawei was genuinely pleased, for Zone 109 had no apothecary lineage. Even those who ventured out to study typically returned to join the major factions' apothecary research institutions established here. With many never returning at all, this scarcity of resources in Zone 109 meant that apothecary products were exorbitantly priced, often unattainable even for the wealthy. After conversing for a while, they prepared to depart. "Allow me to escort you back," Zhang Daowei offered. Wang Lin waved his hand. No need. The secure zone is not far. I can return shortly." After several refusals, Wang Lin parted ways with them and headed back. Zhang Daowei harbored no doubts regarding Wang Lin's age, as it was his belief that only those who had completed 6 years of extraordinary schooling ventured out, meaning they were at least 18 years old. Wang Lin appeared youthful, but this was not unusual, considering there were those who seemed eternally youthful. After his outing, Wang Lin's account balance had reached 300,000 silver coins, a result of others purchasing nutrient solutions and selling some recuperative pills. As for the unsold nutrient solutions he was carrying, it mattered little. He was not in need of funds at the moment. The journey back was uneventful, and he safely returned home through his discussions with Zhang Daowei. Wang Lin gleaned much information. The 109th Secure Zone was re-established only 48 years ago, and its development, spanning less than 50 years, placed it in a nascent phase that could not compare to long-established safe zones. Zone 1, a secure zone that has existed for over 1,000 years, mandates that even ordinary citizens undergo 3 years of compulsory education to learn fundamental knowledge during this period if any talent is discovered. The secure zone will fund further studies. Even ordinary individuals have ample opportunities for advancement. However, gaining residency in such a secure zone is not attainable for those without significant breakthroughs. Ordinary psychics are not eligible. In contrast, Zone 109 appears rather impoverished. It is said that the 109th Secure Zone underwent 235 years of destruction and reconstruction, leading to the loss of many legacies. Yet, for Wang Lin, this might provide a certain degree of safety, as there are no entangled major factions here. He could distance himself from matters that did not concern him. Upon returning home, Wang Lin was greeted by Zhou Ming, whose eyes were red from strain. "What on earth?" "He, my lord, you have returned. Well, this matter cannot be rushed. Take your time and relax." All right. Wang Lin shook his head at Zhou Ming's demeanor. Meanwhile, his gaze fell upon Wang Meili, and his eyes brightened slightly as he sensed a subtle wave of spiritual energy, which faintly resonated with the consciousness he had left on the wooden board. In truth, Wang Lin felt at ease venturing out, unafraid of any disturbances from the two, largely due to the environmental conditions here. Outside, the spiritual energy was tumultuous. Should the wooden board leave the courtyard, the intricate diagram above would collapse, without the 5-element tranquility array to stabilize the energy. It could not enter the visualization. Even if they attempted to leave, no one would believe them. Wang Lin's words were merely a ruse to persuade them into assisting him. His statements held more credibility than theirs. Fortunately, they had not tampered with the wooden board. This test was thus passed. Observing Wang Meili's progress, it seemed that within a month or two, she would likely gain the ability for initial introspection. This talent was indeed commendable. "Little Master Wang." Wang Meili rose. "How do you feel?" "I feel my mind is exceptionally clear and comfortable," she replied with excitement. "Indeed, that is a result of your spiritual energy growth. However, you will soon feel hungry. Make sure to eat this first." Spiritual energy does not increase without consuming physical energy. Upon Wang Lin's reminder, Zhou Ming suddenly felt an unprecedented hunger in his belly. "Thank you, my lord." After receiving the fasting pill, Zhou Ming consumed it, feeling a surge of energy replenish his body, alleviating his hunger. Wang Lin nodded. "This is a fasting pill. Its effects are similar to the nutrient solution. Remember to take one before each visualization session." All right. Immersed in visualization, one might overlook the physical body's energy consumption, potentially leading to a state akin to a desiccated corpse. Taking a fasting pill beforehand effectively prevents such occurrences. Consuming one fasting pill daily poses minimal risks, with the only downside being a slight waste. In fact, taking 2 pills simultaneously yields the same effect as one, with no side effects. Can you see the patterns on the wooden board now? Not yet. Time swiftly passed, and the moment arrived for Wang Lin's pre-arranged meeting with Zhao Pan. Early in the morning, Zhou Ming respectfully drove Wang Lin toward Zhao Pan's location, although the image did not evoke much sentiment in him. His daughter certainly felt otherwise. This deepened Zhou Ming's respect for Wang Lin, solidifying his resolve to follow him. They arrived at Zhao Pan's doorstep. "Oh, you're here." Wang Lin nodded. "When do we depart?" We will leave shortly. However, I must trouble you to ride in my vehicle." "All right," Zhou Ming agreed. "You can park your car here." "Sure." After parking, Zhou Ming followed Wang Lin into a vehicle. Inside, it was quite comfortable, yet the external scenery was obscured. "Let's go." The vehicle headed towards the safety shield. Soon, they exited the secure zone, at which point Wang Lin noticed his light brain displayed no signal. "Apologies, it's a rule. We need to block light brain signals." Wang Lin was unfazed, his consciousness remained outwardly focused, and he realized the vehicle had been circling for nearly 10 hours before returning to the safety zone within the shield. They finally stopped in a secluded area of the 21st zone. Closer to the inner city than the position of Shurtsuan. Chapter 38, Old Friends. It was not just his small courtyard that was nearer to the outskirts, the location of Shurtsuan was quite similar to this village. Wang Lin recalled that every village's placement was strategically organized by the safety zone to optimize resource utilization. The vehicle drove into a small courtyard and then entered a tunnel. The tunnel spiraled downwards until it halted a kilometer underground. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle parked in a designated spot, and a voice outside called out, "Esteemed guests, please disembark." Zhao Pan addressed Wang Lin and Zhou Ming. "Let's go, we have arrived." As the car door opened, a youthful maiden stood outside. Her skin exceptionally fair, her chest alluringly prominent. Zhao Pan, limping as he got out, brushed against the maiden as he passed, eliciting a smile from her as if she felt nothing at all this way. "Please." As Wang Lin stepped out, he found himself face to face with the maiden. Momentarily taken aback, Zhao Pan, witnessing this scene, wore a knowing grin and playfully wrapped an arm around Wang Lin. He, Wang, my brother, how intriguing." Wang Lin quickly took a couple of steps forward. Silently freeing himself from Zhao Pan's embrace, his curiosity piqued, he inquired, "What's the story here?" Wang Lin could hardly believe his eyes. He had encountered the long-lost Wei Taodao. These are all specially trained treasures. The ones at the forefront are certainly cash cows, priced accordingly. How much? For such quality, a purchase must start at this figure. 10,000? What, 10,000? It starts at 100,000, however, to have her accompany you for a day. The price here is merely 1,000 silver coins. If you wish to take her outside, it would be 10,000 silver coins, and going outside, aren't you afraid of trouble? As I mentioned, they are well trained. The venue has measures to maintain complete control over them, so nothing will go awry. What about this one? Zhao Pan glanced at the maiden's chest. 110,000. See for yourself, the price is marked right here. At that moment, Wang Lin noticed a small tag on her clothing indicating the price of 110,000. Too expensive. Can it be a bit lower? That's not possible, these are all clearly priced fair and square. If you find this too steep, there are many more types inside for you to choose from at your leisure. I'll take her. Splendid. Follow me. Yes, esteemed guest. The maiden smiled brightly, seemingly oblivious to her predicament. Soon, limping, Zhao Pan led Wang Lin into a room. Changgu, this is the one who made the purchase. Welcome, esteemed guest. Please choose from our selection and see if it suits your needs. Wang Lin nodded and walked forward. Noticing many rooms along the way, dear guest, every room here offers a unique scene, from ordinary guest rooms to wild landscapes, or even underwater experiences. Wang Lin nodded. Eventually, they arrived at a storage-like area. They stood on a platform with a transparent glass shield allowing a clear view of the scene below. Wang Lin frowned at the disheveled state of the individuals huddled together. Noticing Wang Lin's furrowed brow, the other party spoke. According to your request, these are the goods we just retrieved. Do they know what is expected of them? Those we selected were informed beforehand. We guarantee they will behave properly. 1,000 each seems a bit steep. How about I offer you 800 each? There are 300 individuals here, totaling 240,000. If we take them all together, that makes 190,000, plus this 110,000, a total of 300,000. That might not work. Wang Lin was reluctant to negotiate further. Finally, Changgu sighed. Alright, for this time, consider it a favor for you, my friend. Wang Lin nodded, eager to leave this place as soon as possible. Changgu was quite pleased. The individuals captured incurred only transportation costs. As they were taken from specific areas requiring merely transport fees, the transaction of 190,000 would net a profit of 170,000, and the maid's training costs had already been recouped in the inner and outer markets, yielding a pure profit of 110,000. Down in that underground space, Wang Lin could distinctly sense the presence of powerful individuals far exceeding his own strength. Any unusual movement would be swiftly suppressed. Human trafficking was expressly forbidden, yet it was evident that this establishment was extensive and had been operating for a long time. Wang Lin found it hard to believe that such activities could occur without higher-ups overseeing them. Zhao Pan, observing Wang Lin's purchase of the maid, was taken aback. It seemed this man shared his interests, willing to lavish extravagantly for the sake of beauty. Brother Wang, I knew you had a taste for this. I know of some excellent places. Wang Lin chose to ignore him. Zhao Pan, undeterred, continued chatting about good spots during the dull ride back. Brother, you should visit Qinghua village, they often have some fine goods. If you truly seek enjoyment, the Great Zone is the place to be. Each area has several villages, all with trained individuals. The Great Zone? Aren't you afraid of the guard there? Oh, it's a mutual agreement. Besides, those who go are mercenary groups returning from life and death situations. They need a break. There are both casual and specially trained individuals within. Wang Lin remained silent. As they circled back, night fell. Where will those people be placed? In the land I secured. Alright, Zhao Pan was unconcerned about how Wang Lin would manage the many individuals. By the time they returned, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Zhou Ming and Zhao Pan drove back to the city while Wang Lin headed to his small courtyard. Shortly after, Zhou Ming arrived to take Wang Lin to see those he had purchased. Her brother, a plaintive voice echoed Zhou Mei's side in relief. Finally back. She could hardly manage. Wang Lin swiftly approached and lifted the little one. Zhou Mei noticed someone following Wang Lin. After finally lulling the little girl to sleep, Wang Lin gently withdrew his hand from ease. Zhou Mei had already prepared dinner. Wang Lin said nothing and quickly finished his meal. Please help take care of her. Sure. Wang Lin entered the alchemy room, smacking his forehead, realizing he had forgotten the alchemy furnace. He sent Zhou Ming the design for the furnace, requesting him to find someone to make it. Ensuring it was entirely copper. He then began crafting fasting pills. As feeding 300 individuals posed a challenge, Wang Lin planned to give them fasting pills directly. Chapter 39. A group of desperate individuals. By the time Zhou Ming returned, Wang Lin had yet to produce enough fasting pills. Even including the previous batch, he still lacked over 100. Wang Lin decided to dissolve all remaining pills in water. 1 bowl per person, which should suffice for a few days. In the dark, a group of individuals huddled together, trembling with fear. Days prior, someone had asked if they wished to live in the safety zone, where important figures needed people to farm, or they had eagerly emptied their savings for this opportunity, even relinquishing their terminals. Yet now, those who had brought them here abandoned them, leaving them in a state of dread. However, under the cover of night, no one dared to move. The distant rumble of vehicles echoed, and 2 beams of light pierced the darkness. Cautiously, the group looked up as a vehicle halted before them. Wang Lin, observing the gloomy surroundings, formed a spell, causing several flames to hover in the air, illuminating the area. Zhou Ming had already emerged from the vehicle, carrying a large water container. After setting it down, he returned to fetch small cups. Line up, 1 cup each. Quickly realizing Wang Lin had purchased them, the individuals trembled yet began to queue. However, they maintained a distance from the floating flames, as if in a cafeteria. Receiving 1 spoonful per person, Zhou Ming's hands remained steady. Wang Lin watched from the side. The parched and famished scavengers eagerly consumed the bowl of nutritional liquid before them, stripped of all possessions. They harbored no delusions of being coveted by the extraordinary beings. Thus, they wholeheartedly believed Wang Lin's words. The fasting pills, to be ingested immediately upon dissolution, could sustain these individuals in a fasting state for 10 days after division. Except for the infants, everyone partook in the elixir. They felt warmth enveloping their bodies, fully aware that the esteemed individual before them was providing them with a boon. Consequently, their respect and reliance on Wang Lin deepened. One by one, they gazed at him with yearning eyes. Wang Lin had once been a scavenger himself, where the struggle for mere scraps of food often led to violence and even murder. Surviving on a little extra food was a matter of life and death. Did they understand why they had come here? Silence enveloped the crowd until, after a long pause, a voice timidly spoke. They say that if we come here, my wife and child will survive. As long as we obey, we can live. Gradually, responses began to swell from the crowd, their voices merging into a cacophony. Amidst the chatter, soft cries emerged. The weeping seemed contagious. And soon everyone was in tears from their fragmented utterances. A complex expression flickered in Wang Lin's eyes. Most of those below were refugees fleeing from Zone 111, with only 23 among them being scavengers who originally inhabited the outskirts of Zone 109. However, those willing to abandon their terminals were those who could no longer endure their plight. Many were elderly, weak, or ill. Others, though possessing able-bodied family members, faced dire circumstances that compelled them to make the difficult choice of leaving their terminals behind. The scarcity of scavengers already residing on the outskirts of Zone 109 stemmed from their awareness of the deceitful nature of those who lured them with false promises. Following such individuals often led to a grim fate. Far worse than their current existence, they were not naive. They had witnessed the horrors inflicted upon the beautiful boys and girls, leading to the ruin of many families. This time, however, those individuals did not resort to outright abduction but rather inquired and sought benefits. Would they have acted differently in the past, had they not previously resorted to abduction? Initially some tried to take action, but those who did faced repercussions, and the injured were cast aside. They were already at the end of their ropes, prompting many to make a bold decision, to take a gamble for a glimmer of hope. Now, it seemed they had wagered wisely. Regardless of what lay ahead, they were alive in this moment. Upon returning to the courtyard, Wang Lin retreated to his room to cultivate. Zhou Ming slept in the vehicle outside, while Zhou Meili and Wei Tao Tao laid down in the warehouse. At dawn, Wang Lin began training with his sister. While Zhou Meili prepared breakfast and Wei Tao Tao dutifully assisted nearby, Zhou Ming had already driven off to organize the 300 people, bringing along several large barrels of water and various tools he had collected the previous day. Although food was unnecessary, water was essential. While the sun had yet to rise, it was imperative to arrange for those individuals to construct shelters to evade the midday radiation. Upon arrival, Zhou Ming found the crowd already hard at work. The younger ones assisted in clearing weeds, women engaged in weaving, and the able-bodied men were busy preparing the area for shelter. As the vehicle approached, everyone paused their tasks, hesitantly observing Zhou Ming as he exited the car. You few help unload the water from the truck, and you assist with the tools. Yes, understood. Chapter 40, mimicking the visualization diagram. Under Zhou Ming's guidance, the 300 individuals worked in harmony. Upon discovering their presence, the villagers of Stone Village intensified their efforts. Wang Lin devoted more of his energy to his cultivation. A month swiftly passed, and the 200 acres of land had been preliminarily cleared. The 300 individuals had constructed a small dwelling within a few acres for communal living. Though each person had only about 4 to 5 square meters of living space, they were all exceedingly content. Compared to their emaciated state upon arrival, they now bore a hint of flesh on their faces. In the alchemy room of Wang Lin's courtyard, he paused his activities and quietly entered the main hall. Zhou Meili and Zhou Ming sat cross-legged before a wooden board. In Wang Lin's perception, their mental energies were exceptionally vibrant, reaching a critical threshold. Zhou Meili seemed to hear a pop in her mind. As the small tree she had been diligently mimicking was fully delineated in her thoughts, she no longer needed to refer to the board and could visualize the tree directly in her mind. With a mixture of surprise and excitement, she opened her eyes and turned to Wang Lin. Master, I have succeeded. I have completed the visualization diagram in my mind. Wang Lin nodded approvingly. Excellent. Now, see if you can achieve internal vision. Alright, Zhou Meili quickly settled into a cross-legged position. They had adopted this posture from Wang Lin, who practiced in a similar manner. In reality, any position would suffice for visualization, as Wang Lin had previously explained. Yet the pair insisted on maintaining this practice. Originally, merely visualizing the diagram on the board would suffice for enhancing mental energy, but due to Zhou Meili's remarkable talent and rapid growth of mental energy, she struggled with proper control. Thus, Wang Lin instructed her to replicate the visualization diagram in her mind using her mental energy. Unexpectedly, this approach proved highly effective, accelerating mental energy growth while effectively training it. After some time, Zhou Meili opened her eyes. Master, I can achieve internal vision. Well done. Wang Lin rejoiced. The first step was accomplished. The second step, enhancing physical strength, had also quietly progressed over the past month. Zhou Meili, having grown up in an environment rich in spiritual energy, had ingested elixirs and benefited from the tranquil aura of the courtyard, elevating her physical strength to the first level. The assessment of physical strength did not rely on instruments but rather on Wang Lin's knowledge acquired from textbooks. The subtle transformations in her physique were imperceptible. Previously, Zhou Meili was unable to achieve internal vision, rendering her unaware of any changes. Without this step, directly opening the meridians would be untenable, leading to dire consequences. Now she could proceed to the third step of opening the acupoints. The opening of acupoints also required careful consideration. To harness mental energy and resonate with the acupoints to awaken bloodline power, one must target major acupoints. However, with Zhou Meili's current mental energy strength, transforming her dantian into an acupoint was unfeasible. Acupoints like Baihui were also off-limits. A single misstep could render her a fool. Ultimately, Wang Lin combined his understanding with the ancient texts he had studied to determine the appropriate acupoint for her to open, Dashui, which governs the yang meridians of the hands and feet, converging with the governing vessel to clarify the yang-ming channel and activate the sun's opening, harmonizing the Xiao-yang to expel malevolent forces. Even if awakening bloodline power remained elusive after opening the acupoint, it could be filled and further acupoints could be opened thereafter. Rest well and adjust your mental state. Tomorrow, we will commence the next step. Understood. In the courtyard, Wei Tao Tao, diligently tilling the soil, cast a wistful glance toward Zhou Meili's progress. Wang Lin had entrusted Wei Tao Tao with managing the cultivated land within the courtyard. Her current task involved evenly mixing the prepared spiritual fertilizer into the soil every 3 days until the spiritual energy stabilized at the desired concentration. This labor consisted of mechanical, repetitive actions. With Wang Lin merely overseeing the spiritual energy levels not only within the small courtyard, but the cultivated land outside had also begun this process, besides tending to the small plot in the courtyard. Wei Taotao was also responsible for recording and distributing wages to the workers laboring outside. In the past month, Wei Taotao has failed to recognize her old acquaintances, Wang Lin and Wang Yi. This is because neither their appearances nor their personalities bear any resemblance to the two individuals she remembers. Moreover, Wang Yi also did not recognize Wei Taotao. After all, during that period Yi was still quite young. With 6 months having passed, and everyone looking disheveled and indistinct, it is no wonder she cannot recall them. Presently, Wang Yi has been playing with the local children from Shizhuan, and has become much more cheerful. Spending her days frolicking outside, it is often the case that she is nowhere to be seen until mealtime. Meanwhile, Wang Lin is occupied with some matters, when suddenly, the rumble of vehicles can be heard from outside the courtyard. Soon several familiar faces appear at the gate, including Brother Zhang. Wang Lin greets him with a smile and a nod, genuinely pleased, as the arrival of Zhang Dawei likely indicates he is here to purchase elixirs from him. Wang Lin is currently in need of funds. Brother Wang, come in and take a seat. You've made quite the investment in this little courtyard. I'm a man of many concerns, it was unavoidable. Zhou Meili has already gone into the main room to call her father, while Wei Taotao heads to the kitchen to wash her hands and prepare refreshments for the guests. Shortly, Wang Lin leads the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps into the main room. Zhou Ming has already set out the wooden planks and arranged the stools. It's a bit simple, but please don't mind, Wang Lin remarks as platters of fruit are brought in. Fruits with moderate radiation. Due to the limited space at Wang Lin's place, much of the items have been moved to the warehouse in Zhou Ming's newly built courtyard. With the time being short, Zhou Ming and Zhou Meili think of these items as being temporarily placed at Wang Lin's before moving them to their own. While Wei Taotao believes they were transported over from Zhou Ming's side, this information gap has led them not to question the origins of these items, which were transformed from the high radiation plants they had harvested. What has my younger brother been busy with lately? I've been waiting for you to drop by. I've just acquired some land to cultivate. Oh, acquiring land, quite the venture. Zhang Dawei is somewhat surprised. Don't just talk about me, you must have gathered quite a bit of good stuff. It's the same old story, keeping my head down and staying out of trouble. To be honest, I came here to ask for your help. Oh, what is it? Show me what you've brought. Alright, Captain. Chapter 41, a flourishing medical system. Soon, someone runs outside to unload several large bags from the vehicle. Zhang Dawei stands up and walks over to open the bags, and a cascade of brown half-spherical fruits tumbles out. Wang Lin's eyes light up. We've struck gold this time with a good haul of low-radiation chestnuts. Even if we sell them to the collection station, it's 100 silver coins for every 10 grams. Wang Lin picks one up, feeling the rich spiritual energy within. These chestnuts weigh 500 grams. And the spiritual energy within can be refined into 5 energy pills. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone present gleam with excitement. Wang Lin continues, are you certain you want to refine them into energy pills? Zhang Dawei and the others nod in agreement. Let us weigh them. Soon, the chestnuts are weighed, totaling an impressive 139 pounds. With 139 pounds, that equates to 695 energy pills. With a 1 in 5 extraction rate, I will take 139 for myself, leaving you with 556 energy pills. Is that correct? Zhang Dawei and the others are overjoyed, as the chestnuts come with shells that are inedible, and Wang Lin's weight calculation includes the shells, even if they consumed them. The absorption rate would be around 50, roughly equivalent to the effect of over 300 energy pills. Yes. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Wang Lin knows they are satisfied. He enters the alchemy room and retrieves 6 large bottles and an empty one from the shelves. With over 500 energy pills, it will take me some time to refine them. These are my finished products, you can inspect their quality. Shall we proceed with an exchange? These are the energy pills made using the customized alchemy furnace that Wang Lin has been using regularly. He pours out the rounded, plump energy pills, rich in energy and free of any loss. To cater to the market, he has renamed the pills from recovery pills to energy pills, making it easier for the ability users to understand. After inspecting, the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps agree to the exchange. Each large bottle contains 100 pills, totaling 500, plus an additional 56. After settling the accounts, Wang Lin instructs Zhou Ming to move the bags of chestnuts to the warehouse. As he returns the remaining energy pills, he takes out a few more bottles. I also have some other pills, would you be interested? This is a nutrient pill, similar in effect to nutrient liquids, but it also contains trace amounts of energy, allowing one to go 15 days without food. 15 days. Does such a marvelous item really exist? Guaranteed. Wang Lin nods, handing a pill to Zhang Dawei or Brother Zhang. Feel free to try it. Zhang Dawei chuckles, then I shall not hold back. He places the pill in his mouth, which dissolves instantly, experiencing the sensation within his body. Zhang Dawei opens his eyes in surprise. What a remarkable item! The flavor is quite similar to the nutrient liquid you sold before. What makes it even more precious is the hint of energy within, while it is less than 1% of that found in energy pills. It is still a rare find, huh? I was planning to purchase some of your nutrient liquid, but I didn't expect to find this gem. How much for each? The selling price is 1,000 silver coins. But Brother Zhang, if you want them, I can offer them at 900 silver coins each. You know, it's not easy for us mercenaries to make money. Wang Lin chuckles wryly. Brother Zhang, you know that crafting these is quite troublesome. And you've seen the raw materials, the costs are considerable. Are the nutrient pills truly made from grain? Of course, not only grain, but also various legumes and other plants. If I couldn't use medium radiation plants for crafting, I wouldn't be able to sell them for over 1,000. However, even at this price, you understand the current state of grain outside. Without some connections, I wouldn't be able to procure these materials at all. Compared to the nutrient liquids, and nutrient pills are much easier to store. You can simply carry a few in your pocket, and you won't need to worry about meals while out in the wild. Wang Lin elaborates on the benefits of nutrient pills. Indeed, regardless of the container used for nutrient liquids, they can easily be damaged in combat. If the packaging breaks, it's essentially gone. However, the pills are different. Even if they fall on the ground, you can simply dust them off and consume them. Moreover, the official nutrient liquid costs 200 per unit, lasting 3 days, while Wang Lin's nutrient pills at 1,000 per piece last 15 days, making them equivalent to 5 units of nutrient liquid. Additionally, they possess effects that nutrient liquids lack, providing a small amount of energy. Seeing that Wang Lin is steadfast on his price, Zhang Dawei has no choice but to relent, knowing that it is still 100 silver coins less than 5 units of nutrient liquid. He nods. Alright, I'll take 20 pieces to try. Wang Lin agrees. Done. Wang Lin receives 18,000 silver coins. After this, Zhang Dawei curiously glances at the other bottles Wang Lin has brought out. Wang Lin smiles and begins to introduce them. This is the 100 toxin pill, which can antidote common toxins. This is the hemostatic powder, and this is the tranquil pill, which helps to stabilize mental energy. Among the pills Wang Lin mentions, Zhang Dawei and the others show particular interest in the tranquil pill. After all, after over 1,000 years of conflict on Blue Star, the medical standards in certain areas have reached remarkable heights. There are hundreds of types of hemostatic sprays, many of which are affordable and effective. Antidotes are also plentiful, though most are specific to particular toxins. For complex toxins, one can obtain a specific antidote from the inner city hospital within half an hour, provided the patient still has a pulse when they arrive. Of course, along with any other injuries, thus various life-saving pills have emerged. Simply swallowing one can delay the onset of injuries. These lifesaver pills have straightforward names such as Lifesaver Pill 1, Lifesaver Pill 2, all the way to Lifesaver Pill 15. With the preceding numbers indicating the days of survival they provide, the best among them can guarantee that a mortally wounded person can hold on for 15 days. As long as teammates are alive. Transporting the injured to the hospital generally ensures their survival, let alone the existence of healing-type ability users, such as Wang Lin's great rejuvenation technique, which can regenerate severed limbs and restore flesh to bone. The technology in hospitals can achieve similar results, whether through mechanical prosthetics or new limbs. As for why the healing-type ability users in medical technology are advancing so rapidly, it's simply that the limited number of healing-type ability users cannot meet the market demand. Therefore, many of the healing pills Wang Lin concocts have substitutes that are even more affordable. Even the life-saving pills that last 15 days average around 500 silver coins each, unless Wang Lin intends to lower his prices. Ordinary pills simply cannot compete on cost-effectiveness. It's worth noting that other medications are produced using automated assembly lines. Aside from not being able to contain spiritual energy, there is little downside to them. Chapter 42. Study diligently. After a lively conversation, the members of the Wild Wolf Mercenary Corps take their leave. Wang Lin, eager to delve into his studies, promptly opens a standard textbook, browsing through the table of contents, and indeed finds the sections on medical practices and pharmaceuticals that he has yet to explore. He glances at his personal information panel on his Lightbrain. Name: Wang Lin. Gender: male. Date of birth: April 2nd. 1418 of the Anomaly Era. Age: 10 years. Place of birth: Civilian Hospital, Outer City, Safety Zone 111. Safety Zone 111 has been obliterated. Ability: Fire Element, recorded on March 6, 1428. Level: Level 2, latest assessment on March 6. 1428, Comprehensive Talent Evaluation, excellent. Current data assessment may exhibit significant deviation due to lack of a full body examination. Current location, Zone 109 Gene Awakening Level, unknown acupoint development, unknown physical strength level, unknown mental power level, unknown basic learning progress, general cultural courses, 10. 5 Basic Botany, 31.5 Basic Exotics, 30 Fundamentals of Ability Cultivation, 20 Over the past month. Aside from attending classes, Wang Lin dedicated most of his time to studying basic botany and basic exotics. By the end of the first semester, his learning progress should have indicated 50% completion, yet he has already covered a substantial portion within just 1 month. Rubbing his head, Wang Lin decided to complete the general cultural courses first, as they encompass an abundance of knowledge regarding the current development of humanity. Upon reviewing the sections on medical science and pharmacology, his expression turned remarkably vibrant. The medical technologies here astonished him, making the phrase bringing the dead back to life seem rather apartment if one wishes. Even a being reduced to mere spirit could have a body cloned for them. However, a significant flaw remains. The strength of the newly cloned body initially equates to that of an ordinary human and cannot withstand such immense mental power. This inevitably leads to bodily collapse, resulting in the demise of the new form. In the absence of means to enhance bodily strength, they have managed to mitigate mental power. This allows for a perfect integration of the spirit with the physical form. Yet, the downside is a complete loss of cultivation, necessitating a fresh start. Moreover, the weakening of mental power equates to severe damage to the spirit, rendering restoration and recovery exceedingly challenging due to the absence of specialized techniques for spirit cultivation. In clinical trials, unless one employs rare materials to restore the spirit, regaining previous strength proves nearly impossible. Consequently, this remains in the experimental phase. Regenerating severed limbs, however, is somewhat more favorable, as it activates the existing cells to proliferate and grow. Supported by the original body, although the new body's strength may diminish by 1 or 2 levels compared to the original, with some time spent on cultivation, it can be restored. Yet, some individuals cannot afford to wait, opting instead for powerful mechanical prosthetics. The array of pharmaceutical injections is even more splendid, encompassing various aspects, whether they be gene potions that temporarily unleash potential to enhance explosive strength, gene potions that extend lifespan, or those that facilitate healing and recovery. Additionally, there are various antidotes and protective elixirs available. One could assert that nothing is lacking in this regard. However, the sole void lies in the realm of spiritual energy, such as elixirs that can supply cultivation energy. Of course, research is underway in this area, yet the outcomes have been rather mediocre. Wang Lin comprehends that this heavily correlates with the overarching environment. Nonetheless, according to recent breakthroughs, a century ago, the 912 Safety Zone Laboratory successfully established an energy chamber, which can be activated during winter, allowing high-level ability users to directly absorb the energy from the air within the chamber for cultivation. However, as of now, the construction of a summer energy chamber remains unachieved. Observing the description of the energy chamber, Wang Lin noted its calming and gathering effects on spiritual energy, which intrigued him greatly. As Wang Lin continued to delve into the information, he was astonished to discover that individuals here already possess spatial storage equipment known as space buttons, which are exorbitantly priced. Furthermore, some humans have mastered top-tier combat capabilities, such as mechas. These, however, are akin to the nuclear weapons of the First Era, being even rarer than nuclear armaments, with very few existing across Blue Star. The reason for this scarcity does not stem from technological challenges but rather from material availability. Many rare substances cannot be artificially synthesized and are sourced from exotic beasts. Among them, a few are special exotic beasts of levels 6 and 7, thus creating a bottleneck. Levels 4 and 5 might still be manageable with some effort in cultivation, but levels 6 and 7 pose great difficulty. The insights presented herein have profoundly reshaped Wang Lin's understanding of the strongest combat power among humankind, simultaneously heightening his vigilance towards the dangers posed by external exotic creatures. It is evident that while humanity has grown formidable, they can only band together for defense. The absence of protective measures for those exotic beasts underscores the inherent peril. As a cultivator and alchemist not skilled in combat, it would be prudent for him to refrain from unnecessary ventures. Nevertheless, there are still technological shortcomings, particularly in aerospace technology, which is virtually non-existent. There isn't even a single satellite in the sky. It is not due to a lack of desire but rather an inability to succeed. No remnants have ever returned from launched missions, and researchers are at a loss regarding the underlying issues or potential improvements. Currently, communication and network signals are entirely reliant on base stations linked across various safety zones, resulting in certain areas experiencing complete signal deprivation. As for aerial vehicles, some large safety zone cities possess them. Yet they are entirely unsuitable for outdoor usage due to excessive danger. This day was spent wholly in reading. As he continued to absorb information, Wang Lin's understanding of this world deepened. Following this enlightenment, he resolved to focus on his cultivation and refrain from venturing out. However, even with this decision, one pressing issue remained. If he were to undergo a gene awakening level assessment now, it would undoubtedly yield an awkward result. Unawakened, Wang Lin was 100% certain of this, with an ability level detected as level 2 and a gene awakening level marked as unawakened. It would lead to significant complications, thus, he must avoid any such testing. Should a cultivator wish to achieve a leap in the level of existence, it would necessitate at least breaking through the foundation establishment stage. The Qi refining stage, in truth, does not signify any substantial leap in life tier. If one were to identify what this world still lacks, it would be research into the realm of the soul, which remains stagnant. This stagnation is also a product of the broader environment, leading to a complete absence of soil conducive to the growth of spirits. Moreover, regardless of how powerful a being may be, their soul, devoid of a physical vessel, is rapidly eroded within such an environment. The second day arrived swiftly. On this day, Zhou Ming and his daughter were filled with excitement and trepidation. Chapter 43, Forge the Acupoint. After completing their training and having breakfast, dashed outside to play, leaving 3 individuals in the main room. Wang Lin did not shy away from Zhou Ming. Addressing Zhou Meili, who sat cross-legged before him, he inquired, "Do you remember the method I explained for opening the acupoints?" "I remember. Good. Close your eyes and turn your focus inward, following my guidance." "All right." Zhou Meili shut her eyes, calming her thoughts. Wang Lin frowned. Zhou Meili's beautiful eyes trembled slightly as she took a deep breath, then exhaled slowly. Gradually, her mind returned to the tranquility she had experienced during her visualizations. Turning her focus inward, Zhou Meili began to explore her body, observing the rhythmic beating of her heart and the ceaseless flow of blood. Everything unfolded before her. Wang Lin's hand pressed gently beneath her 7th cervical vertebra, channeling a small amount of spiritual energy. Zhou Meili felt a warmth spread across her back. As she looked inward, she distinctly perceived a point of light emerging. This location was known as the Dazui. Where an acupoint exists, you must quietly sense its position. The meridian acupoints genuinely exist within the human body, yet they lie in a realm between the tangible and the intangible. Opening this gateway is no easy feat. With Wang Lin's guidance, Zhou Meili became completely immersed, losing track of time. Eventually, she seemed to glimpse a black hole. Her consciousness entered, revealing a pitch-black space that fluctuated erratically in size, a space of instability. Exit the acupoint and observe what you can see. A voice resonated within Zhou Meili's mind. Turning around, she beheld a transparent, peculiar entity. You must attach your mental power to those transparent meridians and then transport them into the acupoint, stabilizing its formation. Once the transparent entities were moved into the acupoint by her mental power, they were magically absorbed and evenly distributed throughout the acupoint. However, due to their limited quantity, once spread out, they became nearly imperceptible. Zhou Meili's mental power was finite. After several attempts, she felt a sharp pain in her head. She frowned and opened her eyes. "Take it slow. There is no need to rush. Your mental power is limited. Wait until it recovers before continuing." Understood. The entities Zhou Meili transported were substances that stabilize the meridians, and moving them into the acupoint solidifies its essence, transforming it from an acupoint into a true opening. However, these substances are only present in ordinary human bodies. After Wang Lin commenced his cultivation, those materials had thoroughly merged with his meridians. As long as Zhou Meili methodically transported those substances, once the acupoint was secured, the resulting suction would automatically draw on the meridians no longer supported by those materials, forming the gateway of the acupoint and enabling it to absorb and store energy. Thus, the acupoint would come into existence. Over the following month, Wang Lin closely monitored Zhou Meili's progress in cultivation. He discovered that the substance within her meridians seemed innate. The quantity present at birth was fixed and could not increase through later efforts, establishing the foundational strength and resilience of a cultivator's meridians. Based on Zhou Meili's descriptions, she could sense the predetermined amount of substance she could transport into the acupoint, no more, no less, making success impossible if even a slight variation occurred. "I believe this will be my last transport. Once completed, the acupoint will be formed." Zhou Meili's expression was solemn. "Rest assured, I will remain vigilant about your situation at all times through mental fortitude." "Thank you, my lord." Zhou Meili took a deep breath, then closed her eyes, commencing the final transfer. As the mysterious substance was introduced, once a certain threshold was reached, the subsequent mysterious materials, initially enveloped by Zhou Mei's mental energy, were abruptly blocked by the acupuncture points. While her mental energy could penetrate, the mysterious substance could not. It felt akin to a bottle filled to the brim with water, unable to accommodate any more. The previously fluctuating space of the acupuncture points solidified into a constant size at that moment. Wang Lin's consciousness enveloped every part of Zhou Mei's being. He distinctly sensed a peculiar aura rising, akin to a domino effect, triggering a remarkable chain reaction within Zhou Mei's body. The acupuncture points, which had been expanding and contracting like breathing, began to transform. A pulling force emanated from all the acupuncture points, compelling the extraordinary substance within the meridians to be involuntarily drawn into each point. Large and small point one by one, the acupuncture points began to solidify, ceasing their fluctuations. It was reminiscent of air being evacuated from a sealed bottle, creating immense internal pressure. The meridians began to rupture in a highly orderly manner. With the ruptured meridians being drawn to various acupuncture points, however, the meridians could not enter. Under the intense pressure, transparent membranes formed, sealing the entire acupuncture space, rapidly shaping each point. The first acupuncture point, the Dasui, personally forged by Zhou Mei, was completely under her control due to the infusion of her mental energy. Wang Lin swiftly tapped his spiritual energy on Zhou Mei's major acupuncture points. Dots of light illuminated Zhou Mei's perception. Hurry, divide your mental energy and infuse it into the points I have indicated. As many as you can, even a trace will suffice, the voice of Wang Lin echoed in Zhou Mei's mind. She braced herself against the tearing sensation of the acupuncture points forming, rapidly dividing her mental energy. With the acupuncture points already formed, there was no need to seek their locations, they revealed themselves effortlessly. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Zhou Ming watched anxiously from the side, yet could only wait quietly, refraining from disturbing his daughter and the Lord. The moment when the final acupuncture point completely sealed, Zhou Mei infused the last bit of her usable mental energy into the 52nd acupuncture point along the body's central axis. It was also at this moment that all the acupuncture points fully formed, with those not infused with mental energy sealing themselves away, awaiting future cultivation to be gradually reopened. The acupuncture points and mental energy established a peculiar pulsation, stirring every cell within Zhou Mei's body. A latent power, hidden deep within her bloodline, began to awaken. At that instant, a formidable force emerged, intending to expel the remaining foreign presence within her body. Mei. Wang Lin's voice resonated within Zhou Mei's consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she exerted control over the nascent force. With Zhou Mei's active control, the force refrained from forcefully repelling Wang Lin's probing consciousness. Wang Lin understood well that this force stemmed from her subconscious self-protection. The sound of clicking echoed, reminiscent of ancient locks being unsealed. Wang Lin recalled the records from ancient texts, stating that the human body is a vast repository, harboring immense power deep within the bloodline. However, due to the insufficiencies of later generations, the body could not endure such power. Thus, the heavens, in their mercy, sealed the strength within the bloodline, waiting for the innate deficiencies to be rectified so that the seal could be gradually lifted to access the vast reservoir of power. Wang Lin's expression changed. This was not good. The resonance triggered by the simultaneous activation of 52 acupuncture points was awakening Zhou Mei's deeper bloodline power. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that, given Zhou Mei's current physical strength, she could not withstand this power. Wang Lin envisioned the collapse of Zhou Mei's body. However, there was no room for regret now. Wang Lin swiftly performed hand seals, unleashing the great rejuvenation technique. A rich, verdant energy enveloped Zhou Mei entirely. Cells were repeatedly destroyed and reborn in an unending cycle as Zhou Mei succumbed to unconsciousness. It was not until the fourth click echoed that, due to Zhou Mei's insufficient mental energy, the resonance ceased. The boiling bloodline gradually returned to tranquility. Wang Lin's complexion turned pale, his spiritual energy completely depleted. He stumbled unsteadily, nearly falling. Zhou Ming, quick-witted, rushed forward to support Wang Lin and his daughter. My lord, no need for concern, you may lay her down to rest nearby. Meanwhile, at the 109 Safe Zone School for Abilities, a notification regarding a new student was received. The supervising instructor glanced at the information that popped up. Name, Zhou Mei, bound to the light brain, age, 25, gender, female, residence, 109 Safe Zone, Zone 21. Upon seeing the age, the instructor merely scanned the subsequent information, noting the flashing red dot on the map representing her location. Without further scrutiny, having a light brain made things easier. A simple click to send an enrollment notification would suffice. This did not raise any particular concern. Those bound to a Lightbrain need not worry about safety issues. As long as they clicked to acknowledge the information within 3 days and authenticate their student's status on the Lightbrain, they would be expected to come to school within a month. Wang Lin took 5 or 6 energy pills and began meditating to recover his spiritual energy. After ensuring his daughter was settled, Zhou Ming stepped outside to stand guard. Wei Taotao occasionally peeked into the room, wanting to enter but was stopped by Zhou Ming. It was not until noon, during class, that Wang Lin had recovered somewhat. However, since it was a remote live broadcast, Wen Zhu was unaware of his student's current plight. It was only in the evening that Zhou Meili slowly awakened. Upon learning of her awakening, Zhou Ming was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. After they exchanged a few words, they approached Wang Lin. "My lord, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you command. Just perform your duties, and you should know what to say and what not to say." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Zhou Meili voiced her unwavering resolve. "Thank you for your guidance, my lord. I pledge to follow you for a lifetime. To serve you, I shall never betray you." Immediately upon her declaration, a contract materialized out of thin air. The contract split into 2, each half falling into the hands of Zhou Meili and Wang Lin. Wang Lin sensed a mysterious connection and did not hesitate to agree to sign. The contract vanished from his grasp, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Is this your awakened ability?" Zhou Meili nodded. "Yes, my power is in the realm of mental energy, specifically the contract type." Zhou Meili felt somewhat awkward. Unlike Wang Lin, who was entirely oblivious to basic knowledge, both she and Zhou Ming were fully aware of foundational concepts, including the abilities of those with powers. The mental energy, contract-based ability allows one to establish contracts, whether between oneself and others or assisting others in forming contracts, albeit only among sentient beings. Initially, some had contemplated using contract abilities to tame extraordinary beasts. However, these beasts lacked intelligence. Whether they were low-level or high-level, they were devoid of sentience, thus unable to enter into contracts. Instead, they were exceedingly bloodthirsty and feral. Consequently, once it was determined that this ability appeared to hold little combat potential, it was largely relegated to the category of abandoned abilities. It cannot be labeled as a useless ability, as it still facilitates the signing of contracts to ensure mutual non-aggression among mercenary groups hunting extraordinary beasts. While the presence of a Lightbrain alleviates some concerns, adding a layer of contract further guarantees safety. However, a rather awkward aspect is that the binding power of the contract is linked to the contract type ability user. Thus, a level 1 contract ability user's established contracts can only bind those of the same level, proving ineffective against higher levels. Of course, as long as they are of the same level, once a contract is established, regardless of how strong one might be or capable of exceeding their level in combat, breaching the contract would lead to certain death. Upon realizing that her awakened ability was contract-based, Zhou Meili felt a twinge of disappointment. It seemed her fate was to serve others, yet, even in servitude, one would hope to choose a path of their liking. This was the last vestige of Zhou Meili's stubbornness. Observing Zhou Meili's anxious expression, Wang Lin smiled slightly, sensing her sincerity. Since she had established the contract with herself, it signified her lifelong loyalty to him. As her level increased, her contract power would also enhance, effectively binding her fate. To defy it would be to court death. A rare ability indeed. Worry not, I will devise a way for you in the future. This ability holds great potential. Wang Lin was not one to withhold assistance from his own. To say this ability was powerful was no exaggeration. It is well known that extraordinary beasts fail to develop intelligence due to the prevailing environment. From gestation to birth, the nascent flickers of intelligence are obliterated by the rampant spiritual energy. Understanding the cause makes the solution straightforward, and fortuitously he possessed the capability to address it. Wang Lin felt immensely satisfied with the day's gains. Zhou Ming also had his daughter establish a loyalty contract to demonstrate his resolve. He harbored his own thoughts. Aware of his daughter's abilities, he felt a sense of bittersweetness. By having his daughter pledge loyalty to the Lord, she would assist in managing logistics, effectively becoming a trusted aide. Moreover, ensuring that those beneath her remained loyal would render any betrayal impossible. Thus the Lord would assist his daughter in elevating her ability level. This way, she could steadily grow in strength without the need for violence. What a splendid arrangement! As for aligning with others, how could the Lord, who had the capacity to help awaken abilities, allow such knowledge to leak? In this circumstance, they found themselves devoid of any alternatives. Perhaps the awakening of their daughter's extraordinary ability was, in fact, the best possible power for them. Without exception, in the ensuing period, in an effort to prove her worth, Zhou Meili, under her father's guidance, began to establish contracts with the 300 undocumented individuals who had come here. Wang Lin did not object to this and expressed his affirmation and support for Zhou Meili's actions. It must be said that with Zhou Meili's extraordinary ability, they could undoubtedly solidify their position here. However, this development stirred a growing unease within one individual. Zhou Ming, lost in thought, observed Wei Taotao, who was now known as Qing'er. Since Qing'er was someone Wang Lin had purchased, Zhou Ming had not conducted a thorough investigation into her. Upon realizing something amiss, Zhou Ming promptly reported to Wang Lin. Chapter 45. The cultivation pill. Wang Lin was somewhat taken aback. After saving her, he had not made a point to pay special attention to the sister Wei Taotao. After all, he could surmise what had transpired, and he did not wish to unearth someone else's wounds. He merely wished for her to find her way out and come to terms with her situation. Generally, he allowed her to handle household chores and some trivial matters. Well, investigate, but do not harm her. She is an acquaintance of mine. Understood. Zhou Ming nodded, having roughly guessed Wang Lin's reasons for acquiring her. Before long, Qing'er appeared before Wang Lin, her face ashen, accompanied by Zhou Meili and Zhou Ming. After a long silence, as Qing'er continued to avert her gaze, Zhou Meili finally spoke. Qing'er must have signed some sort of contract with that place. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow. Can you break it? No, once a contract is signed, it can only be dissolved by either both parties, along with the ability user who initially signed it, or by a signatory whose level surpasses that of the ability user. Directly tearing up the agreement. Aside from these two methods, there is no way to annul the contract. She cannot speak of it. That should be the case. Can a new contract override it? Zhou Meili shook her head. If the new contract conflicts with the previously signed one, it cannot be successfully established. Look, she said, unfurling a contract before Qing'er. Qing'er's complexion paled further as she reached out to touch the contract, which disintegrated upon contact. The content of the contract was simple: loyalty to Wang Lin. With a prohibition against betrayal. Now that the contract had shattered, it indicated that Qing'er already bore a similar contract. Wang Lin smiled faintly. Understood, now focus on your own matters. Yes. Regarding this situation, Wang Lin did not dwell on it overly much. However, having revealed certain matters to her, it would not be wise to allow her to leave at will in the future. In truth, this place could provide her with a stable living environment. Master Wang, in 22 days, winter will commence. Perhaps we should take this opportunity to expand the house. Wang Lin surveyed his small courtyard, which indeed felt somewhat cramped. You may arrange it. Understood. In the afternoon, after Wang Lin had finished refining pills, he received a message from Zhang Daowei inquiring whether he could provide his address to other mercenary groups. Wang Lin contemplated briefly and replied affirmatively. With winter approaching, many would need supplies, and with plans to build a house, his finances were becoming strained. Moreover, Wang Lin wished to establish connections with more mercenary groups, hoping they could assist in gathering plants he did not yet possess during their outings. He had already reorganized most of the plants he had on hand, allowing him to ascertain the effects of other plants documented in his references. Simultaneously, he sought to procure an Earth-type beast core. He possessed a Gold-type one from A, which would enable him to rearrange the 5-element spirit array once the new courtyard was constructed. The location for the new courtyard would be selected behind the old one, creating a front and backyard enclosed together. The backyard would become his private domain, while the front yard would serve for storage and reception. Zhou Meili, pressed for time before the school enrollment deadline, went to the ability user school. At Wang Lin's residence, aside from his sister, only Zhou Ming and Qing'er remained. Qing'er had taken over the cooking duties from Zhou Meili. Responsible for their meals, the seeds Zhou Ming had helped gather had arrived, but unfortunately winter was fast approaching. The grain varieties could no longer be planted, though some fast-growing plants could still be cultivated. He planned to allocate dozens of acres for planting while nurturing the remaining land for the following year. When the weather warmed, however, the land opened up within the small courtyard could be protected with some formations to grow a few things. Lest the winter become too dreary, Zhou Ming, include the newly prepared land in the new courtyard as well. All right, Master Wang. After saying this, Wang Lin entered the alchemy room, gazing at the golden-hued alchemical furnace before him. He poured a large bag of husks into it, firmly closing the lid. With a surge of spiritual energy, the alchemical furnace ascended steadily above the spiritual flame. A batch of pills needed for 300 individuals had to be quickly refined. The next day, Master Wang, someone is looking for you. Wang Lin emerged from his room to find a burly man with a dark complexion. Behind him, several others were disembarking from a vehicle. You are Wang Lin? Correct. We were sent by Zhang Daowei. Yes, please come in as soon. They arrived in the main hall. Apologies for the disarray. I've been busy with renovations. Not at all, I'm the one interrupting. Wang Lin gestured for them to take a seat. Qing'er brought in some fruit. I am Qin Yuan, the leader of the Mountain Tiger mercenary group. I have come primarily to purchase some energy pills. Oh, energy pills? given your strength, they may not be of much use to you. Does that imply you have something beneficial for me? Wang Lin nodded. I have developed a type of pill called the Harmony Pill, which is more effective than the energy pills. Do you have any ready-made? Yes, just a moment. Wang Lin turned and entered the alchemy room, returning with 2 glass vials. He poured a brown pill from each and presented them. Take a look. Holding the 2 pills, one could sense the disparity in energy simply by probing with mental power. For those in the middle to late stages of qi refining, the applicable pills would be the Recovery Pill, Harmony Pill, and Energy Pill. Due to the difference in spiritual energy, individuals in the early stages of qi refining could not consume the Harmony Pill, lest their meridians be damaged. Consuming the Energy Pill could lead to instantaneous bodily explosion. Conversely, those in the mid to late stages could consume the Recovery Pill without issue, making it a commonly used pill for restoring spiritual energy for mid to late stage cultivators, hence the name Recovery Pill. After renaming it, Wang Lin had become indifferent to rebranding the names of other pills, yet the Harmony Pill was indeed superior to the Energy Pill. The Energy Pill was quite effective for first-level ability users, moderately effective for second-level users, and had some effects for third-level ones. This Harmony Pill is quite beneficial for second-level ability users. However, the effects for me are somewhat lacking. Do you have anything better? Wang Lin was slightly surprised. Yes, Wang Lin returned to the alchemy room and retrieved a glass vial containing a few pills. This is the enhancement pill. After sensing it, Qin Yuan stood up. Is there anything even better? To be honest, I have reached level 4 in my abilities, he asserted, convinced that the enhancement pill would be effective for third-level ability users. Wang Lin shook his head. I do not have any at present. Are you suggesting that you can refine it? Wang Lin replied. Firstly, I lack the suitable materials for refining it. Secondly, the success rate would be quite low. Chapter 46. The spirit-nourishing pill. Qin Yuan had not anticipated that his original objective of merely procuring some energy pills for his child would yield such unexpected delights. What materials do you require? The next tier of enhancement pills was the spirit-nourishing pill, intended for early-stage foundation building. The primary ingredient for its refinement was a type of spirit herb that had grown for 100 years. Containing a vast amount of spiritual energy. In essence, the series of enhancement pills had similar refining techniques, but the herbs used contained stronger spiritual energy, thus requiring a progressively better control of the pill by the alchemist. To substitute for these, one could use either high-age plants or beast cores from extraordinary beasts. Due to the clearing of 200 acres of land, Wang Lin found himself with a considerable number of high-age plants. He was confident that these could serve as substitutes. However, since he could not utilize such pills with his current cultivation level, he had not refined any. Some plants exceeding 100 years of growth or beast cores from 3rd or 4th level extraordinary beasts could serve as replacements. Wang Lin added, for 3rd level, several cores may be needed to refine a single pill. For 4th level, a successful batch could yield 9 pills, contingent on the remaining energy within the cores. Qin Yuan hesitated. He possessed beast cores, but they could be absorbed directly. He was uncertain which option would be more advantageous. As for the high-age plants, they truly did not have any, primarily focusing on high-radiation plants, which were generally disregarded. Had he known sooner, he could have excavated some during missions. Their mercenary group had been out for 3 years and planned to return home approximately in 14 days. Leaving them a bit of time. How long will it take for you to refine it? Wang Lin pondered for a moment before speaking. If all goes smoothly, I can manage 1 batch a day. However, I cannot guarantee success. If we are dealing with 9 complete pills, I will require 5 attempts, and should I fall short by 4 pills, you will need to provide me with silver coins or a single pill in compensation. I will not offer any refunds for failures. Wang Lin articulated his terms with utmost clarity, leaving them to decide whether they wish to proceed with the concoction. Of course, the complete set is not 9 pills, but rather 12. Although the refinement of these pills primarily involves the extraction of spiritual energy, unlike other concoctions that necessitate multiple primary and auxiliary ingredients, some auxiliary herbs are still required, which Wang Lin would supply himself. More importantly, the mention of 9 pills is predicated on the essence of beast cores, where the energy of 1 pill is equivalent to 10% of a level 4 beast core's energy. Should the yield exceed that by 20%, the situation becomes rather uncertain, as it implies a utilization rate of 120%, while alchemists are aware that excess spiritual energy is absorbed from the surrounding air during the refining process, and also from the auxiliary herbs. Disclosing this fact to others could lead to complications. It is preferable to maintain a semblance of normalcy. After a brief silence, Qin inquired, what is the price for each pill? The energy pill costs 4,000 silver coins each, the harmonizing pill 20,000, the enhancement pill 50,000, and the spirit nourishing pill 100,000. He added, if you can provide plants that are over 100 years old, I will require 3 complete and undamaged specimens, and any surplus from the refinement will be considered my remuneration. Are there any specific requirements regarding the plant species? Sheen did not find this matter particularly concerning. None at all. After contemplating for a moment, Sheen hesitated but ultimately refrained from producing the beast cores and left with his entourage instead. Level 3 beast cores are priced at 500,000 each, while level 4 cores are $1 million. Whether utilizing multiple level 3 cores or a single level 1 core to refine a batch of pills valued at 100,000, it appears to be a losing proposition. If one were to sell the beast cores directly for 1 million, one could procure 10 pills instead. However, investing 1 million in the refining process yields at most 7 pills, as one must also purchase an additional pill. Thus, it does not seem financially advantageous, especially considering the lack of guaranteed success, which may result in a complete loss. Therefore, the optimal solution is to exchange plants. This is precisely the outcome Wang Lin desires. As for the price difference of 100,000 per pill, it necessitates that he has stock to sell. Without stock, others would have no choice but to provide materials for him to refine. After sending them off, Wang Lin proceeded to the alchemy chamber. Aside from a row of cabinets adorned with glass jars, the remaining cabinets were wooden drawers, resembling those found in traditional Chinese medicine shops. Each cabinet bore labels indicating the names of the plants contained within. These were the most potent and efficacious portions of the plants, preserved after processing. As Wang Lin reached the end of the row, he noted that the cabinets contained herbs aged over 100 years, with the oldest specimen being 600 years old. Curiously, these herbs seemed to diminish in size as their age increased. Wang Lin speculated that if a specimen were over 1,000 years old, its size would revert to that of its younger form prior to the changes. Regrettably, the villagers who harvested them had no knowledge of their age, bringing back only fragmented remnants that could not be replanted, leaving no option but to process them into medicinal materials. As Wang Lin's spiritual energy surged, a radiant light flickered, and a drawer opened. The rampant spiritual energy dissipated swiftly. Wang Lin sighed. Although he had processed the herbs, it merely slowed the loss of spiritual energy. He swiftly extracted a certain quantity of plants and promptly closed the drawer. Using his spiritual energy to control their insertion into the alchemical furnace, he quickly opened other drawers to gather varying amounts and types of plants. The furnace levitated and descended onto the ethereal flame. As he passed the shelf of pills, Wang Lin casually grabbed a bottle of harmonizing pills before returning to the furnace. Sitting cross-legged, he commenced the refinement of the spirit-nourishing pill, aiming to produce 1 or 2 batches before his counterpart's return. He could only manage 1 batch a day due to his currently limited capabilities. Purifying the medicinal liquid proved to be a laborious endeavor. At present, the strength of his meridians allowed him to consume harmonizing pills. Otherwise, he would lack the spiritual energy necessary to refine spirit-nourishing pills. In his previous life, although he was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, he had independently refined spirit-nourishing pills upon reaching that level. Additionally, he had assisted elderly in refining even more advanced pills for the golden core in nascent soul stages, albeit as an observer. The modest spirit-nourishing pill was well within his grasp. A quarter of an hour later, a puff of black smoke erupted. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he removed the furnace, revealing a nauseating odor wafting from within. Where everything lay charred, Wang Lin felt a headache coming on. The furnace he was currently using was not of proper quality. Coupled with his lack of strength, this led to a direct failure. Utilizing a cleansing technique, he rendered the furnace spotless. Wang Lin sat down to restore his spiritual energy, meditating for a moment before attempting the refinement anew. Chapter 47. Busy this time, he abandoned the notion of combining multiple 100-year-old plants for the refinement process. Instead, he opted for a singular plant, thereby eliminating the complexities of merging various spiritual liquids and maintaining consistent temperatures and techniques. By refining in batches, he could significantly reduce the difficulty of the process. Wang Lin first extracted a small handful of the spiritual herb and began experimenting to determine the most suitable temperature and technique for its refinement. Gradually, he increased the quantities he added with each refinement until he reached his maximum capacity, then slightly reduced it to ensure he had enough energy to handle any unforeseen circumstances. This was an exceedingly taxing endeavor. Approximately 3 hours later, Wang Lin completely refined the 100-year-old spiritual herb and added the necessary auxiliary materials. He proceeded with the processes of blending, extracting, and pill division. As he commenced pill formation, Wang Lin realized that his spiritual perception could not sustain the effort. Dividing the pill into 12 portions, he directly relinquished 4, retaining 8 to begin the pill formation. The spiritual energy in the air converged towards the furnace. Wang Lin's complexion grew increasingly pale, and after a quarter of an hour, he swiftly performed the required techniques. 8 pills, each the size of a ping-pong ball, were compressed amidst a peculiar fluctuation. Upon reaching the size of a thumb, their outer layers underwent a strange transformation. With vast amounts of spiritual energy securely locked within the pill's exterior, merging seamlessly with the substance of the pills themselves, Wang Lin executed the technique with increasing speed, concluding the process with a swift slap on the furnace, causing its lid to fly off. The 8 round pills shot out, landing accurately in an adjacent glass jar. With a wave of his hand, the furnace was set down beside him. His head felt heavy and drowsy. 3.5 hours had elapsed since he began the refinement. After inspecting the pills, he could no longer endure the fatigue and collapsed onto the floor of the alchemy chamber. Sinking into a deep slumber, the immense strain on his spiritual perception had taken its toll. Had it not been for the prior 15 minutes of exertion, he could have managed to return to his chamber to rest. To restore his spiritual perception, sleep was the most effective remedy. This was also why he could only produce 1 batch of pills in a day, were it not for his formidable spirit. Attempting to refine even a single batch would be unfeasible. In his previous life, he managed to produce pills without the aid of restorative pills for spiritual energy, relying instead on those that rejuvenated his spiritual perception. To refine without consuming pills, he merely needed to possess the strength of the 5th level of chi refinement. Now, being able to consume harmonizing pills meant his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. He estimated that by the end of winter, he could reach the pinnacle of the 3rd level of chi refinement, initially believing it would take 50 years to reach that peak. The ability to consume higher-tier pills would significantly hasten the timeline. Once Wang Lin regained some energy, he sent a message to Zhou Ming instructing him to prepare the yard. The following day, Wang Lin resumed the refinement of harmonizing pills, although the process was arduous. It also served to enhance his spiritual perception. Nevertheless, he could only refine 3 more batches, as the remaining spiritual herbs were quite incomplete, possessing perhaps only 50 to 60% of their medicinal properties. Rather than using them for harmonizing pills, which he had no need for, it would be wiser to reserve them for future concoctions. With the experience of the first batch, Wang Lin found the subsequent refinement to be considerably smoother. However, he ultimately had to forfeit 3 portions of the medicinal liquid, resulting in the successful creation of 9 pills. Thus, 2 more days passed. Qin Yuan visited once again, unloading several tightly wrapped plants from their cart. "Master Wang, could you take a look at these?" Upon hearing the people address Wang Lin as Master Wang, Qin Yuan followed suit. Since the 100-year-old plants were too large, we sought out some that are 300 to 400 years old. What do you think? The 100-year-old plants were indeed massive, representing the peak size for plants, making it quite challenging to excavate them without causing damage. Consequently, they opted to procure older specimens. Before Wang Lin lay 9 bundles of varying sizes. He began to inspect each one, smiling as he remarked, "Older specimens are certainly preferable." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan sighed in relief and added, "Master Wang, let us exchange contact numbers, so we can keep in touch." Certainly, Wang Lin nodded in agreement. It was during their search for these plants that Qin Yuan realized he had not exchanged contact numbers with Wang Lin, making it impossible for him to reach out. To Wang Lin's delight, he discovered one of the plants was over 1,000 years old. Pointing to it, he said, "This plant has reached 1,000 years of age. Excluding this one, there are a total of 8. Since I previously mentioned 3 for 1 refinement, I will count this 1,000-year specimen as 4. How does that sound?" "Haha, thank you, Qin Yuan exclaimed. Initially, he thought he could only count it as 3. So he was pleasantly surprised to find it could be counted as 4. "I will need at least 4 days to refine them. If any failures occur, I ask for your patience. Of course. No problem." They realized it was impractical to linger in the small courtyard, so they arranged for them to temporarily stay in the newly constructed courtyard built by Zhou Ming, the ancient herb. Over a millennium old, is none other than Astragalus. Among the remaining 8 plants, 4 are also Astragalus. It appears they were all unearthed from the same location, with ages ranging from 2 to 5 centuries. Of the other 4, 2 are Siberian ginseng, 1 is goji berry, and the last is known as rhodiola. At this moment, the 9 plants have been cultivated by Wang Lin in a plot of land he had established within his small courtyard. Following Wang Lin's prior instructions, this piece of land had been isolated, encircled by high walls, rendering it invisible from both the front and the still under construction backyard. Fortunately, the courtyard is rich in spiritual energy. and the plants coexist harmoniously without competing for this energy. However, the spiritual energy in the newly cultivated land is being consumed at an alarming rate. Wang Lin gazes at the 9 plants, unwilling to uproot any for alchemical purposes. Although he had previously concocted 4 batches of spirit-nurturing pills, the first batch yielded only 8 successful pills. Given that such excellent herbs were provided, he felt it would be unjust to shortchange them. Yet, he truly hesitates to utilize these 9 precious herbs. Ultimately, he returns to the alchemy chamber and retrieves a 600-year-old herb. This particular herb had long been processed and was lifeless upon its return. It would be a pity to use it for crafting spirit-nurturing pills, as it could instead serve to concoct pills for mid-foundation establishment. Regrettably, the spiritual energy content in the supplement pills is excessively vast, making it beyond his current cultivation capabilities. Wang Lin ultimately decides to use half the amount of this herb for his alchemical process. The expenditure of mental energy and spiritual power required to refine this 600-year-old herb is significantly heightened. But thankfully only half is necessary. In the end, he produces 6 pills, yet most of the herb's potency is wasted. Even so, Wang Lin's condition deteriorates to an extreme, and he succumbs to unconsciousness just as he had during his first attempt. Fortunately, it is Saturday, and he does not have to attend classes. When he awakens, it is already 3:34 p.m. Wang Lin retrieves a vial from the shelf, containing 9 spirit-nurturing pills. Chapter 48, Earning a Little Money with a Pallid Countenance. He opens the door to the alchemy room. Outside, in a pavilion that had been constructed, Qin Yuan and his companions await. This structure was initially built to settle payments for the villagers, but it now serves as a waiting area for Qin Yuan and his group. Fulfilling his promise, Wang Lin raises the glass vial in his hand. Look here. Qin Yuan, startled by Wang Lin's appearance, hurriedly steps forward to support him. Wang Lin does not resist and is guided to a nearby bench to sit down. The consumption of mental energy has been overwhelming, Wang Lin remarks with a wry smile and a shake of his head. Qin Yuan, fully aware of Wang Lin's current state, recognizes that describing him as mentally exhausted is an understatement. Fortunately, I had the spirit boosting pill, otherwise my internal abilities would not have sustained me through the refining process. Brother Qin, earning money is indeed no easy feat. Those present grasped the meaning behind Wang Lin's words. Although only 1 herb is required for each batch, the remaining herbs count as Wang Lin's profit, yet the effort involved is considerable. Master Wang, you truly push yourself to the limit, remarks one of the mercenaries. Wang Lin chuckles bitterly. Brother Qin, as you can see, I have many mouths to feed. What other choice do I have but to strive tirelessly? He continues. If I succeed in a single refining attempt, I might see some profit. If I succeed twice, it would merely break even. If I succeed 3 times, it would result in a small loss. And if I fail all 3 times, I would suffer total loss. The spirit-boosting pills are priced at 50,000 each, and consuming them for the sake of alchemical endeavors can truly be a financial drain. Nevertheless, this time I still managed to earn something. One of the mercenaries interjects. Wang Lin nods with a smile. Yes, it can be deemed a harvest of sorts. So, when does Master Wang plan to refine the herbs you have earned into pills? Wang Lin shakes his head. I need to rest more before refining those for you. Moreover, the risks involved in the refining process are quite significant. I intend to replant those herbs, as you have seen. I have secured quite a bit of land. Most of these plants I will cultivate for future research purposes, and that is where the real profit lies. My master has invested an immeasurable amount in researching the very items you hold. Wang Lin expresses, shaking his head in reflection. Qin Yuan raises an eyebrow, clearly in agreement. Wang Lin continues, by the way, should you encounter any rare plants or high-age specimens in the future, feel free to bring them to me in exchange for some pills. Absolutely, without a doubt. With the 9 pills in hand, Qin Yuan inquires, we can cover the price difference for the 8th pill with cash. However, does Master Wang intend to sell the remaining pill? During their conversation, Qin Yuan has already inspected all the pills, gripping the glass vial tightly as he addresses Wang Lin. Wang Lin ponders for a moment. Brother Qin, do you happen to have any beast cores? Beast cores? What level do you need? Level 1 or 2 will suffice. I require them for setting up a defensive barrier. You can set up a defensive barrier. I know a little. I can only arrange low-level ones. However, I must check if the beast cores are compatible. Wang Lin gestures dismissively. Qin Yuan nods, understanding that the requirements for low-level barrier setups vary. He retrieves 2 beast hide pouches from his backpack and places them on the table. See if there are any that will work. The 2 pouches contain level 1 and level 2 beast cores, with varying degrees of energy completeness. Wang Lin carefully sifts through them. He finds an abundance of wood attributes and uses his own spiritual fire for the fire attributes. These two types are stable, while the rest can serve as backups. Wang Lin discovers a pure earth attribute level 2 beast core, still possessing about 20% of its energy. The others are mostly dual attribute cores. And there is a scarcity of water attributes, only one core containing both water and poison attributes, which Wang Lin immediately discards. Most of the metal attribute cores are tainted with a trace of blood energy, which Wang Lin recognizes as a physical force akin to the one he obtained from the armored pig. He selects a level 2 core with 60% energy. Ultimately, he also chooses a level 1 core containing fire and physical attributes. With 90% energy, Wang Lin then recalls something and selects several pure physical attribute level 1 and 2 cores, totaling 5. Altogether, these are worth 180,000 silver coins. He gives all 9 spirit nurturing pills to Qin Yuan. After completing these arrangements, Wang Lin returns to rest. Wang Lin plans to complete the construction in the backyard. In the future, the 5 elements spirit plane array will only be set up there, omitting the front yard to prevent any signs from being discovered, although it is unlikely that those with special abilities would notice. Akin to practitioners using energy houses in winter, there remains a possibility. Furthermore, the lack of surprise on the part of the other party regarding Wang Lin's demand for high-age plants and other specimens indicates that the collection and study of plants is not an unusual endeavor. Subsequently, Wang Lin takes the time to recuperate, engaging in daily alchemy until the 6th day, when he finally hands over the 4th batch of pills to Qin Yuan. Time is stretched long enough. Upon receiving the pills and settling the price difference and acquiring his share from Wang Lin, Qin Yuan and the others take their leave, eager to return home. The 3 subsequent batches of pills provided by Wang Lin are valued at 720,000 with 500,000 in direct bank transfer and 220,000 offset by beast cores, all level 1 and 2. Wang Lin does not refuse the offer, as they will be useful for his research. Wang Lin aims to concoct a marrow-cleansing pill, but lacking marrow-cleansing grass, he considers utilizing the blood energy from the beast cores, combined with the qi-boosting and blood-circulating properties of rhodiola and Siberian ginseng. Wang Lin contemplates how to combine other herbs to replicate the effects of marrow-cleansing grass. This will require careful experimentation. In addition to these items, Qin Yuan purchases pills such as fasting pills, Qi recovery pills, harmony pills, and spirit boosting pills. Of course, these purchases are not solely by Qin Yuan, but also by others in his mercenary group. The total expenditure amounts to 530,000, with 400,000 given directly in silver coins and 130,000 offset by items. Once Qin Yuan departs, Zheng Dawei approaches. Brother Wang, why didn't you inform me about those good items? Wang Lin is taken aback. Brother, are you still attempting to keep this from me? The harmony pills for level 2 ability users, the spirit boosting pills for level 3 ability users, and the spirit nurturing pills for level 4 ability users. Zheng Dawei is at the pinnacle of level 3, since his genetic awakening level is at 4. He can ascend to level 4 whenever he accumulates enough energy. You didn't ask, Wang Lin responds. Zheng Dawei, speechless, decides not to dwell on it. I want 10 spirit boosting pills. Wang Lin replies, there are only 2 spirit boosting pills left. The rest were purchased by Qin Yuan and his group. I'll take those 2. How many harmony pills do you have left? There are 20 harmony pills remaining. Good, I'll take them. Do you have any spirit nurturing pills left? None, they've all been sold to Qin Yuan and his group. However, Brother Zhang, you are currently unable to consume those pills. Yes, I understand. What materials are needed for the spirit boosting pills? I can help gather them for you. The spirit boosting pills require plants that have grown for at least 50 years, that is manageable. Please assist me in finding some varieties of plants that I lacked. I will provide compensation. Come now. There is no need for such formalities. We can conveniently bring back those items during our outings. Just remember, if there is anything good in the future, I hope you'll think of your elder brother. Wang Lin nods. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I will definitely inform you next time. With the answers he sought, Zheng Dawei departs in a hurry. At this moment, Zhou Ming approached Wang Lin and remarked, My lord, the fields have been sown and require only a small contingent for maintenance. The cultivation of the spirit fields is entrusted to our own 300 personnel. Currently, many villagers in Shurtsuan find themselves without work. Wang Lin pondered briefly before responding, I have garnered a substantial amount of silver coins over these past few days. Taking advantage of this period, we should commence the construction of the factory. However, I am uncertain regarding the scale of the project. Zhou Ming contemplated before inquiring, What size do you envision? Wang Lin considered and replied, We shall construct 2 factories and 1 storage facility. One factory will be larger, approximately 1,000 square meters, designated for the initial processing of plants. The second will be smaller, intended for meticulous refinement. Will we be able to complete this before winter? The Zhou deliberated briefly and then stated, to finish before winter, we will need to engage a professional construction team with the labor force from Shizhuan. It should be feasible. My lord, do you prefer high quality or standard construction? Wang Lin gazed at Zhou Ming in silence. What do you think? Zhou Ming awkwardly responded, if you desire superior quality, the costs may be somewhat elevated. Wang Lin inquired, how much? Zhou Ming raised 2 fingers. 200,000. Wang Lin questioned, no, my lord. A decent storage facility starts at 1 million. The factories will cost less, but together they will still amount to at least 1 million. Wang Lin fell silent, realizing that, after his recent transaction with Zhang Dawei, his liquid assets barely exceeded 140,000. He had exhausted his previous funds, and had it not been for the complementary provisions, sustaining such a workforce would have been impossible. Having recently acquired this wealth, he felt momentarily affluent enough to procure winter supplies for them, only to swiftly realize his financial limitations. If Zhang Dawei were to source materials to concoct qi-boosting pills independently, each batch would yield 4 pills and a supplementary one, generating 40,000 silver coins. With the capacity to refine 2 batches daily, he could potentially earn 240,000 silver coins. Yet he was uncertain if the other party could accommodate such a demand. It was indeed a source of concern. Following the revelations regarding the subsequent series of pills, both Zhang Dawei and Qin Yuan had cautioned their mercenary team to maintain utmost discretion regarding Wang Lin's existence, and they had complied dutifully. The rationale was straightforward. Wang Lin was a singular talent, and the process of pill refinement demanded time. Should too many individuals become aware of him, the influx of requests would lead to interminable waiting times. Furthermore, if powerful factions were to learn of his abilities, they might extend more enticing offers, effectively eliminating the favorable pricing they currently enjoy. At that point, they might find themselves entirely distanced from such opportunities. Zhang Dawei regretted having previously promoted the fasting pills to several mercenary teams he encountered, wishing he could slap himself. Meanwhile, Wang Lin contemplated the payment structure for this project. Li Zhouming explained, for large factions, payment is rendered upon project completion. For our kind, it is customary for individuals to collect a 30% deposit upfront, followed by payments in accordance with the project's progress until the final 10% is settled. There is no room for negotiation. Wang Lin exhaled in relief. 200,000, with 30% being 60,000, remained within his means. Very well, I will transfer 80,000 to you now. Please seek out a professional construction team. Understood, Zhou Ming replied. Additionally, I will provide you with 30,000 to procure some winter supplies for our people. Certainly. While Wang Lin calculated, he commenced the process of pill refinement, aware that time was of the essence. He possessed a considerable quantity of decades-old spirit herbs. My lord, where shall the 2 factories and the storage facility be constructed? Zhou Ming proposed. How about situating them between the village and your courtyard? One factory would face the village while the storage facility would be closer to your residence. This way, it should not disturb you, and a small door could be added to the storage for your convenience. Wang Lin contemplated this arrangement and nodded. That appears acceptable. After this busy period concludes, focus on your cultivation as winter approaches. Understood, my lord. After Zhou Ming departed, Wang Lin began his alchemical endeavors. Meanwhile, at the 109 Safe Zone Ability User School, Zhou Meili had enrolled and completed her accommodation formalities. The school provided free dormitory housing for students, consisting of 4-person rooms, though it was up to the students whether they wished to reside there. In Zhou Meili's dormitory, only one middle-aged woman shared the space, while the others, despite having registered, seldom stayed. June marked the summer vacation period, and the school was largely devoid of students. Only the few who had secured mentors remained engaged in classes. Zhou Meili considered the daily commute to school, which would consume considerable time, especially if her father required the vehicle for other errands. Thus she opted to stay on campus to avoid the hassle of daily travel. The older girl in her dorm, upon learning that Zhou Meili hailed from the outer city like herself, expressed delight. This girl, Han Sisi, also came from the 13th zone. With Han Sisi's assistance, Zhou Meili quickly familiarized herself with the campus. Come, I will take you to the ability testing center. Zhou Meili nodded in agreement, eager to learn about her current physical condition. Soon, the testing results were available. Name, Zhou Meili. Gender, female. Date of birth, February 27th. 1403 of the mutation era. Age, 25. Place of birth, civilian hospital. Outer city, 109 Safe Zone. Ability, contract system, recorded on June 16, 1428. Level 1. Latest test date, June 16, 1428. Comprehensive talent assessment. Good current location, Zone 109. Gene awakening level, Level 4. Aperture development, 152 Physical Level, Level 3 Mental Power Level, Level 2 Basic Learning Progress for Ordinary Cultural Courses, 70 Plant Basics Learning Progress, 21. 5 Beast Basics Learning Progress, 9.5 Ability Cultivation Basics Learning Progress, 0. Chapter 50, An Unusual Teacher-Student Relationship. Han Sisi eagerly inquired, "How did it go?" Jo Meili refrained from disclosing her exact testing results, simply noting her mental system and contract branch at level 1. Observing Jo Meili's reticence regarding her gene awakening level, mental power level, and aperture development, Han Sisi decided not to press further. Impressive, achieving level 1 right after awakening is a feat reserved for geniuses. Han Jie, you must understand that my contract system is rather lackluster. Such a pity. Han Sisi shook her head. Indeed, the contract system lacks combat prowess. By the way, Meili, the school doesn't commence until July 1st. What are your plans for these days? The Ability User School's summer break occurs in June, the last month of summer, and December, during the transitional floods. I plan to return home. What? Home? Meili, why not stay at school? If you remain here, you would receive a daily subsidy of 100 G for low radiation plant meals. Going home would be a waste. Jo Meili sighed. Alas, I have always been the one cooking at home. With my absence, only my father, a 10-year-old brother, and a 4-year-old sister remained. I cannot bear the thought of them going without meals. I must return to ensure at least one of them learns to cook. Alright then, I must leave now, or I won't make it home before dark. Goodbye. Farewell. Aware of her father's busyness, Jo Meili decided against asking him for a ride. She hurriedly made her way outside. Wait, Jo Meili paused. What is it? You might check the Mercenary Guild to see if there are any rides to Zone 21 that you could offer a few silver coins for a lift back. It would be cheaper, usually just 5 silver coins. Thank you, Han Jie. No problem. After Jo Meili departed, Han Sisi left as well, pondering the implications of a contract system. Upon returning to her dormitory, Jo Meili was greeted by a knock at the door. Opening it revealed an elderly woman. You came personally. She ushered the woman into the room. Take a look for yourself. A sheet of paper was placed before Jo Meili. Han Sisi was taken aback, her gaze fixating on it. Gene awakening level, for aperture development, 152. What? This talent guarantees a level 4 admission. Indeed, quite valuable. A hint of jealousy flickered across Han Sisi's face, but it's merely a contract system. The elderly woman observed her expression. For the coming year, cultivate a good relationship with her and learn about her background. Understood. What about my reward? Rest assured, it will not be forgotten. Jo Meili indeed found a mercenary group at the guild willing to provide transportation, paying 5 silver coins for her journey home. During dinner that evening, Wang Lin noticed Jo Meili's presence. Isn't today Sunday? Why are you back? Jo Meili set down her dish. My lord, it is June, and school is still on summer break. Summer break? Really? I thought classes were ongoing. Yes, summer break in June and flood break in December. They quietly finished their meal, and night fell. It was time for cultivation and then rest. The following day, classes commenced at noon. When Zhou observed his student speaking, "Mentor, aren't you taking a summer break? It seems you're just idling about." Wang Lin chimed in. "So, are you not granting me a summer vacation?" To which Wen Zhe replied, "But we have only just begun classes, and we have yet to cover half the semester's curriculum. You haven't even suggested a break, and since I find myself with little to occupy my time, I might as well continue teaching you." Noticing his student had fallen silent, Wen Zhe felt a tinge of melancholy. He chuckled. "Surely you are aware that June marks the onset of summer vacation," observing the 3 characters floating in the air. Wen Zhe smiled gently. This was the first time in nearly 3 months that Wang Lin had ventured to discuss matters outside of academics. Does this not constitute a violation of regulations? The association's education law stipulates statutory holidays, Wang Lin remarked. The smile on Wen Zhe's face deepened. Young Wang Lin, your understanding of educational law seems somewhat lacking. I am your mentor, not merely a teacher. Wang Lin paused, realizing the significant distinction between mentor and teacher. In schools that cater to those with abilities, instructors are typically referred to as teachers, primarily responsible for imparting knowledge and skills through lectures, assignments, and assessments, with a focus on students' academic performance. Wen Zhe's lips curved slightly upward. A mentor places greater emphasis on a student's personal development and career planning. They not only concern themselves with academic achievements but also with a student's interests, career aspirations, and life goals. Mentors often establish long-term collaborative relationships, providing personalized guidance and advice to help students uncover their potential and strengths, thus fostering a closer and more individualized connection. Wang Lin sensed that Wen Zhe was attempting to alleviate some of his uncertainties. The relationship between a mentor and a student is far more intimate than you might imagine. Once you secure my signature for graduation, you will have access to all the resources at my disposal and inherit my entire legacy. Even now, should you reveal our mentor-student relationship, my connections will become available to you. You will represent me in the eyes of others. Wang Lin furrowed his brow. Such a relationship exceeded his previous understanding, resembling the mentor-disciple dynamics in the realm of cultivation. You have never met me. How could you possibly accept me as your student? The bond between a mentor and disciple is no trifling matter, and to take on someone one has never encountered as a disciple seems almost ludicrous. Akin to a lottery assignment, Wang Lin sent a message. Is this a form of protection for children with extraordinary talents, especially those lacking support? Wenji's voice was warm and melodious. When an ability user reaches a certain level, they are presented with the option to serve as a mentor at their place of origin's ability school. This option remains available until death. Once chosen, one must serve as a teacher at the ability school for 6 years and successfully guide a class to an 80 graduation rate to earn the title of mentor. At that point, you can select promising individuals to mentor. Moreover, upon becoming a mentor, the system will match you with exceptionally gifted students worldwide. If no suitable mentor is found within the safety zone of the child's birthplace, or if that zone collapses, the system will match you with a mentor nearby, filtering for a suitable candidate. Chapter 51. Let capable individuals resolve it. A mentor can only have one student throughout their lifetime, and this cannot be altered. Thus, I assert that this is a form of protection from the system for you all, significantly diminishing the risk of potential children being stifled in their infancy due to external factors. So, what do you say, young Wang Lin? Shall we arrange for you to meet your mentor formally? Rest assured, with me as your mentor, no one can harm you. Wenji's soothing words carried an undeniable conviction. Of course, these powerful individuals willingly accepting students from the system is conditional. They must be no older than 12, fitting the early childhood stage, making them amenable to training, and even those with challenging temperaments can be molded with time. Were it not for this, would they dare to challenge the system? It is also vital to note that finding a suitable mentor on one's own is exceedingly difficult amidst the vast sea of individuals. With all this said, Wenji's ultimate aim was to transition their online relationship into a physical one. Observing Wenji's eager anticipation, Wang Lin refrained from responding to his inquiry. You hold significant status and power in Zone 109? Upon hearing this, Wenji nodded. To an extent. Are you aware of the human trafficking occurring in Zone 109? Wenji's brow furrowed. Human trafficking, indeed. Wenji spoke gravely. Every instance of a resident going missing or dying unexpectedly in Zone 109 is subject to rigorous investigation. I am aware. I refer to the scavengers, Wang Lin clarified. Wenji sighed. Currently, we lack the strength to guarantee the safety of those outside the safety zones, yet those individuals are precisely the ones who capture scavengers and bring them into the safety zones for training before selling them. Are they not? We cannot ignore this. Are you serious? Wenji's brows knitted tightly. Yes, it is almost ubiquitous across all time zones in the outer city. Such audacious behavior could very well be sanctioned by the administrators of Zone 109. Wenji waved his hand. That is absolutely impossible. How could I be unaware of such actions being sanctioned under my watch? The expression on Wenji's face threatened to crack under the pressure. Rest assured, I will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Wang Lin observed Wenji's reaction. Thank you, please stay safe. Upon reading this, a smile graced Wenji's serious visage. This is my responsibility. I should be the one thanking you for bringing this to my attention. The two then shifted their focus away from that topic, proceeding with their lesson for the day. Wang Lin could not shake off thoughts of the human trafficking issue, yet he felt powerless. Lacking the strength or backing to intervene, initially he intended to address it only when he was more capable. However, now that an opportunity to resolve the issue had presented itself, Wang Lin would not hesitate. Understanding that he might have someone to support him gave him the confidence to act. Why engage in a solitary battle when he could rally others for assistance? Earlier, Wang Lin had discovered that the requirement to become a mentor was a level 7 ability, a status that placed one at the pinnacle of human capability. Due to this systemic inheritance structure, many individuals with potential had received excellent training and successfully matured. Furthermore, Blue Star still possesses vast, undeveloped areas, meaning that while the upper echelon continues to grow, resources remain plentiful. An essential consideration is that any attempt to harm a mentor's students here would likely result in a cascade of retaliation. Akin to the cultivation realm, strike the young, and the elders come to their defense. Just the thought made Wang Lin's lips twitch. In the cultivation realm, a master may take several disciples. Here, a mentor is limited to one student. Perhaps it would be wiser to cultivate crops and refine elixirs instead. It is possible that should the opportunity to address the issue of human trafficking arise, he could also share some of the information he has gathered. Based on his current understanding of ability users, a level 7 user is comparable to a practitioner at the golden core stage. Wang Lin began to comprehend why the previous individual, Li Shui, had thrived so well. She surely had a mentor behind her. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, he focused intently on the lesson. Meanwhile, Wenjie conducted the class for Wang Lin as per usual. Once the live session concluded, the gentle aura that had enveloped him dissipated, replaced by a fierce, menacing presence. Within the academy, those who had reached level 6 or higher turned their attention towards Wenjie's location. To brazenly construct such a large edifice in the underground of the outer city without detection was alarming. Clearly, the security forces within the major zones had been infiltrated. As the founder of Zone 109, he had his own network. After the reconstruction of Zone 109, he had gradually delegated management authority, and now such a situation had emerged. Utilizing his neural interface, Wenjie dispatched a message. He reined in his aura and settled down. Waiting quietly, Old Qin, who was already present at the academy, was the first to arrive. What on earth has happened to ignite such fury? As Old Qin entered Wenjie's chamber, his clothing had inexplicably caught fire. He swiftly extinguished the flames. In response to Old Qin's teasing, Wenjie shot him a sidelong glance. Do not gloat. Many ordinary survivors from your Zone 111 must have been trafficked. What? Old Qin frowned. Wenjie calmly shared the unfolding events with him. Old Qin's expression soured. No wonder the child has taken a disliking to you as a mentor. Your Zone 109 is riddled with issues. Wenjie shot him an exasperated look. Old Qin grinned at the sight of Wenjie's expression. Do not blame me for not informing you. This matter is far from simple. You may have landed yourself in a serious predicament. Wenjie regarded Old Qin with a furrowed brow. What are the implications here? Old Qin rubbed his temples. Human trafficking is expressly prohibited by the Safety-Base Union's regulations and is a criminal offense. Wenjie remained composed, listening as Old Qin continued. Before our Zone 111 fell, our pioneers had also uncovered instances of human trafficking within the safety zones. Moreover, the accumulated population and transaction numbers are simply beyond what our district or the neighboring district can manage. A look of anguish crossed Lao Qin's face. In order to ascertain the whereabouts of those individuals, my grandson, an ordinary person who was yet to awaken his extraordinary abilities, accepted an undercover mission and infiltrated their ranks. Lao Qin's voice was heavy with despair. I initially believed that with my presence and that of our esteemed creator, we would be able to guard secretly and prevent any unforeseen incidents. Yet, the unexpected occurred right before our eyes. A dark void engulfed all those present in the room. Chapter 52. Invitation. I, along with our esteemed creator, immediately sprang into action to rescue those trapped. As we burst into the room, the black hole was beginning to vanish, and nearby ability users attempted to intercept us, causing me to be detained. The creator rushed into the void to save the victims. When the black hole dissipated, the creator also disappeared. The commotion attracted the attention of our previously concealed allies, and together, we managed to eliminate those who obstructed us, dismantling all their hideouts. However, the creator had not reappeared since. Lao Qin's expression was a complex mixture of emotions. Wenjie furrowed his brow. Have you reported this matter to the mainframe? Of course, we have. The investigation revealed a connection to the dark prison of the Anti-Alliance. That black hole was the handiwork of an ability user specializing in spatial manipulation, capable of teleportation. Before we could conduct further inquiries, the beast tide erupted, obliterating the 111 safety zone. Could the beast tide be related to this incident? Lao Qin replied, I do not know. If the creator were still present, then the beast tide would not have breached the 111 safety zone. It was precisely because we detected those beastly creatures stirring that we intended to resolve internal issues first, allowing us to concentrate on dealing with the beast tide thereafter. Wenjie frowned. Are you suggesting that District 109 has also fallen victim to the Dark Prison's invasion? All the discoveries regarding the Dark Prison's incursion thus far have pertained to newly established safety zones. Wenjie fell silent. Every newly established safety zone cannot solely rely on the creator for reconstruction. Many of the strong individuals who were forced to leave after the destruction of District 109, including inheritors, would return to aid in rebuilding and supporting District 109. A complex expression flickered in Wenjie's eyes. Given that he had received no information, it was evident that there were significant issues within the management. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Come in. Wenjie's expression turned furious. Do not call me esteemed sir. The person entering looked helplessly at Wenjie. Wenjie's face was cold. Before winter sets in, I want the issue of human trafficking resolved. Huh? What human trafficking? Trafficking of populations across various time zones. Do I need to elaborate further? Get out. After being berated, as the individual exited, they heard Wenjie's voice. If you fail to complete this task, you may as well resign. Once Lao Qin departed, Wenjie's expression had calmed. He contacted his mentor using a light brain mentor. Do you have time to come and visit me? What's the matter? My boy, can't handle something at level 8 and are now seeking my assistance. Wenjie slowly recounted the events. On the other end, what dark prison? Very well, I shall come to see you. Wenjie had always presented himself as a level 7, but in reality, his strength was a level lower than his true capabilities, while he felt that there should not be significant problems. To ensure he wouldn't embarrass himself in front of his students, Wenjie discreetly invited his mentor, a level 9 fire-type powerhouse, to provide support, which should stabilize the situation. The entire District 109 was suddenly engulfed in a frenzy as waves of cleansing began. However, all of this had little to do with the small village where Wang Lin resided. He was busy preparing for winter until Zheng Dawei, weary and dusty, arrived with a convoy bearing plants. Brother Wang, take a look at these. Are they suitable? Wang Lin began examining the plants and confirmed their quantities. Very well, we have one plant that is 1,000 years old, 2 that are 100 years old, and 4 that are between 500 and 800 years old, alongside 12 others that are over 50 but under 100 years old. The 12 younger plants took up considerable space. One cart could only accommodate 1 or 2 of them due to their size. A 500-year plant counts as 10, a 100-year plant as 2, and a 1,000-year plant I will value at 30. Can you concoct a spirit-nourishing pill from this 1,000-year plant? Wang Lin was taken aback but nodded. Certainly. 1,000-year plant counts as 1 spirit-nourishing pill, and the rest will be valued at 56 plants. I will need 3 plants to produce 1 pill. Thank you for bringing me these other unique plants. I will count them as 57 plants, which allows me to create 19 batches of chi-increasing pills. Thank you. No need for thanks, but I must inform you that I can only produce 2 batches a day. 19 batches will take at least 10 days, and adding 1 spirit-nourishing pill will require 11 days at the earliest. However, I did manage to produce a few batches with leftover materials a few days ago. If all goes well, I might finish sooner. I am well aware of all this. You can rest assured and proceed with the concoction. I am not in a hurry. After all, I am a resident of District 109. Take your time. Indeed. Zheng Dawei rubbed his hands together. I wonder if I could exchange some of the pills you produce directly? Wang Lin nodded. Of course, please wait a moment. Wang Lin turned and entered the small courtyard's alchemy room, emerging with a large glass jar. I have 50 pills here. I will count each batch as 9 full pills. 7 pills belong to you, and for 1 pill, you need to pay 4/5 of the price. The remaining 1 is mine, which you can purchase with money. Here are 35 pills. Very well, I need 5 pills at 40,000 each, and the remaining 10 at 50,000 each, totaling 70,000. Wang Lin nodded. Zheng Dawei generously transferred the money. After the transaction, both parties were satisfied. Zheng Dawei couldn't wait to leave. He had been gone for only 4 days. And with his reported efficiency, he could produce a maximum of 72 pills. Thus, Wang Lin reported 50 pills. A total of 70,000 silver coins was added to his account, raising his balance to 120,000. Zhou Ming had secured 2 factories and a warehouse for 200,000, giving him 80,000, and with his remaining funds, the construction costs were covered. Additionally, if the 30,000 he had given previously for winter supplies could be arranged, his finances would be just sufficient. Wang Lin was calculating whether his small funds would suffice for his expenses when he began fulfilling Zheng Dawei's order. As time swiftly approached 5 days before winter, a powerful wave of battle emanated from afar. The formation surrounding Wang Lin's small courtyard shattered, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, most of his consciousness was focused in the alchemy furnace. Any forced interruption would surely lead to a significant loss of mental energy. Half of the 12 pills entering the refining stage within the furnace turned to ash. Wang Lin quickly executed the pill retrieval technique. 6 pills whirled out of the furnace and landed in the glass jar. With the formation destroyed, he retracted his spiritual fire with a wave of his hand. Wang Lin pressed his hand against his chest, stabilizing the chaotic spiritual energy within him. After collecting several bottles of pills, he hurriedly exited the small courtyard and approached Yi beneath the tree. He administered a pill to her, which had half the efficacy of a nurturing pill. Simultaneously, he poured 5 pills into the mouths of 5 children playing with At that moment, in the factory site between Shirtsuan and the small courtyard, ordinary individuals were collapsing left and right. Bleeding from their orifices and losing consciousness, Wang Lin's face was grim as he held esteemed Sir Zhou Meili rushed over, carrying her father's Chapter 53, Fallout. Wang Lin handed 2 pills to Zhou Meili, one for each of you. He then consumed one himself. Zhou Meili administered a pill to her father and took one for herself. Instantly she felt much better. Let's go, you drive. Wang Lin cradled using his spiritual energy to lift the 5 children. While Zhou Meili quickly placed her father in the car, fleeing toward the safety zone. Many others, like Wang Lin, were in similar situations. However, they were all ability users, as ordinary individuals without abilities had already succumbed to unconsciousness on the ground. Wang Lin remained attuned to the energy fluctuations. Zhou Meili asked, "Esteemed sir, what has happened to and my father? They were knocked out. After taking the pills, they will regain consciousness shortly." "Esteemed sir, what exactly is going on?" Wang Lin's expression darkened. "There are powerful beings engaged in battle. Their residual energy waves are spreading. Can residual energy waves extend this far? It's likely that there are level 7 or 8 ability users fighting. And not just one, it's also due to our distance. Otherwise," Wang Lin's words trailed off, but Zhou Meili understood the implication. Feeling the intensity of the power from such a distance, it was clear that only mid-level Golden Core practitioners possessed such strength. In the cultivation world, one often heard of foundation-building practitioners fighting in small mortal counties, resulting in the deaths of entire counties, or Golden Core practitioners battling in large cities, devastating entire towns, though Wang Lin had never witnessed such destruction in the cultivation world. He was now experiencing it firsthand. As a mere herbalist and alchemist, he had often heard tales of such events, particularly regarding disciples tasked with capturing or eliminating those who fought in mortal gatherings. Within the inner city of District 109, when Zhu was drenched in blood, his eyes bloodshot, the entire ability user school had been reduced to rubble. Among the ruins, teachers, covered in dust and blood, shielded their students. Before him, a burly man grasped the neck of an 8th-level ability user with one hand. In front of the brute lay the lifeless bodies of 2 8th-level ability users, who had fallen to the ground. Silenced, Wen Jin never anticipated that just moments ago, while he was strolling peacefully through the school grounds, 3 level 8 ability users would suddenly emerge and assault him. Their demeanor suggested a clear intent to eliminate him in one swift strike. His outwardly displayed strength was merely at level 7, while his assailants were formidable level 8 adversaries. Had he not possessed level 8 abilities himself, that attack would have resulted not in mere injury, but in death. If he hadn't summoned his mentor early on, he would have faced certain doom. As he surveyed the school, reduced to rubble, and the collapsed buildings outside, he realized that over 40 years of hard work had been nearly obliterated. Countless innocent lives had been lost. When she spat out a mouthful of blood and exclaimed, "Mentor, how dare they?" This utterance was filled with the resentment of a child who had endured bullying and finally encountered a guardian. The imposing figure beside him, Wenji's mentor, Fan Hai, a level 9 fire element ability user, summoned flames that instantly incinerated the level 8 assailant to ashes. "Dare to lay a hand on you, they must not wish to live." Fan Hai, with his fierce countenance, had grown fond of Wenjia after the brain assigned him such a seemingly gentle and charming student. He lavished care and attention upon him, pouring his heart and soul into his mentorship. Their bond could easily be described as that of a father and son. In fact, he favored this student over his own children, especially given Wenji's remarkable progress, ascending through the ranks with astonishing speed. Boasting about his student to old friends was a daily pleasure for him. Now, right under his nose, someone had attempted to assassinate his student and obliterate decades of his hard work. Fan Hai's temper flared. He could hardly contain himself. After all, for the sake of this dilapidated little town, his dear student had tirelessly sought resources. He was intent on taking vengeance. Fan Hai charged off to exact retribution, leaving a level 8 strongman behind to assist Wenjia. Wenjia had numerous responsibilities ahead: thoroughly cleansing District 109, reassuring the populace, providing disaster relief, and overseeing reconstruction, each task formidable in its own right. Conduct a thorough investigation into human trafficking. Ensure the guard teams report any cases directly to the brain. Anyone who dares to suppress a case will be dismissed immediately. Those who attempt to exploit others, regardless of who they are, will have their hands severed. Yes, sir. At this moment, the aftershocks of battle had dissipated entirely, yet Wang Lin remained uncertain whether the danger had truly passed. A glimmer of hope appeared when he realized that, at least before noon the next day, the fallen civilians would not succumb to the midday radiation, provided no further aftershocks occurred. During his journey to the fields he had cultivated, Wang Lin felt no lingering tremors from the battle. It seemed everything was indeed fine. Observing the unconscious individuals in the fields, he concluded that they were likely safe. He produced a vial containing pills, administering one to each person. Alright, Wang Lin dared not venture too far. His mental range was limited, and he was unaware of the situation unfolding elsewhere, whether the fighting had shifted directions or had indeed ceased. Unable to sense any residual battle energy, it was prudent to refrain from wandering aimlessly. As he distributed the pills, he noticed that those farther from the epicenter were faring better than the ones who had been closer to the chaos. After consuming the pills, they seemed to be merely dazed and would awaken naturally after some time. At that moment, a notification popped up on Wang Lin's device, an invitation from his mentor to join a learning session. Without hesitation, he accepted. He was eager to uncover the truth behind the situation. Suspecting it was somehow linked to human trafficking, a matter of considerable complexity, when Jia had already cleaned up the blood and changed his clothes, his complexion appearing untroubled. You are injured. Upon reading this message, Wen Jia felt exasperated. He had concealed his injuries so well, yet they were still detected. 3 level 8 ability users had attacked him, resulting in minor wounds. Wen Jia thought to himself, you see, mentor, I am capable. I was unscathed despite the 3 level 8 assaults. Do not worry, it is resolved now. Are you alright? I am coming to get you. Conversely, Wang Lin pondered the reality of facing level 8 abilities, which was far beyond his current capabilities. Mentor, you need not worry about me. I am fine. Focus on your matters. My strength is too low. My presence would only hinder you. After a prolonged silence, Wen Jia finally spoke. We will conduct a thorough cleansing of District 109. I cannot rest easy with you outside. Although the elite threats should have been eradicated, your level is too low, and I fear for your safety should any fallout occur, even if you are reluctant to come. I will secretly send someone to protect you. Wang Lin found himself in a dilemma. He harbored too many secrets. He dared not take risks. His yearning for strength had never been more intense. Wang Jia, caught in a web of anxiety and helplessness, implored Wang Lin, do not compel your mentor. You must understand that your protective mechanisms grant level 9 users the authority to scrutinize your activities. As a legal novice, Wen Jia never intended to pressure his student unduly. After all, who had not been a student at some point? Yet, this was a matter of life and death. Shall we exchange contact numbers? If danger arises, I will be notified immediately. Wen Jia furrowed his brow, contemplating. Ultimately, he decided against applying excessive pressure. In Wen Jia's eyes, Wang Lin was a particularly rebellious child. He feared that if pushed too hard, the boy might abandon his communication device and flee. That scenario would indeed be perilous. In the end, he relented. Very well. The two quickly exchanged contact numbers. Shortly thereafter, a call came through. In the event of danger, notify me immediately. Understood, understood. After reiterating his instructions, Wen Jia ended the call and returned to his tasks. After concluding his conversation, Wang Lin turned to Zhou Meili and the others who had begun to regain consciousness. It is safe now. We should return and the rest of you can take the day off and we will resume work tomorrow. Alright, yes sir. Zhou Meili and the others unconditionally trusted Wang Lin's words. As they drove back, Wang Lin administered pills to the unconscious individuals at the construction site, while Zhou Meili tended to those who had collapsed in the stone village with his mental perception enveloping the area. He ensured each person received their pill. However, he found it peculiar that he had not spotted Qing Er. Wasn't she supervising here? It made sense why Zhou Meili had only brought her father along and not Qing Er. Wang Lin focused his mental energy to sense the spiritual mark he had left behind, revealing her location was near the stone village. Frowning, he followed the trail. Before long, he discovered Zhou Meili unconscious beneath a tree. He administered a pill to her. With a swift mental scan of the vicinity, he found nothing amiss and expanded his search outward. Finally, he stumbled upon a bottle concealed beneath some bushes, containing a note. Wang Lin refrained from disturbing the bottle but read the note inside clearly. Upon seeing its contents, his expression softened considerably. The note stated that she was assisting the villagers with their compensation and only mentioned selling nutritional liquids to the mercenary group. Omitting any details about other medicinal pills, the account was partially truthful, appearing quite credible. While revealing none of the crucial information, Wang Lin used his spiritual energy to carry her back to the small courtyard. The newly constructed house was complete, but Wang Lin had been too preoccupied with alchemy to redecorate. Now was the perfect opportunity to set things right. Fortunately, he had no shortage of beast cores at his disposal. He selected one each of level 2 metal, water, and earth beast cores and began his preparations. For the foundation of the wood-based formation, he chose a millennium-old astragalus planted in the medicinal garden. He arranged the nurturing formation for spiritual fire in his alchemy room in the backyard and placed the remaining beast cores accordingly. Wang Lin then began inscribing the formation patterns. The 5-element equilibrium formation was completed with ease. This iteration of the formation was stronger than the last, though now the spiritual fire was the limiting factor. It was unfortunate that the primordial fire spiritual energy outside was beyond his reach due to his current cultivation level. Otherwise, enhancing the spiritual fire would be a matter of moments. It was truly frustrating to possess a treasure trove yet be unable to utilize it. The spiritual energy in the backyard visibly thickened. Such a dense concentration of spiritual energy could certainly sustain some robust level 2 formations. Wang Lin was most familiar with the formations designed to protect the medicinal garden, as they were of paramount importance within the sect. Boasting considerable strength, they would be quite suitable for this setting. He began his work and completed the defensive formation in just 1 hour. Should any further battle aftershocks occur, the formation would undoubtedly withstand the impact. At that point, the previously unconscious individuals began to awaken. After soothing little Yi for a while, allowing her to lead her friends on a tour of Zhou Yuan, she took her friends to play in the backyard where the formation had been set up. Proudly showing off her new home of the children's room, filled with toys, was the most captivating aspect for them. The backyard was significantly larger than the front yard, featuring an outdoor training area, a new medicinal field, an indoor training room, an alchemy room equipped with a separate space for storing medicinal materials, and a storage room for pills. There were also a children's room, a kitchen, and 6 bedrooms, along with a spacious hall. Its functionality was impressively comprehensive. The next day resumed as usual, but Wang Lin truly did not expect that the cleansing operation, which he initially thought would not affect him, would unfold before him in such a manner. A squad from the Safety District Guard team knocked on Wang Lin's door. Is it true that you were involved in human trafficking? Yes, it is indeed me. I purchased 300 individuals, no, 301. Sir, I reported truthfully. Can my punishment be mitigated? Wang Lin stared blankly at the limping Zhao Pan, who was babbling incoherently. Right, my lord, and also the death of Zhang Lei has absolutely nothing to do with me. I hadn't even made a move before he died. Zhang Lei had grievances against him. It was Wang Lin, wasn't it? Speak honestly, where are the people you bought? Soon, the 300 individuals who had been purchased were brought to this small courtyard. Along with Qing'er, professionals were present to conduct inquiries. Rest assured, no one can threaten you. We only need you to speak the truth during our questioning. If anyone has harmed you, we will ensure they receive their just punishment. Did he deprive or restrict your freedom when he brought you here? The 300 individuals shook their heads in unison. No, the Lord has treated us very well. The captain turned to a member of the guard team, whose expression darkened. You are lying. He restricted your freedom, and indeed treated you well. The captain looked at Wang Lin. His ability allows him to discern whether the statements made by those with lower abilities are true or false. Those beside Wang Lin were displeased. The Lord did not restrict our freedom. He merely said we should live well in this place. He never said we couldn't leave. Yes, that's right. Has he harmed or insulted you in any way? There is no such thing. The captain turned to another guard. Is that true? Qing'er was also brought to a side room with great care, where a woman patiently asked her questions to ascertain if she had suffered any harm since arriving here. However, as the inquiries deepened, certain issues came to light. Coerced into signing a contract. This is illegal. That is not true. We signed willingly, in your circumstances, according to the personal safety law of the safe zone. The loyalty contract must be initiated by you ordinary people seeking out the object of your loyalty. If not, it will be treated as coercion. After an investigation, the leading officer addressed Wang Lin, purchasing trafficked women and children, without any abusive behavior towards the purchased children and not obstructing their rescue, can be lightly punished, according to the wishes of the purchased women, if you do not impede their return to their original residence. You may also receive a lenient or reduced penalty. Furthermore, you are ordered to immediately terminate the coerced loyalty contracts, otherwise, legal action will be taken. No, I do not wish to terminate, that is not permitted. You are the villains. At that moment, the crowd began to stir. Rest assured, you will be assigned housing in District 109, along with free distribution of light brains as compensation for being trafficked and coerced into signing loyalty contracts. We also guarantee that no one will dare to retaliate against you. Some individuals began to contemplate their options. The prospect of settling in the safe zone and receiving compensation in the form of light brains, something they could never acquire otherwise, began to sway their opinions. While some continued to protest against the termination of contracts, others silently began to accept it. Before long, regardless of their willingness, all contracts were terminated. Everyone received housing assignments and light brains. Some jubilantly settled in Stone Village. while others, due to a lack of available housing, complied with arrangements to move to other time zones. Some, despite the lack of houses in Stone Village, still sought the foundation there and approached Wang Lin to submit applications for loyalty contracts. Now is it not illegal? I want to follow my lord. One individual, hiding behind Wang Lin, peered out and spoke to the nearby guard. After glancing around, he quickly retreated, facing the gaze of the guards. Wang Lin rubbed his nose. The captain of the guard spoke. Purchasing trafficked women and children incurs a penalty of imprisonment for less than 3 years, detention, or control. Forcing sexual relations with purchased women results in imprisonment of 3 to 10 years. Illegally depriving, restricting their personal freedom, or inflicting harm or insult constitutes a crime punishable according to relevant regulations. Purchasing trafficked women and children while committing other crimes will be punished according to the principle of cumulative punishment. After explaining the law once more, the captain addressed Wang Lin. Due to your active cooperation in handling this matter, the system has issued a sentence of 1 month of detention with compulsory labor. Along with enhanced legal education. Do you find this meaningful? Wang Lin felt quite embarrassed. Throughout his life, he had always been a person who understood the law. Now he faced detention. It was indeed a unique experience. There is no meaning in this. They have laid out the charges one by one, and the system's penalties are just unreasonable. What significance can I derive from that? Alright, come over to sign. As Wang Lin began to sign, an issue arose during the genetic identification process. You are underage, only 10 years old. The captain of the guard wore a look of disbelief. He recalled the notification in his mind. Wang Lin is a minor. Please contact his guardian. Wang Lin nodded. Yes, where are your parents? Why aren't you at the orphanage? Wait, it's summer vacation now. The captain, speechless, clicked to contact the guardian. They are all gone. Wang Lin's voice echoed in the captain's ears. Hearing this, the captain frowned. No guardian, or beep, detected absence of guardian, beep, temporary guardian found, automatically contacting the temporary guardian. At this moment, Wen Zhe, who was attending a meeting with the management of District 109, had a serious expression when a message popped up on his light brain. Legal committee notification, something that must be viewed. Wen Zhe was bewildered, unable to fathom the situation, and clicked to open it. Beep, hello, as Wang Lin's temporary guardian, you have been notified that your student has committed the following illegal acts. Wen Zhe's expression nearly cracked. Beep, as a public official, your student's penalties will be doubled according to the principle of punishment for public officials. Wang Lin, why didn't you inform your mentor about this incident? Now it's escalated to the mainframe, and there is no way to manipulate it. No way, this situation is causing my own penalties to double. I have no idea how to face my student in the future. He recorded the information about the human trafficking incident Wang Lin had disclosed and uploaded the course content from that day for verification. Ultimately, the penalty was reduced by half. Wen Zhe felt a bitter taste in his heart. Aside from legal matters, there are also human sentiments involved. In truth, if one were to consider the entire process of Wang Lin's case, it could be deemed understandable. However, once it was reported to the mainframe, it became purely legal. Remembering that this was a command he had issued, he truly felt distressed. A fine of 5 million was imposed, of which 3 million was compensation for coercing others into signing loyalty contracts. Meaning each individual received a light brain. The remaining 2 million was a fine for human trafficking. This fine partially covered the costs for those individuals to settle down, while another portion was confiscated. Wang Lin's judgment had also been issued. 1 month of detention, along with a total fine of 5 million. Upon seeing that the fine had already been paid by his temporary guardian Wen Zhe, there was also an order for Wen Zhe and Wang Lin to relearn the law and undergo assessments, and that Wen Zhe would need to come to collect Wang Lin once the detention period ended. Wang Lin felt his ears burning with embarrassment. His toes were nearly digging into the floor in discomfort. It was too awkward. Gritting his teeth, he sent Wen Zhe a message. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Upon seeing his student's message, Wen Zhe replied, you are my student. It is my duty. Do not feel any psychological pressure. You have done quite well. The light brain will be under supervision. I see. I will also be quite busy for the next month. My studies will resume next month. Alright. Both teacher and student felt quite awkward. After exchanging a few words, they returned to their own tasks. Wang Lin had a multitude of matters to attend to, with the most challenging being his younger sister. The little one was playing in the backyard, completely unaware of the events unfolding in front. Wang Lin found it difficult to figure out how to explain his absence for a month to her. Unluckily, Zhou Meili faced penalties and a month of detention due to her involvement in the contract matter. resulting in her removal from public office. Zhou for knowing and not reporting, also faced penalties of removal from public office and fines. Qinger, due to her contractual issues and identification matters, needed to accompany the guard team. Uncertain of how long she would be gone, it could be a few days or even a couple of months, the small courtyard was now left with only Wang Yi and Zhou Ming. Given the unstable situation, he feared for their safety. Wang Lin closed his eyes. Well, he had to see them anyway and would first trouble his mentor to help take care of his sister. Wang Lin himself felt somewhat guilty. Chapter 56, How did you get in? After receiving Wang Lin's request, Wen Zhe fell silent for a moment before agreeing. However, he indeed had many matters to handle. And due to his injuries, he could only send someone over to help take care of the child. The person sent was a caregiver from the orphanage in District 109. Wang Lin approached the happily playing little Yi and said, Brother is going out for a bit, you stay here and behave yourself. Because of Wang Lin's previous outings, little Yi did not sense anything amiss this time. After responding, she continued to play with her friends. Wang Lin returned to the courtyard, retracting the spirit fire and halting the 5 elements formation. He entrusted the care of Zhou Ming's household to you. Should Zhang Daowei come seeking me, please hand him the qi-boosting pills prepared in the alchemy room, while informing him that the remainder will only be available upon my return. Very well, my lord, rest assured. With a nod, Wang Lin departed the courtyard. According to regulations, Wang Lin and Zhou Meili were not to serve their sentences in the same location. As men and women are separated, the types of forced labor in District 109 are numerous, including mining, material decomposition, transportation, and garment production, among others. As Wang Lin is an ability user, he was assigned to the physically demanding task of mining. The prison is situated outside the safety zone. Upon their return, the security team had a group waiting. After locking Wang Lin's light brain, 10 individuals were swiftly taken away by the security personnel. Though Wang Lin was merely 10 years old, he was an ability user, possessing formidable power with the potential for significant destruction. Thus, regardless of age, those who violate the law are dealt with according to legal statutes. This is why, upon awakening their abilities, individuals are immediately enrolled in schools for education. The foundational curriculum of the first semester includes legal studies. Even those young children in nursery institutions are exposed to substantial legal knowledge, being taught from an early age what actions are permissible and which are not. It can be said that successful graduates among ability users are well versed in the law. Any transgression will not be tolerated. Wang Lin and the others were not shackled. There was no fear of escape. They were simply required to undergo honest labor for several months or years. Should they attempt to flee, their light brains would be locked, making it impossible to evade capture, as powerful individuals would be dispatched to apprehend them. Even if one were to discard their light brain, they would be reduced to living as a fugitive. Marked by a wanted poster. Hey brother, how did you end up here? In the midst of boredom, someone initiated a conversation. Don't even mention it. They were investigating human trafficking, and my wife's brother bought a woman to keep on the side. My wife pleaded with me, so I thought to discreetly offer some money to settle the matter, thinking that arranging for him to engage in prostitution would only lead to a brief detention. But I ended up being charged with corruption. Wow, brother, what was your sentence? 1 year of detention. TSK. I truly regret it. Next time I absolutely won't. At this moment, everyone began to share their stories. What about you? What's your situation? I had a fight with my girlfriend. She wanted to leave, but I wouldn't allow it. I got a bit physical, keeping her in the car, and she reported me for illegal detention and assault, resulting in minor injuries. I voluntarily confessed and was sentenced to 5 months of detention. Why would you do that, man? You actually got physical. I didn't mean to. She had already jumped out of the car. I told her to come back, but she refused and walked away faster. So I brought her back. She was punching and kicking, and I truly had no choice. I might have used too much force. The injury report listed multiple superficial bruises, classified as minor injuries. I genuinely didn't mean to hurt her. I was just trying to scare her. What's your story? Someone asked the next victim. The questioned individual scratched his head, visibly annoyed as he replied, in the middle of the night, my craving for alcohol struck, and since no one was home at the neighbors, I ran over, drank a bottle and a half of white wine, took a shower, and fell asleep. The next morning, I took 2 packs of cigarettes from his table. That old coot reported me to the authorities, and for just 2 packs of smokes and a bottle of wine worth 45 silver coins, I got a month in prison, plus a fine of 1,000 silver coins. It's infuriating. Didn't you learn in school that stealing even trivial items is still a serious offense, even if the value is minor? Breaking and entering constitutes theft. You seem to know the law well. Why are you here then? The irate fellow retorted, and the questioned individual appeared equally bewildered. It's absurd. I went out with my friends and some girls. After midnight, we all went home, but that loser realized he lost his anonymous silver card and reported it. I ended up being charged with inciting a crowd because I was the mastermind. Sentenced to 5 months. Do you think that is fair? Wang Lin couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. The previously lectured irate man had calmed down, remarking, "And you say I didn't learn well? You openly defied the laws and morals of the safety zone by inviting your friends and those girls to a private room. Isn't that inciting a crowd? If it were up to me, you'd be facing a 5-year sentence for knowing the law yet breaking it. As the sparks flew between the two, it seemed a confrontation was imminent, prompting those nearby to intervene. Don't fight. If you start brawling, do you wish to extend your free lunch by a few more years? After much persuasion, the two were separated, one at the front of the vehicle and the other at the rear. Wang Lin discerned that this group was not comprised of legal novices. They were all seasoned ability users who had earned their diplomas. The reason they found themselves here was likely a blend of luck and a misguided confidence in their actions going unnoticed. They understood their actions were illegal but felt their impact on others would be minimal. Little did they realize they had inadvertently ensnared themselves. Though they might wish to protest their innocence, they remained silent. Feeling a sense of injustice, yet unable to voice it, Wang Lin, however, was genuinely unaware that his actions could breach the law. He had thought purchasing those individuals was akin to hiring workers, without any maltreatment. Believing it was a minor infraction, now, he resolved to thoroughly study the laws here, vowing never to err again, avoiding even the slightest misstep, lest he encounter troubles down the line. After all, he ought to set a good example for his younger sister. The journey passed swiftly amidst the chatter, and after approximately 39 hours, they reached their destination, which was considerably distant from the safety zone. The drive had taken 39 hours, yet, as it was their first time, a sense of disorientation prevailed, and none took a moment to rest. However, ability users could manage without breaks for several days. Ahead lay a small protective barrier, significantly smaller than that of the safety zone. Wang Lin beheld for the first time the guards with mechanical arms and legs, some adorned with exoskeleton-like gear. Chapter 57. 1 month upon arriving, a hush fell over the group. After disembarking, Wang Lin and the other 9 underwent a series of stringent checks before entering through a designated entrance. They surrendered their belongings, changed clothes, and donned suppression bracelets. Once equipped with the bracelets, their abilities were inhibited, rendering them powerless. Wang Lin felt for any irregularities in his mind, spirit, or physique, but found none. Evidently, the device was designed specifically to counteract bloodline powers. Although some were reluctant, they all complied. 10 individuals shared a dormitory. Wang Lin and his companions were allocated 2 dorms. The accommodations were simple, with 5 bunk beds arranged against opposing walls. A daily schedule was affixed to the door. Wang Lin glanced at it in disbelief. The work hours were indeed extensive. Each day comprised 48 hours, 2 6-hour periods for sleep, 2 for study and meals, with the remainder devoted to mining. The schedule dictated sleeping at midnight and rising at 6, studying and eating until 11, then mining from 11 to 11, followed by washing and eating from 11 to 12, and finally sleeping from 12 to 6. What left Wang Lin most speechless was the learning assessments. Failure to pass would result in extended confinement, maintaining the same schedule until he succeeded, yet, even if one passed early, they would still be required to serve the full term. Upon receiving their designated beds, they were guided by someone to arrange their belongings. Observing the other beds, Wang Lin noted their neatly made quilts and properly placed slippers, indicating the presence of others. However, those individuals were currently absent. Afterward, they were shown the dining hall and other essential areas. Everywhere, both inside and outside, armed guards were present, their indifferent gazes sweeping over the newcomers, instilling an involuntary silence. Wang Lin and his companions began their labor in the afternoon, and once acclimated, were permitted to return to their dormitory. They were informed that they could study at their leisure. The door was locked from the outside, suggesting the guards were quite occupied. Wang Lin and the others discovered that their previously locked light brains now had an option for learning. Upon opening it, they found instructional videos and a plethora of laws and regulations that required their attention. However, at that moment, the group had little inclination to delve into such matters. Their previous conversations in the vehicle had fostered a sense of camaraderie. Among the 5 assigned to each dormitory, aside from Wang Lin, were Lu Liming, who had engaged in corruption, Zhuo Bingquan, who faced charges of illegal detention, and Gu Hongrui, the irate man who had committed burglary and taken a nap at a stranger's home. The last individual, who shared a mutual disdain with the irritable elder brother, was Jian Sutao. Gu Hongrui and Jian Shutao each chose to ignore one another, and soon all eyes turned towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin, how did you get in here? I bought people and was coerced into signing a contract. How long was your sentence? 1 month. 1 month. Everyone gazed at Wang Lin in confusion. Please elaborate. Wang Lin had no choice but to explain the situation in detail. What? You truly aren't of age, just 10 years old? Wang Lin nodded. I can't believe it. Shaolinzi, the orphanage gives a month off, and you managed to get into this predicament. Wang Lin was speechless, and a group of individuals began to express their dismay towards him. Wearing pained expressions, Wang Lin lowered his head in silence, causing everyone to perceive him as a perceptive child. As they conversed, a sound of the door opening echoed from outside. The door swung open, and someone led them to the dining hall. Upon arrival, they found a considerable number of newcomers already present. However, they were all recent arrivals, as it was only 11 p.m., the older inmates had just finished their shifts and were currently showering. Yet to arrive, Wang Lin joined the queue. The dining hall was expansive, featuring over 20 serving windows along one side. In the center were tables, and along the sides were rows of sinks, presumably for washing dishes. The serving was swift, and Wang Lin, holding a tray, sat down with his roommates. The dishes evoked a long-lost sense of familiarity within him. The boiled radiation plants, devoid of grains, were simple yet nourishing. Silently, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Fortunately, the taste was far superior to the times he had gnawed on wild vegetables. Among the ability users, boiled radiation plants were filling, though every meal consisted solely of boiled dishes. However, this was an ability user prison. The food for ordinary inmates was strictly rationed. Everyone started eating. Wang Lin's consciousness scanned the surroundings, avoiding living beings, and he was astonished to discover that the tables were made of steel, firmly anchored to the ground and interconnected by chains beneath the surface. If anyone attempted to overturn a table to assault someone, it would be utterly impossible. He pressed his finger against the table, leaving no mark. It was exceedingly sturdy. Once they finished their bowls, no one returned for a second serving. Yet, due to the scarcity of food over time, even if the taste was lacking, no one dared to waste anything. They consumed every last morsel. Washing the dishes was rather simple, as there was no grease, just a quick rinse sufficed. After the meal, the trays needed to be washed by them and placed in the designated area. Dinner was one of the rare opportunities for freedom. They could request various books to be downloaded. Of course, the books referred to were legitimate texts. Once a title was requested, a staff member would assist in downloading it into their cerebral interface. Wang Lin and his roommates lingered in the dormitory for over 10 minutes before the other 5 older inmates returned. At that moment, a prison guard appeared at the doorway. Tu Zhiqing, for the new 5. Explain the rules and daily tasks. They will be taken to familiarize themselves with the work this afternoon. Understood? You 5, listen to the instructions and perform your tasks. Yes, we understand. After that, they paid no further attention to the matter. Locking the door behind them as they departed. Tu Zhiqing waved his hand. You explain it to them. All right. The person called over approached. What is your name? The first to be asked was Wang Lin. Wang Lin, he answered honestly. How old are you? 10 years old. What? 10 years old? The interrogator looked at him incredulously. Wang Lin nodded, affirming his age. At that moment, Tu Zhiqing, who had been lying on the bed, sat up and waved his hand, signaling for further inquiries. What crime did the little one commit to end up here? Wang Lin detailed his situation, omitting some specifics. Tu Zhiqing listened with interest. How many people did you buy? 301 people. Tu Zhiqing scrutinized Wang Lin closely. What is your ability level? Level 2. Silence enveloped the room. Chapter 58. Fun and games. Tu Zhiqing's eyes widened slightly. No wonder it was only a month. Impressive, a bearer of the flame of legacy, surely destined for greatness in the future. And that coerced contract, you incurred quite the penalty, didn't you? Wang Lin replied nonchalantly. 5 million. Upon hearing this exchange, everyone's gaze towards Wang Lin shifted. Tu Zhiqing remarked thoughtfully, first-time offender, or a repeat. The term first-time offender referred to someone incarcerated for the first time, while repeat offender indicated a second imprisonment. First time. Tu Zhiqing patiently advised, from now on, when I call your name, you must respond. Whatever I ask of you, you must comply. The main points are 3 words, simple, obedient, and follow through. Understood? Wang Lin nodded. Tu Zhiqing continued, additionally, you must memorize the prison regulations and conduct guidelines in your cerebral interface within 3 days, or you will face significant consequences. Alright. Following this, others began to inquire in succession, discussing the tasks they needed to undertake and the associated processes. Wang Lin understood that the structure here was one of mentorship. With older inmates guiding newcomers, they were divided into groups, each assigned corresponding tasks. If one person failed to complete their assignment, the entire group would have to work overtime until it was finished. Naturally, those who could manage such responsibilities were unlikely to lead an easy life. After a round of inquiries, it was time to turn off the lights. Everyone settled down to sleep. 6 hours later, they rose for breakfast, and by this time, all 10 individuals in the dormitory were present. After breakfast, they commenced mandatory study sessions akin to Wang Lin's school days. The cerebral interface forcibly played videos and regulations. Following the lessons, there were examination questions to answer. If all answers were correct, they could enjoy free time, which consisted of reading or resting. If any answers were incorrect, they would continue studying until it was time to work. Wang Lin, after reviewing the material, continued to absorb the subsequent content, ensuring he committed everything to memory. He aimed to carve out some personal time later. At 3:35 a.m., the study session concluded, and it was time to head to the mines. Here, apart from the group leaders, everyone else was serving relatively short sentences. What other protocols are there? Well, mining isn't something just anyone can do. It is considered one of the most grueling jobs. Inmates typically serve a maximum of 1 year here before being transferred to another facility. What is the situation? You'll understand once you enter the mines. Wang Lin, with his small stature, quietly followed the group. However, Tu Shiqing did not regard him merely as a child. He gestured for a leader to step forward. Positioning himself beside Wang Lin to explain. We mine energy stone veins, which have exceedingly high radiation levels. The physical strength of ordinary individuals cannot withstand it. Only we ability users possess the resilience to endure some of it. However, over time, even we cannot withstand it indefinitely. After this, Tu Shiqing continued, as if elucidating further, each of our teams is assigned specific tasks, distributed by the system according to the number of individuals. The team leader cannot alter these tasks given your young age. Do not feel pressured. I will do my best to ensure that they complete as many tasks as possible, covering any shortfalls in the group's responsibilities. Thank you. Tu Shiqing nodded. Work diligently, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay. Tu Shiqing observed Wang Lin's obedient demeanor with a sense of fondness. He imagined his own child would be around Wang Lin's age now. More importantly, Wang Lin represented significant value. If he were one of those arrogant individuals, Tu Shiqing would simply ignore them, yet he found Wang Lin's temperament agreeable, which was why he was inclined to offer guidance. A large gate opened, and the group leader stepped forward, standing at the next gate to monitor as each group leader brought their 30 or so members forward to orderly collect mining gear from the conveyor belt before entering through the large gate. With the actions of those before them serving as a template, the newcomers understood what to do. Each followed suit, unable to resist the imposing presence of the sternly dressed group leader, who scrutinized every movement. Anyone exhibiting unusual behavior would be promptly pulled aside for a thorough reprimand before being returned once they complied. As Wang Lin stepped into the corridor, bright incandescent lights illuminated the area. And he could distinctly sense that the concentration of spiritual energy here was elevated compared to the outside. His suspicions regarding the so-called energy stone vein were increasingly confirmed. This was indeed a spirit stone mine. He just wondered what grade of spirit stone vein this was. The line moved swiftly, and soon Wang Lin found himself facing a pickaxe nearly the same length as his own height. A small basket contained some tools, their handles polished to a brilliant shine, yet, in Wang Lin's hands, these implements seemed somewhat ill-fitting. Observing the individual distributing the tools, he received no indication of a willingness to exchange them for appropriately sized ones. The procession continued without pause, with no one lingering. However, there was one exception. Wang Lin's consciousness noticed that the leader of his group had deviated from the line, engaging in conversation with a guard. Shortly thereafter, a set of smaller tools appeared on the conveyor belt. After a brief exchange, he swiftly returned to the line with the new tools. The group continued deeper, and soon the light from the entrance was no longer visible. They were now solely illuminated by the overhead lights. Another large gate swung open, and upon entering, the group stood in formation, awaiting instructions. At this moment, their team leader finally returned to the group from the back of the line. Without uttering a word, he reached for the tools in Wang Lin's hands and gestured for Wang Lin to take the ones he now held. The exchange resulted in a far more harmonious arrangement. In quiet anticipation, everyone awaited further directions. Wang Lin gazed intently at the imposing closed gate in the distance, his consciousness carefully probing the surroundings. To his astonishment, he discovered that this gate possessed the remarkable ability to sever spiritual energy. This phenomenon, known as the severance of spiritual essence, created a barrier against spiritual forces. As he waited, the last inmate of the group finally passed through the grand gate, which then began to close slowly. Only after it was completely shut did another gate ahead swing open. At that very moment, a shiver ran through everyone, including Wang Lin, as they were enveloped by an overwhelming and tempestuous surge of spiritual energy. The group leaders guided their members swiftly into the depths of the entrance. Within half an hour, everyone had entered, and the gate closed promptly behind them. Upon entry, they found themselves in a vast mining tunnel, which branched out increasingly as they advanced. Adjacent to the main entrance hung a large sign that read Isolation Chamber. Rows of silent rooms stood ominously, instilling a quiet dread in the hearts of the inmates. No one lingered. The groups dispersed rapidly into different tunnels. At this juncture, the veterans within the group began to converse. We have quite a number of newcomers today, just in time to fill the 5 vacancies. Our group is now at full capacity of 30. Come share your stories. How did you end up here? Wang Lin sensed that these individuals likely lacked entertainment in their monotonous lives, and thus were eager to inquire about the newcomers' circumstances. Hey, there's even a little lad here. He certainly is a sight for sore eyes. Let me see if there's a girl among us. One of the veterans, who had been walking ahead of Wang Lin, missed the moment when Tu Shiqing exchanged tools with him and extended a hand towards Wang Lin. Some chose to ignore this, others remained indifferent, while a few watched the unfolding drama with interest. Tu Shiqing, however, remained unfazed. He was well aware of the veteran's background. Having served 10 years, he was a seasoned inmate. It was a common occurrence for attractive men to be subjected to unwanted advances in a place where women were virtually non-existent. In truth, the veteran had not committed any overt offense. Without concrete actions, complaints held no ground. If actual harm were to occur, punishment would ensue, but at least they would have something to show for it. Tu Shiqing could not constantly oversee Wang Lin. He needed to handle his own affairs. Nevertheless, with Tu Shiqing's presence, it was unlikely that a group of veterans would bully Wang Lin without him having the opportunity to retaliate. Upon noticing the outstretched hand, Wang Lin's expression turned icy. With a swift motion, he brought down a mining pick upon the veteran's hand. The pick, exceedingly sharp, pierced through the palm with ease. A surge of spiritual energy coursed through it. Wang Lin retracted the pick, and in tandem, blood and screams erupted. Tang Zishi quickly pressed his other hand against the gushing wound. Newcomer, do you understand the rules? Brothers, with newcomers among us, you ought to uphold the veteran's authority. Don't just stand there. As someone approached, Tu Shiqing interjected coolly, what the hell are you causing a ruckus for? Do you all want to fail your quotas and sleep here instead? Upon hearing this, the veterans chuckled and moved to assist Tang Zishi to his feet. Continuing their march forward, Tang Zishi gritted his teeth as he tore a strip of cloth to bind his bleeding hand. Proceeding onward, glancing at Wang Lin with uncertain eyes. He had discerned that Wang Lin likely had some backing, yet he was apprehensive. After all, he still had 15 more years to serve. The saying went, barefoot people fear no shoes, and newcomers were still newcomers. He was determined to make Wang Lin experience some hardship. He activated the restraint bracelet on his wrist, producing a series of urgent beeps that resonated in everyone's ears. Tu Shiqing turned his gaze back towards Tang Zishi with a grin. Tang Zishi pointed at Wang Lin. The group leader broke the rules first. Have you thought this through? Tu Shiqing asked. I still have 15 years left. Wang Lin remained composed as he surveyed the unfolding scene. Shortly thereafter, the guards arrived. What's going on? The guard's impatience was palpable. Tang Zishi raised his hand, pointing at Wang Lin. He struck me. I merely intended to jest with him. But he retaliated. I acknowledge my actions were misguided, and I assure you it will not happen again. The mining tunnel was equipped with surveillance cameras, rendering the guards unnecessary. After Tang Zishi spoke, the artificial intelligence embedded in the guard's shoulder equipment automatically identified the situation and began retrieving video footage. In the next moment, a voice announcement echoed. According to the assessment and punishment regulations for inmates, Wang Lin has used a sharp, lethal object to cause harm and is hereby sentenced to 10 days of isolation, along with a restriction on his reduction of sentence rights. Wang Lin, do you have any objections to the ruling? The guard inquired. Wang Lin simply shook his head. None. As for Tang Zishi, due to the relatively minor nature of his offense and his contrite attitude, he received only a warning. Freshly admitted into the mining tunnel, Wang Lin had all his tools confiscated. Tang Zishi shot a disdainful look at Wang Lin, his expression one of disdainful mockery. Sir, he shows no signs of repentance. I suspect his contrition is feigned, Wang Lin remarked coolly. Tang Zishi's expression soured. The guard's camera was trained on Tang Zishi, recording his every move. Upon hearing Wang Lin's claim, the AI began its analysis, confirming the validity of the situation. Consequently, Tang Zishi received an additional 5 days of isolation. Wang Lin, who had successfully secured himself a roommate in the adjacent isolation chamber, cooperated fully throughout the process, his expression unwavering. In contrast, Tang Zishi appeared visibly pale. Indeed, the isolation chamber was located just beyond the last gate he had seen upon his arrival. Upon entering, he noticed the presence of guards, 2 individuals clad in prison uniforms keeping watch. Once confined, Wang Lin surveyed the surroundings of the entire space, measured approximately 3 square meters, with floors and walls constructed from an unknown elastic material. The interior featured a faucet and a toilet, both of which were functional. The lighting was bright, comparable to the exterior. Additionally, surveillance cameras were strategically positioned, offering multiple angles of observation. Wang Lin approached the camera, his face magnified on the screen. In the monitoring rooms of the sub-prison, prison ward, and central prison, his visage became increasingly pronounced. The observers remained unblinking. Such peculiar antics in isolation chambers were not uncommon, and there were always those who drew attention for their striking appearances. Especially under high-definition surveillance, all cameras were monitored by AI for 48 hours, ensuring that no untoward incidents could occur. The role of the surveillance personnel had become significantly less burdensome compared to the past. After a while, Wang Lin sat down, seemingly lost in thought. He realized that relying solely on his physical form would not suffice to obscure all the cameras simultaneously, thus, he would resort to illusionary techniques. After assessing the spiritual energy within him, he first utilized an illusion to stabilize the imagery, and then swiftly arranged the 5 elements tranquility array. Perfect. Having thoroughly memorized the prison regulations, Wang Lin was acutely aware that any physical engagement would lead to his confinement in the isolation chamber. As a grown man, he firmly believed that he must not allow himself to be manhandled. It was not merely about protecting his family, including his younger sister. He was determined to swiftly return and ensure that no one dared to lay a finger on him. Although fatalities were unlikely in this place, the veteran's gaze was undeniably repugnant. While he might not die from a single blow, it would certainly be enough to make him suffer. Wang Lin recognized that. Despite the omnipresence of surveillance cameras, those seasoned inmates possessed methods to inflict severe distress. Although he could navigate the situation discreetly, it was still bothersome, with a month to spend in this place. Wang Lin did not wish to be perceived as weak and easily bullied. He intended to project an image of a spirited newcomer with a formidable background. After all, his sentence was merely a month long. If others chose to ignore him, it would likely deter future confrontations. Ultimately, the isolation chamber was a place he had chosen for himself. Wang Lin formed hand seals, employing illusionary techniques to stabilize the imagery before promptly arranging the 5 elements tranquility array. A faint radiance from the formation illuminated the space, concealed by the illusion, before vanishing altogether. Everything returned to its original state as Wang Lin concluded the illusionary technique. He felt the spiritual energy around him gradually calming down, and a smile graced his face. Ah, how rich and potent the spiritual energy was. Truly, it was akin to a paradise. No longer delaying, Wang Lin commenced his cultivation. In this stillness, no one paid him any mind. The practice in such an environment maximized the utilization of his meridians, operating at full capacity every moment, surpassing even the energy absorbed from the harmonizing chi pills. However, the time required to convert it into personal spiritual energy was lengthier than that of the pills, as the latter had undergone refinement, making their energy easier to assimilate. Comparing the two scenarios yielded similar cultivation results, but utilizing harmonizing chi pills required personal preparation, while here, Wang Lin's only investment was the 5 elements tranquility array. After 12 hours of continuous operation, Wang Lin reached the limits of his meridian capacity and naturally ceased the cultivation. The reason it accumulated to 12 hours was that Wang Lin needed to pause every 3 hours to re-establish the array, allowing his internal meridians to rest and recover. This recovery period typically took about 34 to 35 hours. With ample time still remaining, Wang Lin found himself unable to cultivate further. The only activity left to him was study. He could still access legal studies materials through his virtual brain. Lying on the wooden plank bed, he appeared to be resting. When fatigue overtook him, he would sleep, and when boredom set in, he would use his consciousness to explore his surroundings. Each day was spent in a routine of eating, sleeping, cultivating, and studying. However, the food provided was even poorer than that of the cafeteria, with rations strictly quantified. Despite the inactivity, his body was able to sustain itself. By the 6th day, Wang Lin had completed all his necessary studies and even passed the assessments. Aside from the 12 hours of cultivation, he had spent the rest of his time idly. Wang Lin's consciousness was almost perpetually in a state of alertness, observing the individuals beside him. Every person confined within the isolation chamber was trapped daily in a small, barren room devoid of any external stimuli. Unable to communicate or hear the outside world, as if they had been forsaken by society, even Wang Lin found himself yearning to escape this place. It was no wonder that the other inmates could scarcely endure a few days. Many would capitulate after just one day of confinement, likely vowing to adhere to the rules upon their release, too frightened to play the rebel again. Regardless, Wang Lin had no intention of remaining any longer. It wasn't that he couldn't withstand the solitude, rather, it was simply too tormenting. Fortunately, he had his consciousness to keep him company, although he had previously been quite reclusive, able to stay in his cave for years on end. That had been predicated on the ability to cultivate, refine elixirs, and occasionally concoct medicinal solutions for physical training, while also engaging with formations and tending to various spiritual herbs. Despite being homebound, those activities had rendered his days fulfilling. Moreover, whatever he desired would be delivered to him, with disciples regularly seeking his counsel. He could leave his cave at any moment. The distinction between choosing solitude and being unable to depart was stark and disheartening. The absence of even a moment's respite was utterly exasperating. As the end of his confinement drew nearer, Wang Lin felt that time was dragging at an agonizingly slow pace. On the final day, he resolved to focus on his cultivation. As he entered a meditative state, he began to practice. Unbeknownst to him, during his training, he successfully advanced from the first to the second level of qi refinement. A surge of spiritual energy reverberated within him, with the 5 elemental energies oscillating, gradually expelling impurities and toxins through his pores, releasing a faint, acrid scent. Wang Lin did not cease his practice, upon reaching the limits of his meridians. He concluded his session, consciously blocking his sense of smell. Given the presence of surveillance cameras, he dared not perform a cleansing technique. Wang Lin was well aware of his current condition. The substances he felt were the toxins from elixirs. His cultivation during this period had primarily relied on pills. It was entirely normal to accumulate some elixir toxins within his body. However, Wang Lin felt no trepidation regarding this. Each elevation in realm typically entailed a purging of the body, and significant breakthroughs also enhanced one's life force, while other spiritual routes would necessitate caution in entirely expelling accumulated toxins. Those with 5 spiritual routes had no such concerns. During the process of advancement, the circulation of the 5 elements would effectively eliminate all toxins from the body. This had been validated in his previous life. His meridians had also expanded somewhat, yet they still could not withstand the spiritual energy from the qi-enhancing pill. Nonetheless, it confirmed that upon a normal breakthrough to the 4th level of qi refinement, his meridians would be capable of withstanding the later stages of qi refinement, thus allowing him to consume the spiritual energy from the qi-enhancing pill. With his ascension to the 2nd level of qi refinement, Wang Lin had accumulated a total of 13 hours of practice time, while his required rest time had decreased by an hour. Now approximately 33 to 34 hours. Following the pattern, each breakthrough in the qi refinement stage would increase his practice time by an hour, while reducing rest time by an hour. Breakthroughs to the 4th or 7th levels could result in increases of 2 hours and corresponding reductions in rest time. Thus, by the time he reached the 9th level of qi refinement, his daily practice time would amount to 22 hours. As for what would occur post-foundation establishment, he could not speculate, having never reached that stage in his previous life. Soon, Wang Lin's thoughts returned to the present reality. Surrounded by walls, he lay back and gazed at the ceiling, closing his eyes and utilizing his consciousness as his sight, alleviating the sense of suffocation he felt inside. However, the turbulent spiritual energy outside the 5 elements harmonizing array was quite bothersome. After re-establishing the array, it wasn't until someone came to escort Wang Lin out that he finally rose. Upon seeing the group again, he felt a strange sense of familiarity. "How are you holding up?" Tu Zhiqing inquired. "I'm alright," Wang Lin nodded. Tu Zhiqing patted Wang Lin's shoulder, seemingly unfazed by the peculiar odor emanating from him. "Take this. Let's go." Wang Lin accepted the mining tools, gripping the familiar pickaxe, feeling its comforting heft. He swung it a few times, moving about as if his body were rusting from inactivity. Tang Zishi, a member of the group, remained silent, acutely aware of the faint pain emanating from his wound. The prison guard had administered a restorative potion, and while the injury had completely healed, he had informed them that his hands still hurt. After an examination revealed nothing amiss, they suspected he was lying, yet he knew he spoke the truth. It was all due to that individual. Having spent so long in prison, he understood that Wang Lin was not someone he could provoke. Unless an opportunity arose to subdue him decisively, he would have to bide his time. Soon enough, you'll have your turn, Tu Shiqing said, leading the way. The others, observing Wang Lin's spirited demeanor after 10 days of isolation, were thoroughly impressed. "You spent 10 days in confinement and still look so vibrant. You're quite the remarkable individual." The group that had entered alongside Wang Lin began to engage him in conversation. What was it like in isolation? One asked. Wang Lin shook his head. Once you go in, you don't want to go back. I heard it's terrifying in there, utterly despairing. You can't even smash your head against the wall to end it. Ku Hongrui chimed in. Wang Lin nodded. Pretty much the first few days were tolerable. I focused on studying the regulations. By the end, I had finished my review and completed the assessments. It became quite dull. Honestly, Liu Liming looked incredulous. Wait, you finished studying and even took the assessment? Wang Lin nodded. Yes, impressive. I attempted an assessment yesterday and returned 8 out of 10 questions wrong. I'm truly astounded. Gradually, the group opened up, sharing tales from their pasts, transitioning from the initial inquiries about their cases to boasting about their previous exploits. Those who enjoyed embellishing their stories recounted their glorious deeds, though only a few truly believed them. After all, the exaggeration was merely a matter of degree, and some tales were entirely fabricated. Among those who appeared righteous and earnest, one could never tell when they might report your achievements to gain credit for reduced sentences. However, it was clear that many skilled individuals were present within. Alright, enough idle chatter. Let's get to work, Tu Shiqing instructed. Yes, the jovial group began their tasks. This was Wang Lin's first experience with mining, and he found it genuinely fascinating. The structure of the cave was far from chaotic or random. At this moment, Zhua Bingquan addressed Wang Lin. Wang Lin, mining isn't just random digging. Our current method is called the pillar method. See these pillars? Wang Lin glanced at the nearby pillars, clearly noticing some spiritual stones embedded within them. This area had been divided into several mining rooms and pillars, with strategically placed non-continuous pillars that supported the entire cave structure. Thus, these pillars were off-limits for mining. Even if spiritual stones were exposed, they were not to be disturbed, lest they risk being buried alive. The newcomers had learned quite a bit during their 10 days. And now was a perfect opportunity for them to impart knowledge to Wang Lin. People often yearned to play the role of a teacher. Once all the mining was complete, it would reveal a web-like pattern. Wang Lin, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Is it all manual labor? Why not use machinery?" An elder nearby explained, "The radiation here is too high. Using equipment under such conditions would lead to damage. If you don't want to ruin your light brain, it's best not to use it here." But speaking of which, you studied with a light brain during your confinement. The radiation there, while better than here, was still significant. How did you manage to keep your light brain intact? Wang Lin responded earnestly, "Perhaps I just used it for a short time, only a few days. That could be the case, but here, you definitely can't use it. If you do, it will surely break within minutes." Wang Lin nodded. Understood. As for why explosives weren't used, Wang Lin could roughly grasp the reasoning. Wang Lin, you should start by helping remove the energy stones from the rocks we've mined. Carefully sense for any energy fluctuations. If there aren't any, leave them be. Whatever you manage to pry off in an hour counts towards your progress. After an hour, we will rotate. Alright, each person took up their pickaxes and began mining. The hard rock presented significant resistance. Those with weaker physiques found it nearly impossible to manage. Everyone had clearly defined roles, and large boulders were extracted one by one. However, not every stone contained spiritual stones. Some exhibited noticeable energy fluctuations, while others were partially exposed. Wang Lin began to excavate with his tools, observing others around him performing similar actions, though they moved much more swiftly than he did. The excavated spiritual stones were placed into baskets. Wang Lin unearthed a piece and examined it with curiosity. The spiritual stones were irregularly shaped. In the cultivation world, spiritual stones were typically refined into uniform shapes. What intrigued Wang Lin was that these stones were far less compact than those found in the cultivation realm. Instead, they were quite loose, resembling a type of flaky pastry. Holding one caused it to crumble in his hands. Due to the excessively loose structure, the dissipation of spiritual energy occurs at an alarming rate. Upon thorough investigation, I have come to understand the underlying reasons for the current predicament. Originally, this place was endowed with a spiritual vein, resulting in an exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy. However, the peculiar environmental conditions have rendered this energy wildly volatile. This rampant spiritual energy has infiltrated the spiritual stones, causing even the outer layer of their energy to become frenzied, ultimately leading to the entire stone becoming brittle. It is no wonder that no one dares to cultivate with these stones. The energy within is far too unruly, surpassing even that of the surrounding air. The use of materials designed to isolate spiritual energy in construction has proven futile, as these stones continuously release their energy. Over time, the concentration of spiritual energy here has only intensified. If this continues, it will become impossible for any living beings to enter. The concentration is so high and volatile that any intruder would surely perish. It is a pity, for if a large-scale 5 elements harmonizing array could be established here, This place would immediately transform into a sanctuary for cultivation. Alas, my own power is insufficient. Firstly, I lack the strength to engage with such high-grade mines, and secondly, I do not possess the necessary skills to arrange such a grand array. Even if I could manage a smaller array, it would be but a drop in the ocean for a mine of this magnitude. Shaking my head, I hasten my actions, extracting the spiritual stones piece by piece. On a positive note, there is indeed a spiritual stone mine here, although I cannot absorb the energy directly. Purchasing some to place in my small courtyard could significantly enhance its spiritual energy concentration after the volatile energy is calmed by the array. However, I remain uncertain about where to procure such stones or if they can even be bought by private individuals. With my spiritual sense, I can easily locate the spiritual stones encased within the rocks, allowing me to extract them with precision and speed, surpassing even the newcomers who entered alongside me, nearing the efficiency of the elders, much to the astonishment of my fellow workers. Wan Lin, you are truly remarkable. Indeed, those who excel in one area tend to excel in all. Chapter 62, The Quilt. Wan Lin, how do you ascertain the position of the stone within the rock? It must be due to my heightened mental power. I can sense it directly. The others envied him, hastening their own movements in response. An hour later, the rotation began. Those clearing debris went to excavate, those extracting stones began cleaning, and those mining transitioned to stone extraction. Gradually, the entire group's efficiency surged. Observing this, Tu Shiqing felt quite pleased. After all, the efficiency of the group would be evaluated, and if they earned the title of an excellent group, there would be rewards, specifically qualifications for a sentence reduction application. This was undeniably enticing. By the time evening rolled around at 47 o'clock, silence enveloped the group as they exited. Few were inclined to converse. The collective thought was to hasten back for a shower and then sleep. It had been an exhausting day. Tu Shiqing, however, was in high spirits, having exceeded the task completion by 20%. After returning to wash up and eat, everyone promptly retired to their dorms. Wan Lin, upon reaching his bunk, noticed his quilt folded neatly, resembling a block of tofu. He reached out and shook it open. The noise drew the attention of others, who gazed at him in disbelief. What's the matter? Wang Lin asked. Puzzled, Jin Shutao pointed at Wang Lin's quilt. You just undid it like that. Aren't you going to sleep? Wang Lin was even more confused. Jin Shutao continued, can you fold it back? Observing Wang Lin's bewilderment, Lu Liming explained, every morning, the guards come to inspect the quarters. The quilts must be folded into blocks. Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. Indeed, that's the inspection process, Gu Hongrui added, cautiously placing his own quilt down beside his bed, intending to put it back on the bed in the morning. Wang Lin, are you not covering yourself? No, there is a temperature control system here. And being an ability user, I don't feel cold at all. Besides, I'm only here for a month. Wang Lin felt he had nothing to say. Haha, you've never enjoyed a temperature control system at home. Yet here you are, hee. Who wants to enjoy this? Anyone who wishes can come. Old Lu, you have a temperature control system at home, right? Lu Liming responded. Who installs that thing? The cost of energy stones is exorbitant. Who's made of money? Wang Lin, holding his quilt, looked down. Temperature control system. Indeed, today is July 9. Winter has already arrived. Haven T, you noticed it's not too cold here. There has been no snow. Wang Lin now realized it was indeed July 9, a time when winter should be upon them, yet he had not seen any snow. How much does it cost to install a temperature control system? Well, it depends on the size. The smallest starts at 1 million for a space of 100 square meters, and each additional square meter adds another 10,000. But that's not the main issue. It's the ongoing cost of energy stones that is significant, right? That thing can only be powered by energy stones. The cost of those is... The speaker shook his head. Wang Lin pressed on. Isn't the energy stone what we are mining? How is it sold? We are mining energy stone. OREIT contains a large amount of easily dissipated energy, often referred to as radiation. These ores need to be processed into uniformly sized blocks, about the size of a palm, 1 cubic decimeter in volume, to become energy stones. 1 unit of energy stone costs over 100,000 and lasts only a month. Moreover, it must be purchased with legitimate intentions documented. An elder nearby interjected, enough of this chatter. In a few days, on the 15th, we'll rotate to make energy blocks. It's a monthly rotation, every 15th. Soon, lights were out the following morning, with the assistance of several elders. Wang Lin's quilt was once again transformed into a block. The door was opened from the outside, and individuals brought out stools from beneath their beds. Sitting beside their beds, Wang Lin was given a stool and settled in with the others.
Then, Tu Shiqing, along with 9 others, began reciting the prison code of conduct loudly and in unison. However, every dormitory was engaged in the same activity, creating a cacophony reminiscent of a school morning assembly. Guards could be seen passing outside. Once the recitation concluded, everyone set their stools aside and followed Tu Shiqing to the dining area. Morning recitation was a daily requirement. Wan Lin nodded. I thought it was just for memorization. Ha, after so long, who wouldn't he know it by heart? If I had this spirit during my studies, I'm sure I would have graduated, one elder joked, and everyone nodded in agreement after receiving their meals and sitting down. They awaited the guard's command to begin eating. Once satiated, they slowly made their way back. Wang Lin looked up at the sky, which was tightly enveloped by a protective barrier that he could see snowflakes landing on it and swiftly sliding off. It truly was winter. Wang Lin raised an eyebrow, suddenly realizing that the innate fire spiritual energy that had previously surrounded him had vanished. A look of confusion crossed his face as his spiritual sense began to search instinctively. His spiritual sense had been unable to tolerate the innate fire energy, causing it to subconsciously avoid the scorching aura. However, now that aura had disappeared, how peculiar. What could be the reason for this? Wang Lin pondered this conundrum as he returned to his dormitory, only to find the place in disarray. What's going on? Did someone rob us? Gu Hongrui exclaimed. My quilt. The once neatly arranged quilts that lined the beds were now in complete disarray. Wang Lin observed the elders' slightly solemn expressions, sensing that they understood the cause. Looking around the room, he noted that out of 10 beds, 4 remained orderly. It dawned on him that this was likely the work of the guards. At that moment, the elders emerged to explain. This is a search to inspect for contraband and violations. This time, it's a document search. Seeing the bewildered expressions, the elders clarified, every month, there is a thorough inspection where everything in the room must be cleared out. Leaving it like a bare shell, with only the bed frames remaining, nothing else, moved out. Yes, if there are few people, we move to the hall. If there are many, we move to the common area to inspect the room first and then the individuals' buckets. Basins, quilts, clothing, shoe soles, everything is checked. Don't just stand there, hurry and tidy up while you chat. There is also a type of inspection that happens 4 times a month, but it's unscheduled, and this is divided into document and armed inspections. There are distinctions, of course. A document inspection means searching every other room or every 2 to 3 rooms without prior notice. If any contraband is found on someone's bed, that person is in trouble. And their room number will also be penalized, with points deducted. Typically only a few beds are searched. Chapter 63, an unexpected turn. Look, mine is untouched. It's clear I am a model inmate. Oh, please, spare us the bravado. Let me tell you, don't even think about sneaking anything into your room. Not even a wire is permitted. If you get caught, the whole dormitory suffers. 1 point can equate to a day added to your sentence. This warning was directed at the other newcomers. Yes, how can you dare to admonish others? Last year, you ground down a piece of metal to a point and brought it back to scrape your feet. And you ended up losing 15 points for that, which kept us from receiving commendations for 6 months. I really want to punch you. Damn it, how was I supposed to know that as soon as I got it back? There would be a raid. I was truly unfortunate. I just put it back after I finished. Wang Lin quietly munched on some snacks nearby. Yijin Shutao, puzzled, spoke up. You scraped off dead skin from your feet last night. Shouldn't it still be on you the next day? How did it end up being found in the dorm? After returning from work, I went to take a shower, leaving the item temporarily tucked under the blanket. Intending to scrape it again upon my return, but in the meantime, a raid occurred. It had only been 2 days since the last inspection. Unbelievable. After finally tidying up my belongings, the entire room appeared neat and orderly. Everyone then commenced their morning studies. Following this minor episode, the group returned to their monotonous and laborious routine, as if they were mere machines operating on a predetermined program board. Wang Lin had already brought over the legal materials he needed to study for the exam. During study time, he didn't need to look at that. Instead, he requested to download his own textbooks. Aside from mining, eating, and sleeping, Wang Lin immersed himself in his studies. It wasn't until the 15th. When they changed shifts, that there was a bit of variation. They entered a massive factory. From stamping out metal boxes to filling and compressing energy stones and sealing them completely, everything required manual manipulation of tools. Wang Lin had not anticipated that the production of energy stones could be so straightforward and crude, utilizing isolation materials directly. Wang Lin muttered in disbelief, is this really not going to explode? Such violent spiritual energy being forcibly compressed, just thinking about it makes one shudder. An inhibitor has been added, so under normal circumstances it won't, replied someone beside him, slapping Wang Lin's frail shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry, with so many people here, nothing has gone wrong for so long. It's not going to be your fault, let us hurry and get to work. Wang Lin felt the tumultuous spiritual energy around him. His temples throbbing intensely over there were devices to detect radiation and energy concentration. An alarm would sound if the levels exceeded safety limits. You people with strong mental energy are truly dramatic. He thought of Wang Lin. Everyone began to get to work. Wang Lin followed suit, assigned a simple task, feeling that he just needed to control the weight of the spirit stone or he was putting in before passing it on to the next person for compression. He could distinctly sense that the loose spirit stones in his hands had been mixed with a certain substance, presumably the inhibitor they mentioned, creating a barrier between the violent spiritual energy within the stones and that of the outside world. However, he was unsure how long the production had been ongoing. He couldn't ascertain how long the loose spirit stones in his grasp had been infused with the inhibitor, nor how much the concentration of spiritual energy in the surrounding environment had increased compared to the initial levels. Yet, he could feel the suppressed violent energy within the stones, a sensation that triggered a profound sense of crisis in his spiritual perception. It was as if the stones were akin to piles of explosives. Merely waiting for a spark, his mind remained in a constant state of alertness. However, nothing unusual occurred throughout the day. Noticing his demeanor, some approached to offer consolation. The next day was the same, yet he still couldn't pinpoint the source of the immense crisis. For every spirit stone here was like a stick of dynamite obscuring the true threat. He trusted his instincts. Without any other factors present, he would never feel such an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Causing his temples to throb incessantly, everything seemed to proceed as usual, with no apparent changes. Wang Lin's consciousness remained vigilant. The continuous strain over 3 days left him utterly exhausted. Nevertheless, he didn't abandon his meticulous exploration of the factory. It wasn't until the 5th day that his awareness remained spread wide when suddenly he looked up sharply, his gaze fixated on a box being filled with spirit stone or in the hands of an inmate. He sprang up, and the nearby guard hadn't even registered what was happening. He snatched the box filled with or from the other person's hands. Wang Lin could feel the extremely volatile spirit stones within the box, top-tier spirit stones. Damn it, there's a piece of top-tier spirit stone in here. If this gets compressed, it would undoubtedly explode. The individual from whom he seized the box was momentarily stunned, then reacted with displeasure. What are you doing? Officer, someone is disrupting production here. The guard approached, clearly dissatisfied. What is going on? What happened? He suddenly ran over and snatched my stuff. The guard responsible for Wang Lin and the others also arrived. Upon seeing Wang Lin, he frowned. It hadn't been long since he had emerged from confinement. He nodded toward the guard, then turned to Wang Lin. What's the matter? Wang Lin explained, my mental energy is quite strong. He reached in and pulled out a piece of or about 3 fingers wide. The energy intensity within this piece of spirit stone or far exceeded that of the others. If it were to be compressed, it would explode. One wrong move, and we're all done for. The 2 guards exchanged glances. Taken aback, they carefully sensed the ore, comparing it to the nearby stones, and realized the significant disparity in power. Wang Lin's team leader and the chief supervisor soon arrived. The 2 guards conferred and immediately reported the situation. Wang Lin continued, I believe we should halt operations. What if there are others like this? Their request was promptly acknowledged, ordering all inmates to cease their work immediately and secure the energy stones. Standing by, the guards exchanged glances and quickly relayed the message, under the coordination of the chief supervisor and the team leaders. Everyone swiftly halted their actions, standing by. At this moment, a squad of fully armed guards arrived. Where's the piece of energy stone you discovered? The guard promptly handed it over. Report, here it is. They placed the energy stone or into a detection device. Watching the needle on the gauge, the expressions of the newcomers grew increasingly grave. Super high-grade energy stone or organized the inmates for evacuation. Understood. Wang Lin followed everyone out of the area. They reported that super high-grade energy stone or had been discovered. That was a close call. Hadn't they sent people from Zone 1 to inspect this before? 80% was low-grade energy stone or 19% was medium-grade, and 1% was high-grade. How did a super high-grade one suddenly appear? How the hell did they conduct the inspection? Chapter 64. A messy situation. Due to this incident, all work came to a standstill, and everyone remained in the detention area. Over here, Wenjie received immediate reports about the situation. He stood up from his seat and slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. His students were still in there. The potential explosion of the energy stone, which could trigger a catastrophic incident in the entire energy mine, was not without precedent in history. What is going on? Why was this only discovered now? Give me a solution. Creator, we have been mining this site for 20 years, and the shallow spirit stone reserves have nearly been exhausted.
Recently, with a large influx of inmates, the mining pace has accelerated, and we have reached the medium-level mining stage. We have already filed for accountability with the mainframe, and we expect results soon. What I want to know is the solution. Wenju's expression was cold. This situation is under discussion. There has never been an occurrence like this before, and there are no mature, reasonable reference solutions. Wenju rubbed his temples. You should understand that once a super high-grade energy stone ore emerges, the rate of energy dissipation and the difference in the veins compared to merely high-grade energy stone ores is enormous. The facilities we currently have set up for high-grade energy stones are extremely hazardous. Wenju's cold expression projected authority as he displayed the mainframe's computation data on the screen. The energy threshold indicated was far beyond what had been reported in the past 1 to 2 years. Yet there had been no changes in the report submitted by the detention center. Explain to me why this situation has arisen. Facing Wenju's icy demeanor, the individuals present bowed their heads deeply. I apologize, sir. This is my negligence. Wenju closed his eyes, no longer looking at the person before him. Yi Qingyun. A person standing quietly to the side stepped forward. Mr. Wen, please allow me to handle this. Take him to the security team, and you will take charge of the internal urban security team. I will personally investigate this matter to the end. Understood. Wenju immediately began issuing orders. The detention center where Wang Lin was located received the transfer orders promptly. Simultaneously, Wang Lin successfully identified the super high-grade energy stone and prevented a major safety incident. This constituted an extraordinary act of merit, resulting in a direct reduction of his sentence. As he had only a few days left on his term, Wenju waved his hand, allocating a cash reward of 1 million to Wang Lin, the maximum amount eligible for application. Due to the impending relocation of the detention center, Wang Lin had to hastily bid farewell to his roommates before leaving. Once the suppression ring was removed and the lock on his light brain was lifted, Wang Lin felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The door opened, leading him to a reception room where a young man with a refined demeanor stood. Appearing to be only around 25 or 26 years old, his attire was exceedingly appropriate, exuding a sense of understated luxury. Wang Lin. A familiar voice resonated. Mentor, you did well, Wenju said, his eyes filled with encouragement and warmth. Wenju couldn't help but marvel at how handsome his student had become, though he had lost some weight. After confirming his identity, Wang Lin was escorted away. Upon exiting, he beheld the distant landscape blanketed in pristine white snow. The world had transformed into a winter wonderland. The guards who had once stood vigil remained motionless, though their lashes bore frost despite the absence of snowflakes in their immediate vicinity. Get in the car. Wenju beckoned. This vehicle was unlike the one used in summer. It lacked wheels and had a smooth undercarriage. Wang Lin felt somewhat uneasy sitting inside. Rest assured, your little courtyard is well kept. Your sister is doing well too. She has gained 10 pounds. The vegetables you planted have all been harvested and stored. Wang Lin. Thank you, mentor. There is no need for that. I haven't been much help myself. It was that Zhou Mingyu found who handled things quite well. Wenju also expressed his amazement, noting that sometimes his own students outperformed him. Despite his higher ability level, he found few capable individuals around him. The safe zone he painstakingly established, which he believed to be stable and thriving, turned out to be an illusion. Now, as he cleans up the mess, he realizes he is merely a deceived individual, relying on the efforts of his mentor's subordinates. The two engaged in a casual conversation, gradually drawing closer in their relationship. Ultimately, Wang Lin came to understand his mentor's true identity as the founder of the 109 Safe Zone. Wenju remarked, "You are a child with your own opinions. I will not interfere with your growth. However, remember that you are my student, Wenju, and I will always stand behind you." Wenju was fully aware of Wang Lin's actions and understood his temperament. He felt a pang of sympathy for Wang Lin's maturity. What had this young child endured to develop such a disposition? It was only after thoroughly recognizing Wang Lin as a student that he spoke these words. Wang Lin nodded. "Yes, thank you, mentor. There is no need for thanks between us." The tenderness in his words was unmistakable. After a moment's hesitation, Wenju inquired, "After this year's studies conclude, what direction do you plan to pursue?" "I wish to delve into pharmacology and agronomy." When Jin knew of the elixirs Wang Lin had concocted, Wang Lin possessed a remarkable talent for pharmacology, making it impossible for Wenju to falsely claim he was unsuitable for the field. Yet Wenju felt a sense of helplessness. As a mentor of the fire element, he had followed a path of solo combat and strategic command, while Wang Lin, his student, had inherited this same path. Currently, the two most powerful departments at the 109 Zone S ability school were solo combat and strategic command. Originally, as a fire element ability user, Wang Lin certainly had the potential to excel in this area.
But Wen Zhe had just discovered that Wang Lin was a dual-element ability user, healing and fire, while merely being a dual-element user could potentially lead him further than either Wen Zhe or his mentor. Wang Lin's current talents manifested predominantly in pharmacology. Your aptitude for pharmacology is indeed exceptional. I have seen the pills you created. At this point, Wen Zhe's expression turned serious, tinged with a mix of admiration and pride, according to the information I have. The third safe zone's research facility can only produce energy potions for level 3 ability users, yet, you have already managed to concoct pills suitable for level 4 ability users in your own research. No, you refer to them as elixirs, correct? In response to Wen Zhe's astonishment, Wang Lin shook his head. Mentor, these elixirs were not solely my creation. A distant gaze filled Wang Lin's eyes as he recalled a past life. The days spent studying the jade slip that unlocked the secrets of pill crafting. He gestured to indicate the size of the jade slip. I obtained a stone of this size. Crystal clear, pressed it to my forehead, and a torrent of information surged into my mind. The term pill crafting appeared in my consciousness. A stone. Unfortunately, once that information entered my mind, the stone turned to ash. Mentor, you mentioned that the research facility in the third safe zone has developed energy potions for level 3 ability users. I wonder what they are like. Wang Lin was quite intrigued by this. Chapter 65, The Pharmacology Department. They produced a liquid state potion. The ingredients included beast cores and plants. After practicing for so long, you know that ability users of levels 1 to 3 cannot directly absorb beast cores. They must consume low radiation plants, which is far too slow for improvement. Levels 4 and above can absorb beast cores directly during cultivation. However, as you know, after the arduous task of slaying a beast, the amount of energy remaining in the beast core is uncertain. Moreover, even in a swift kill, the absorption and conversion rate remains a persistent issue. Wang Lin had yet to encounter the cultivation challenges faced by higher-level ability users. He queried, puzzled. I have some beast cores, but the energy within them varies significantly in attributes. Can a core that doesn't match one's own attributes still be absorbed? That relates to the absorption and conversion rates I mentioned earlier. Do you remember how you initially learned about the classifications of abilities? Mentor, are you referring to physical, natural, and mental systems? Indeed, the reason for dividing them into these 3 categories is that as long as one's innate attribute falls into any of these categories, they can cultivate using the corresponding beast cores at level 4. However, as a fire element user, your absorption conversion rate from fire element beast cores within the natural system can exceed 60%. Depending on one's constitution. If you use beast cores from other systems within the natural category, the minimum absorption rate is 10%, with the actual rate varying according to individual constitution. So, Mentor, are you suggesting that some individuals might achieve an absorption rate exceeding 60% even when absorbing beast cores from other systems? Yes, according to records, there was once an individual who managed to reach 78% absorption from other systems. This is the highest recorded rate, but future results remain uncertain, so we only speak of a minimum absorption rate. Generally, the average hovers around 30%. These limitations on direct absorption of beast cores are precisely why the Safe Base Association regulates resources for research in this area, although some progress has been made. The technology is still immature, remaining in a research phase, which is why there are no mass-produced products in the market. Of course, aside from the third safe zone, other established safe zones have also made some advancements in energy potion research. Producing everything from liquid to semi-solid to solid forms, Wang Lin nodded, feeling he had gained a certain understanding of these matters. Rest assured, as long as I am here, no one will be able to force you. YES.do you plan to stay in the 109 safe zone, or will you pursue your studies in other zones? Does the 109 safe zone not have a pharmacologist lineage? When Zhe shook his head, our safe zone lacks a top-tier pharmacology laboratory. If you wish to engage in cutting-edge pharmacological research, you may need to study in other zones. With your talent as a pharmacologist, you would be well-suited even for the strongest pharmacology department in the third safe zone. Wang Lin pondered, is there foundational knowledge available for pharmacologists? Understanding Wang Lin's thoughts, Wen Zhe replied, all vocational course materials are available online, but you must realize that without a dedicated teacher to guide you, mastering the subject is quite challenging. Your talent is exceptional. It must not go to waste. Mentor, initially, I only require some foundational knowledge. It matters little where I learn it. Wang Lin had discerned that this wasteland differed from his previous life. Here, the control over the transmission of technology was not stringent. There was a sense that as long as one was willing to learn, they could be taught exhaustively before Wen Zhe could respond. Wang Lin interjected, Mentor, would you like to see the 109 safe zone also have a top-tier pharmacology laboratory? I can't go there myself, but that doesn't prevent them from coming here for collaboration and exchange. You have such lofty aspirations. Do you really think those leading-edge technological breakthroughs and research findings will be freely shared with you? Observing Wenjia showing signs of interest, Wang Lin pressed on, mentor. I am genuinely intrigued by solo combat as well, Wenjia contemplated. How confident are you in attracting them here and persuading them to stay? Wang Lin replied, about 50 to 60%. Very well. Wenjia began to consider the possibility of applying for the establishment of a new pharmacology department at the school upon their return. The journey back would take over 30 hours. During the trip, Wenjia received numerous communications. Personnel had already arrived at the energy mine for a thorough investigation, and he could only escort Wang Lin to the safe zone before he had to rush over. Initially, Wenjia had intended to stay longer, but the situation in the 109 safe zone was overwhelming. Without someone to take the lead, he couldn't even fetch Wang Lin himself. It's alright. Mentor, I can return on my own from here. It's not far from the safe zone, and no, I will take you to the safe zone and have someone come to escort you. Please just drop me off outside the 21st zone. I can find my way back. Wenjia furrowed his brow, realizing that Wang Lin likely wished to keep his identity concealed from others. Alright. An hour later, Wang Lin watched the vehicle disappear into the distance and gazed ahead at the pristine white snow. He felt that if he stepped too firmly, he might vanish into the snowy expanse. He activated his likeness technique, continuing onward. He was not far from home now, and upon entering the protective barrier of the safe zone, he hastened his pace. The soft snow beneath his feet left only a faint trail of footprints, which the falling snowflakes quickly obscured. With his inner spiritual energy flowing, he felt no chill. As he made his way back, the once vibrant innate fire spiritual energy had truly vanished, as if it had never existed. Yet, this turbulent spiritual energy would not simply calm down. Achieving natural tranquility would take millennia, following a familiar path. He finally spotted a small courtyard he recognized. The entire courtyard lay enveloped in snow. Had it not been for someone clearing the area, it would have faced imminent burial, standing atop the snow. Wang Lin beheld a deep trench that had been cleared. The snow had piled high enough to reach the courtyard walls, granting him a clear view of the situation within. In the front yard, there was no one around. A sweep of his consciousness revealed that Zhou Ming was inside the house, accompanied by several young individuals. There was no need to knock. Zhou Ming, equipped with snow shoveling tools, opened the door and emerged as Zhou Ming. Zhou Ming looked up and saw Wang Lin standing on the snow outside. My lord, you have returned, exclaimed those nearby in unison. Indeed, you have all worked hard. Wang Lin stepped over the threshold and into the yard. I will go check on my sister. Yes, your sister is in the backyard. Wang Lin nodded, his consciousness already sensing his sister waiting in the children's room, accompanied by several small children and a middle-aged woman. Releasing the chill from his body with spiritual energy, Wang Lin entered the room. Upon hearing his voice, immediately turned her head but quickly looked away again. Wang Lin, expecting a warm embrace, instead found that was ignoring him entirely. He approached and picked her up, but kept her gaze fixed on the toy in her hands, refusing to meet his eyes. Wang Lin leaned in closer, yet little remained oblivious to him, her eyes drifting past Wang Lin to the back. It seemed as if she could not see the living person before her at all. Why are you ignoring your brother? It makes me very sad. Furrowed her little brow, continuing to play with her toy, still refusing to look at Wang Lin. Brother told you I would be going out. Right, pouted, but brother has come back now. Auntie, hold her. Little began to squirm in his arms, dropping her toy to the floor. The woman nearby stepped forward to take the little one back into her embrace. Buried her head into the woman's arms. The woman nodded at Wang Lin, gently patting the little one's back and softly comforting her, explaining things to her. After a while, finally turned to look at Wang Lin. Extending her arms for a hug, Wang Lin smiled and lifted little into his arms. I really wanted to come back, but brother couldn't. You see, I was able to return right away to find you. And I didn't even have time to eat. Here, little pulled a piece of jerky from her tiny pocket and offered it to Wang Lin with a smile on his face. He took a bite. Delicious, there's more in my pocket. Produced another piece and handed it to Wang Lin, and for a considerable time afterward, a small entourage followed Wang Lin, even while asleep. Clutching his fingers, after tucking her in, Wang Lin finally left the bedroom. During this time, had been well cared for, and the mentor who sent her was experienced in looking after children. Wang Lin felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you for taking care of my sister. It is my job to care for children. It is only right. By the way, I am Wang Lin. I didn't catch your name until now. I am Zhao Suxin. May I inquire about your future plans? Zhao Suxin gazed at Wang Lin. Are you suggesting I stay long-term? Yes, if you don't mind, I hope you can stay. I am willing to meet any requirements you may have. Within my capacity. To be honest, I previously worked at an orphanage, but due to certain circumstances, my family's expenses increased, and I had to resign to become a private caregiver. The family that hired me has paid for 2 months. If you find my services satisfactory, we can continue the arrangement. What is your monthly fee? 200,000 silver coins. I can draft an employment contract. A template was sent to Wang Lin's light brain. He quickly skimmed through it, which outlined not only the fees and duration but also various obligations, including but not limited to caring for and guiding children, ensuring their physical and mental well-being, and maintaining confidentiality regarding the employer's children and matters. May I ask what issues your family is facing? Zhao Suxin paused briefly before responding. It's not much of a secret. My child awakened an ability but was diagnosed with a genetic issue. Due to this genetic defect, there is a risk of mental instability. She requires periodic injections of gene-stabilizing and mental-stabilizing medications. My husband is a second-level wood-type ability user, so he resigned from the guard team to join a mercenary group. Hunting exotic beasts. I also left my job to become a private caregiver. Currently, we can manage the medication costs. Who takes care of your child while you work? She is 15, studying and boarding at school. She can take care of herself. Wang Lin recalled that school had recently begun. He checked his light brain for information on genetic defects, which primarily pertained to 2 aspects, physical and mental. Or intellectual. In today's blue star, this was a common ailment, largely due to radiation exposure. Fetuses are delicate and easily affected by violent spiritual energy. If the mother is an ordinary person and consumes low radiation plants, the probability of the fetus developing a genetic illness is 1 in 1,000. If she consumes medium radiation plants, the probability rises to 1 in 100. For mothers with abilities, the risks are slightly lower. Consuming low radiation plants results in 1 in 10,000, while medium radiation plants yield 1 in 1,000. These odds are already quite high, prompting medical research into preventive measures. The first aspect concerning physical defects has been effectively addressed. If a mother receives a prenatal medication within the first 3 months of pregnancy, the fetus's physical development can be safeguarded against any deformities. However, the second aspect regarding mental health remains challenging. Currently, most genetic defects fall into the latter category, and no preventive medication has been developed yet. However, 2 types of medications have been created for treatment: gene-stabilizing and mental-stabilizing agents. The gene-stabilizing agent fundamentally stabilizes the defective gene temporarily, while the mental stabilizing agent alleviates the symptoms of mental instability. Once symptoms appear, whether the afflicted is an ordinary person or an ability user, lifelong injections are necessary. Of course, there is a glimmer of hope. If an ability user can break through to level 4, their body undergoes an evolution, effectively repairing the defective genes, leading to a cure for the illness. This is currently the only method capable of completely curing genetic defects. Countless doting parents strive for this slim chance for their children. Wang Lin had seen the prices for these medications. Both types required injections every 3 months, costing a total of 2 million silver coins. After deducting Zhao Suxin's 60,000 for 3 months, there remained a shortfall of 150,000 silver coins. Calculating this, her husband would need to earn 500,000 silver coins each month, equivalent to hunting 5 second-level exotic beasts, without any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, this already precarious family would face disintegration. Wang Lin, being an alchemist though not a physician, held a keen curiosity about such ailments. If you are willing to stay, I can provide 20,000 silver coins per month for your services. Given the potential for long-term employment, and since my sister is young and needs care, it would be difficult for you to return home often. Perhaps your daughter could visit during holidays. Thank you. I assure you, I will not interfere with your sister's care. Wang Lin nodded. If there is no further issue, I will arrange for the contract to be signed in a few days. Zhao Suxin seemed to recall something. There is one more thing I need to clarify. If we do sign the contract, I will require the next month's salary to be paid on the 1st of the month. Should you decide to terminate my employment, please notify me at least a month in advance. Understood. That is fine. Additionally, I feel it is too lonely for EE to be by herself, so I will have some children from the village come to play with her. I will need your assistance in supervising them. Zhao Suxin nodded. No problem. After establishing these preliminary arrangements, Wang Lin began contemplating the reactivation of the array. He searched for information regarding energy blocks, also known as energy stones. These items are indeed regulated. Once utilized, they release a significant amount of energy, resulting in radiation. Improper use could cause irreversible harm to nearby ordinary individuals. After using the energy blocks, the empty shells must be returned before new energy blocks can be purchased according to quota. Possession without proper authorization can lead to legal repercussions. Wang Lin sighed in exasperation, ultimately choosing to purchase a larger temperature control system. However, this system starts at 1 million. Energy blocks are categorized based on their energy content as high, medium, or low. The energy blocks they previously produced were filled with a mixture of high, medium, and low-level energy ores. The final step in producing energy blocks involves further classification and packaging. This classification method is straightforward. The weight and the amount of contained energy differ, making them easily distinguishable. Wang Lin had experience in this area. A low-level energy block could equate to the total spiritual energy of 10 to 99 low-grade spirit stones, priced between 100,000 and 999,000 silver coins, depending on the energy content. A medium-level energy block is roughly equivalent to 1 to 99 medium-grade spirit stones in terms of spiritual energy. The price ranges from 1 million to 9 million silver coins, with the specific cost depending on the energy content. A high-grade energy block is approximately equivalent to 1 to 99 superior spirit stones. Its price falls between 10 million and 90 million silver coins, contingent upon the energy content therein. For areas exceeding 1,000 square meters, a medium energy stone can suffice to supply energy. However, the quantity required will depend on the precise dimensions. Nevertheless, establishing such a temperature-controlled system would necessitate over 10 million silver coins, a sum that Wang Lin simply does not possess. Not to mention, Wang Lin calculated that enhancing the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard would require a significant amount of spiritual energy. The courtyard is rather expansive, and after much deliberation, he found no feasible solution. However, it was imperative to enhance the spiritual energy within his training environment as he needed to augment his strength. Ultimately, Wang Lin devised a compromise by setting up a spirit gathering array within the training room, consolidating the spiritual energy of the entire courtyard for his cultivation. If he could acquire 5 energy stones valued at 990,000 silver coins each along with some medicinal pills, then he would be able to meet his cultivation needs. To obtain 5 energy stones, the temperature-controlled system must not be smaller than 500 square meters. Wang Lin felt a pang of regret. 5 million is a substantial amount. Currently, he only had the 1 million silver coins from his previous rewards, leaving a shortfall of 4 million. It felt as though the more he cultivated, the poorer he became. 4 million equates to merely 40 spirit-nurturing pills, and now he was at the second level of chi refinement, with both divine sense and spiritual power having improved. Ensuring the successful creation of 10 pills per batch should pose no significant issue. For batches, 400-year-old plants, Wang Lin felt a twinge of pain. Moreover, he still needed to refine the pills for Zhang Dawei and another batch of spirit-nurturing pills. Wang Lin was contemplating ways to earn money. Zhou Ming also sent over the financial report for this period. Observing the figures on the ledger, the harvest from the land was indeed in deficit, which Wang Lin had anticipated before he left. He had instructed Zhou Ming to hand over the medicinal pills to Zhang Dawei. 14 batches of chi-boosting pills, assuming 9 pills per batch, had yielded a total of 126,000 silver coins. He still had 25 chi-boosting pills left. If he sold them all, he would receive 125,000. Wang Lin was somewhat reluctant to part with the 400-year-old plants. Perhaps he should refine more chi-boosting pills. With 12 pills per batch, refining 9 batches would yield 108 pills, and selling each for 50,000 would suffice. However, the question remained, to whom could he sell them? Zhang Dawei had helped him refine the pills in one go, and with his purchases, he had acquired 176 pills, including the 50 he had initially given. With so many pills, given Zhang Dawei's circumstances, he would undoubtedly break through to the 4th level with just half of them. Wang Lin smacked his forehead, calculating the time. He realized that he could refine 3 batches of chi-boosting pills each day. In 6 days, he could produce 18 batches, totaling 216 pills. 50,000 each. Selling 200 would net him 10 million, sufficient to cover the cost of the temperature-controlled system, and with the addition of 5 energy blocks at 990,000 each he would have enough. After finalizing his calculations, Wang Lin began refining pills, starting with a batch of spirit-nurturing pills customized for Zhang Dawei. This had been delayed for far too long, and he resolved to complete it today. To be prudent, Wang Lin confirmed with his mentor whether there were any issues regarding the pills. Upon receiving Wang Lin's message, Wen Zhu was quite pleased, expressing his desire to procure them and inquiring if he could receive a monthly supply. Ultimately, they tentatively agreed on a monthly provision of 108 qi boosting pills, with Wen Zhu supplying 12 plants aged over 50 years in exchange for the refinement of 4 batches of qi boosting pills, each producing 9 pills. Moreover, Wen Zhu would need to pay 90,000 silver coins to acquire them all. The remaining 72 pills, priced at 50,000 each, would be fully paid for in silver coins, amounting to 360,000. Additionally, Wang Lin was also in need of some qi boosting pills for his own cultivation, so he planned to refine a similar monthly supply of 108 pills for Wen Zhu. Following the same settlement method, Wang Lin's monthly income from silver coins alone would amount to 516,000, more than sufficient to cover the 495,000 needed for the energy blocks. Not to mention, the 12 plants aged over 50 years and those over 10 years could yield an additional 3 plants each month. This would adequately ensure Wang Lin's own supply of cultivation pills. Both parties were exceedingly satisfied with this arrangement. Wen Zhu intended to introduce these medicinal pills into the school's rewards system and the accolades for the 109 district. This would not only motivate the residents of the 109 district but also attract some exceptional supernatural beings to work and live in the safety of the 109 district. Although it might not guarantee permanent residency, it was a substantial step forward. Currently, the 109 district was genuinely in need of personnel and lacked a solid foundation. Observing the rejected application for a new pharmaceutical department in the 109 district's supernatural school, Wen Zhu silently resolved that within 3 years, the 109 district would undoubtedly have its own pharmaceutical department. Chapter 68, entering the micro level. If Wang Lin had directly approached Wen Zhu requesting energy blocks or any resources, Wen Zhu would have readily provided them without any stipulations. However, Wang Lin did not view himself as a child. He possessed the capability to acquire those resources independently and was not inclined to adopt a handout mentality. Whether one deemed him sentimental or foolish, this was his principle of conduct. He sought nothing but clarity of thought. Selling medicinal pills proved mutually beneficial for both parties. Regarding pricing, upon learning of the current state of energy potions, he could ascertain that the external prices were exceedingly steep. In comparison, his prices were merely a drop in the ocean. Nevertheless, Wang Lin had no intention of inflating prices, as the profit margins already met his expectations. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. After first refining a batch of spirit-nurturing pills for Zhang Dawei, he sent him a message indicating that he could come to collect them at any time. That evening, Wang Lin prepared an elaborate feast to welcome him. The following day, Wang Lin devoted himself entirely to refining qi-boosting pills. This batch of 200 pills was financed by his own materials. Refining 18 batches, and given his prior agreement with Zhang Dawei, he had ample medicinal materials at his disposal. If it weren't for the exceptionally large 50-year-old medicinal materials, the refining process would have been slightly cumbersome. Ideally, he could manage 5 batches a day. Alas, that was merely hypothetical. On the 8th day, when Zhu arrived in a flurry, Wang Lin had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. The moment when Zhu appeared, Wang Lin rushed out to greet him. "Mentor, what brings you here in person? Isn't this what you wished for?" When Zhu replied with a smile. Wang Lin preferred not to let outsiders know of their relationship, and as a mentor, Wen Zhu was undoubtedly aware of this. Observing the weariness etched on Wen Zhu's face, Wang Lin felt a warmth in his heart. "Mentor, how about I start calling you master? Hee. If you call me mentor, others will surely catch on. Do as you wish." "Is your mentor so unworthy of respect?" "It's not that you are unworthy, master, but rather that my own abilities are insufficient. My strength is too low, and my combat skills are rather ordinary." Wen Zhu frowned. Your focus seems to be entirely on potions. While it's true that one should not bite off more than one can chew, you must still possess some self-defense skills in combat. Refining those pills won't impede your advancement speed, will it? Not at all. One cannot cultivate every moment of the day. With so much leftover time, it would be unbearable to do nothing. I lack other abilities to alleviate your worries. So this is the only way I can be of use. That alone is not insignificant. With those potions, if utilized well, my 109 district can develop rapidly. This, when Zhu's eyes sparkled, and his smile was impossible to suppress. "I am truly fortunate to have such a student. I am glad to be of help." As they conversed, they entered the house and traversed through the front yard to the back courtyard. "Brother, shall we?" exclaimed, her face puffed up with anger, turning her back as her brother disappeared. Wang Lin hurried forward. The initially irate upon noticing a stranger, immediately hid behind Wang Lin, yet she curiously peeked at Wen Zhu.
Wang Lin smiled and lifted her up. A master, this is my sister Yi. This is my master, Wenjie chuckled, retrieving a small trinket from his pocket and presenting it to Yi. Little Yi, you are adorable. This is a gift for our first meeting. Little Yi hid her little hands behind her back, glancing at Wang Lin. Quickly thank uncle, Wang Lin urged. Thank you, uncle. Only then did little Yi stretch out her hand to accept it. Master, what is this? It's a disposable energy shield. Just wear it around your neck and it will activate automatically. It can withstand attacks from level 5 supernatural beings. Oh, thank you, master. You haven't given me a gift yet. Wenjie looked at Wang Lin, who spoke so earnestly, and exclaimed, take it, take it. A crystal-shaped pendant appeared in Wang Lin's hand. What is this? A spatial button, huh? This spatial button has a capacity of 100 cubic meters. Which should be sufficient for you. When you break through to level 4, I will provide you with one that has a capacity of 1000 cubic meters. Master, you truly are wealthy. Wang Lin had seen the prices of spatial buttons, and they were shockingly high, not to mention that one could not simply purchase them with money. Luck played a significant role. You want it? Huh, work hard, and once you become my disciple, I will let you inherit my fortune sooner. Allowing me to retire early, you should put in more effort to rebuild the 111 district. The 111 district isn't far from the 109 district, and when the two districts expand and merge, your master will have much to boast about for a lifetime. Wang Lin couldn't help but twitch his lips. Master, you truly have high hopes for me. The current size of a safety district is comparable to that of a province. To merge the 111 district with the 109 district would require traversing a distance akin to that of the first generation of nations. Wang Lin led his master into the pill refining room. Wenjie gazed at the stove before him, remarking on the rather shabby state of the apothecary. Wang Lin retrieved 2 bottles of qi-enhancing pills from a nearby shelf, one large bottle containing 100 pills. Not too shabby, I suppose. It will suffice. Wenjie mused as he accepted the vials, marveling at Wang Lin's remarkable talent as an apothecary. Is the raw material truly sourced from those plants? Indeed, Wang Lin replied. How did you manage the purification? I see no apparatus for that here. Is there equipment for purification? Certainly, otherwise how would those potions be concocted? I employ flames to achieve this, Wang Lin stated, observing Wenjie's incredulous expression. Allow me to demonstrate the refinement of a batch of qi-enhancing pills for you. Very well. The process of crafting qi-enhancing pills was both straightforward and swift. Wenjie watched in bewilderment as Wang Lin skillfully burned the plants with fire. And shortly thereafter, 9 gleaming pills emerged. Your apothecary skills surpass my expectations. To achieve such mastery in handcrafted potions, one must possess an exceptional command over both their abilities and mental faculties, though I am not a practitioner of alchemy. Few can match your level of control. Exceptional command? Wang Lin queried, somewhat puzzled indeed. Whether one is an apothecary, mechanic, or materials forger, the higher the product's grade, the greater the precision required. Speaking of precision, isn't the mainframe's computational power superior? Our detection technology has yet to reach that standard. Many advanced components elude the mainframe's monitoring capabilities. Just like your hand-formed pills, each stage requires varying flame intensities and energy fluctuations to elicit unique reactions. Currently, we lack equipment capable of detecting those stages, and even a person without refined mental acuity would be unable to perceive such changes. Thus, mass production of many materials remains impossible unless the equipment is further upgraded. Wenjie shook his head in resignation. Chapter 69. A heartfelt stir. Wang Lin expressed surprise. Even now, some materials still rely on manual production. Of course, Wenjie replied, I had thought everything was fully automated. If mass production were feasible, those items wouldn't be so expensive and scarce. The pricier goods invariably require special materials, Wenjie explained, shaking his head. After some further conversation, Wenjie departed in haste, while Wang Lin's account received a sudden influx of funds. Observing the amount, a smile spread across Wang Lin's face. Zhou had ordered a 500 square meter temperature control system. Very well, I will transfer the silver coins to you, and also purchase 5 energy cubes at 990,000 each. Understood. By afternoon, the necessary items arrived at Wang Lin's location. After signing and paying the remaining balance, the delivery personnel began instructing Wang Lin and the others on usage. Upon opening the large iron box, they discovered a spherical device with a half-meter diameter, alongside several smaller, tower-like components. The representative lifted the sphere, stating, "Press here." 5 depressions appeared on the sphere. This is where the energy cubes are to be placed. Once inserted, they will activate the system to release energy. I shall refrain from elaborating further. Understood. This is a 500 square meter temperature control system. If you do not insert 5 energy cubes, the coverage area will be diminished accordingly.
These tower-like components act as anchors. Simply position them at the edges of the area you wish to stabilize, then activate the sphere to initiate the system. The area enclosed by the anchors will maintain a constant temperature.
Be advised, should the energy be depleted, the system will automatically shut down. If insufficient energy cubes are inserted, the anchors will adjust inward to maintain activation. Is there a specific placement requirement for the sphere? As long as it is within the area defined by the anchors, it is acceptable. Once activated, it also possesses an automatic concealment feature. A detailed operation manual has been dispatched to your light brain for your review. Thank you. Additionally, the purchase voucher for the energy cubes has been activated and delivered. For future purchases, you must return the depleted energy cubes to acquire new ones. Understood. Once the representative departed, Wang Lin scrutinized the spherical device before him. Its smooth contours exuding a sense of advanced technology. After probing the interior with his spiritual sense, he found the underlying principles incomprehensible. It was distinctly different from array formations, stowing the items away. Wang Lin opened the specific ports on the 5 energy cubes, unleashing torrents of chaotic spiritual energy. He swiftly positioned them at the foundational points of the 5 elemental array. Subsequently, he reconfigured the 5 elements harmonizing array. Upon activation, a shimmering curtain of light rose and then vanished. Wang Lin continued to set up defensive formations, and in an instant, the small courtyard became warm. The scant snow on the roof began to melt, dripping down in rhythmic patterns. With a flick of his finger, the icicles hanging from the eaves shattered under the force of his spiritual power. Wang Lin reveled in the rapidly intensifying gentle spiritual energy. Nodding in satisfaction, he hurried to the training room to establish another spirit-gathering array, then proceeded to set up a similar array in the alchemical chamber. The rich flow of spiritual energy from the courtyard directed towards the training room and alchemical chamber, leading to an exceptional concentration within both spaces. The spiritual energy in the courtyard remained significantly higher than that outside. Contemplating this, Wang Lin ventured into the enclosed medicinal garden, where the accumulated snow was rapidly melting, revealing lush spiritual plants beneath. He quickly set up another spirit-gathering array there. After half an hour, he sensed the spiritual energy concentration within the courtyard was comparable to that outside. A look of satisfaction crossed Wang Lin's face. The place was beginning to resemble a genuine cultivation cave. Eagerly, he entered the training room to gauge the spiritual energy accumulation, noting that after a day's worth of gathering, the concentration here was only about 40% lower than that within the confinement chamber. Given that he was consuming qi-enhancing pills while training, this environment was more than adequate for his growth. Wang Lin felt a surge of enthusiasm. He was confident that he could reach the 3rd level of qi refinement within 2 months. In the past, he would have been immensely pleased with such speed, but now he desired even more rapid advancement. He couldn't afford to neglect his physical training. There was still considerable potential within his body to be tapped. He had yet to even consume the bone-cleansing pill. However, it was not yet time for training. Wang Lin calmed his thoughts and entered the alchemical chamber to begin researching the bone-cleansing pill. Surrounding him were numerous beast cores. Wang Lin had been contemplating the bone-cleansing pill for some time now, especially since he had completed the foundational studies of plants while in the detention area and had begun studying the advanced material. The latter portion of the curriculum began to touch upon foundational knowledge pertinent to apothecaries, providing explicit descriptions and studies of certain special substances found within plants that possessed varying medicinal values. However, Wang Lin had yet to experience or observe these unique substances firsthand, thus, he planned to extract those materials himself to examine them closely. The apothecaries here had thoroughly analyzed the substances contained within the plants, clearly categorizing and describing them. The only missing element was understanding the extraordinary reactions that occurred when these substances interacted with spiritual energy. It was not their oversight. Generating such marvelous reactions required harmonious spiritual energy and refined spiritual power cultivated within the body. The miraculous abilities of elixirs stem from the enchanting interplay among these 3 elements, marking the distinction between apothecaries and alchemists. Beyond this, both groups purified various substances for the sake of fusion and reaction. Alchemists directly eliminated the unnecessary components of each herb, incinerating them. Different types of elixirs required distinct substances from the same spiritual herb, leading to varied refining techniques, temperatures, and frequencies yielding disparate results. During his studies, his master instructed him on methods and steps, omitting the underlying principles. These were insights gleaned from generations of alchemists, many of whom were unaware of the reasons behind their practices, only knowing that such methods yielded certain elixirs.
Conversely, apothecaries separated all the different substances, researched their effects in detail, and experimented with combinations or sought out specific effects through particular substances. Wang Lin was captivated by the prospect. Should he document the various medicinal substances studied here? How many elixirs could he concoct? Chapter 70. A bustling scene. Originally merely intrigued by the apothecary arts of Blue Star, Wang Lin was now resolutely determined to master it. Learning to utilize the instruments and techniques for extracting and separating various substances would save him immense effort and directly resolve his issues with insufficient cultivation levels, preventing him from refining certain elixirs. The challenge lay in the high cost of the equipment required for such processes. Starting at $1 million, Wang Lin firmly planted the idea of constructing his own apothecary laboratory in his mind. A knock resonated from the door. Wang Lin extended his spiritual sense and recognized it was Zhou Ming. Concluding his current task, Wang Lin opened the door. Lord Zhang Dawei has arrived. Very well. Returning to the alchemical chamber, Wang Lin retrieved a vial containing 9 spirit nurturing pills and emerged. Soon, he found himself in the reception room with the awaiting Zhang Dawei. I apologize for the delay, you have not disappointed. Wang Lin opened his mouth and handed over the items. There's no need for such formality. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Wang Lin sensed a shift. Congratulations on breaking through to level 4. Ha, that is all thanks to the benefits I gained from your energy-enhancing elixirs. Without those, I might not even achieve level 4 next year. You are too modest. Your breakthrough was merely a matter of time. As the saying goes, a flower-laden sedan is carried by people. We are merely exchanging pleasantries. Gazing at the 9 elixirs in his hand, he thought, I still wish to claim them all. Very well, we shall adhere to the previous arrangements. Zhang Dawei transferred 180,000 to Wang Lin. To be honest, I wish to purchase some recovery elixirs, harmony elixirs, and energy-enhancing elixirs, as well as spirit-nurturing elixirs. Wang Lin replied helplessly, it's not that I am unwilling to sell them to you, I have just signed a monthly supply contract with the Safe Zone. And I lack the materials to concoct those elixirs. You signed a contract with our Safe Zone, indeed, congratulations then. It's merely for survival. If you can provide the materials, I can concoct a few of each elixir for you every month. Thank you very much. Zhang Dawei nodded. Given the current heavy snowfall, the ground is frozen. Brother Zhang, it would be better to wait until the ice and snow melt before venturing out. As mercenaries, we depend on hunting exotic beasts for our livelihood. We must muster the courage to go out. However, with the elixirs provided by my brothers, our mercenary group's overall strength has significantly improved, making our outings much safer now. Wang Lin nodded in understanding, adding a gentle reminder, currently, with the heavy snow and the scarcity of food, the hungry exotic beasts are becoming increasingly ferocious. Yet, considering the other party's long experience in the wild, they likely understood this better than he did. Oh, by the way, Brother Zhang, if you come across suitable exotic beast meat, could you save some for me? Brother, you need not say such things. You have helped us greatly. Even the brothers in the group would be willing to gift it to you. We will send it to you later, and there is no need for payment. No, let's keep things clear. Those are your hard-earned spoils. I cannot accept them without compensation. Very well. After sending Zhang Dawei off, Zhao Suxin approached. Young sir, today is Friday. I wonder if it would be convenient for my daughter to come over after school. Of course, there are several vacant rooms nearby. You may choose one to prepare for your daughter. No, we mother and daughter haven't seen each other for a long time. We wish to sleep together. Alright, that works, since it's her first time here and she may not know the way. You can have Zhou Ming accompany you to pick her up. Thank you, young sire. No need for thanks. Just take good care of it. As evening approached, Zhou Ming brought a girl of about 15 or 16 into the courtyard. Zhao Suxin looked at her daughter as she entered. Jingyi, you just came in from the outside. You're freezing, rest in the courtyard for a bit. Okay, Mom, thank you, Brother Zhou, for making this trip. There is hot water on the table for you to warm yourselves. It's a small matter, no need for thanks. He also peeked out from the room, curiously gazing at the new visitor. Sun Jingyi, having finished her hot water, noticed the little head popping out and smiled. Waving at E, what a lovely little friend. Hello, my name is Sun Jingyi. Little E waved her tiny hand back. Hello, big sister, my name is Wang Yi, and I'm 4.5 years old. Haha, I'm only 15, I'm not a big sister yet. Wang Yi pondered for a moment. Big sister, little sister, you are truly well behaved and adorable. Sun Jingyi was quite smitten with Sun Jingyi's arrival. The atmosphere in the courtyard became exceptionally cheerful and lively. Originally playing in the room, Wang Yi also came out to join in the fun. As darkness began to fall, the children who had been playing in the courtyard were escorted back to the village by Zhou Ming. Zhao Suxin, seeing her daughter and Yi playing happily, felt reassured enough to prepare dinner. It was during dinner that Sun Jingyi first met Wang Lin. "Hello, little brother." "Hello, you must be Aunt Zhao's daughter." "Yes, I'm Sun Jingyi. 15 this year." "I'm Wang Lin, how old are you?" "Wang Lin, 10." Zhao Suxin entered with the dishes. "Jingyi, be mindful, this is my employer, you should address him as young sir, without his generosity, you wouldn't be here." "Ah, I'm sorry, young sir. I haven't mentioned your identity to anyone else." "It's alright, thank you, young sir. I apologize for the earlier offense." Sun Jingyi stood up to express her gratitude to Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled gently. "No need for formality, let us sit down and enjoy the meal." "Alright." Wang Lin, inherently wise beyond his years, found fondness for the lively young girl. However, with more people in the house, defensive formations needed to be arranged to prevent disturbances during cultivation or alchemy. It was easy to set up using the numerous beast cores he possessed, yet this would further deplete the spiritual energy in the courtyard. The following day, Zhou Meili returned successfully. She arrived in the early morning and saw Wang Lin training with his sister and their father. Zhou Ming felt at ease upon seeing his daughter. "Ah, you're back early. Your monitoring area is much farther than mine." Zhou Ming continued his exercises, saying, It's been 8 or 9 days since you returned. Impressive, truly worthy of your title." Enough with the flattery. "I'll prepare a sumptuous meal for you at noon to welcome you home." "Thank you." After a hearty lunch, Zhou Meili began her work in the afternoon. She first assisted Wang Lin and Zhao Suxin in signing contracts, then helped the others who remained to sign theirs as well. Of the initial 300 people, only a little over 130 remained. At that time, both Zhou Meili and Wang Lin had to leave promptly, so they couldn't complete all the contracts immediately and had to wait until their return. They aimed to finalize everything before Monday. Prior to heading to school, however, Wang Lin needed to accompany her for some errands. Little Yi insisted on joining Wang Lin as well. Chapter 71, The Contract. Eventually, Wang Lin agreed to head out. He, being just a regular child, needed to wear a winter outfit. Winter outfits come in various grades, and the one prepared for Yi was naturally not cheap. Though it wasn't the best, it was still quite thick. Observing the round little Yi, Wang Lin ultimately extended his devilish right hand and gave her a gentle push. Yi, struggling to maintain her balance, toppled over like a rolling gourd, prompting Wang Lin to burst into laughter. The winter outfit for children was entirely different from that of adults. Adult outfits prioritized mobility, which sacrificed some warmth, whereas the children's were designed solely for insulation, forming a cohesive suit complete with a helmet, resembling a spacesuit. Until Wang Lin pulled her up, Yi had no idea that her brother was the culprit. "Can you not wear one?" came a muffled voice from the helmet. "Of course, then Yi can stay home and wait for her brother to return." "No." Wang Lin, unfazed by the harsh cold, chose not to change his attire. Although Zhou Meili was an ability user, her level was low, so she also needed to wear winter clothing. Seeing Wang Lin head out in his usual attire, Zhao Suxin was taken aback. When Wang Lin returned earlier, she had assumed he was dressed in exceptionally high-quality winter gear. It now appeared that the young sir's strength was formidable. Wang Lin stocked some food into his spatial pouch and set out with his sister. Accompanied only by Zhou Meili, they did not take Zhou Ming along. Little Yi was having a grand time, and Wang Lin enjoyed playing with her as well. The snow was not too deep, with many areas being quite soft, allowing the round little Yi to easily sink out of sight. After a while of frolicking, Yi grew tired and was lifted by Wang Lin, who then hastened their journey. Zhou Meili envied Wang Lin's ease of movement in the snow, as she relied on tools akin to skis for quick mobility. However, traversing flat ground posed its own challenges. After considerable effort, they finally spotted the buildings erected in the fields. They could see many people in winter clothing clearing the snow that had fallen the previous night, due to several individuals opting to settle in Stone Village. Some houses were damaged, and with winter approaching, repairs could not be made, leading to their relocation to the newly constructed village in the fields. Upon seeing Wang Lin and Li Shuep, a chorus of voices erupted. "The young sir has arrived! The young sir has arrived!" A crowd rushed over, including many clad in winter clothing emerging from their rooms. "Young sir, this way, there is a warm fire inside." Wang Lin nodded. "Let us discuss inside." Many expressed their gratitude. Even in the past, while some had winter clothing, not everyone possessed it. Life had significantly improved compared to before. Before their arrival, Zhou Ming had informed them, so they were aware of the situation and eagerly approached to request contracts. With a young sir like him as their employer, they believed that as long as they worked diligently, they could thrive, which was indeed a promising prospect. The bustling activity lasted throughout the day, and it was not until the end that Wang Lin finally spoke. "If you are willing to work for me and pledge your loyalty, I assure you that you shall not suffer." Henceforth, all pregnant women may report to Zhou Ming to apply for a quota of free low-radiation plants, regardless of whether you toil in the fields or labor in the factories each month. You shall receive appropriate compensation, the specifics of which Zhou Ming will later convey to you. He then distributed food from the spatial button to them. Amidst expressions of gratitude, Wang Lin and his companions departed. What Wang Lin could offer them extended beyond mere words. However, if he articulated too much or too eloquently, they may not believe him entirely. Moreover, instilling change in them would require time. The consumption of low-radiation plants by all would merely serve as the baseline standard. After enduring various upheavals, those who remained until now were either resolute and intelligent, or of commendable character, or perhaps simply honest and diligent. Regardless of what the future held, Wang Lin held a deep appreciation for these individuals. He was also willing to nurture them. Having previously entered a sect in his past life, Wang Lin understood that the resources required for cultivation expanded significantly as one progressed. Relying solely on personal strength would lead to a life of relentless toil. And one misstep could result in dire consequences. The adage "many hands make light work" rings true. Only when people unite can they exert their maximum potential, yielding the greatest benefits for everyone involved. This arrangement was advantageous for all. Furthermore, this vast expanse lay in a vacuum of power and influence, a far cry from the fierce battles among various factions over a mere patch of spiritual vein in the realm of cultivation. Here, the most powerful organization still encouraged individuals to explore and would support emerging forces. It was indeed a fortuitous place and a propitious time, filling Wang Lin with anticipation. A towering edifice rises from the ground. And to forge iron, one must possess strength. Thus, the priority now was to cultivate his own abilities. Without haste, after returning, he needed to visit the village, for 2 households had received satisfactory housing and had chosen not to crowd into the communal dwelling, instead opting to move into their allocated homes first. This time Yi did not insist on accompanying him, as she had fallen asleep on the way back. Wang Lin and Zhou Mei exited through the side gate of the backyard, where a path had been cleared, leading 100 meters to the newly constructed warehouse. The warehouse's entry system was linked to genetic information, requiring a light brain scan for entry. Those not registered in the warehouse system could only enter through violent means. The warehouse was quite spacious, exhibiting a regular rectangular shape, with an underground area as well. Upon traversing the corridor, they reached another door and exited, scanning their light brains to access a passage connecting to the factory ahead. After passing through 2 factories, they were not far from Shitsuan. Wang Lin felt quite satisfied with his investment of 2 million. The structure was robust, durable, and secure, with a comfortable internal environment. This was only possible in a wasteland with advanced technology and the presence of supernatural beings. Otherwise, such a sum could hardly procure land. Upon arriving at Shitsuan, many were seen clearing their rooftops to prevent the heavy snow from causing damage. Their lives and livelihoods were at stake, and thus they could not afford to be careless. The villagers were focused on clearing their own yards, leaving little manpower for the roads, resulting in most households being effectively isolated by the deep snow. Fortunately, many homes were merely a few hundred meters apart, allowing them to call out to each other across the snow. Once the contract was signed, Wang Lin did not linger. Chapter 72. Transformation. Wang Lin's life gradually returned to its former rhythm. When Zhi resumed his lessons with Wang Lin, having assessed his current progress and adjusted the teaching plan accordingly, there was a chance to conclude the first academic year's studies before the onset of summer. On Monday morning, Zhou Mei and Sun Jingyi set off for school together. Classes at the school for supernatural beings commenced after the 30th hour, making their morning departure quite reasonable as Zhou Ming also resumed his study of the visualization diagrams. Time swiftly progressed to September, and the snow outside grew ever thicker. Standing in the small courtyard, one could observe snow piled higher than the courtyard walls. Noticing Wang Lin's gaze, Zhou Ming remarked, "The snow this year is more substantial than in previous years. It is only early September, and we already have such accumulation. If this continues, many may perish. You have provided them with ample winter supplies and plenty of food. Significant issues are unlikely to arise." Wang Lin reassured calmly. After a tranquil dinner, Wang Lin began a new day of cultivation. The energy accumulated throughout the day was absorbed, along with the essence from the harmony pills, flowing into his meridians. The continuous circulation of energy filled his dantian. Upon reaching a certain threshold, the spiritual energy exhibited unique fluctuations, causing the 5 elements within him to resonate. He had reached the 3rd layer of qi cultivation, success. He continued his practice steadily. The meridians and dantian expanded and strengthened amidst the vibrations, purging the toxins within. By the next morning, Wang Lin arose and performed a purification technique. A fireball spell incinerated the stains before him to nothingness.
He departed the training room punctually. "Good morning, my lord," Zhou Ming greeted him. Wang Lin nodded in response to. He went to awaken little Yi, preparing for their martial practice, while Zhao Suxin began cooking. The courtyard commenced a new day in an orderly fashion. However, before Wang Lin and the others could finish their meal, shadows appeared on the snow outside. Little Master Wang, upon hearing the voice, Zhou Ming set down his chopsticks. "My lord, I shall investigate the situation." Very well, Wang Lin quickly received Zhou Ming's message. My lord, in Shurtsuan, a household had their heating extinguished a few days ago, resulting in the entire family freezing to death inside due to the lack of snow clearance over the past few days. Their house collapsed under the weight of the snow, and it was only discovered last night. The villagers from Shurtsuan have come to inquire if we could lend them some winter supplies. How many winter supplies do we have left in the warehouse? The supplies I prepared were sufficient for 300 people, with a few extra portions remaining. However, since half the individuals have left, those were not distributed. We currently have around 180 portions available. How much do they wish to borrow? The villagers inquiring were uncertain. In that case, let us go together. You have a kind heart. Wang Lin, equipped with the spatial button, found it convenient to carry supplies. He also wished to assess the situation there. Yi insisted on accompanying him, so he prepared the materials and waited for her to finish her meal and don her winter attire before heading out with the villagers awaiting them in the outer courtyard towards Shurtsuan. Upon reaching the vicinity of Shurtsuan, numerous individuals were visible in the snow. Their winter clothing varied in condition, with some having accumulated enough resources to purchase new attire. Little Master Wang, those wishing to borrow winter supplies should approach Zhou Ming for registration. Little Master Wang was unfamiliar with this procedure, and the speaker's tone was somewhat awkward. "If you lack the necessary silver coins, you may borrow them. Anything borrowed can be repaid starting next summer." Some villagers approached Zhou Ming, while others hesitated. One man spoke up. "Little Master Wang, that small amount of money means little to you. Cannot you show us some compassion?" Before Wang Lin could respond, a person beside him, clad in brand new winter clothing, pushed the speaker aside. "Humph. What an unashamed individual. Does our Lord's money grow on trees?" The speaker continued. "You think you can just ask for something for free? Such audacity." A nearby woman chimed in. "Our Lord is kind-hearted and willing to lend you supplies. If you cannot appreciate that, then it is already unfortunate for you, and now you wish to take advantage." Indeed, those speaking were from two households who had signed contracts with Wang Lin and were currently living in the village. The man's wife lowered her head, tugging at her husband. She felt he had a point. Their lord lacked for nothing, and if he could show compassion to those scavenging from outside, why could he not extend the same to the native villagers of Shurtsuan? After all, they were the ones who had known him first. Yet he had prioritized helping outsiders. Other villagers approached to mediate, repeatedly apologizing and asserting that the other party was being unreasonable, which eventually quelled the matter, with the registration handled by Zhou Ming. Wang Lin took his sister for a walk in the snow to survey the situation. The snow had accumulated significantly, and the narrow path cleared around the houses was uneven. If it were to build higher, the adjacent small courtyards would also be unable to withstand the pressure. Yet, this situation had surpassed the capabilities of human intervention. Does Zhou Ming have any machines for clearing the snow? Yes, for roads with less accumulation. A snowplow can suffice, but for this extent, a snowblower is necessary. A snowblower, indeed, it can propel snow into the air, clearing it up to several dozen meters away. Is there a way to bring those machines here? Acquiring them ourselves is not feasible. Such equipment is typically custom built. The only option would be to hire a dedicated snow removal team. Then please assist in contacting them to see if they can address the situation here. Understood. Once matters were settled, Wang Lin took his sister home. Clearing this depth of snow with a fireball spell proved impractical. There was simply too much, and even if it were melted into water, it would quickly freeze again. Shortly thereafter, Wang Lin received a response. Currently, all snow removal teams have been requisitioned. The roads leading to various villages are nearly cleared, and the next phase will involve clearing within each village. Upon hearing this, Wang Lin felt a sense of relief, realizing that there must be arrangements made from above, alleviating him of any concerns. In the afternoon, he encountered Zhang Daowei, who was clad in a blanket of snow. "Wang Lin, my brother, please come in and take a seat. My apologies for the delay. Here, I brought you some meat." He chuckled. "These ingredients are all of exceptional quality." Following him were 7 or 8 sled-like vehicles. "Thank you so much, Brother Zhang. Please, everyone come inside." Without the need for further invitation, ginger tea was promptly served to Zhang Daowei and his companions. Seeing the steaming beverage, did not hesitate to gulp it down after spending more than 2 months in the frigid wilderness.
A warm meal was a source of great satisfaction. Chapter 73. The war. The mercenaries behind him were also unloading their belongings. Once placed in the front yard, they were ushered over for some ginger tea. Zhang Dawei let out a deep sigh of relief. At last, I feel alive again. This tea is quite remarkable, very warming. Wang Lin smiled. This is ginger tea. It has warming properties. When you and your team depart, I shall prepare some for you to take along. Just add it to hot water. That sounds splendid. I shall not be courteous then, however. I do have a favor to ask of you, my brother. What is it? We need to purchase some fasting pills, as well as energy pills of various grades. It has become quite difficult to find the necessary plants, as the ground is already frozen. The items we brought back are all over 100 years old, and we preserved them with cold-resistant materials, thus they are unharmed. I kindly ask if you could expedite our request. Why the urgency? We originally planned to be out for 4 months, but with the cold weather, it has become challenging to store the hunted beasts. Previously, such an expedition would yield sufficient profit. We intended to hibernate well for the winter. However, 4 days ago, we received a summoning order from the safety zone, thus, we hurried back. A summoning order? Yes, it's from the 109th safety zone. Our local mercenary group must respond. What has transpired? There has been a malfunction in the assessment of the largest energy stone mine in the 109th safety zone. With radiation levels exceeding safety limits. I heard that there were allegations of dereliction of duty and embezzlement among the responsible parties, prompting a complete reshuffle of the higher-ups in the 109th zone. Wang Lin was utterly bewildered, having no idea how this related to the summoning order. Zhang Dawei sighed. Had there been no detection issues, everything would have remained stable until the entire mine was depleted. But now the protective shield can no longer hold. Should it rupture or begin leaking energy, it would inevitably attract formidable beasts. If those creatures occupy that area, we would be in grave danger. Shouldn't we be focusing on reinforcing the shield? Reinforcement is impossible. We can only rebuild the energy shield. However, to do so, we must first dismantle the existing one, or else energy conflicts will arise. Wang Lin understood that during the period of dismantling and rebuilding, spiritual energy would spread, thereby attracting a multitude of beasts. Hence, it was imperative to have someone deal with those creatures until the new shield was established and the surrounding beasts cleared. Are you all headed there to stand guard? Indeed. Did you not receive the notification? You should have, as all ability users in the 109th zone are supposed to receive it. Wang, brother, you are not from the 109th safety zone? Wang Lin shook his head. I did not receive any notification, nor was I born in the 109th safety zone. No wonder you were unaware of such a significant matter. Wang, brother, since you were living within the 109th safety zone, you can activate the area channel notifications. Ability users not born in this zone, even if they reach level 2, will not receive summoning orders. They will only receive invitation letters, and participation is at their discretion. Activating it will reveal many significant announcements from the 109th zone. Wang Lin nodded in understanding, and upon activating the notifications, he indeed received a plethora of information, including an invitation letter. By the way, Brother Zhang, do you have any high-grade beast cores on hand? I just returned and have quite a few. Come, let us see if you need any. Saying this, he produced a small bag containing 3 small boxes. These are our spoils from this trip, 3 level 4 beast cores. Originally, we had our sights set on a level 5 injured beast, but unfortunately, we had to return due to the situation here. Brother Zhang, you are truly impressive. Having just broken through to level 4, you were able to hunt these beasts. It was sheer luck, primarily thanks to my quantum brain. I must say, Wang, brother, you should acquire one with artificial intelligence. With such a device, you wouldn't be so oblivious to the safety zone channel for so long. Moreover, in battle, it would be advantageous, instantly identifying the common weaknesses of the beasts before you. I've heard that the best AIs can even devise combat strategies on the fly. Seeing Zhang Dawei so animated, Wang Lin understood that the AI in the quantum brain must have played a significant role in their recent battles. I shall definitely equip myself with one. He replied with a smile, simultaneously opening the 3 boxes to inspect the beast cores, which he thoroughly examined. May I purchase all 3 cores from you? Of course, brother. If you buy from me, I save the trouble of selling them elsewhere and then buying pills from you. Then I must thank you, Brother Zhang, for the 3 cores. The first contains 40 energy, the second 50, and the third 20, totaling a value of 1.1 million, correct? Indeed, that is the price. Shall I directly offset the 1 million against the cost of the pills? That works, brother. I also have a few level 3 and level 2 cores. Would you be interested? Let me have a look. Wang Lin then purchased over 10 low-grade beast cores. Estimating that this would sufficiently offset the cost of the pills, after finalizing the details regarding the pills to be refined, Wang Lin wasted no time in proceeding with the arrangements. They could not linger for too long. Once they dealt with the beasts they had hunted, they would need to set off, remaining no more than 3 days. After Zhang Dawei departed, Wang Lin contacted his master. Master, what is the situation at the energy mine? Is war imminent? You're only just finding out. Yes, there will undoubtedly be a wave of beast tides, but it should not significantly affect the safety zone. Your strength is too weak. Stay safely within the zone. This incident was caused by a misassessment from the first safety zone, and they have dispatched a team to handle it. They will be the main force in combat. We are merely assisting. Do you need me to refine some pills? That would be helpful. I will send the necessary plants over. Very well, thank you, Master. I wish to discuss something with you. Speak. Could you grant me a piece of land? I wish to raise some beasts for research. Raising beasts, yes, well, I cannot directly grant that. Even herbivorous beasts are exceptionally violent and ferocious. Even after multiple generations, they remain untamable, as savage as the first generation. Most individuals in the safety zone are ordinary people, and the risks of raising beasts are substantial. If you wish to proceed, you must apply to the mainframe, and the association will send professionals to assess the safety of your premises. Moreover, if you intend to raise beasts, at least one ability user of a level exceeding 2 levels above the highest in your breeding population must be present at all times. Chapter 74. The formation. I will send you the specific requirements. Review them yourself. If you can meet those conditions, I will approve the land for you. Thank you, Master. I will review them soon. A document was sent to Wang Lin's quantum brain. He opened it and began to read. Discovering various specifications for constructing breeding facilities, from the types of steel materials to strict structural requirements for the breeding grounds, all the breeding facilities were fully enclosed, with significant strength requirements for the barriers. Once constructed, professionals would come to inspect. If found unsatisfactory, they would be ordered to demolish and rebuild. Even after approval, personnel from both the safety zone and the association would conduct inspections without prior notice. Clearly, safety was taken very seriously. Wang Lin appreciated this aspect, but he was overwhelmed by the exorbitant costs associated with construction. Even the smallest breeding facility started at 30 million, and that was only for breeding populations with a maximum level of 3. Additionally, if he were to raise a group of beasts with a maximum level of 3, he would need to recruit a level 5 ability user, or rather 2, as no one could work continuously for 48 hours without rest. Zhou Ming contacted the people at the farm to prepare for relocation. He also reached out to 2 families in Stone Village to assist in tidying up the factory to serve as housing for those individuals. Understood, Zhou Ming replied with a solemn expression. 3 days later, when Zhang Dawei returned, the snow in Wang Lin's yard had been cleared for over 20 meters, forming a snow-crafted cliff in front. After calculating the costs, Zhang Dawei used the remaining funds to purchase additional pills from Wang Lin, and upon completion of the transaction, he expressed, "Thank you, Brother Wang. When I return, I shall treat you to a drink. Well, take care." Zhang Dawei left in haste without any pause. Once the roads were cleared, a steady stream of vehicles traversed the thoroughfare, and even the ordinary folk could sense that something was amiss. In the once vast expanse of white wilderness ahead, towering watchtowers built from snow and ice stood prominently, while in the distance, only faint dots were visible. Not just Wang Lin, but many others stood atop the high snowbanks by the roadside, gazing into the distance. Soon a vehicle from the security team arrived at Wang Lin's location. Halting before the villagers, at a loss, stared at the individuals emerging from the vehicle. There would be a martial law in place for 3 days. Everyone was to remain indoors and refrain from wandering about. Any necessary procurement of supplies must be completed within this 3-day timeframe. You are to inform the others in Shurtsuan on your own. The villagers exchanged glances, unsure of what to make of the adults preparing to leave as someone hurriedly approached with an inquiry. "Sir, may I ask what grave matter is about to unfold? Our 109 unit is anticipating a surge of beasts at the energy mine. We fear that some creatures may infiltrate the safety zone, hence everyone should stay indoors." "What sort of beast surge? Rest assured, it is merely precautionary. We will be stationed ahead, and even if some lower-tier beasts enter the safety zone, none will reach the village." With that, they offered no further explanation and turned to leave. The murmuring villagers began to retreat to inform others in the village. In their panic, several stumbled and fell into the snow. Zhou Ming instructed the villagers to commence relocating in the afternoon. "Understood, sir." Wang Lin turned and returned to his room. He opened the drawer, revealing several beast cores. Despite the presence of guards outside, Wang Lin was reluctant to place his safety in the hands of others. If he wished to ensure his own protection, he would require external assistance. A formation. he possessed 3 level 4 beast cores as the core of the formation, supplemented by additional level 3 and 2 cores, allowing him to establish a foundational level array. Should he sacrifice a millennium-old spiritual herb as the core, he could eliminate a beast equivalent to a level 6 creature, effectively defending against a level 7 beast as well. Though, contemplating the cost made Wang Lin wince, this was unlike the formation in the small courtyard. While it also utilized a millennium-old astragalus, the 5 elements harmonizing formation would not harm this herb but rather nourish it. Far exceeding the consumption rate clutching the beast cores, Wang Lin gazed longingly at the 2 millennium-old spiritual herbs before him. He reached out to touch them, noting that one had yet to produce seeds. Despite his reluctance, should he encounter misfortune, these herbs would serve no purpose. He only hoped for a swift resolution, wishing for no beasts to breach the safety zone. Even if summer arrived, these spiritual medicines would only consume a fraction of their essence. Enduring and thriving with proper nurturing, Wang Lin swiftly began to set up the formation, initially deploying a large 5 elements harmonizing formation using the level 3 beast cores. This time, he utilized the fire attribute beast core. A crucial energy source for the formation, Wang Lin had to concede that without the dense spiritual energy in this area, establishing such a formation would be exceedingly difficult. Next, he placed a gathering spirit formation and a spirit locking formation within the medicinal field designated as the core, allowing spiritual energy to flow in but not out, storing it at the core for use. After establishing these 2 formations, Wang Lin addressed Zhao Suxin. Once Xiaoyi and the others returned to their rooms, "I will deactivate the temperature control system." "Alright, young sir." When they had all returned indoors, Wang Lin promptly dismantled the formation previously set in the courtyard. The once warm courtyard's temperature plummeted, without pausing in his actions. Wang Lin continued to arrange the formations. With no one outside, he worked with even greater speed. The first formations he needed to set up were the concealment formation and the illusion formation, methods highly effective against creatures devoid of spiritual awareness. This was a layered formation, with the millennium-old spiritual herbs serving as the primary trapping formation. Wang Lin continuously consumed elixirs to replenish his internal spiritual power. Upon activating the formation, a smile spread across his face. From an external viewpoint, the entire courtyard and factory vanished, replaced by a pristine expanse of snow. However, this formation did not maintain a constant temperature. Wang Lin then aimed to establish a temperature control formation within the confines of the courtyard, akin to setting up various formations for personal use within a sex grand formation, with no detrimental effects. Yet, there was an awkward issue. Due to the nature of the 5 elements harmonizing formation, establishing it would yield no benefit, as the spiritual energy within was inherently balanced, negating any gathering effect. Simply converting energy from the energy blocks to sustain the temperature control formation would prove unwise. Chapter 75, Cultivation. Now, if he directly established a temperature control formation, it would consume the spiritual energy of the grand formation, which would be detrimental to the grand formation's accumulation of energy in preparation for the upcoming battle. Thus, Wang Lin gazed at the temperature control system within the spatial button. If he simply set up a 5 elements harmonizing formation and a temperature control formation in a balanced spiritual environment, it would be more efficient to utilize the temperature control system directly. He had not anticipated that he would find such a use for it, activating the temperature control system under normal circumstances. 5 blocks, equating to 990,000 energy units, could sustain the temperature control system for approximately 10 months. Compared to Wang Lin's usage of 5 blocks for a month of cultivation, this was indeed economical. However, the temperature control system could only serve the purpose of maintaining warmth. Soon, Wang Lin made his decision, activating the temperature control system and adjusting the temperature, restoring warmth to the entire backyard. In that moment, Wang Lin felt a measure of safety. By the afternoon, the villagers gradually arrived at the factory. They were all grateful for Wang Lin's decision, expressing no discontent. It was evident to anyone with discernment that proximity to the safety zone's center signified greater security. The adults had instructed them to relocate to the factory, and they were exceedingly appreciative. However, upon witnessing the vast blanket of white, they began to question whether they had come to the correct place. Sensing the commotion outside, Wang Lin exited the formation. Do not panic. I have established a defensive shield within the illusion. Come one by one, and I shall grant you access. It was quite simple, by leaving a trace of their essence, they could freely enter and exit. The crowd was astonished as the Lord merely tapped them, and the surrounding scene vanished, revealing the original view. Witnessing the protective shield set by the Lord, their gratitude deepened. Two households residing in Schertsuan also approached Wang Lin, somewhat shyly asking, "Sir, may we also come here to live?" "Certainly, but you are aware of the environment here." "Thank you, sir, thank you." With joy, they began relocating, and together they set about clearing the snow from the factory grounds. Although there had been some cleaning, the vast area remained insufficiently cleared, and now that more people were involved, they meticulously began to clear the two factories and warehouses, including the surrounding areas of the courtyard. In a flurry of activity, 3 days swiftly passed. Wang Lin endeavored to refine the materials sent by Wenju into elixirs as best as he could. However, Wenju was quite busy and had not come to collect the elixirs during this time. As night fell, all the residents had retreated into their homes, huddling together and no longer venturing outside. When dusk approached, Zhou Meili and another returned, having been informed of the situation via the light brain. They paused outside the house to wait and sent a message to Wang Lin. He emerged to welcome them inside. "The school has instructed all first-grade students to return home for the time being and remain close to protect the populace. Older students are either joining the security team or heading to the battlefield." Wang Lin nodded. "Stay well. Mhm.no." Further words were exchanged. Wang Lin entered the alchemy room, where the formations within remained intact. Including both the defensive and gathering formations, the children from Schertsuan who had accompanied Wang Yi to play had returned home a day prior. Today, Wang Yi had become acquainted with several children residing in the factory, making visits between the two locations convenient. After Zhou Meili and Sun Jingyi finished the dinner left for them in the kitchen, they each returned to rest. After a night of cultivation, Wang Lin rose in the morning and began exercising with Wang Yi and the others. Although the courtyard was devoid of snow, the overnight snowfall had accumulated to a thickness of 2 centimeters in the areas outside the backyard. Early on, the villagers began clearing the snow, observing their busy efforts. Wang Lin contemplated. He had produced numerous semi-finished products of the cleansing elixir and other pills, which were of little use to cultivators but could be remarkably effective for ordinary people. If they practiced physical enhancement techniques, it could significantly improve their physical fitness. In turn, this would enhance their efficiency in farming or working. If any of them displayed talent, Wang Lin would not hesitate to nurture them. Having arrived at this conclusion, he resolved to take action. Moreover, he need not personally instruct them. Zhou Ming had already grasped the basics of physical enhancement. He could lead the teaching, and Wang Lin would offer guidance during his spare time. With so many individuals clearing such a small area of snow, it took merely 2 to 3 hours to finish the task. Winter, aside from hibernating under blankets, offered little else to do, with each day feeling like 48 hours. Boredom was palpable. Unlike before, everyone now possessed a light brain, allowing them to stay informed about happenings outside and pass the time. However, it is rather unfortunate that the Wasteland currently lacks any significant entertainment industry. With the most prevalent videos being purely educational in nature, the intention seems to be to encourage individuals to dedicate their leisure time to learning. Wang Lin communicated his plans to Zhou Ming, who acknowledged his understanding. The two factories have opted to inhabit the larger one, while the smaller facility is quite suitable for physical training. The prospect of adults requesting Zhou Ming to teach them skills has stirred considerable excitement among everyone. Moreover, the thought of adults personally providing guidance at their leisure is met with immense gratitude. Zhou Ming also called upon his daughter to lend a hand, as she had little to occupy her time and was not required to attend school yet. With online classes not commencing until later, this would afford her valuable experience and naturally prepare her for managing others. Sun Jingyi, witnessing her peers instructing ordinary individuals in physical training, felt a tinge of envy. Although the school does provide basic training methods, they are rather commonplace. The formidable factions possess their own unique techniques and secrets, which are exclusively taught to their members. The ordinary individuals had signed loyalty contracts, thus being treated as part of the inner circle. Sun Jingyi harbored some envy, yet she was reluctant to sign a contract herself, as she was a natural, with a genetic awakening level of 3. If she diligently pursues her training, a breakthrough to level 4 upon graduation is within reach. Achieving this milestone would allow her genetic defects to be rectified, hence she had no desire to pledge allegiance to anyone. Recognizing the situation, Sun Jingyi refrained from joining and instead sought her mother's assistance in caring for the children. Her only concern was her father's current state, as his abilities were rather limited, rendering him extremely vulnerable amidst the ongoing beast tide. A fortnight swiftly passed, and apart from sporadic updates on battles via the holographic interface, little had transpired within Wang Lin's small courtyard, or rather, the safe zone. Even the rare incursions of aberrant creatures into the vicinity of the scavenger gathering area were promptly detected and dealt with by the security patrols. Chapter 76, The Cleansing Pill. It seemed the beast tide was still a considerable distance away. Everyone at Wang Lin's side had mastered the physical training routines. It was also the opportune moment for Wang Lin to distribute the refining pills he had concocted during his research. Upon ingestion, while engaging in physical training, the effects were immediate and profound, significantly enhancing each individual's physical constitution. Another fortnight passed, and Wang Zhe received a message from Wenju that evening, outside the small courtyard. Wenju appeared, his attire stained with the scent of blood. As he surveyed the expanse before him, which was shrouded in white, he remarked, "I almost thought I had come to the wrong place." He had taken certain precautions for self-preservation, which was commendable, as he had not detected any anomalies. "These are the pills I prepared," Wang Lin stated as he retrieved the pills from his spatial pouch.
"Oh, so many. You've worked hard." "Not at all. How is the situation in the front lines?" "It's manageable. There shouldn't be any major issues. In about a month, the construction there will be fully completed.
Once the energy dispersal ceases, it will no longer attract aberrant creatures. Afterward, we should be able to clear out the remaining beasts within half a month. This will certainly be accomplished before the end of winter." "That's good to hear. I reckon your foundational courses are nearing completion. Not by summer, you should be able to commence your second year of studies." "Yes, that seems about right. If you find yourself lacking anything, just let me know. For now, I don't require anything, but Master, after spring, I plan to establish a breeding ground, and I will need you to procure the necessary materials." "That's not an issue." After exchanging a few more words and leaving behind some plants for Wang Lin, Wenju departed, appearing quite busy. Nonetheless, despite his hectic schedule, the payment for the pills continued to be credited to Wang Lin's account at the previously agreed upon rate. The individual managing the finances for the 109 safe zone raised no objections to this expenditure. In fact, he was quite enthusiastic, as the efficacy and value of these pills far surpassed their cost. It remains a mystery how the esteemed creator managed to acquire such treasures at a bargain price. Wang Lin gazed at the figures in his account, realizing that the profession of alchemist is universally lucrative. He believed he had enough funds to construct the breeding ground. However, he needed Zhou Meili to expedite her cultivation. Otherwise, even if aberrant creatures were bred, her level 1 contract would prove ineffective. In the realm of cultivation, the most common method is the beast control ring, which merely requires a branding. There are also sects dedicated to beast mastery that possess unique techniques, but those are inaccessible to outsiders. Moreover, some ancient bloodline beasts may choose to sign contracts with cultivators voluntarily. Yet such fortunate encounters are exceedingly rare within the cultivation world. Wang Lin found himself quite curious about Zhou Meili, who possessed contract capabilities. He himself had signed a contract previously, which did not deplete any of his resources. In such circumstances, one could theoretically sign an infinite number of contracts. If not for the necessity of nurturing those aberrant creatures from a young age, he felt he could become invincible. Life continued as usual. Yet the variety of spiritual plants within Wang Lin's medicinal garden increased significantly, filling every space cultivated in the newly established backyard. Thanks to the growing assortment of medicinal herbs, Wang Lin successfully identified the necessary components for the cleansing pill. Holding 12 round, plump pills in his hand, a rare smile graced his face. He retrieved one, scraped a bit of powder off its surface, and savored it, experiencing the surge of power within. His eyes sparkled with success. Without further hesitation, he consumed the pill, which dissolved instantly upon contact with his mouth. The medicinal energy began to permeate his entire being. Moments later, he felt a slight tingling sensation coursing through his bones. Wang Lin exited his chamber and entered the adjacent training room, initiating his physical training routine. At this point, the combination of the training exercises and the refining method yielded optimal results. As he moved, the spiritual energy within him surged, and vapor began to emanate from the crown of his head, while his skin took on a faint hue of red. At that moment, he distinctly sensed a prickling pain radiating from deep within his bones. This sensation was reminiscent of his previous life, and he was well prepared for it. Undeterred, he continued executing his movements with poise. Each punch, each kick, and every stretch flowed effortlessly, the sound of his shins cracking echoing in the air. Wang Lin became immersed in the experience, repeating the motions time and again. As the medicinal energy began to wane, he consumed another cleansing pill to continue the process. The initial consumption of the cleansing pill is the most effective. Its efficacy diminishes gradually with subsequent doses until it becomes entirely ineffective. For someone like Wang Lin, who consumed them in quick succession, the results would be superior to spaced out intakes. However, it required the user to self-direct the medicinal energy. which necessitated a certain level of spiritual energy reserves and mental acuity. After digesting the third cleansing pill, Wang Lin refrained from further consumption. Having reached his limit, any additional pills would yield no further benefits. Sitting cross-legged, he entered a meditative state, allowing himself to relax and clear his mind, releasing his tensed consciousness to receive rest. The spiritual energy within him circulated spontaneously, gradually drawing an external spiritual essence. This essence, following the flow of spiritual energy, ultimately transformed into Wang Lin's own power, integrating into his dantian. During this process, the previously expanded meridians received nourishment. Approximately an hour later, Wang Lin opened his eyes, rose, and stretched, producing a series of cracking sounds from his body. His once snug clothing now revealed his wrists and ankles, with grayish residue clinging to his skin. Wang Lin performed a hand gesture, activating the cleansing technique upon himself. Following that, he employed a fireball technique to incinerate the impurities into ashes, disposing of the remains into the courtyard. The training room felt too confined, so Wang Lin, feeling invigorated, moved outside to the specially prepared training ground, where he began to unleash powerful punches and kicks. The commotion outside captured the attention of those within the house. Little E curiously ventured outside to observe, and a group of children gathered under the eaves to watch. Wang Lin struck with force and ease, drawing admiration from the onlookers. He spotted Little E clapping in approval, and with a smirk, he continued his training. Gradually, he found himself in an optimal state. To his surprise, the martial arts he had learned in his previous life, which had felt somewhat elusive, now resonated with a newfound clarity. Slowly, an intention began to manifest within his fists. Chapter 77. As usual, in his mind, he recalled the countless hours spent refining his techniques, each movement becoming textbook perfection. Yet, upon reflection, Wang Lin couldn't help but smile faintly and shake his head. Back then, he had been overly fixated on breaking through with brute force, neglecting to truly grasp the essence of the martial art itself. His inherent limitations and the pressure from those around him who deemed his 5 spiritual roots as worthless had weighed heavily on him. Even Elderly had lamented that if only he had 4 spiritual roots instead of 5. Although he had outwardly argued against such sentiments, deep down, he had acknowledged their validity.